Live from New York, this is Saturday's 5 Live Sport. It's Advantage Team Europe as we head into day 2 of the Ryder Cup.
So Rose for birdie on the 18th, right in the middle. Europe win, 1 up on the 18th, and there's a body bump there. What a victory.
It's Nuno next for West Ham as Graham Potter is sacked.
It's 3, Mickey van der Ven, and it gets worse and worse and worse for West Ham. And the home crowd are departing in droves.
The Premier League's 2 unbeaten sides meet at 3.
Szoboszlai on his right foot goes for goal.
Goes for Munoz instead. Low dig ball in, and Palace in front. Ismail Assar's there.
And England go for Rugby Union World Cup glory at Twickenham.
Trust the game plan, trust what you bring, trust the person next to you, and it's like just do what you do every week, go after it. And yes, it will be important, but it'll also be important to the nation.
Afternoon, hope you're ready for this. Let's have some fun, shall we? We are live on the first tee at Bethpage Black in New York as the American captain Keegan Bradley jogs down the tunnel and across the first tee to shake the hand of the European captain Luke Donald. It is such a busy day and we will have everything covered for you here on 5 Live, and we'll try and keep pointing you in the direction of where you may want to find things uninterrupted. So here on 5 Live, it's going to work like this. The golf, the morning foursomes here at Bethpage, where Europe lead 5.5, 2.5, all the way until about 2:30 this afternoon UK time. Then we'll switch to our usual football service. Ian Dennis based at Selhurst Park for Crystal Palace against Liverpool and all the goals as they go in up and down the country. Then we'll go to Twickenham for the second half of the Women's Rugby Union World Cup final between England and Canada, and then it is back to the golf all the way until the final putt in the afternoon 4 balls. If you want the golf uninterrupted all day, Sports Extra 3 is the place to go. If you want the Rugby Union World Cup final uninterrupted, Sports Extra is the place to be. You can also watch that on BBC One. The tea time game in the Premier League, Forest against Sunderland, will be on Sports Extra at 5:30. We will keep pointing you in the direction of where you can find everything throughout the course of the day. Plenty of live text commentary on the BBC Sport website as well. We are waiting for the first foursomes to arrive here on the first tee. Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young of America taking on Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert. The biggest cheer so far that's happened round here is because they've just put Michael Jordan on the big screen. From Michael Jordan to John Southall, Brentford Manchester United team news.
Seamless. Good afternoon, Mark. Good morning to you. Is this the day that Manchester United finally win back-to-back league games under Ruben Amorim? It's now 32 games since he took charge, and I suppose the question is, which United will turn up today? Amorim's made 3 changes from the Chelsea win. The suspended Casemiro's replaced by Ugarte, Dalot for the injured Mazraoui, and Cunha for Diallo, who's on compassionate leave. Of course, Brian Mbeumo returns to Brentford, where he will get a very good welcome this afternoon. Brentford made 2 changes for the first time since the 28th of October 23. Aaron Hickey starts the league game. That's in place of Ethan Pinnock as Brentford go to a 4 at the back. Dango Ouattara also returns for Keane Lewis-Potter.
Midday kickoff in the WSL, Arsenal against Aston Villa. Sahel Sahi.
Well, we've played 4 minutes here, Mark, at the Emirates. It's Arsenal 0, Aston Villa 0. Arsenal are the newly crowned Women's Club of the Year. They find themselves in a familiar position in the WSL, though, chasing Chelsea at the top. We've played 5 minutes here, Mark. It's still Arsenal 0, Aston Villa 0.
Let's just focus on the golf for the moment then as we wait the first American pairing to arrive on the first tee. Europe's Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert arrive to that chorus of boos over the course of the day. Just like yesterday, you will hear from our team, which includes Ryder Cup players, major winners, Solheim Cup winning captain, PGA Tour winners as well. Our correspondent Ian Carter is alongside me here above this first tee at Bethpage Black, par 4, 397 yards with the sun rising away to our right. It is a stunning scene.
It is. Thousands of people packing the grandstand at horseshoes around the back of the first tee and the 18th green, and then people standing either side of the tee. And here are the cheers for the Americans, who will be emerging very, very shortly for the first match. Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young, who had a fantastic debut yesterday afternoon. DeChambeau losing both of his matches, though, on a Friday that belonged to Europe. Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert were a new partnership yesterday, but a very successful one. And it's interesting that Luke Donald has gone with the same combinations for the four foursomes today after such a successful day yesterday.
Bryson DeChambeau, one of two Americans to lose both their matches yesterday, the other one being the world #1 Scotty Scheffler. So the foursomes today then getting underway 10 past midday UK time is Fitzpatrick and Aubert against DeChambeau and Young. Then at 7:26, surprisingly maybe from the American point of view, this is 12:26 UK time, Harris English and Colin Morikawa. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. They're taking on McIlroy and Fleetwood. Rahm and Hatton go just after 20-1 UK time against Schauffele and Cantlay. And then the final pairings are Henley and Scheffler just before 1 o'clock against McIntyre and Hovland. And what happens now on the big screen here above the first tee, DeChambeau and Cameron Young are walking along the walkway. This is on the big screen, everybody can see it. The Americans today in dark blue shirts and white pants and dark blue baseball caps, and they go into this bright red tunnel, red the colour of the American team. It's lit up by red floor lighting. Now yesterday they were handed an American flag to carry amongst them as they came in. We'll see if that happens again. The Europeans, who are in a questionable shade of brown today, which we may discuss a little bit later. I'm not sure about that, are you?
A rusty brown I was going to describe it as, but this is the moment for the Americans. They've got to turn this match around. Remember, Europe lead 5.5, 2.5, and Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young emerge into the sunshine, this bright morning sunshine, and everyone's standing in the grandstand applauding and cheering DeChambeau and Young as they make their way to the first tee. Fitzpatrick and Oberg have been standing there for 3 or 4 minutes just soaking in the atmosphere, and now they walk up and greet their opponents. Handshakes are all round, and the action will be underway very, very shortly.
As the chants of USA ring round, Katrina Matthews, Solheim Cup captain, alongside me, Solheim Cup winning captain. It's got an atmosphere about it. What I wouldn't say, and we've spent so long talking about the crowd, doesn't feel that intimidating. Admittedly, I'm not about to take the first tee shot, but it doesn't, does it?
It's not as intimidating perhaps as some have been. I think just because, as Ian was saying, it's so open down the sides. When in the past the stands have been like real horseshoes, so they're really down the side, and you walk in and it's a real kind of little cauldron and a chute you've got to hit out. But I think the thrill for the players when they come out, walk down, that's a long tunnel under the stand, and they come out and then you hear that crowd. There's no better feeling.
We have to say one also impressive thing that the organisers here did when it came to the pre-first tee soundtrack was play a Neil Diamond song that wasn't Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, it was America.
It was. Yeah, but it still wasn't.
But it was refreshing.
It went from Eminem into Neil Diamond's Caroline into the White Stripes.
Well, the players are now having their photographs taken, as you say, Mark. It's brown for the Europeans today, a rust brown, dark grey trousers, white trousers for the Americans, deep navy blue shirts with white collars, and there also the blue caps for the United States. And we're about to get underway.
Your attention, please. Good morning and welcome to the second day of the 45th Ryder Cup. This is match number 1, a foursome match between the European team represented by Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert.
There's the reception.
Against the United States of America team,
Statistically, Matt Fitzpatrick was the best golfer out there yesterday. I know he only played in the morning, but he was the best golfer out there, and he was brilliant yesterday.
He was. He played fantastically well, and I think he's come to this one with something to prove. He's heard everyone talk about his record. Well, 1 win, 7 losses coming into this, but he's really stepped up to it this year, I think. Found a great partner in Ludwig.
It's the 25-year-old Swede Ludwig Åberg who is going to get day 2 of the 45th Ryder Cup underway on this opening hole. A dogleg par 4. He's got driver in hand, and at the corner there is a copse of trees, and he'll look to fly the ball over that and leave a short shot into the first green. Catherine Downs is going to be watching this match for us here on 5 Live. And as I look down from the grandstand here, I can see him hitting a colossal drive over those trees, down towards the right. Kat, I don't know if you can see it land. Well, it went way right. It didn't find the fairway, and the crowd here loved it. And now the roars for Bryson DeChambeau, and he's milking them. But my goodness me, how much pressure is there on this 2-time US Open champion here? He was sent out as the talisman yesterday. His only success in the morning, really, was to win the opening hole. Couldn't capitalise on that and emerged from the day 0 from 2 matches. He has to deliver for Keegan Bradley today, you would think. Quiet descends on the first tee, the dew glistening in the early morning sunshine, and DeChambeau is going to be looking to go for the green here if he possibly can. 379 yards today. He has given that a colossal smite, and the ball flying over the trees down towards the first green. He turns and starts punching the air. The crowd roar him off down the hill, down the path. And Catherine Downs, this will be your match. Where has his ball landed?
Right in the centre of the first fairway, Ian. The little white ball plummeting out of the dawn sky, and it is a prime position for Bryson DeChambeau. He's come up about 20-30 yards shy of the green. Ludwig Åberg and the European ball in amongst the trees down the right-hand side, but the rough, as we've been talking about this week, cut so low. The dew is still heavy on this. He'll get all the spin off the ball, and Matt Fitzpatrick will be able to aim from the flag from there. Not a bad spot for the Europeans to end up, but what a tee shot from Bryson DeChambeau, Jamie Donaldson.
Yeah, Bryson, absolutely perfect. The only thing is he's got a slight rise up to the pin, so it could be easily spun back down the hill. Europeans in the right semi, difficult angle to the hole because the pin's cut on the right, tight into the right hand side, so it's going to be a tricky shot over the edge of the bunker. At the moment it's advantage America.
There we go, advantage America, and the first match of the Saturday foursomes underway. Jamie and I splashing through the thick dew which is sitting heavy on the grass on this Saturday morning. Bit of a chill in the air as the sun rising over the trees. It's going to be another spectacular day at Bethpage Black.
I mean, he is a showman, isn't he, Ian Carter, Bryson DeChambeau? He took his driver out of the bag and just held it aloft like Mel Gibson in Braveheart, and turned back to the crowd and just stood and held that pose for a couple of seconds to get everybody going, and then did exactly the same thing after he did his tee shot. Just turned round as a sort of I'm the man.
I mean, it was a magnificent tee shot. I mean, as a golf shot, it was incredible. But Katrina, he's for all that posing and getting the crowd going, he's got to deliver.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he was sent out first yesterday to try and deliver, try and get that crowd, try and get the crowd going, and he's going to be desperate to do it. As you were saying, he is a bit of a showman. He loves the crowd, he loves getting the crowd going.
The Americans won the first hole yesterday of the whole session in the foursomes. They won the first hole yesterday in the first session of the foursomes as well. Early goal in the WSL. Sahel Sahi.
It's advantage Arsenal.
And we will leave it there and pick it up again, and we will be back out on the course with Mark Chapman very shortly. So the first match is underway. Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young against Åberg and Fitzpatrick. Just watching them making their way down the first on what is an overcast morning now, but we can see the dew is very thick on the ground. And Matt Fitzpatrick who will play the second shot in this foursomes format, is just walking through that longer grass. It's like a silvery carpet of dew that he's walking through there. So it's in amongst the trees. I counted yesterday, there were 16 trees of a similar height, dotted at various intervals down the right-hand side of this first hole, which is a dog leg from left to right. So Bryson DeChambeau's tee shot travels directly over the top of those trees and ends up on the fairway. He's probably, I don't know, maybe 50 yards short of the green, DeChambeau, whereas Matt Fitzpatrick is in amongst the trees. From the pictures that we've had here, it's not entirely clear whether he has a clear sight, Fitzpatrick. I think he does. From the aerial shot that I'm looking at here, it does look as though Fitzpatrick will have a clear sight of the green from where he is. The pin today is cut towards the right side, so it's 25 yards on and over towards the right-hand side of the first green. And in actual fact, it is going to be Cameron Young who is going to play first here. Cameron Young had an excellent Ryder Cup debut yesterday afternoon in the 4 balls with Justin Thomas, who sits out this morning. 6-5 winner against Aubert and Hovland. And Cameron Young then, his first shot of the second morning, bang on line, and it spins back, and it spins back 2 inches for a tap in. That is a nailed-on birdie for the United States on the first. And what a start that is from the New Yorker in the team, Cameron Young, who landed his approach shot probably 3 feet right of the hole. It bounced on, then spun back. That could easily have spun back into the hole for a 2. So what a start for the United States. And Matt Fitzpatrick now has to follow that from the long grass. Here he is pitching it forward, lands to the right of the hole, and it doesn't get any spin from where it was, but it does bounce on, and that means that Europe will have probably a 7-footer there. I mean, that is a gimme for Cameron Young. And it is a question now of whether Ludwig Aubert will be able to follow the Americans in to halve the hole. But what a start that was for the United States. And as you heard, the noise from there, they are so pumped up, as we discovered yesterday in the morning and in the afternoon, behind the first green. And yes, that is conceded. It was a matter of course. And Bryson DeChambeau, a little glance towards Fitzpatrick and Aubert, who nodded towards him. And DeChambeau picked up his marker, and there's the first fist bump from Bryson DeChambeau to the crowd and the reaction it received. And already Cameron Young is getting himself ready to tee off on the second. So this is all about whether Ludwig Aubert is going to be able to hold for his birdie on the first. Let's bring in Sean McKeel again. What a start that was, Sean, for Cameron Young. Can't do much better than that.
Well, we've seen the Americans start out the last two days. Actually, all 3 matches where they birdied the first hole, but they haven't been able to hold the momentum. So hopefully that'll change today. But as they say, you can't birdie them all unless you birdie the first.
Nope. Yep, DeChambeau started off with the 15-footer, wasn't it, yesterday morning in the opening foursomes, and then JJ Spawn hold the putt to win the hole for the United States in the first match of the afternoon 4 balls. Aubert there was just repairing the pitch mark. He dropped his tee marker, and the crowd were immediately onto him that he just sort of fumbled his tee marker.
I think you're going to see more of that today. I think the American fans have realized that we're going to have to be a little bit more boisterous
partisan
today, and maybe not be quite so kind.
Yeah.
Just hopefully it doesn't get too mean-spirited. We didn't hear too many back.
Most of the
people, I think, enjoyed the golf. They wished their team on well, but
here's Aubert then, and he's hauled it. Well played. Well played, Ludwig Aubert. I mean, that was probably 8 or 9 feet And that, you know, on the first green, to roll in there in that atmosphere, that is an indicator of character, if ever there was one.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, those aren't gimmies. The greens are relatively flat, especially that first where that pin is located. But still, after the tee incident and the crowd getting on a little bit, to sell himself and make the putt was why they're playing so well.
So all square then. DeChambeau and Young against Aubert and Fitzpatrick. But so far, I mean, I didn't walk around with Cameron Young yesterday, but with the match score as it is, 5.5, 2.5, I suppose Keegan Bradley has got to cling on to and claw at anything that he can, and certainly Cameron Young's start in his first Ryder Cup and what he's done already this morning.
I'm interested why they wouldn't have paired him yesterday. Being a New Yorker from this area, maybe put him out in the first match.
Did seem like an obvious, natural thing to do. But there again, I suppose you've got your pairings, and he clearly likes Scheffler, Henley, for example.
Okay, but look at the Harris English Colin Morikawa match. I mean, they do have a plan, but there are times when the plan doesn't work, and you got to kind of deviate a little bit. So they can't afford to have any missteps today. Every point matters, even on the first day. But today, the Americans just have to find a way to get back in it. And I think people are left scratching their heads to see that same pairing. Maybe a bit of bad luck that they got paired against Rory and Tommy, who had such an incredible round yesterday. But you got to push what happened yesterday aside and just kind of stay focused on what you can do today.
So if you've just joined us, maybe if you've just arrived on the course and switched on your on-course radios or tuning in around the world, this is the second morning of the 45th Ryder Cup, with the first match already out on the course and having halved the first. So DeChambeau and Young all square with Aubert and Fitzpatrick, and now they're on the second tee, this 373-yard par 4, and it is Matt Fitzpatrick. And as we see a shot from behind the tee, it looks like he's playing through a mist because of the rising dew.
What's interesting about this course, you know, it's so difficult, and you see that in the very beginning when they have the sign posted. This golf course lets you start it's pretty benign start. The first two holes aren't really much until you start getting into the meat of the course, and then you're like, wow, this is a big time course.
And Matt Fitzpatrick has found the middle of the second fairway. Before we return you to Mark Chapman out on the course and the team, we'll just see how Cameron Young handles his first tee shot on this second morning, teeing it up to the right side of the tee markers. And I think there's a little nod of the head there. That looks good enough, Sean. Right side of the fairway from Young.
It's a bit unusual of a golf swing to see a player generate that much speed with the pause that he has at the top. Very tall, very strong player, but just an interesting swing. But boy, does he strike it.
Well, I can see already Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood and Harris English and Colin Morikawa are heading to the second match out. So let's get you back out onto the course and join Mark Chapman again.
It's the red strip light, and both sets of players, it looks like it's the Americans who are going to be coming out first here. Harris English and Colin Morikawa, statistically the worst possible combination that Keegan Bradley could put together for the foursomes. Here they come, emerging into the sunlight. Bradley just behind, thumbs up from Morikawa, and they march purposely towards the tee. Luke Donald standing arms folded, waiting to greet the players. And you've got the marshals behind with their sort of cowboy type hats. It's a very, very American scene.
It is an American scene. They had an awful afternoon. This stat going round, Katrina, that Ian's mentioned, that if you look at the 132 different possible pairings you can have on both the European and the American side, Morikawa and English would be the worst two to put together. From a captain's point of view, after yesterday, are you saying to them last night, you're back together, go and prove people wrong?
I must say I was very surprised he put them back together. I mean, when you see obviously the data Keegan's looking at, it's skewed it a different way and they're not ranked 132nd, but yeah, surprised to see them go out again today, but they're going to go out. I mean, no one likes getting beaten. They're going to go out and prove that they are capable of winning a match here, but they're certainly going to be up against it.
And when a margin was so comfortable as it was yesterday in the foursomes, again from a captain's point of view, are you glass half full or half empty if you've won that so comfortably and you're out again against them?
I think you've got to be glass half full. I'm always a glass half full person. Yeah.
That's why we get on so well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pressure is going to be on the American duo to get off to a good start, or not even to win the holes, but not to get down early. They've got to try and stay in the game and have a chance of winning it on the back nine.
Let's hear how McIlroy and Fleetwood go down with this crowd. It's a surprise?
Not a huge surprise. McIlroy's been blowing kisses to the European fans in the crowd.
Represented by Harris English and Colin Morikawa.
Morikawa is quite demonstrative as he sort of waves his fist there. He's arm in arm with his taller playing partner.
Representing Europe, Rory McIlroy.
McIlroy just shoves his yardage book in his back right pocket, takes the driver out. The big dog. He's got a dog head cover, hasn't he? And he's taken that off, and he is ready now to pop the tee in the ground, pop the ball on the tee, and he'll get this as close to the green as he possibly can. One practice swing, you can hear the accompanying cheers, rhythmic cheers. Two of those swings, and now he's ready. Comes up with the driver, pops the club head behind the ball. He's taking a more conservative line down the left-hand side here of the dog leg, and he will look to shape this from left to right. There it goes, up it goes, and it actually turns over from right to left. I think that might be a bit too long for the fairway. Yes, it is. It's gone way left and down into the crowd, and a huge scramble to get to that ball, but it's not a bad position because the flag is on the right-hand side. McIlroy way down to the left, down towards the hospitality boxes, so not finding the fairway with that tee shot. And Harris English, a tall figure, someone who was runner-up in 2 of the majors this year, including the Open Championship, the quiet man of the American team, in his shirt sleeves, navy blue, white trousers, and he very rhythmically sends his tee shot on a much better line up towards the trees. Will they cover the trees? Yes, it will, and it just nestles into the semi-rough just to the right of the fairway. Advantage America, I'd say, probably after those tee shots.
I don't know if you, after Rory hit that, just had a look at the sort of congregation of the European, maybe caddies who aren't going out today, backroom staff, vice captains. They were very relaxed. There was a lot of smiles after that Rory tee shot rather than angst.
Yeah, I think they're just enjoying the reaction of the crowd. They're expecting it, they'll be laughing, the crowd booing as he hits it into the rough. But as Ian said, he's actually in maybe a slightly better position with the Americans than that with that back right pin.
Exactly, and I mean it's trampled down there. There is no rough down there to speak of. Not rough that you would. Yeah, when we say rough, it's not that bad. It's the kind of rough we could deal with, Mark. Well, almost.
Well, yeah, debatable, really. Let's go into the championship. Look at the other day's football, shall we? Last night, Leicester went third.
And we will leave Mark there, so we'll be back with Mark and the team very shortly. But just watching the American approach to the second green, Bryson DeChambeau, actually rather like Aubert on the putting surface, but it spins back and they're both off the front and both up against that thicker column. Sean.
Well, and I mean that's the difficulty of the soft conditions. I think the American players would have more advantage, I think, if it was a firm, fast golf course.
However, you're dictated to by the conditions, aren't you? And all of the rain that we had on, what day was that? Thursday?
It hadn't rained in several days, and it seems like it's wetter out there today than it was any other day.
And also, remarkable how it remained I think almost all the way through the morning yesterday.
Again, you know, you don't ever see this, that they're playing the ball lift, clean in place. Now, I've not seen a shot from the fairway today, so I don't know if that's what they're still doing, but we walked by several balls on the edges of the fairways yesterday, and there was clearly mud on the ball. And so USGA, I'm not sure the USGA would do it, but they made the right decision to allow the players to clean their ball.
Sean, this is a little like when we were watching Tommy Fleetwood, wasn't it, yesterday, who holed from just off the green. Bryson DeChambeau was also, his ball was very close to Fleetwood's, just in the first cut, but up against the thicker fringe for this. So this is for on the second green for both Cameron Young, who's going to play this shot, and Fitzpatrick shortly for
It's
Europe.
funny, I'm surprised he's not having him mark this ball. It's just, with the ball sitting that close, it's just a little bit disconcerting.
Yeah, he's playing his ball, which is actually in the thicker rough, so he is going to chip this. But the European ball is right in front of him. However, he plays it. Cameron Young, nicely done, onto the putting surface and rolls past on the right, and rolls by maybe 4.5 feet.
I wonder if the Euros are going to chip this ball. This is always the quandary I find myself in, is at what point do I putt and what point do I chip? But I think the golden rule is a bad putt is better than a bad chip.
I think it's a putter, isn't it? I think he is going to use a putter.
Well,
anyway,
that's the safe route for sure.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Change of plan. He is. Needless to say, that's been spotted by the people in the gallery, who've spotted that, having been decisive, Matt Fitzpatrick, and plucking the putter out, has actually handed it back to his caddy.
That first cut, the fringe we'll call it, is not like typical fringe you might find on the PGA Tour. This is a little bit thicker, so the ball has a tendency to bounce once it comes out of this grass, and so now it looks to me like he's gone to a wedge.
Yeah. So we'll just see this shot before we hand it back to Mark and the team out on the course, because the concentration and the focus there could be anywhere. Could be on the first.
And there's the cross-handed chipping he went to a couple years ago.
Yeah, and it is quite an unusual look. So here he is, bumps it forward. That looks good enough. It's right on line. You know that? Oh, that another couple of rolls there, and that would have been in.
That is so good. When you watch that technique and you kind of dissect that a little bit, it is absolutely probably the best way to chip.
Almost mixes with your mind, doesn't it, how it can work, but it clearly does. Right, let's go back and take you out onto our team on the course with Mark Chapman and co.
He's left a lot of work to do from Cam's chip here. Cam spun it back violently into the... Bryson did, and Cam's just hit a good chip, but he's just run about 8 feet. So Bryson's got a sort of left to right, a downhill for the half. Important putt this time, this part of the match, early start.
First big question really for the American team. Bryson DeChambeau delivering off that first tee with a whopper of a drive, gave Keegan Bradley and the American fans exactly what they were hoping for. Centre of the fairway, setting up that kick-in birdie, which the European side had to match on the first to keep the match all square going to the second tee. And now it's DeChambeau who's stepping up to the test here. 8 feet for a birdie to match the Europeans on the second green as the golden sunshine peeps over the tall trees to our left. DeChambeau's ball is in the hole. Birdies all the way on the first and the second for this top match. This is quality golf, Jamie. This is shaping up to be a quality contest.
Yeah, it's looking like a great match, this one. 2 big putts hold on the first 2 holes. Match all square.
Match all square, Mark, back to you.
And back to Ali.
Tommy Fleetwood, the second shot for Europe in the second match, hits the right-hand side of the green. The ball tried to hop left to make the putting surface, Ollie Wilson. It hasn't quite done that. And we say, don't we, in sort of golfing parlance, you've short-sided yourself there, so the pin is very close to the right-hand side. It's going to be a fiddly little one for Rory McIlroy, third shot.
A fiddly little one, just squirted out that wet, muddy lie over there, just right of the green, but it's not too far away, maybe 15 foot, so it should be okay right there.
Okay, well, let's see what the Americans can do. Harris English and Colin Morikawa beaten 5 and 4 yesterday in the foursomes. Morikawa in the dark blue USA shirt, big clod of divot thrown forward. Ball is on its way over the top of the flag. It wants some spin. It gets a little bit of spin. It comes back a couple of feet or so, probably 12-footer back down this first green. He's done exactly what he needed to do, Colin Morikawa there.
Yeah, just wanted to fly it over the flag, just get it away from this, the ridge that runs short of this green and takes it away from the flag. So nice opportunity at birdie there. For Rory, he's got a 15-foot chip down from the edge of the green. A good chances, even though he's off the green.
Quite a reaction there to the European team of McIlroy and Fleetwood arriving at the green. They are clearly seen as the danger men. Rory McIlroy is going to take a lot of heat from these American fans. He's sizing up the chip at the right-hand side of this first green, Mark.
Yeah, they won just one hole yesterday, did Morikawa and English, and they had to wait until the 9th to do that as they were beaten by Fleetwood and McIlroy. Cat.
Tee shot of Ludwig Aubert here on the third has hit the centre of the green. He missed the green twice here yesterday, but no mistake from the big tall Swede. Heart of the green, it's about 25 feet from the pin. And then we have the American tee shot to come. Ali.
So Rory McIlroy is sizing up this chip from the clingy, thick, wet grass just to the right of the first green. We're dropping our voices a little bit here because we are close. Back right of the first green. Lots of photographers, cameramen, reporters have moved in as well. Chanting going on in the background that you can hear. That's brought a laugh or two from some of the American fans. And McIlroy at the moment just drying the club face on his right trouser leg. Dark blue trousers, chocolate brown shirts for the European team. And McIlroy just a couple of practice swings. Maybe 5-6 yards to the hole, settles himself, bends the knees, flexes the wrists and the fingers around the grip of the golf club, and then just drops it forward onto the putting surface, rolling towards the hole here. Oh, he very nearly made that. McIlroy thought that was going in, Ollie Wilson.
Yeah, he gave it a little knee flex as it was landing down, rolling down to the green. He thought he was going to break a little bit more right to left than it did, but fantastic little chip, nice one to calm the nerves. Unfortunate on a short hole, but now the US have got a good opportunity at birdie to take the lead.
I know it sounds a ridiculous thing to say, Ollie, given the form that McIlroy and Fleetwood are in and the way they played yesterday and the win they had. I know you see this as a sort of difficult match in a way for them.
Well, everything suggests it's a European win, whenever that is the case, we know what golf's like. It tends to throw something back in your face. So this first 4 or 5 holes are really good birdie opportunities, and it's just really important to make some birdies, put some pressure on the other team, and get off to a good start.
Well, that is what the Americans are trying to do on the first, maybe 12 feet or so for Harris English here, tall man in the dark blue shirt. I feel like I'm hunting big game in the long grasses to the right of the first here, desperately trying to find a view where we can see the ball and the hole. English in the bright white trousers, dark blue shirt. 3 or 4 practice strokes of the putter, brushing it beside the ball. Rocks himself into position, now sends it on its way. You'll know if it drops. It drops. Birdie for English and Morikawa on the first. They go one up on McIlroy and Fleetwood. It is exactly what they needed. They start this match as massive underdogs this morning, but they have got their noses in front. They have birdied the first. We're heading through the tunnel under the road on the way to the second.
There's an early goal in League Two. Barnet have got it. Mark Shelton from the penalty spot. Last year, the two sides were in the National League, and Barnet won at Boundary Park 3-0 in March, and they're off to a good start there as well. And there's been an early goal in the Premier League. John Southall.
So there we are. An excellent start for the second match out on the course. English and Morikawa. Sean McKeel, who you watched yesterday morning, and that an absolute vital confidence booster for the American pair to go one up on Fleetwood and McIlroy.
Well, we talked about putting, and there we go. So the guys are making some off the first. That's how you kind of gain some confidence and some momentum going into the round. But they just didn't have that yesterday.
So DeChambeau and Young are all square with Aubert and Fitzpatrick, and English and Morikawa one up on Fleetwood and McIlroy. And already you can hear, in fact, the clattering of the spikes of the American players on the steps This is the third match out, Cantlay and Schauffele against Hatton and Rahm. Just seeing Keegan Bradley, who is somewhere in that tunnel waiting for the American pair to arrive, Cantlay and Schauffele. This is quite theatrical, isn't it, Sean? It feels like this is almost for the TV cameras, as Keegan Bradley standing at the top of the steps waiting and high-fiving the two of them, and now walking down, actually in between and behind them with his hands on their shoulders. They're chatting away together.
I think it really helps the mindset. If you're walking into an arena, so to speak, and it just tells you just how important it is, and I think it's kind of frames your mind that you're about to do something really, really special.
Pictures now from on the course. Matt Fitzpatrick with a long putt, 25 feet. It was a birdie attempt at the third, and that did everything but drop in the left side of the hole, but it stayed above ground, and that is conceded right by the hole side. So that is Fitzpatrick and Aubert, who are all square with DeChambeau and Young, and back out onto the course to Mark Chapman and the team.
Cut around the edge of the green, and Cam Young has decided to chip this. Are you surprised by that, Jamie Donaldson?
It's in between. It's he's perfectly pin high. He's got a dead straight chip up the hill in the first cut. So to be fair, it's very holeable.
Right, so danger time then for the Europeans. This match all square through the first two holes. It's been shared by quality golf. Birdies all the way so far for both pairs. Bryson DeChambeau standing on those big arms folded as he watches the ball of Cam Young sink beneath the surface of the green. Cam Young has chipped in on the third to give the Americans the advantage in this top match out on the course. They're leading from the front, Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young. They take the lead one up on the third green against Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick.
And Ian Carter, our correspondent, alongside me here on the first tee. This is what they didn't manage to do yesterday, the Americans, which was get plenty of red on the board early.
Well, yes, but they've got to capitalise on it. I mean, DeChambeau and Thomas got the red on the board in the very first match, but couldn't capitalise on that. Europe won't panic here, I have to say. What we've got now.
Of course, a match between the European team, represented by John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton.
There's the reception for the European pair.
Against the United States of America team, represented by Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay.
And this, Mark, I think, has the potential to be the best match of the morning.
Representing Europe, John Rahm.
The only pair for the United States who won yesterday morning, Schauffele and Cantlay, who won on the 18th against Victor Hovland and Bob McIntyre, up against what is a brilliant combination of John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. The Spaniard Rahm, absolutely sensational yesterday, and we talked so much about how important it is that the big players deliver. DeChambeau and Scheffler didn't yesterday. Rahm, McIlroy, Fleetwood really delivered for Luke Donald, and it's Rahm now who's taking the driver from his bag for this opening tee shot.
Combining the golf and the football all day, and the Women's Rugby Union World Cup. AFC Wimbledon have got an early goal in League One. They lead Wickham by a 0-0. There's been an early goal at Swansea as well. We'll go there shortly, but back to the goal.
Yep, just the one practice swing from deep behind the ball for John Rahm, who then comes up, takes aim over those trees, the cedar trees, the oak trees that obscure his view of the green on this dogleg par 4 first hole that swings from left to right, and Rahm's ball is swinging from left to right. That's not going to find the fairway. It should clear the trees, and it settles down in the rough down the right-hand side. And Schauffele, who hasn't played for 6 weeks competitively prior to this Ryder Cup, but emerged as a winner with Cantlay yesterday, and he just directs a cameraman away because the sun's still very low in the sky, very long shadows, and the cameraman's shadow was right across the teeing ground until he moved to his left. And now here is Schauffele for the opening tee shot for the United States. Rahm in the rough down the right-hand side, and that one's swinging away to the right as well, probably a little further right and there's plenty of room down there, and it's clear of the trees, but he's down in the rough down the right hand side. So neither of these players off the first tee. John Rahm for Europe and Xander Schauffele for the United States finding the short stuff.
So 3 of 4 matches underway. The fourth one, Henley and Scheffler against McIntyre and Hovland, 2 minutes before 1 o'clock UK time. That gets underway. The top 2 matches, the American pairings, are both 1 up. Details of the goal at Swansea. Molly.
Swansea take the lead. Mark, electric start from the hosts. 2 shots for Jan Vipotnik in the opening 12 minutes. He scores his second of them, his 6th goal of the season from close range. He gives Swansea a lead against Millwall 1-0.
Yeah, 6 for the season for Vipotnik, as Molly says. Mike Miney at Coventry, Birmingham.
Well, we've played 15 minutes. Coventry 0, Birmingham City 0. Tepid start this one. Both sides feeling their way into the game. No major chances. It's Coventry 0, Birmingham 0.
Brentford still lead Manchester United by a goal to 0. Arsenal women still lead Aston Villa women by a goal to 0. Those early goals in League One came at FC Wimbledon. The 1-0 up on Wickham. Orient and Stevenage are goalless. In League Two, it's still Crewe 1, Notts County 0. Oldham 0, Barnet 1. John Southall, how have Manchester United responded to going behind?
So we will leave Mark and the team there briefly. Back with Sean McKeel. Good start for the Americans, Sean. 1 up in the opening 2 matches.
Well, anytime you hear the American roars, it really inspires the other players, especially the ones who are just getting ready to start. As they come out the tunnel and they start hearing some of these American roars, and they feel like, we're going to get back in this thing.
On the second hole, Harris English, after he held that putt at the first, plays it into the middle front of the green, and again, as we saw in the first match, DeChambeau, Young, Fitzpatrick, Aubert, both balls have actually spun back into the front fringe.
I mean, those are mistakes because that pin's in the front. It's not like the pin's in the back. And so from playing yesterday, everything's got to be carried past the pin.
In the match ahead, Matt Fitzpatrick for Europe, teeing off on the 4th, the par 5 4th, and finding the fairway just like the Americans. So both balls in that match, DeChambeau and Young, Fitzpatrick, Aubert on the fairway.
And you watch him flight that ball. He hits kind of a low flight, and I think the softness of the conditions really helps him. It also helps players like Russell Henley that are kind of a little bit more penetrating, have a little bit more penetrating flight. But the soft greens are allowing him to hit that type of shot.
Okay, so DeChambeau and Young 1 up on Fitzpatrick and Aubert, English and Morikawa 1 up on McIlroy and Fleetwood, and back out onto the course with Mark Chapman and the team.
And it's actually gone against the collar of rough, which makes it just a little tricky. It's about 25 feet slightly up the hill, but I think it's looking like the Americans got the wedge out, just trying to figure out how they're going to play it. They're going to have to be quite steep on it. But for Tommy, he's got a pretty gentle 25-foot putt.
What do you do here, Ollie? Because loads of people listening to us this afternoon will play their golf, will be keen club golfers, and quite often you get in this position where you've got that long fluffy grass just in front of the ball, but the ball is actually sitting on the fringe. I think Stracker actually chipped in on this green from a sort of similar position yesterday.
Yeah, so you really just got to get the ball back in the stance and create a steep angle of attack to try and guarantee the strike. But it's always hard because you're going to have to hit quite hard to get through the rough, and just be confident enough that the rough is going to slow the club head down and take some speed off it. So it's always awkward, especially early on in a stage in this match.
So there you go, free golfing lesson from a former Ryder Cup player on 5 Live and BBC Sounds, bonus material this Saturday afternoon. The Americans are 1 up in this second match out on the golf course. McIlroy and Fleetwood won their 2 foursomes matches in Rome 2 years ago, big winners against this pair yesterday. And now Morikawa taking his time, front of this second green, steep slope of the fairway behind him. We are looking directly at him as he just puts the head of the wedge behind the ball, back in the stance, as Ollie said. and digs the club down into the ground, bumps it forward. That looks really good from Morikawa. Perfect for distance, pulls up to the left-hand side of the hole. The USA will get their par, so birdie chance for Tommy Fleetwood to try and get Europe all square. What about those short game skills from Colin Morikawa, Ollie, under this pressure?
Yeah, he executed that perfectly. It's just, you've got to trust to hit the ball harder than you know that you need to, and that the rough's going to take that speed out. So he did a good job there, really good, and actually gave Tommy last 6 feet a bit of a read off of his chip.
What do the hands and arms feel like in a Ryder Cup over shots like that?
Well, at this stage now, they're already on the second day. It's a little bit more normal, but the first day, first tee shot, you have no feeling. Like everything's heavy, just sheer excitement, but you don't know where the club face is at all in this one.
Tommy Fleetwood then, with the putter in hand, just under 30 feet across the front of this second green, sends the ball speeding across the putting surface, good for pace, turning. Oh my word, he's done it again. He's birdied the second, and Rory McIlroy stares at Tommy Fleetwood almost in disbelief. How have you started like that? A fist bump with the caddy in finish, and Europe are all square, and actually Rory McIlroy, being riled by American fans, is giving some back. I couldn't hear what he was shouting there, but he's given the American fans something back. Big smile on his face, fist bump with Fleetwood, all square, we're heading to the third.
Let's go back to...
Well, what about that? That is quite the bounce back from McIlroy and Fleetwood. And on our screen here in the radio studio, we've actually not yet seen that. We're just watching Tyrrell Hatton pitching from out of the rough at the first. Excellent shot to within inches from the stocky Englishman.
And here we go. We got everybody's birdie in the first.
Just watching Colin Morikawa chipping from the front of the second, excellently judged to just a few inches away. And now we know what happens here, because this is Tommy Fleetwood, as we've just heard from Ali out on the course. This is our first chance, Sean, to see the pictures of this putt that is holed by Tommy Fleetwood, and this is all of 30 feet right in the middle.
It's stunning to me that he played 9 or 10 holes yesterday, not putting very well, and that one putt that he made on 11 yesterday inspired him, and now he's making it from everywhere on the green.
And actually, the TV pictures here have not picked up what Ali saw. And just watching another replay of that was all of 30 feet, maybe a little longer than that. And again, we see the fist bump between Tommy Fleetwood and his caddy Ian, but we didn't see what Ali described, which was Rory McIlroy responding to something that was said by some of the people in the stands there. So that's an interesting start to the second morning, if Rory McIlroy is going to do that.
If anybody can handle it, it's Rory.
It's Rory.
I mean,
yeah.
he's lives his life. Everything's on his sleeve. I mean, he pretty much says what he thinks. You know, he has a plan.
Yeah, and I get the impression is that you know, it's entirely possible Luke Donald has said to Rory McIlroy that that's fine by me. Maybe the advice to everyone else is don't respond, but McIlroy can handle that.
I'm sure he got that. I'm sure everyone got that before they teed off, and then, you know, once you get out there playing, all bets are off. Whatever it's going to take to make you play well, if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do. But you got to be willing to take it back.
That's Sean McKeel back out onto the course and with Mark Chapman and the team.
Xander Schauffele around 15 feet to halve this hole. Olays were ringing around this first green for the first time on this second day, as John Rahm smiled to the crowd as he picked that ball up. Here is Schauffele now, a two-time major winner, of course, and this is one of America's most potent and reliable engines. Perfectly still though now, as Schauffele sends this ball on its way down the hill from left to right. Remember, this is for the half, and that was a really feeble attempt. It's going to be Europe one up in this third foursomes match. Tyrrell Hatton and John Rahm just picking up beautifully from where they left off yesterday. They have incredibly admirable foursomes records. Rahm is 5-0. He's just the second player in Ryder Cup history to do that through 5 Ryder Cup matches. Tyrrell Hatton, he himself has a handsome record as well. 3-1-0 in this format. Was undefeated in Rome as well, remember, as was John Rahm. This is going to be a real humdinger of a match, but first blood to the blue on the board for Europe.
Okay, let's go up ahead to the top match. DeChambeau and Young are 1-up still. Kat.
Yes, but could the Europeans be about to strike back? Stunning little chip from Matt Fitzpatrick from the side of the par 5 here to put them into just a couple of feet. That's been conceded by Bryson DeChambeau. So the Europeans in for a birdie, and now DeChambeau has to follow them in to maintain this slender lead that he and Cameron Young have opened up on the fourth green, the little par 3. And Bryson DeChambeau just placing the ball down now. Big putt, this one.
Yeah, big putt. Cam's hit a decent bunker shot, just run on a little bit. It's about 10 feet back up the hill, a little bit of right to left. DeChambeau's over it now, eyeing it up, trying to pick a line, but this is, an important putt.
Big stiff stance for the American. Every muscle is tense. Those big arms are rigid. The shoulders are hunched. You can see the ripples across his back underneath that navy blue shirt. Big wide stance. Strong legs leaning slightly towards the hole, and the putter nestled into the crook of his left elbow. Standing stock still now. Slow backswing. Ball on the way. And it stays above ground. It stays above ground, and the Europeans have struck back at the first possible chance, and the match is level once again as we head to the 5th tee.
Aaron Connolly's third of the season has just put Leyton Orient a goal up in League One at home to Stevenage. AFC Wimbledon continues to lead Wickham by a 0-0 in that game as well. And as we wait for the final American pair of Russell Henley and Scotty Scheffler to come onto the tee, the world number 3 and the world number 1 to take on Vic and Bob, all the red. Ian Carter has just disappeared off the board.
Yes, it has, and it's almost like deja vu all over again, isn't it?
It is.
You know, that's exactly what happened early on yesterday. It's so early in the session. It's such an important session, especially for the United States, trailing by 5.5 points to 2.5. And already at the first tee are Vic and Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland. They came out a short while ago. Now they've been joined by, as you say, the world number 1 and the world number 4, Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley. Henley, the 4th ranked player, making his debut, and this pair were put together. It wasn't a huge surprise. They played together in foursomes in the President's Cup, but this awful record of Scheffler in the foursomes continued yesterday. He lost in the 4 balls as well, as we go to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Couple of excellent tee shots in the second match out on course. America putting first on the 3rd green. Tommy Fleetwood's just hit them with a hammer blow with the big birdie putt on the 2nd. Morikawa now with a 20-footer back to the first tee shortly for birdie, but McIlroy's tee shot was an absolute zinger, and Europe will have another good chance. Morikawa first on its way. Oh, just slides by on the left, rolls a few feet by, and Ollie Wilson, I'm going to be really interested to see where this ball gets put down by Tommy Fleetwood for the putt, because the reaction to McIlroy's tee shot, given how good it was barely anything.
Yeah, we couldn't quite get into position, but the ball flight was bang at it. It looked perfect, and it was deadly silence when it landed. So it's looking the way they are, like it's within 5 feet, maybe 5-6 feet just behind the hole. So fantastic shot, really good opportunity here to take the lead.
We are going to try and find out exactly what was said between Rory McIlroy and that American fan, because McIlroy certainly got involved with a big old shout across the green there. We'll have been expecting that sort of thing this afternoon, but a to and fro between the European team and the American fans, but it's a 5-footer for Fleetwood for back-to-back birdies for Europe to go 1-up. Fleetwood
Gets it. Absolutely deadly with the putter this week, and red hot this morning. Knocks one in from 30 feet on the 2nd, follows it up with a 5-footer on the 3rd, and Europe, having been 1 down at the 1st, are 1-up heading to the 4th tee. Ian.
I'll just snip in. There's 2 blues on the board now. McIlroy and Fleetwood are 1-up, Rahm and Hatton are 1-up, and Manchester United have pulled one back at Brentford through Benjamin Šeško. We will go there after the tee shots here.
And it's Victor Hovland who will be taking the odd numbers for the Europeans in this match. as he did yesterday in defeat to Schauffele and Cantlay, and Hovland taking aim to hit this across the trees on the dogleg. Fires it up, little bit of fade from left to right, beautiful strike, but it might just turn a little bit too much to find the fairway. The ball landing down, he's going to have a clear path to the green, that's fine. Well, this is a change because yesterday it was Henley who went first and took the odd holes. So Scheffler it is who is going to be firing this shot. In fact, both pairs have changed, which they were both lost yesterday. It was Bob McIntyre who had the odd holes yesterday, and here it's Scotty Scheffler who's taking the odd holes in this alternate shot format. And here comes Scheffler. The tee shot on its way, arrowing down the left side of the trees. That might be a little long for the fairway. And the ball comes down. He's going to have an unobstructed view to the green. So we're underway with all of the matches now on this second morning. I'll be following this one. The world #1 and the world #3, Russell Henley, who nipped up one spot in the rankings when they came out at the start of this week, up against Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland for the Europeans.
Katrina, very...
And we will leave the on-course coverage there for just a moment and take it up again with Sean McKeel in our radio studio here at Bethpage Black. And after the promising start for the Americans, Sean, it has swung around and now the Europeans are up in 2 of the matches.
Well, we saw the same thing yesterday, didn't we? But boy, really Fleetwood is really pretty impressive. I mean, you don't win a Tour Championship without being able to putt, and he's proven that over the last, I would just say the last 10 or 12 holes from going back to yesterday. He's got a good partner in Rory. Fleetwood's got a good partner in Rose too. So it'll be interesting to see what they do this afternoon in the 4-ball matches.
So we know that Rahm and Hatton are 1 up on Schauffele and Cantlay, and on the second we are watching the approach shot of Xander Schauffele, and he has landed it on the back left of the green there, so he's gone over the flag, but he will have a birdie putt for the Americans of round about 25-30 feet. Jon Rahm now for Europe in that match. Rahm to the front of the green, it hops on, excellent, and that is to within 20-22 feet. So the Europeans with the shorter birdie putt of the 2.
He does, and he's got the advantage there because the other putt's probably 25 feet just down the hill, be very quick and breaking to the left and right.
So what have we got, Sean? We've got DeChambeau and Young all square with Fitzpatrick and Aubert in the first match on the course. Harris, English and Morikawa are 1 down to McIlroy and Fleetwood after Fleetwood's excellent play over the last couple of holes. And Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton 1 up on Schauffele and Cantlay, with the final match just about to go out. Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland against Russell Henley and Scotty Scheffler. Just looking at the pictures again now, this is the 5th, the par 4 5th, where DeChambeau and Young took an early lead, but now it's all square against Fitzpatrick and Aubert. And we will hand you back out onto the course to Mark Chapman and the team.
Here on 5 Live. So here at Bethpage Black, Fitzpatrick and Herbert are all square through 4. McIlroy and Fleetwood 1 up through 3. Rahm and Hatton are playing the second, and they are 1 up as well. James Gregg.
Well, 2 holes played, 2 excellent pitch shots from each of these European players. The first was at the first hole from Tyrrell Hatton to, well, less than a foot to set up an opening birdie and therefore take the hole. And then here at the second, from way down the left-hand side, in the thick, juicy stuff, Jon Rahm muscling one out, the big burly Basque, leaving his partner Tyrrell Hatton around 12 feet for another birdie. It will be the American duo to put first. Xander Schauffele's approach for his partner, Patrick Cantlay, has left himself around 20 feet down the hill, and he needs to be careful with speed here. Remember, Schauffele at his best, is steady as a surgeon's hand. He's so precise usually, and that's exactly what he and Patrick Cantlay provided yesterday in that final foursomes match. A rare splash of red on that leaderboard in that morning session, and Cantlay with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shuffles of the feet before finally steadying himself. In fact, I say that, a couple more shuffles of the feet. He can be glacial with his speed of play, but my goodness, wasn't it worth the wait yesterday? 1.5 points secured for Patty Ice. Down the hill it goes, and that one has run on a long way by. So the door ajar very much here for Tyrrell Hatton, who's not wasting any time, unlike his American counterpart, with his birdie try. And well, what a start they've made. A powerhouse pairing, one of golf's most ruthless competitors in Rahm, alongside one of his fiercest temperaments. Coming off his best major championship season, Tyrrell Hatton, tied for 5th at the US Open, perhaps the highlight of that. The man from High Wycombe, with his big bushy beard and the cap brim pulled well over the top of his eyebrows. An 8-time winner on the DP World Tour, playing in his 4th Ryder Cup, and he's been a bit of a heartbeat, hasn't he, ever since making his debut alongside Rahm in that win in Paris back in 2018. Well, here is Hatton then, first wielding of the magic wand for him today. There was no putt required at the first, of course, for Jon Rahm, so this is the first time Europeans will get a feel for these greens out on the course here at Bethpage Black. The ball on its way. Oh, well, Hatton thought he had it. It just took a little hop left, caught that left-hand lip. Remember, the Americans here still have a bit of work to do to secure the half. You don't want to give the Europeans a sloppy 3-putt and another hole with it after 2 holes. Not when you've already lost that first hole after some brilliance from Jon Rahm, who's striding towards me, hands his putter to Adam Hayes, his American caddy, long-time caddy. He's been on the bag for both of Jon Rahm's major victories, the US Open and the Masters. Now Schauffele, left hand below right, the red putter head behind the ball now, the white slacks on, and the morning dew still very much glistening up on high on this raised second green. The ball on its way now, and it lips out. So it was a sloppy 3-putt. What about that? A reliable American engine faltering at the second, and Europe go 2 up, Mark. What a start.
And John, we were talking over breakfast, weren't we, James, about Jon Rahm's stats at the moment in the Ryder Cup. And I know there's all the attention on McIlroy, and I know what Fleetwood is doing, and I know what Rose has done over the years. But Rahm is developing into this leader, isn't he, given his stats?
Oh, incredible. I mean, look, you know, his record in pairs play in the Ryder Cup, his last 9 pairs matches, he's won 7 and halved 2. So undefeated in both 4-ball and foursomes matches in 9 trots out is pretty amazing, really. And I did sort of allude to this one earlier on, but it's only he and Tommy Fleetwood out of 80 players in Ryder Cup history who've played more than 5 foursomes matches that have won all 5 of their opening 5 matches. So if that isn't a European talismanic figure in this pairs format, right, I don't know what is.
Steve Seddon's got a second for AFC Wimbledon. They lead Wycombe by 2-0 in League One. Both pairs have birdie opportunities on the first green. Ian.
Yes, fantastic approaches coming in first from Russell Henley and then Bob McIntyre. Marginally longer birdie putt for the Europeans. Victor Hovland is over it now, sends it towards the hole and straight in for the Europeans. So they open with a birdie and the pressure will switch to Scotty Scheffler. Quick word with Katrina Matthew. What do you make of the changing of the batting order for both of these pairs? They both lost yesterday.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Both pairs lost and they've both switched. They've got Scheffler now hitting the odd holes and Victor Hovland playing the odd holes. So it's one of these courses we were just saying the par 3s are kind of, you get a couple each, so there's not a huge disadvantage or advantage one way or the other, but they've obviously just wanted to change things up and give themselves a different look at the golf course.
Just a feeling to refresh things after defeats on the opening holes, on the opening rounds yesterday in the foursomes. So here is the world number 1, just a little short putt for birdie here to halve the opening hole. No messing from Scheffler. In it goes, Mark, and we're all square. Birdies on the first hole for both pairs.
And Michael Jordan appears to be following that match as well at the moment. Up ahead to the 5th, Catherine.
Bryson DeChambeau with what Jamie Donaldson has just told me looks like a very holeable chip. Front edge of the green. The European's already in for a park, and Bryson DeChambeau get it in and win the hole. No, he can't. That will be conceded. Hole halved in pars, and this match is locked at all square. Jamie, that was holeable. Good effort from Bryson. Didn't quite make it.
No, another lovely chip. Great chip on the last. Cam Young hold out. Another chance there for another chip in, 2 in a row, and he's a great chip. Just finished a foot behind the hole, but played well, very well by the Europeans. Hole halved.
Yep. Top match is all square. A couple of splashes of blue on the big leaderboard behind me as we walk down this claggy, wet grass. It's whipping at our legs now, Mark, as the sun is rising, but it's a beautiful sight here. You can see kind of chandeliers of dew hanging on these long clumps of grass and the rough as we walk along the side of the fifth fairway here, but it's all looking absolutely gorgeous on this Saturday at Bethpage.
Opening goal in the early game in the National League. Boreham Wood have won up on Woking. Ali.
Tommy Fleetwood from the clingy wet stuff front of the green at the par 5 fourth sends the pitch forward, bounces and rolls towards the flag, probably rolls about 5 feet by. How good is that from there, Ollie Wilson?
Yeah, that's pretty good. You could see that the ball had ran into that rough and buried. It's really wet, a lot of dew around there, so he's done a good job just gauging the release on that to down, say, like 5-6 feet.
Not had a halved hole in this match so far. Harris English rolled in the 12-foot birdie putt on the first. Tommy Fleetwood hold a bomb on the second to get it all square. McIlroy's tee shot again, absolutely stunning on the par 3 third, and Fleetwood popped that in from 5 feet. Now then, Ollie, what about this chip? So this is just right at the green for the Americans. They're up pin high in 2. It's probably, what is that, sort of 25-30 yards to the flag?
Yeah, it's a pretty good shot they're hitting pin high, but obviously leaked it away from missing left, which would have been quite tricky. So it's looking pretty flat, not a whole lot of break on it. It's just the distance really that's going to be awkward, but he's going with a wedge and going to be playing a low spinny one, I think.
They're in the dark blue shirts this afternoon, matched by the dark blue caps with the stars and stripes flag proudly sitting in the middle of that little white rope across the peak of the baseball cap. And Morikawa's close by. 3 or 4 practice swings here. This just on the fringe, the slightly longer cut before getting to the putting surface. And Morikawa just hitches up the right sleeve of his polo shirt. We've got 4 or 5 American fans behind us in the jumpsuits, the bright white jumpsuits emblazoned in the stars and stripes. Morikawa with his team 1 down, pulls the club head back. Lovely crisp strike of the golf ball, sends it skipping across this green, rolling towards the flag, and it doesn't quite get there. That is a fabulous attempt from Colin Morikawa. In fact, distance-wise, I think it almost is there. It's just missed on the left-hand side.
Yeah, played it really well. Back in his stance, low-driven shot in there. Finished 6 inches left of the flag. I think he thought it was going to come back a little bit at the end, but he just stayed straight. And nice textbook birdie, really.
Yeah. So yesterday, the American team, they lost the first to a birdie. They lost the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th, and eventually went down to a 5-4 defeat against McIlroy and Fleetwood. They seem a little bit more in the groove today. They've made their birdie on this swinging, swooping, swerving par 5, one of the best holes on the Bethpage Black golf course. Just going to crouch down here so the fans behind us can see what's going on. Now McIlroy was ready to putt there. A couple of people shouting, "Take your time, Rory." That just breaks him from the pre-shot routine. Gets back into it again, stands over the ball. Maybe 4 feet or so for McIlroy for the birdie to match and keep Europe 1 up. Strokes it towards the hole and the ball disappears below the surface. McIlroy taps the green down, marches off the 4th green, and Fleetwood and McIlroy remain 1 up in this second match out on course on this Saturday morning. 1 up on English and Morikawa, the 4th halved in birdies.
You haven't seen everything, obviously, Ollie, that's going on, but I'm just watching all the European golfers on the screen. There is such a calmness about them.
Well, exactly. That's what I noticed when Tommy held the putt on the second. They were basically reactionless. They just looks like there's a calmness to the whole team. They know that they've got the goods to deliver, and they're just not going to let this crowd rile them. They're just going to go about their business, and if they do that, I think they feel like they're going to win.
Is there a calmness amongst your group, James Gregg?
There is amongst Patrick Cantlay, always. He's standing over a birdie putt to halve the hole though here. They've been few and far between twos here at number 3, haven't they? The long par 3. Tyrrell Hatton's just rolled a 15-footer in after a stunner of a tee shot from John Rahm. But Cantlay has been left a 6-footer, fairly straight but quick after a glorious tee shot from Xander Schauffele. This for the half, and Cantlay gets it. It's golf of the highest quality from the American pairing. They couldn't afford to go 3 down there after an absolute Christmas present of a 3-putt at the second hole. So the remain 2 down to the US duo. Hatton and Rahm, though, will feel like they've escaped one there, because to have to halve that one in birdies, that long par 3 with the huge cavernous grassy bank down the left-hand side, the narrow diagonal green from 220 plus yards or so it's been playing all week long. Well, that's just a sign that this match is going to be of the very highest quality between these two absolutely titanic pairings. So I'm just going to skirt around the side of this 4th tee. But to Europe at the moment, 2 up through 3 holes after halving that 3rd hole in birdies. Brilliant golf.
McIlroy and Fleetwood still 1 up on English and Morikawa. The other 2 foursomes that are out there are all square. Coventry a goal up on Birmingham in the championship, and they've got a further advantage as well. Mike Minay.
Yeah, because Birmingham City are now down to 10. Jack Robinson fouls Hadji right in the centre circle. It's a silly yellow card, but it's his 2nd of the game, and that reduces Birmingham down to 10 men. Coventry City 1, Birmingham City 0.
Still also in the championship, Swansea and Millwall. Swansea lead Millwall by a goal to 0, and it is goalless between Wrexham and Derby. Ian.
There are some sneaky little walks on this golf course, and the one up the 2nd is the one that always gets you. So I apologise if I sound a little out of breath here. Our match is all square. The American pair of Scheffler and Henley, with a birdie to match that of Hovland and McIntyre. Both pairs finding the fairway here on the 2nd.
Yeah, crucial in this hole, because you've got to be able to control the spin. Coming up the hill, they can't see the putting surface, just to a front pin, 7 yards on, just 6 from the left.
So Scheffler over it now in a shaft of sunlight, with shadows stretching across the fairway in this early morning. Sunshine, very heavy dew. And here he goes with the 2nd shot into the 2nd. It looks pretty good. It lands on the green. It'll spin back. The crowd like it. It's spinning back. It's spinning back. And it's clung on just about to the putting surface. As Katrina says, the flag right on the front of the green. And it has. It's just spun off.
Yeah, we've seen that with a lot of shots this morning. That one spun right back off, actually, just into the thicker cutter rough. So a little opening here for Victor.
So the players allowed to place their balls, clean the ball if they're in the fairway. They've got the length of a driver to work with. And it's Victor Hovland, 28-year-old from Oslo in Norway, who will be playing the 2nd shot here. This match all square, both pairs 1 under par after brilliant birdies on the 1st.
Yeah, there were 2 great 2nd shots they hit in, setting up some really good birdies and good putts. Both teams hold on the 1st hole. Good kind of 8-10 footers, gives them some confidence.
Yeah, good settlers for all concerned. So here is Hovland now, ready to play his 2nd shot. Just a little wedge. It's only a short par 4, 383 yards on the card today. And now Hovland is ready to go. A couple of very smart practice swings, then retreats behind the ball. Has one last look. Now he's addressing the ball. Over it now, just a couple of glances up. He knows that his opponent has spun off the front of the green. Here he goes, and the ball on a lower trajectory flies well beyond the flag. It'll settle down. Now will it suck back? Yes, it will. And Bob McIntyre raises his left hand. The thumbs up is there. Advantage to Europe after the 2nd shots to the 2nd. And they'll have a look at a birdie from around about 18 feet after that approach from Hovland.
We'll be back there shortly with Ian and Katrina. Millwall have equalised at Swansea. Josh Coburn with that right on the stroke of half-time. The half-time whistle has gone there in the championship, and it's Swansea 1, Millwall 1. Catherine Downs with Fitzpatrick and Herber against DeChambeau and Young.
Yeah, the chance for the European duo drowned out by the repetition of USA from the hundreds of fans standing in the early morning sunshine around this 6th green. massive drive from Matt Fitzpatrick, catching that big kicker that tumbles down towards the green here on the 6th and rolling down towards the bottom. So just a little flick of the wedge from Ludwig Aubert to put Matt Fitzpatrick just beyond the pin by about 10 feet or so. He's got a little slippy downhiller for a birdie. But Cam Young, it was a tricky second shot in, wasn't it, from a downhill lie in this very dewy, wet grass down the left-hand side of the fairway.
Yeah, it was tricky. He's on a downslope, and it's obviously the rough's very heavy this morning and wet with the dew. So Oberg's hit a wonderful shot in here. He was on a slight downslope, but on the fairway, so that helps the ball on a lower trajectory take the spin off, checking it up by the flag. He's about 7-8 feet away.
Bryson DeChambeau's approach shot just clung on to that front edge of the green, which has left a monster 45-50 footer for Cam Young right down on that front edge. Bright white trousers now being picked out by the sun, which is peeking for the first time over the very tops of the trees here. So the whole picture now bathed in this warm sunshine as the ball makes its way across the green, through the shadows cast by the TV tower, up towards the hole, thinks about dropping, tickles the right hand edge of the cup. So that has gone by a couple of feet. Just going to see whether Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert are going to make them putt that. It looks like they are. They're not going to give that one to the Americans. Tight match this, and now Matt Fitzpatrick will have a birdie putt to win the hole here, Ian.
Here on the second, Russ Henry just chipping from off the front of the green, and well, it was good for line. It just shaved the right of the hole, but it has gone 4 feet by. A little bit inconvenienced by the collar of rough.
He was just kind of up against the thicker collar rough, so it's just difficult to get the club behind the ball, and it just kind of squirted out with the wet grass, and as you say, ran about 5 feet on.
So what do you think for this one for Bob McIntyre? He's had a good look from behind the hole. He'll do his aim point and straddle the line and try and feel the contours in his feet.
Yeah, that's the one thing about this golf course. The greens are fairly flat on the holes, so there's not a huge amount of break in this. You can see him, he's holding his putter up, holding his fingers up, just saying, but a really good opportunity here.
Quickly back to Cat.
Birdie putt for Matt Fitzpatrick. He's doing the same thing, just holding the shaft of his putter along the line. Now he's ready, picks up the ball marker from behind the ball, stands back, one last look at the line, ready to let this birdie putt go down the slope 10 feet for a birdie to win the hole, to put the Europeans in front for the first time in this match. On the 6th green, on towards the hole goes the ball, gently, too gently, borrows to the left, doesn't drop, and the hole is halved. This match still all square, Ian.
The European shears are from the 2nd green from 18 feet. Bob McIntyre coaxes the ball into the hole. Perfect for line, perfect for length. Birdie for Europe. They've started with 2 consecutive birdies, and now they've gone one up. McIntyre and Hovland one up on Henley and Scheffler. Cat.
I said the match was all square. I'd forgotten that Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert had not conceded this 3-footer to the Americans. So Bryson DeChambeau still has work to do to prevent the European pair from going ahead here on the 6th green. Matt Fitzpatrick's birdie putt failing to fall. And now Bryson DeChambeau with the pressure of American expectation on his shoulders here. Long shadow cast by the rising sun as he stands over this one. 3 feet to keep this match tied, and no mistake from the American talisman. In it goes, and as I said, luckily, score unchanged, all square.
Yeah, they are all square, and that is the only match that doesn't have blue on the board. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood one up after 4 on Harris English and Colin Morikawa. They lost the first. Fleetwood hold a massive putt on the second, 30-footer for birdie. Brilliant tee shot from McIlroy on the third. Fleetwood popped that in from 5 feet. The fourth halved in birdies. Birdie putts to come on the fifth. Europe one up.
Rahm and Hatton continue to be the dominant Europeans. James Gregg.
They do. 2 birdies in their opening 3 holes. One of them admittedly for a half, but they were presented with a real present from the American duo who 3-putted the second hole. So Europe are 2 up in this match, and I will say that Jon Rahm has a really good look for eagle at the par 5 4th hole, with the Americans not on the green in 2.
The honour.
And we will take it up again in our radio studio at Bethpage Black with not 1 but 2 Americans now alongside me. Sean McKeel and Andrew McGee joins us. Andrew, multiple winner on the PGA Tour. Good day to you, Andrew. What's caught your eye so far?
Well, the Europeans are making putts. Our guys are not making putts. They're putting too much pressure on their teammate. They're chipping it to 4 feet, 5 feet, and putting pressure. I don't think I've seen a single European team have to make a par putt yet. And it's just too much stress already.
Well, it's just amazing how these guys are playing the alternate shot. It's ball in fairway, a nicely struck iron shot onto the green, and as we've seen so far, the Europeans are continuing with their great putting.
Yes, and Luke Donald choosing the same 8 players this morning as he did yesterday morning, but just in a different order. And in the matches now, Europe are up in 3, and the opening match between DeChambeau and Young and Aubert and Fitzpatrick is all square. And we're just watching Bryson DeChambeau teeing off in that match on the par 4 7th. He's given that what for, and it's gone way right, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm just watching the carry number that was quickly ricocheting on the
Now, has that hit a tree and bounced back?
He's fine.
Yeah, so he's okay. He's in the first cut.
Well, those are the things I was talking about with Bryson taking a lot of risk. The way he hits the ball, he's forced to actually try to cover the trees. It's probably every bit of 310 to get over that tree on the angle he took.
Look how excited Harris English was there. He shows zero emotion. Yeah. Harris, this is the Ryder Cup, dude. Get into it.
But I mean, that was a superb putt from probably 50 feet. That was
he's
bang
maybe
on
chewing
line.
on some special gum. If he has some, maybe I can get some.
Rory McIlroy has a putt to win the hole for Europe, and he's dropped that in from 25 feet. And McIlroy and Fleetwood, who were 1 down early, now 2 up in that match against English and Morikawa after 5 holes.
Why is it so much that we talk about Rory's putting? People yesterday were yelling Pinehurst, Pinehurst, and look what he's doing. I mean, how does he rise to the occasion every single Ryder Cup?
Andrew?
He loves this, and he said it early on. You know, it's about winning a Ryder Cup away in the States, and he has been the leader, where our leader, Mr. Scheffler, has not been the leader. I think that's a big hickey for our guys. Is Scheffler has not done anything like making these 20-footers with St. Rory.
Yeah, well, I remember very clearly 2 years ago in Italy, sitting in the media room, and virtually the first thing Rory McIlroy said was about how it was one of his big goals and ambitions to win again in America with the European team, and I think he described it at the time as one of the most difficult things to do in sport. We have pictures now of Tyrrell Hatton, who is putting to win the hole. This also from 25 feet. This is at the 4th. I think that's just going to be a little short, a little shy. Just pulls up short and right.
Well, that was an eagle putt, I think, wasn't it?
Oh, was that an eagle putt? Yeah, they just don't have any 3-footer tap-ins. Gimmies, chip-ins. It's pretty impressive.
I mean, I think that's just about not putting pressure on your teammate. But like you said, we've had several opportunities where we've had the chip and the players are having to putt for par, which you're not going to win many matches if you're having to putt for par.
We don't look comfortable in foursomes.
Victor Hovland, his tee shot at the par 3 3rd, just lands on the front of the green. And now in that match, Scotty Scheffler, the world number 1. Europeans 1 up in this match. Scheffler fires it right towards the back of the green, and it just rolls up against the first cut.
Yeah, that makes a difference too. Rolling up that first cut when you put the putter down, it's going to wiggle a little bit. You got to kind of get your weight on your left foot and hit down on that putt a little bit more.
Xander Schauffele has 6 feet to halve the hole at the par 5 4th. This would be to halve the hole in birdies, and Schauffele rolls it in quite confidently. A couple of steps, but picks it out. So Rahm and Hatton remain 2 up on Schauffele and Cantlay in the 3rd match out, Sean.
Well, we saw Xander a couple holes prior to that. He missed one from about that same distance, so it was important for him to kind of make that, because we can't afford to let Rahm and Hatton get too far away from him.
So it is all square, DeChambeau and Young against Fitzpatrick and Aubert in the first match out. McIlroy and Fleetwood 2 up for Europe on English and Morikawa. Rahm and Hatton 2 up for Europe on Schauffele and Cantlay. And McIntyre and Hovland 1 up on Henley and Scheffler. As we see Russell Henley's putt, and the angle of looking at it there makes it look as though he's putting down a sharp incline, and it's rolled by 3 feet.
Here we go again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he doesn't look happy. Russell Henley looks really pale, like the blood has just left his face.
Well,
and he doesn't really know what he's doing.
Yes, there's a little bit of still a little bit of chill in the air, Andrew, this morning with the dew on the ground.
I don't know if it's that.
Maybe plays a part. Maybe doesn't suit his constitution.
You're right.
Young, Cameron Young. They made an explosive start, this pair. DeChambeau and Young were up early, but now it's all square, playing from the first cut of the fairway down the right-hand side of the par 4 7th. And he has flown it over the back left, and it's into the quite long tangly grass there, actually, just before it reaches the rope where the spectators are held back.
And that rough gets more and more difficult as the days go on because the crowd's trampling around the grass, the players are walking around, and it gets a bit gnarly by week's end.
Yeah, McIntyre has just run one by here. The game is on, John. You can tell as the sun has picked up, the warmth, the balls are going further. Players are warmed up. They're hitting it harder.
He certainly gave that enough. McIntyre now ahead. Fitzpatrick in the first match out, and we saw Young go through the back of the green, and Fitzpatrick has gone through the back of the green as well. So in a similar position, the two teams there in that first match out.
To have to use aim point from 2.5 feet, I just don't understand a player of this caliber.
Because I can't.
How can you not just step up and read it and knock it in? But
it's straight in.
It's probably why I'm sitting here.
Although it kind of gives the vibe of a bit of a lack of confidence, doesn't it? It does to me, as the layman here.
I'm seeing more and more of that here in the United States. To me, there's a lot of a lack of etiquette because we focus so much on people's through lines. We try to be very respectful. But there's no doubt that, not in this particular case, but players undoubtedly step in their own line.
It's Victor Hovland we're talking about. I mean, this is 4 feet. He's ready now with the gold stars on the heels of his shoes, and as you would have expected him to do, rolls it in right into the middle of the hole.
It's become a pace of play issue too on our tour here in the States.
Have we seen this?
Aim point.
We've now got pictures I've not seen yet this week because we were out on the course, all of us yesterday, weren't we? They've put a camera in Keegan Bradley's buggy, so you've got, what is that, Captain Cam?
But I think the mic's turned off though.
Well, I hope so. Probably best under the circumstances.
Yeah.
But it's in the dashboard of the buggy.
Dashboard near the steering wheel.
Probably has a sponsor as well.
What are we learning from seeing those pictures, Andrew, would you think?
Well, we're learning that he's not smiling much.
From up close.
Keegan's going to break that in a minute. Just smash it.
Scheffler has holed from 3 feet there to halve the hole against McIntyre and Hovland, so that's the par 3 third, and they are one down in that match.
Look at the blue flags on the scoreboard there. It's still early, but sure we got a lot of inspiration in the beginning with the early birdies.
Yeah, and it does mirror what's happened yesterday morning, doesn't it? But particularly today, when the USA got up in the first 2 matches, I have to say, sitting here, I thought, here we go. This is going to be a fight back this morning, but that was very quickly snuffed out, wasn't it?
Well, what is it, John? It's just golf, right?
Yep.
Why do the Americans have a problem with foursomes?
I don't know.
It's just you're still hitting the ball, correct?
Well, actually,
and putting the ball.
It is a point, Sean, that you and I were talking about on the course, and I think it's worth making. You did feel that perhaps the right play would have been to go 4 balls to start off on both days.
I just say that because I think you want everybody to have an opportunity to play the golf course before you send somebody out there that hasn't hit a shot. You know, they get a chance to feel the course, feel the tee balls. You know, how are you swinging? How are you putting?
We've got a camera in the European buggy as well. We've got a Luke Donald camera, and so we're now seeing, quite excitingly, Luke Donald travelling quite quickly in a buggy, and his driver steering it around the course.
It just looks so odd to see the players playing lift, clean, in place in an event like this, but just the weather, just weren't able to really play. And you can see just how much water really is out on the course still.
And of course, as we watch pictures of Rory McIlroy, who is 2 up with Fleetwood, playing the 6th against English and Morikawa from the right side of the fairway now. Stares after it. It's landed on the front of the green and hopped right, took a right turn there and dropped into the bunker, much to the delight of many of the people in the stands there. Bit of a grimace from Rory McIlroy.
Well, you look at a shot like that and you go back to his Masters shot there on 13 and you kind of hit it out to the right. Maybe it's just a technical issue there. A little bit of, it's wet grass, a little bit of a downhill lie, and he's human after all.
Going back to the foursomes 4 balls issue, we do know, and I'm sure the Americans will be well aware, that the home team has won the combined foursomes in each of the last 9 Ryder Cups. So, possibly part of the thinking that maybe foursomes historically favours the home team.
If you're going to go off of data, we were talking about this yesterday, that the pairing of English, Morikawa was 132 out of 132 from Data Golf.
Beautifully judged chip by Bryson DeChambeau, which, even though he was on an upslope just off the back of the green, remember that was after Cam Young hit it there, and brilliantly played down onto the green, rolled up towards the hole, and it did look at one stage as though it might drop in, but just rolled by.
But to go back to stats, we have a Charles Barkley, the basketball player, once said that statistics are like bikinis. They show a lot, but they don't show everything. So how much do you really rely on them?
I don't think I've ever heard that one before. That's very good. So also in that opening match, it's Aubert now, and he has left that short. Chips it down from the rough, and DeChambeau is almost, if not already, in gimme range. Matt Fitzpatrick has got a putt there of 6 or 7 feet to remain all square in that opening match, but the Europeans up in all 3 of the other matches. What have we played now this morning? Getting on for an hour and a half of play, and again it's been a better morning for Europe than it has for the United States.
Well, yes. I mean, again, the early start that we saw yesterday morning, the birdies, but then they were quickly matched by the Europeans. Look, when you play well the first day, you have all of that confidence going into the second day, especially when you're sending the same players out. They believe in themselves, they believe in their game. The Americans are left a little bit of a quandary in, I would say, pairings, and then of course they need something really special to happen, and they're just going to have to start holding putts.
What do we think in terms of who might step up this afternoon? Were you surprised Justin Thomas is not playing this morning, either of you?
Yeah, he showed some mettle yesterday. He definitely fires the crowd up a little bit. The afternoon crowd is a little more fired up than the morning crowd due to alcohol, I think, John. Let's just put it right where that is.
I'd like to see a Justin Thomas Cam Young pairing.
Yeah, I mean Cam Young seems to be they were yesterday. I think.
Yeah, big winners yesterday, weren't they? 6 and 5.
I think they're going to go again.
That's
a good call.
They'll be out again. I mean, is DeChambeau going to play in all 5 series of matches? Is Scheffler? Is Cantlay? Yes. Is that the answer to that?
Well, as I told you the other day, you ride your horse till she bucks you.
Right, we've got pictures again from out on the course. This is the par 4 7th. And Matt Fitzpatrick, and we know that DeChambeau is close. Fitzpatrick has rolled it up to the hole side, but it doesn't drop. And that means that Young does have to finish out. Yeah, it's a little further than I thought, actually. It's probably 4 or 5 feet.
Talking about pairings yesterday, we saw that Fleetwood and Rose played in their first ever Ryder Cup. Do you think if the matches were a little closer yesterday morning, they just would have sent McIlroy back out with Fleetwood? Or do you think because they had a little bit of a lead that maybe they felt like this is a great opportunity to pair two great Englishmen together?
I would suspect that would be part of the Donald plan, to have played them together. It did seem like a natural fit. And We now have Cameron Young then after the Fitzpatrick miss. Well, this is 5.5 feet, isn't it? But even so, you would back Young here under normal circumstances, but the Ryder Cup is not normal. But this is to get some red on the board again. And it is right on line and into the hole, and Bryson DeChambeau claps his hands rather like the Duke of Kent used to do at Wimbledon. Do you remember that? The Duke of Kent, who always used to put his hands wide apart and then bring them together to clap his hands.
Yeah, you got that one, Sean?
No?
The Duke of Kent.
I thought you'd be into your Wimbledon, you two. Tommy Fleetwood from the sand after McIlroy went in there, splashes it out online, but it lands and spins to the right, and he gets up, has a look at it, and has a grimace because McIlroy's left with a tester of a putt.
Well, interestingly, on the par 5, they put the pin pretty much in the middle of the green, and on the shortish type holes, they're tucking the pin. So I don't know if there's a strategy behind course setup today, or if this is something that they just planned for.
We're already McIlroy. This is the putt for McIlroy that just catches the end, rolls around the lip of the hole and drops in, and that halves the hole, and that means despite McIlroy's shot that ended up in the sand, they remain 1 up, 2 up, McIlroy and Fleetwood against English and Morikawa.
Yeah, McIlroy's not doing aim points. See how fast he walked up and hit that. That's showing a lot of confidence. He's getting the job done, walking up, sees his line, puts the ball down, and putts.
That's a Brad Faxon thing.
It's a little Rotella. I remember what Bob told us at the Masters. You weren't there this year, John, but he said the most incredible thing to all of us, that he gave us 10 minutes at the end of the Masters broadcast that we did, and he told McIlroy on Sunday morning, you have to be willing to be heartbroken. It's such a beautiful thing. Oh, another great putt.
Schauffele
coming up, but it doesn't go in, John. We need to make some of those.
Yeah, Schauffele and Cantlay 2 down to Rahm and Hatton.
You have to be willing to lose.
Yeah.
You know, you have to be able to accept losing. Can you, Rory? How about no?
Right, so the Americans, DeChambeau and Young, 1 up in the opening match against Fitzpatrick and O'Beirne, and Cam Young, the bearded, tall New Yorker, is on the tee at the par 3 8th, all the way down the hill to the front left pin position, and he is right at it and lands 3 feet to the right of the hole and just hops back. Excellent tee shot.
If the American team can come back and find a way to take this morning's session, we can look to Cam Young and his inspiring play.
Yep.
He's MVP. They're going to start screaming in there.
Oh, wow. We're just watching it again. I mean, that was bang on line.
A dart.
Grew up, an hour and a half from here? Grew up in the Bronx, Andrew. Although he suggested that perhaps that doesn't tell the whole story, that it wasn't the stereotypical upbringing in the Bronx that he had.
I don't think there's a whole lot of golf courses in the Bronx.
Fitzpatrick hits it in there as well.
Beautiful.
Not as close as Young, but not far away. And this could be halved in birdies.
Yeah, we're starting to see some really good quality shot making. I think the players are finally starting to warm up.
And Bryson DeChambeau, after looking thrilled to bits with the Cam Young tee shot, walks off the tee with a sort of ho-hum expression on his face. So 2 birdie putts to come there. Tyrrell Hatton with John Rahm, again this excellent European partnership. This though at the 5th to halve the hole, and he's missed it. He's missed it from 6 feet, and that is a hole back for the United States. And a little bit of a swing back to red happening over the course of these last minutes. So Europe up in 3 of the matches now. Rahm and Hatton 1 up on Schauffele and Cantlay. McIntyre and Hovland in the 4th match 1 up on Henley and Scheffler. McIlroy and Fleetwood 2 up on English and Morikawa, and DeChambeau and Young 1 up for the United States on Fitzpatrick and O'Beirne. The Scheffler match. This is Scotty Scheffler at the par 5, the first of the par 5s, the 4th hole, and his second shot has landed short and left of the green in the long grass. A reflective kind of look on the face of the bearded face of Scotty Scheffler. Victor Hovland in the bottom match against Scheffler and Henley. This is his second shot up towards the green, but lands in the bunker at the front.
Yeah, both choosing a driving iron. You notice there that probably 2 irons, a little bit longer, Sean, and they can probably strike him out to 250, 260 if they crush him.
Yeah, those drives are one. I wonder if they've moved the tee up there. Russell Henley hit quite a drive out there. He's probably the shortest hitter of anybody, of any of the players in the Ryder Cup this year.
And here he is.
Russell Henley. The Americans today, mainly navy blue and white. There is a little bit of red piping here and there, but the pristine white trousers, the wide open necked, big collared shirts. Henley, from that long grass, lands it just short of the hole, but it bounces and rolls on to probably 15, 17 feet.
He's
something
better
like
than that, John. He's better than that. He landed it 10 feet too far onto the green, up at the hole. That's just the difference. These little things, they're just too hard, too soft.
Just a close-up there of mentioned the shirts that the Americans are wearing today. So mainly navy blue, but a big wide white collar, stars and stripes on the left breast, the flag, and USA written on the other side of the shirt. So we've got now the birdie putts. This is what we've been waiting for. The birdie putts at the 8th, the par 3. So after those excellent shots in from the tee from Young and Fitzpatrick,
did we
Aubert and
notice
DeChambeau.
if that putt had been conceded? I didn't see a coin there.
Will that have been conceded?
Where is the coin?
It doesn't look as though there is one there.
Where is the...
Is that not just Forden? I think it might still be there.
I think the longer that you get into the matches, the less and less you'll see putts be conceded.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Aubert, if it has been conceded, it says birdie putt, doesn't say to halve the match, so Aubert has missed it. And he stands, put his right hand on his hip, stares after it. We'll find out now if it's been conceded or not. Just caught the right lip, but didn't drop in. Yeah, the flag's been put back in, so it had been conceded already. And a rather rueful look, and the Americans have won 2 holes in a row and gone 2 up, DeChambeau and Young on Fitzpatrick and Aubert.
Yeah, once Aubert figures out putting, he's a young man, watch out, because he is a ball-striking phenom.
I notice Alex Noren, the Swede, is the vice-captain with that match. Just a little word from him. I spoke to Alex Noren last night in a typical Scandinavian style at the end of yesterday's event, and I said to him what a day that was, and in that typical deadpan Scandinavian style he said, yes, it was very exciting. Tyrrell Hatton's tee shot there has ended up in a was that a sprinkler head or a big divot mark?
Yeah, let's focus on here. This is
Scheffler. This is for
Scheffler.
The birdie putt. This is from 15 feet. That is bang on line, and it's in from Scotty Scheffler. Now that is the Scotty Scheffler that the world of golf knows and loves, is it not?
Can he keep it up? Keep the momentum going? Like we've all been saying, I'm reading in the press this morning, it's really about Scotty Scheffler on the American team. They're kind of losing their attitude because their number one guy is not winning points for him, and
we actually
maybe he can change this, John.
We actually didn't see the bunker shot, did we, from McIntyre? However, Hovland is on the green, and what is this? 6 feet? So we're seeing the aim point again, Sean, but perhaps more necessary for this putt. So this is to halve the hole and to retain Europe's one-up lead in this match.
This is where you get into the pace of play. You do the aim point, and then it's just so meticulous to make sure that you get the line lined up perfectly.
Well, we've seen a little bit of a swing back to the Americans with DeChambeau and Young winning 2 holes in a row, and Rahm and Hatton being pegged back And now this would be another big whoop and holler on Bethpage Black if this does not go in for Hovland, and it is online now, but he holds it from probably 7 feet actually, and well hold for Europe.
Yeah, we're seeing some European players having to make some putts all of a sudden. It's just kind of flipped a little bit. We feel some momentum. I don't know, we're in a booth kind of far away, but yeah,
now
I think I can feel it because they're having some putts they have to make.
That's exactly. They're having to make some putts to tie holes now.
John Rahm, one of the European strongmen yesterday, won 2 out of 2 in the first matches out. Rahm hitting it in to the 6th hole. Excellent shot, landing beyond the hole and spinning back, and Tyrrell Hatton, his teammate, is clapping his hands, and Hatton already been handed the putter, will have a 6-footer there.
Did you see how he took the spin off that ball with the wedge, John? He had a short follow through, very low, didn't finish up high to get the ball in the air with spin, because these guys are all spinning it back to the front edge. Clever shot by John Rahm there.
Xander Schauffele, the former Open champion, after his excellent 2024 when he won his 2 majors. Schauffele, middle of the fairway. So this is the Rahm match, and with the Europeans 6 feet away, Schauffele plays this in now, stares after it. Second shot at the 6th, lands to the right of the hole, spins back, but will continue to roll further away from the hole to 15 feet.
And that's fine there, because he's got a pretty straightforward putt up the hill. He can be aggressive with it. But the problem is, with the guys driving as far as they are, they're leaving these 60-degree wedges, which is really putting a lot of spin on the ball. Makes it tough to get where it goes.
McIlroy's second shot to the 7th was a little timid, wasn't it? Timid as it landed on the front of the green, didn't roll on, and he's left Fleetwood with a good 20-25 footer there. Harris English in the second match out, but from the sand, when McIlroy had played that shot, Harris English not able to take advantage, and that is also probably 20 feet away as Harris English continues to chew away.
He knew right away it was fat.
Yeah, we call that the chunk and run, but it's hard to chunk and run on greens that are soft.
From that far.
So again, if you just switched onto us on this second morning, foursomes, same format as yesterday, foursomes in the first part of the day, 4 balls later this afternoon. DeChambeau and Young for the United States, 2 up now in that opening match against Fitzpatrick and Aubert, but the Europeans are up in the other 3 matches out on the course. But none of the pairs out on the course are more than 2 up in terms of the lead that they have. Scotty Scheffler then on the par 4 5th. Tee shot just leans slightly to his left, so it has gone right and does actually hop into the longer grass down the right hand side of the fairway. For Europe, Tommy Fleetwood has holed from 30 feet after McIlroy's approach shot left him with lots to do. Fleetwood, Andrew, has done it.
Confidence is off the charts. Tour Championship, finally getting the monkey off his back. Now is really showing.
Boy, they're really having
metal.
a lot of fun together, aren't they?
Yeah, when you're holding putts, you're having fun. When you're not, you're not.
It's a brilliant scene, wasn't it? Sean, you and I were there when Fleetwood and Rose won on the 18th last night. I thought it was interesting watching Fleetwood's reaction there. He was absolutely... He was steely, wasn't he?
I went up and congratulated Justin yesterday right after that match and spoke to his wife, Kate, and he gave me a handshake like I've not been given in a long time. So
yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I just wanted to say I've known him a long, long time.
Let's see what Morikawa can do after Fleetwood hold from long range. Morikawa is missing this all the time on the left. Misses it. Never threatened the hole. McIlroy and Fleetwood now have got a grip on this. 3 up on English and Morikawa after 7.
If you go back for a second to Justin Rose, I played with Justin in 1999 at Dubai Creek. He had just gone on some stretch of missed cuts in a row, and after his incredible 4th place finish in the Open Championship the year prior, and the fact that he's now a Hall of Fame player just shows you that grit, determination,
Hard work.
and yeah, exactly, and hard work can elevate you to places you never thought you could get to.
Patrick Cantlay holds his putt on the 6th. Great reaction. He lifts his putter to the crowds, and there are some of those American supporters. Actually, that was Whistling Straits, wasn't it? Wisconsin, isn't it? With the cheese.
Yes.
On so they've got the cheese headgear. They actually call them cheese heads, don't they? That's right. Yeah.
They're probably Green Bay Packers fans, John.
Packers.
Just like that.
So Tyrrell Hatton now has got to hold this. Otherwise, Schauffele and Cantlay are going to quietly bring this match back from 2 down to all square. But Rahm and Hatton, as I noticed yesterday when I was out following their match yesterday morning, you know, they're quite the partnership now, and they're working together on this. And it was interesting, you know, John Rahm, he said in his first Ryder Cup that he was on the team in France with Tyrrell Hatton, he said during the course of the week they barely spoke to one another. Now they're they are a classic Ryder Cup partnership, right? So Tyrrell Hatton has got to hold this. This will be longer than 6 feet, actually, given the angle. It's probably 7, 8, something like that.
Putting through his shadow.
Yeah, and the shadow as well. And it's going to miss on the right, or is it? No, it drops in. Excellent putt to halve the hole and to retain the European one-up lead in that match.
I was out yesterday with walking with Thomas LeVay, the Frenchman, good friend of mine, and we were talking about a putt that someone missed yesterday, and he had his book from 2002 out there, and he showed me where the putt broke. It's a great putt there by Tyrrell.
Going back to Justin Rose, you know, the year that he's had, as Fitzpatrick has had a terrific shot in. They're 2 down, they've lost the last 2 holes, but Fitzpatrick bang on line and landed right before the hole and then spun back a little way. So Cameron Young, after that this has evoked recent memories of the 8th, actually, after the 2 of them, after the previous hole at the par 3 when they both hit their shots in there. Young now from the fairway on the 8th. Young went close, and then Fitzpatrick. Young right on line, but it pulls up 20 feet short of the hole.
Fitzpatrick has such a steely nerve about him. You know, his face, he's in the game, he's tough. I'll never forget that shot he hit when he won the Open out of the bunker on the final hole. I'm thinking the knob is in the way, and I think he had a 9-iron there, Sean, 9 or 8. And just that clinched the win. I mean, to pull that off on the final hole of the U.S. Open, that takes a lot of courage, and he shows it all the time.
Yeah, because I remember going back there. I think he hit it left off the tee there, and he had not a great lie. And typically a miss there is fat, and that was the one shot you couldn't hit.
Tommy Fleetwood is on the 8th tee, so the par 3, this picturesque par 3.
Right at it.
Right at it, but actually lands and just hops back and leaves it 20 feet away for the eventual McIlroy putt.
The way these guys are going, it wouldn't surprise me if Corey doesn't make that one.
In that match, Morikawa now for the Americans. He says go, and it's landed short. And has that bounced back into the water, or has it held on the grass?
It's the one unusual hole. We don't see much water around this course.
No.
Well, obviously he's not playing that well. He's not hitting the ball in the middle of the face. To hit a shot that short, coming in there, that probably a couple grooves low. Doesn't have any confidence in his putter. We saw a really terrible putt in the 6 feet. A few minutes ago, he left short and left. Morikawa, not a good pick.
Fine shot from the Scotsman, McIntyre, from the 5th fairway. And that was on line as well, safely on the green, birdie chance to come. And Russell Henley, his approach shot, he immediately stood away from it, looked down at the ground, and the ball lands in the bunker front left.
It's just that wet grass. I mean, that's the key of not being able to play from the fairway, where you got to pick the ball up and clean it and put it on an absolute perfect lie.
Back to the top match out this morning. DeChambeau and Young. 2 up on Fitzpatrick and Aubert. The Europeans, though, with the advantage on this green, much closer. So DeChambeau now, that straight-armed putting style. A long-handled putter tucked into his left forearm. And the ball rolling from 20 feet. This for birdie. This is a good one. It's better than good. It's rolled in by DeChambeau. And again, we see that reaction from the gladiator, as he was described earlier in the week by Xander Schauffele. And that is a great play from DeChambeau.
And that's the energy we were talking about earlier. You were asking me if you thought he might play all 5 matches, and that's the reason he's going to.
Sean, how does a big man like that with such rigid-looking setup have such touch? I mean, does he get touch from his shoulders? I mean, where does this touch come from? He's so locked in like no other golfer in the world of golf.
Yeah, but he's the mad scientist. He knows if I take the putter back 4 inches and through 2, it goes 8 feet. And I think this is the way he's designed. He spends that much time practicing.
Yeah, he's that analytical.
There's no
everything
feel,
he does.
There's no feel in it about it all. I mean, I think feel is there. I think that's natural to him. But he's just trying to tries to figure the game out. And he was the last one on the range the other day. And everybody else had gone. It was nearly dark. And he was back there pounding drivers, just trying to figure it out.
All right, John, set it up.
So there is
Auburn, go ahead.
There is a chance now, even though the Europeans had the advantage after the second shot, there is a chance that Fitzpatrick and Aubert could find themselves 3 down. This would be losing 3 holes in a row, wouldn't it, as well? This is at the 9th, and Aubert now. This is 7 feet. Aubert holds it. And that just keeps DeChambeau and Young within reach.
Well, what a putt after he missed the one the previous hole that he probably should have made. That just shows you just the grit and determination.
Just go back to DeChambeau. What you say, Andrew. At the Open Championship at Portrush this year, I was commentating on his match in the opening round when, I mean, he came so close to playing himself completely out of the Open Championship. As Scheffler is in the bunker after Russell Henley's approach shot that is plugged in there as well, isn't it? And he manages to splash it out to only 20-25 feet.
Yeah, that wasn't very good for a world-class player to hit it that far left off his line.
We talked yesterday about apologies, and that might be time for an apology to hit a short iron to bear it into the bunker like that.
Sean, when we've got the chance, in terms of apologies, your little story about this year's PGA Championship.
So yes, I really quite enjoyed that, as my son did as well. On 17, which was the 35th hole of the tournament, we're sitting there on the 17th tee is a long par 3, and I wanted to hit a 5. My son, who had never caddied for me before, he's 21, told me, he says, "Dad, I think you need to hit a 6." I said, "No, son, I think it's a 5. I feel the wind." He says, "What wind?" I took a 5 and flew it right over the green and made bogey. And he looked at me and he said, "I told you, Dad." So I said, "I'm sorry, son. I owe you one there. I'll buy you a beer later."
Go back to DeChambeau, and watching him at the Open Championship is exactly as you say, watching his rigid style as we're watching McIlroy putting to win the hole at the 8th. I'm not sure how that didn't drop. At the very last moment, it just rolled to the right.
Did Morikawa go in the water? Did we get verification on that? No. He's just completely out of sorts. Morikawa, this may be he won't play this afternoon, but he'll play the singles, obviously.
Well, you made reference to that a minute ago about the putt that he missed on the prior hole, and just to kind of leave himself. It doesn't seem like he has really in touch with any part of his game right now.
Well, that is McIlroy and Fleetwood now 4 up on English and Morikawa after 8. And if they turn that around, then that is almost miraculous against that partnership. Right, Tyrrell Hatton. This is Rahman Hatton 1 up on Schauffele and Cantley, and this is shaping up to be a very good match. And
what is he trying to do with this, John?
Well, he's in the rough. He's in the rough. He's got 3 trees in front of him, so he's trying to shape it round the trees, and it's landed short of the green in that neck, that where the fairway cuts in, so just short of the green.
That's really a fantastic lead there. He didn't have much for his second shot, and with it being wet like that, there's really no way to run the ball up there.
I will finish this about DeChambeau. So the Open Championship, first round, all over the place, stiff, everything we know about people who are naturally good at playing the Open Championship links golf. It's all imagination and touch, isn't it? Which you would not say. But his response to that was to get better and better during the course of the week, and had a chance to win it and finished in the top 10.
Yeah, he's an anomaly. He's amazing what he's been able to pull off. I like the guy just because he's different. He's done it his way.
He's really the modern day golf machine.
Oh, good point.
And for anyone who doesn't know, it's a very technical way to play the game. Mac O'Grady really kind of played by that rule. Sort of said it's more of a geometrical way to play, and I think that's just the way that Bryson thinks.
Yeah, it was that Ben Doyle that started that. Wow, you're really going back in high school for me.
Well, if we look back to Larry Nelson, when Larry Nelson played, he learned to play golf by reading Ben Hogan's 5 Fundamentals of Golf.
And look at Matthew Fitzpatrick just getting up there with his fast swing and hitting this BB down the middle of the fairway, just scooting over to the right a little bit. Not wasting any time. I love these guys that don't take any time. They get up there and get the job done with confidence.
Yeah, that's the way they do things in Yorkshire, Andrew.
Oh my, really?
Yeah, from Sheffield, South Yorkshire.
Are you from Yorkshire,
Fitzpatrick.
John?
I live in Yorkshire, but I'm not from Yorkshire. I'm from Northumberland, actually.
Lovely.
So this is BBC Radio's coverage of the 2025 Ryder Cup. It's Andrew McGee and Sean McKeel who are with me here in the radio studio, and in about 10 minutes we'll be back out on the course with our team there, Mark Chapman and the rest of the team. But Sean, what have you spotted?
Just a pretty straightforward pitch. What I was saying earlier is that you look at some of the shortest par 4s, they've tucked the pins, and so far in the par 5s they've made them very, very accessible, almost trying to encourage more aggressive play and hopefully to get some eagles.
So right now, DeChambeau and Young, that's the only match, the first match in which the Americans are up. They're 2 up on Fitzpatrick and Aubert. McIlroy and Fleetwood have a handsome lead against English and Morikawa, 4 up after 8. Rahm and Hatton 1 up on Schauffele and Cantlay as they play the 7th. Just watching pictures of them at the moment. And in the bottom match, McIntyre and Hovland 2 up on Henley and Scheffler.
At this point, what can the captains? We saw the captains, Captain Furyk and Snedeker, trying to figure out what kind of strategy do you think they're trying to employ? I mean, at some point you just send the players out. There's no adjustments really that can be made while they're playing.
Yeah, but that's a good point. Those are what the assistant captains do during these earlier matches here. And they're probably saying something like we've already been saying if Morikawa is done. You know, he's just really killing us. We can't throw an English and Morikawa and hope for the best. They're 4 down. You know, this is the Ryder Cup. This is serious time here.
John Rahm's left that chip from short of the 7th green, well short of the hole, 25 feet or so. Cam Young's not done much wrong, but his tee shot at the 10th found the sand down the right. DeChambeau has played from the bunker, did not like that at all, and that is short of the green and in the rough.
That's what I mentioned earlier about the fairway bunkers, and the bunkers here are very thick in the course.
Xander Schauffele also in a bunker at the 7th.
What's he doing, John? What is that swing all about? He's trying to get the ball up fast. See the way he's coming across it with using the bounce of this sand wedge.
The hole at the back of the green, he's at the front. So here it goes, a huge plume of sand. Oh, it's over right to the back of the green and lands and grips and stays on the putting surface, but that's 25 feet or so.
Yeah, pretty standard bunker shot there to hit it that far by as a poor shot.
The technique of playing bunker shots has changed. When we were younger, Andrew, they taught us to open your stance and all that type of thing. Now the guys are playing a little bit more square and actually coming over the top, I would say.
That one didn't work.
Not enough sand for sure.
Well, in the top match, our favourite Ryder Cup door has opened here for Fitzpatrick and Aubert potentially, with the Americans in the rough short of the green. The putting surface is all available for Aubert. Right side of the fairway, staring after it towards the big red tower with the number 10 on it. And that has also fallen short of the green, and it's landed right on the top lip of that bunker that the Americans are in. And how is Fitzpatrick going to play that?
He'll have no stance there. He'll be standing in the bunker.
Yeah, he'll grip all the way down the shaft. Scotty Scheffler with that familiar move, bounce forward, no spin, no. Very good shot.
10 feet for Scheffler. McIntyre and Hovland, though, in that match, 2 up on the world number 1 and the rookie Henley, the pairing that Keegan Bradley clearly liked from the President's Cup last year. Patrick Cantlay now a long par putt for Cantlay against Rahm and Hatton, who've also got a putt from distance here. So first of all, it is Cantlay who rolls it online and in. Excellent play from Cantlay, and not the most aggressive punch of the air, but a confident and an applause as well from Schauffele and from Keegan Bradley. And that match may well go back all square.
Our best 2 players, Cameron Young and Cantlay, pull this team together.
As Victor Hovland goes over the 6th green and lands in the rough at the back of the green.
And that's what we talked about yesterday, with the greens being soft with the pins in the back. You have to fly it back there, or you have to land it short with kind of a soft arm, no spin, and just chase it back 1 hop and skip and stop.
Here's a big one, Sean. One of the biggest putts of the morning. Almost 13 feet. Tyrrell Hatton, this to halve the hole. Hatton sends it on its way, and it misses on the left. And from 2 up, Rahm and Hatton have been pegged back to all square by Schauffele and Cantlay. Rahm and Hatton, 4 and 3 winners yesterday morning against DeChambeau and Thomas, coming through strongly in the latter part of that match. But that is intriguingly poised, and the chances of it going all the way are still very much in play. Now in the second match, where surely McIlroy and Fleetwood, you would think, are on the way to another point for Europe. English and Morikawa. Morikawa's into the heart of the green there, but a long putt for birdie coming his way. And now we see that actually DeChambeau's approach shot that he's left Young was in the rough, not in the bunker. But Europe have let them off the hook here with that approach shot from Aubert, and Cam Young now up from the rough onto the putting surface, rolling towards the hole to 6 feet. Excellent shot.
Yeah, excellent shot, but it's still below the hole. And now we get to watch this no stance, gripping way down on the shaft on this next shot. Easy to kind of duff it or just scuff it along the ground. I'm tuning in. Sean, how about you?
Well, as we could see, ordinarily with the way this golf course is set up for major championship golf, that shot would have been impossible that Cam Young had. But we could see his by the clean line.
So what's going on here? Fitzpatrick is
it may be embedded.
The match referee is standing on the top of the hill. Standing on the top of the hill.
You're allowed to check any ball that you think might be embedded, and you just got to put it back if it's not. But what you worry about here is if you notice that grass is going down towards the bunker, that if you ground your club, that ball might roll into the bunker, which would then obviously be a penalty.
Well, this is fun.
It's so steep. It's so steep, and that sand is quite unstable, isn't it?
And don't let that ball go back into one of your footprints either. You don't think of these kind of things.
Well, you know, he's already tried to step up to it, and he lost his balance, and he ended up stumbling back down the face of the bunker, Fitzpatrick.
I guarantee he's practiced this shot before somewhere. He'll know what to do.
Okay, well, He's now back into the sand, and he's got, he steps down into it, but it is a very sharp incline. Listen.
What happens on that kind of shot?
Yeah, this has a tendency to come out hot and left. Also brings the hosel into play.
And he's finding it difficult to get a firm stance
It's
here.
better than I thought he'd have.
But he's now got himself into a position, Fitzpatrick, for Europe, where he's playing the ball out of the grass on the lip, front lip, and I think that's way over the top of the hole, which it is, and lands and rolls just off the green.
Just like you said, Sean, close the face, make the ball go further.
Yeah, it just de-lofts the club so much. If you heard him say to his caddy, I need more loft here to get the ball up in the air, and that's exactly what he did. But then he swung so hard, he probably caught the top of the face, which always causes the ball to go further than it normally would.
Quite a blow for the Europeans in this match, after they had the green to themselves, and Aubert's shot ended up there. It might well be that they find themselves 3 down in that match. Cantlay on the tee at the par 3 8th. That might be going left. It is. It just landed on the edge of the green and bounced away into the long grass. Cantlay and Schauffele all square with Rahm and Hatton.
When you play an alternate shot, I think it's important for, especially on par 3s, for the player teeing off to make sure you hit the green.
Yes.
It seems obvious, but again,
well,
no apologies.
As we said yesterday, sometimes it's worth pointing out the obvious. Hatton. Then. That might be going left as well. It is. In fact, it's going even further left. And it has landed and dropped short of the bunker, but it is, again, up on the lip of the bunker, and that is going to be tricky for Jon Rahm.
It's on a downslope, coming downslope on the green, so it's going to be very difficult to get it close.
We know Tyrrell's a little bit hot-headed. I wonder if he's kept it calm thus far, but if he misses another putt, it might change.
English and Morikawa.
Surely.
Well, let's see about that.
The Ryder Cup just means more, right?
Even though you don't get paid for it. Or some don't get paid for it.
You get paid for it.
Yes,
They'll get paid for it some way or another.
And also, the point should be made in that conversation that to oneself, being a Ryder Cup golfer, I would imagine, is very, very valuable.
That's what I was just
for
saying.
For the rest of your
for all those other
for the rest of your career. So McIlroy with a putt to win the hole from 25 feet, but that will roll to the right of the hole. But they will. This one will be halved. The 9th between English and Morikawa, an excellent putt from English to the hole side from distance as well. So will remain 4 up.
It really tells you just how much confidence that these players have in their ability when they're disappointed that they don't make a 20-footer.
But I think McIlroy and Fleetwood 4 up at the turn. May well be heading for an early lunch in that one. So now we see Aubert at the 10th from off the green, rolls it to the hole side for a bogey, and now DeChambeau has the chance from 5 feet to win the hole and put the United States 3 up in this opening match. On its way and into the hole. No histrionics this time from DeChambeau, although actually, as he then gets on the walk, there is a clenched fist from him, but none of the histrionics this time. They're in charge now in that match. As we see McIntyre, Bob McIntyre from off the green at the 6th. This is for birdie, and it pulls up short. McIntyre and Hovland are 2 up in this match.
That's the decision making we're talking about. Do I putt this or do I chip this?
And so Russell Henley now has the chance to win the hole and reduce the European advantage. This from 10 feet, and it is in from Henley, who steps into the match. And Scotty Scheffler gives him some encouragement with a low 5. Gary Woodland, I think, was the assistant captain who was there. So that is 1 up, McIntyre and Hovland now on Henley and Scheffler. And we now have a situation where the Americans are have the big lead in the first match, 3 up. Europe are up in 2 others, but the Rahm Hatton match is all square. And Rahm has chipped in. He's chipped in at the 8th. Terrific. Well, you would not have thought that was possible from there, but he got everything absolutely right, the big man, and that piles the pressure back on the Americans here, who are in the rough just off the green, and after Schauffele and Cantlay have struck back and brought it back to all square from 2 down, Jon Rahm does that.
But as a match play player, I can promise you that the American players are thinking he's going to hold this, because you have to be prepared. You have to expect the player to do something that just out of the ordinary, and
Not
you have to have
that.
your mindset.
He was standing in the bunker. The ball was above his feet. The thing was left or right going downhill. You don't really expect that, but you're right. You have
It's just
to.
the thought. I think it's just the thought
he's gonna
process,
make.
really.
Yeah, it is your thought process.
So Schauffele's got a hole this now from the rough.
Rahm is playing.
Up it goes. You know, this is online as well. Oh, it just rolls by on the right. And the Europeans win the hole.
There you go. You think you have an opportunity to win a hole, and you end up losing.
Rahm and Hatton go back to 1 up on Schauffele and Cantlay, and we've got blue on the board now again for 3 of the matches. Europe on course to win these foursomes. 3-1, but there's a long way to go yet in these morning
Interesting is
matches.
to hear just how many Europeans are out there on the course cheering their team on. We heard that yesterday.
It's actually been a little bit of a misnomer, hasn't it, this week? All of the talk about the vociferous New York crowd, because many, well, thousands of Europeans have come over, and they are we can hear them on the course.
And with New York being such a melting pot for the world, there's just so many Europeans over here, and you know when the Ryder Cup comes to New York, they're all going to show up.
And you know, that was the thing 4 years ago, wasn't it, at Whistling Straits, when there were so few Europeans, and it resulted in the record win with the crowds that there were at Whistling Straits. 19-9 back in 2021, the final score, the record final score in this format. So currently Europe up in 3, the United States 3 up in the top match, and from overnight, Europe with a 5.5, 2.5 lead, and with the matches as they are, that lead would be extended, but we're a little way away from that. Aubert, this tee shot on the par 4 11th for Europe, almost hit a man who was standing off the right side of the fairway. He was very fortunate that the ball had managed to avoid him there, and it ends up on the rough down the right-hand side.
He is just fine, John, right there. I think he's in better shape than the Americans. DeChambeau hit one of his prodigious drives down in that brownish grass. His ball is sitting okay, closer to the green, but we're not sure how well it's sitting.
We're seeing pictures now of the McIlroy-Fleetwood English-Morikawa match, with McIlroy in the middle of the fairway after another excellent tee shot from Fleetwood. He's not missed many, has he? Not missed many fairways this week that we've seen. And unfortunately, Rory McIlroy has blotted his copybook there with a naughty word. So sorry if that's upset you. But he's gone way back left, and from the middle of the fairway, McIlroy's got that all wrong, and it's ended up in amongst the gallery.
I'm not really sure what he's checking his yardage book for. A lot of times we do that when we want to look at our caddy and ask him if the yardage was correct.
Yeah, that was a pull hook, Sean. That's not in the book. He pull hooked it. I was just about to say, look at this lovely posture McIlroy has, and then he went and did that. So much do I know.
However, they are 4 up. And now English and Morikawa, well, they've got to, without wishing to state the glaringly obvious, they've got to win back 1 hole at a time. And this is an opportunity now. Harris English chewing away.
What is that kind of gum? I mean, he is working that gum.
Oh, certainly. Yeah.
It's a juicy fruit or something. Experiment.
Well, we remember
What
this a
is
couple of
still
years
juicy
ago
fruit?
when Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson were both chewing a gum. That's why I said earlier,
that's right.
what exactly is this
That
gum?
was CBD gum, I think, trying to calm themselves down.
So, Harris English then. And that's on line towards the green, and it lands on the front of the putting surface. He hasn't got it close particularly.
Nothing to
50,
write home
60
about.
feet.
Yeah, but that's a reaction.
Right.
That's a reaction. Clearly a strategic play off of McIlroy's shot. That's where the strategy of alternate
good point.
shot really
You're right.
comes into play.
Yeah.
Hey, I hate saying you're right, Sean, but you are there.
It was Wrigley's juicy fruit, wasn't it?
I wasn't saying the
Chewing
W
gum.
word. I was saying the type of gum.
Yeah, Wrigley's, wasn't it? Do you remember?
Product placement.
Does that still exist?
Wrigley's
gum
still
Does it
exists.
still exist?
Oh, they print money.
Yeah. In my hometown of Phoenix, Arizona, there is the Wrigley Mansion.
Is there?
Looks over the Chicago Wrigley's. Lots of folks from Chicago have moved to the desert southwest of Phoenix.
Yeah.
And it's now a beautiful lunch spot looking over the city.
Oh, fancy that.
Please come to Phoenix and join us.
Here's Cam Young from that brown grass that Andrew was talking about. Excellent shot to the back of the green, and I think it might catch the slope. It does. It's rolling back further towards the hole, still 35, 40 feet away. They're trying to urge it on, still moving, and then stops. Still moves, and then stops. So Fitzpatrick, with the Americans on the green, it's getting to the stage. This is the 11th hole that the Europeans need to force the issue. And Fitzpatrick, very good shot, lands front, forward and right of the hole. That's to within 10 or 11 feet.
He's just a great decision maker because he plays so fast. And we see Abe Lincoln and George Washington in the crowd. I think
Yes,
that's
we've got
George.
pictures of them. Yes, I
George
think.
has got a big Cameron Young beard, and so does Abe there, and he's drinking beer. Our two presidents are drinking beer out there. Love to see that.
Yeah, George Washington.
There's George.
with his
Sunglasses. They had sunglasses back
I don't
then.
think George Washington necessarily. I don't think he'll have worn sunglasses.
I heard Mark Chapman talking yesterday about he ran into the Statue of Liberty.
I saw
yesterday.
her. Yes, she was all decked out as the Statue of Liberty, and she was enjoying it. Actually, she was getting a lot of comments, but she had all the answers lined up as well about what she was going to bring to the party. And
Yeah, being a Frenchman that I am, John.
Of course you are,
You know,
Monsieur.
the Statue of Liberty. We've been talking in France
Monsieur
about
McGee.
wanting the old Liberty, the old girl back.
Yeah.
We've been treating the French. So it's
Well,
not gonna happen, Frenchies.
but they've got the little Statue of Liberty, haven't they? The original Statue of Liberty is on the Long Island on the Seine.
On the Seine, it's
isn't
good
it?
for you.
Which is a lovely thing to go and see, actually. And the actual imitation Statue of Liberty is much bigger than the original.
Yeah, Paris is much prettier than Phoenix. So if you plan your trip, go to France.
Yeah. Once you've done Phoenix, then Paris is your next destination.
I think
So-
some of the Europeans might melt if they go there this summer.
It's 102 today.
It's cooler than it's been.
Well, Andrew always talks to me about Phoenix and how wonderful it is, and he talks about the temperature, and I think, I'm not sure that's necessarily for me. Anyway, the Europeans are up in 3, and the Americans up in 1 as we move towards the second half of this morning
The
cruise.
Americans are looking at the board. They're not going to quite understand that the Ron Hatton match really should be red after that incredible shot that we just saw that John Ron hit.
You got 7 left here.
So Tyrrell Hatton, after that chip in by John Ron at last from the seemingly impossible position with his feet in the bunker and the ball on the lip in the grass. So Europe 1 up, Rahman Hatton 1 up. And now Tyrrell Hatton at the 9th from the centre right of the fairway. Europe in this brown and blue mainly outfit today. Hatton punches it on its way, and I think that is over the back of the green. It is. It's over the back of the green. He's flown the green, as they say. And it is somewhere there. There it is. We're just seeing the camera focusing in on it now. You can just see the top quarter of that white ball.
Do you see what's behind that ball? A big tuft of grass.
We call that the bird's nest.
There you go. Look at that.
DeChambeau against Fitzpatrick and Aubert. Birdie putt from 30 feet. This was the Cameron Young shot that caught the slope. DeChambeau just touches this and watches it now as it rolls down towards the hole, and will. We see some gyrations from DeChambeau, which suggested that might dramatically turn to the right and drop into the hole, which it was never going to do, but that will be conceded.
Whoa, John. It was on the high side. It had good speed.
Yeah.
And it had a chance.
Yes, it did have a chance.
It was a good putt.
Did have a
the way
chance.
he brushes his stroke is very interesting. He doesn't really hit it. It's a brush.
Yeah, no, it was nicely played, but stepping to the left and jumping up and down wasn't going to make it drop in, nevertheless. Cantlay on the 9th, under the back of the green, right at the hole. So the Europeans are over the green in the long grasses, as Andrew described. So the Americans have the advantage there, the chance to get back all square.
Except that who's chipping that ball?
Good point. The man who chipped in at the last. So Aubert now has the opportunity, albeit a bit of an outside opportunity, but nevertheless it is an opportunity.
Boy, and look how they're all gathered around there just watching.
The American players and I guess the vice captains in there and the caddies. Aubert then from 10-12 feet, but this will miss on the right. Just held its line. He grimaces after it.
Lack of speed. The loss of speed. It trickled to the right.
The hole is halved. The 11th. And DeChambeau and Young.
You know, I think when you're putting, you still have to maintain the same type of tempo. If you're a dyer of the ball, you can't all of a sudden just say, I'm going to ram this in the hole.
Yeah, I'm not a rammer.
I mean, it's when you practice, you practice balls falling in,
right,
hitting the middle. I remember Bob Lord. Do you remember Bob Lord?
Oh, yeah.
Bob said he used to practice that he would hit one putt where it fell into the front, one ball would fall into the middle, and the second one would hit the back of the dirt.
Right, Andrew, Sean, thanks very much for that latest stint. We're going to hand things back out onto the course now, our team out there. Let me just tell you, though, the match situation on these morning foursomes, Europe up in 3, the Americans up in 1, so DeChambeau and Young 3 up on Fitzpatrick and Aubert, McIlroy and Fleetwood for Europe, 4 up on English and Morikawa, Rahm and Hatton 1 up on Schauffele and Cantlay, and McIntyre and Hovland for Europe 1 up on Henley and Scheffler. And we will hand things back out onto the course here at Bethpage Black to the BBC radio commentary team and Ian Carter.
Thank you very much indeed, John, and welcome out here onto the course. This is Ian Carter standing by the 7th green, where in the bottom match, Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland have just halved with Russell Henley and Scotty Scheffler to remain ahead in this match, and a lovely putt it was from Bob McIntyre from around about 3 feet to do that. So we're now into our coverage out on the golf course. The overall situation, the Americans are up in 1, the Europeans are up in 3, Europe leading 5.5, 2.5 from that excellent first day for Luke Donald's team. And now we have the situation where the only match where the Americans are ahead is Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young in their contest against Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert. And then Europe ahead with Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood, 4 up now after 10. Rahm and Hatton for Europe, 1 up after 8. And McIntyre and Hovland, 1 up after 7 holes. So they're on their way to the par 3 8th. I've been watching with Katrina Matthew. Katrina, you're a 2-time winning Solheim Cup captain. You did what Luke Donald is trying to do, win at home and then keep the trophy in European hands on American soil. We saw Luke Donald here. What do you think? I'll come to you in a moment on this, but ponder on what you think Luke Donald will be thinking right now, but let's check in with James Gregg.
Where Xander Schauffele has a really good look, I would say 10 feet on the nose, dead straight up the hill, putting from the back fringe at number 9. This is to bring the match back to all square after that miraculous chip in from John Rahm at the previous hole. It's been a real tussle, this one, and now the American settles over the ball. Now the red putter sends that ball forwards. Oh goodness me, he's going to be kicking himself there, Xander Schauffele. He's left it a couple of rolls shy of the cup, so a good opportunity to square that match has gone a-begging. There is a little bit of work left actually for Tyrrell Hatton, just to make sure that this hole is indeed halved in 4s. So the Englishman, who is a multiple winner on the DP World Tour, 8 times a winner, and many of those some of the biggest events in Europe, has been excellent so far. His all-round game, brilliant. But if there was, and I'm being really picky here, any chink in the armour of Hatton, it has been putts from inside that 8-foot range. This, though, a little closer to 4 feet. Steady over it now, the big broad shoulders, rock forwards, and no problems at all, cool as you like. So he and John Rahm lead this match, headed towards the homeward half here, 9 holes gone, and Tyrrell Hatton and John Rahm lead Patrick Cantlay and Xander Schauffele by 1 hole.
And here on the 8th, Russell Henley for the United States with a fine tee shot into the par 3, steeply downhill. Now watching Bob McIntyre's reply. The Americans probably 12 feet away with their tee shot. McIntyre, he's hit a good one as well. It just tiptoes off the left edge of the green there. The flag located just 6 paces off the left side, so he's 18 feet away there. So 2 good tee shots from the players in this match, where the Europeans are leading by 1 hole. Let's check in on McIlroy and Fleetwood now, up against English and Morikawa. Alistair.
Yeah, they are in total control, McIlroy and Fleetwood, of this match. They played 10 holes. They are 4 up with 8 to play. They are marching again, shoulder to shoulder. Closest to us is Tommy Fleetwood, striding down the middle of the 11th fairway with the long hair, the familiar long hair poking out from the back of the baseball cap. Deep in conversation as well. Brilliant up and down from the pair, actually, Ollie Wilson on the 10th there to keep the 4-up lead, because the Americans found the green in 2. Rory McIlroy missed that green back left, and Fleetwood actually got him to within 5-6 feet with a fabulous shot, didn't he?
Yeah, Rory had a chance to put the pressure on, and quite an appetising pin for Rory, front left, who tried to sling one in right to left and just got it a little wrong and went way left and managed to find about the only patch of thick rough around, and left Tom with a very tough shot, but full explosion up to 5 feet. Great shot from Tommy and knocked it in for Rory. So again, just keeping the pressure on. Whenever they've made a slight mistake, they've come back and got out of there with par, and it's just keeping the lead nicely in position.
Yeah, 4 up with 8 to play, won 5 of the holes on the front 9. We are going to continue our walk down the right of the 11th. Sun is shining. We're by these massive, sprawling bunkers which frame the entirety of the right-hand side of this hole, with the long grasses that stand atop them. They're like bushy eyebrows on a person's face here, sort of glimmering in the sunshine. Europe 4 up, 8 to play.
Here on the 12th, the long par 4, you can throw a tablecloth over the tee shots of both the European and the American balls, right in the centre of the fairway, just a few paces apart. But this is the match on the course that the Americans have full control of. Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young 3 up against Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert, and we have 7 holes left to play. So this is big American hopes pinned on this one, with Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young leading the charge for Keegan Bradley's men this morning. The pin cut temptingly close to the front edge of the green on 12, and that ball has just flown straight at the flag. Ludwig Aubert with a bit of a grit of his teeth. He wanted that to be closer. It's moved to the side with a little bit of spin, 20 feet from the flag. That's where the European ball has landed, and the Americans will be trying to get in a little bit closer than that. Ian.
Thanks, Kat. Here we are on the par 3/8, severely downhill, and it's Victor Hovland's chance to capitalise on the tee shot of Bob McIntyre, 18 feet from the left edge of this green. which sits between two dune-like mounds with plenty of spectators on them, and Hovland with a positive stroke there and in, and it's a birdie for the Europeans, and Bob McIntyre, his partner, is roaring at the European supporters in celebration. What a moment there, and now it's down to Scotty Scheffler to match that. What a putt from Victor Hovland.
Oh, fantastic putt there from Victor. He was doing a fist pump when the ball was about 3 feet out. He knew it was going in, and you can hear the European crowd there in full voice.
It's so important to be beneath the hole and to be able to accelerate the putter head through, isn't it? I mean, we say that about every golf course, but it feels like it is very much the case here. That putting stroke looks so assured.
Yeah, you can just be that little bit more aggressive if you're below the hole. You're not worried about what you're going to leave your partner if you miss it, so definitely easier if you can be below.
So Scheffler with a putt for a half to come. Quickly to Kat.
Stiff arm punch of the ball from Bryson DeChambeau inside 5 feet on the 12th here. It's advantage to America with the Europeans 15 feet away. Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick need to find something here, or the Americans will go 4 up with 6 holes to play.
So looking good for the US in the top match. And Bryson DeChambeau starting to deliver for his captain Keegan Bradley, who was standing by the 7th green with Gary Woodland, his assistant captain, a short while ago. All the groups through the 7th. This is the final match. We're on the 8th green, and this is Scotty Scheffler 15 feet away, and he has a putt for a half for a birdie. It's been foursomes golf of the very highest quality in this match so far. This to remain only 1 down. Pressure on the world number 1. Tall figure sends the ball towards the hole, hoping it'll disappear. Doesn't. Oh, he looks forlorn. He trudges forward. And the Europeans have weathered a little storm. The American birdie on the 3rd. They were up against it a little bit on the 7th, and then at the 8th with a birdie 2. And what's that? That's their 5th birdie of this front 9. And they have played magnificent stuff, and they lead 2 up, Katrina Matthews.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to watch. We've seen some fantastic golf from both teams, but especially the Europeans. Some of Bob McIntyre's iron shots into the greens just setting up some great birdie opportunities, which they've taken.
Certainly the American fans around this match are subdued, and I suspect they are with you, Ali.
They are indeed. Taking to Cat Downs with the first match shortly. Just quick news of some more brilliance from Tommy Fleetwood. Colin Morikawa's pitch into the par 4 11th with the wedge into about 6 feet. Huge roars for the American fans. Possibly a chance to win a hole back there. 4 down with 8 to play, remember. Tommy Fleetwood then. I mean, McIlroy hit a monster drive with his wedge from 20 yards closer. Hit the stick, very nearly slam dunked, and so close to the hole it's been conceded. Now, this putt for the Americans turns into a putt for a half for the birdie. They're 4 down with 8 to play. They need to make this. Cat.
American fans certainly not subdued here around the 12th. Rousing, repetitive chants of USA greeting Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young as they walked up this corridor of green towards the little grandstand behind the green. Thousands leaning against the ropes, seeing if they can extend their lead. 4 holes over Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert. The Americans in close here by 5 feet to 5 feet, and you would expect Matt Fitzpatrick has to make this 15-footer if they are to hold out any hope in this match, because Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young have all the momentum with them as they lead the American charge on this second day of the Ryder Cup. Matt Fitzpatrick standing behind the ball now. Birdie putt for the Europeans. You'd say it needs to drop. On its way, heading towards the hole. And it's in from Matt Fitzpatrick. He walks after it the moment the ball leaves the face of the putter. The Europeans are in for a birdie here. Bryson DeChambeau needs to do the same. Ali.
And Harris English needed to do that for the USA. He has done it from 5 feet away, rolls it into the middle of the hole. The USA in this match, English and Morikawa, 4 down with 7 to play, but once again they thought they were going to have a sniff, have an opportunity, and Tommy Fleetwood, stunning pitch shot, hit the flagstick, landed inches from the hole. McIlroy and Fleetwood 4 up, 7 to play. Where are we headed next? Cat.
Back to me on the 12th, Ali, because this is the moment to see if Europe can wrestle back one of these holes. 3 down against Cam Young and Bryson DeChambeau, who is standing casually on the side of the green here, chatting to his caddy Greg Bodine. Big, strong arms with his hands on his hips, and he's watching his playing partner, the rookie Cam Young, who's been playing the best golf of the US side so far at this Ryder Cup. It is his home state, born in the Bronx, raised on Long Island, and really bringing the fireworks for Keegan Bradley's team as he and Bryson DeChambeau lead the charge on this Saturday in the foursomes. 5 foot then for Cameron Young to match the European birdie and to keep this match
at 3 up, and he does just that. Big whoop from the crowd around the 12th here, and the heroics from Matt Fitzpatrick, well, I'm afraid they amount to nothing. The lead is still 3, and that's a big blow, isn't it, for Fitzpatrick, because they had a little bit of momentum going there if they'd have managed to win that hole.
Yeah, it was a big putt there from Matt. It's one that he has to hold. They had the Americans in there tight at about 5 feet. So, you know, they've not lost anything, they've not gained anything, but they're staying in this match. It was a must hole. He made it, they made it. Let's move on.
Is this, you know, the performance, though, from an American standpoint that Keegan Bradley needed to see from his 2 best players? I know Bryson DeChambeau didn't win a match yesterday, but statistically he was on the list of the best American players, you know, from tee to green, putting, chipping around the green, and Cameron Young, of course, head and shoulders above the rest. This is the performance that they needed to produce, isn't it?
Yeah, it is for the Americans, yeah, but, you know, the Europeans have giving him a couple of holes. Bryson winged one right on the last but one hole, and they got away with it, managed to get it on the green, and hole previous Europeans leaving it short, giving him the hole. So, you know, they're doing all right, they're playing well, but this match can still be got back into by the Europeans. They've held a great putt there, they just need to keep going and make some birdies.
3 down, 7 holes left to play for Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert. So from the 13th tee, further down the course to James Gregg.
Yes, here on the 10th, where it was a brilliant recovery shot from that man, John Rahm. Tugged tee shot from Tyrrell that ended up in the thick Bundy down the left-hand side. Brilliantly executed recovery shot from John Rahm, just left of the green. So no putter in hand for Tyrrell Hatton as he marches down the little dip up towards that little plateau where the 10th green sits, right in the far corner of the golf course here. Spectators probably at their most sparse in this corner of the course, and I'll bring you news of the Americans as well, because a wonderful approach shot from Xander Schauffele from the dead centre of the fairway after a stunning Cantlay tee shot has left Cantlay patty ice, as he's been known and has definitely proved to be as well throughout this match, with about a 15-footer up the hill for a birdie. Just a reminder, Europe are 1 up in this match. Some brilliance from around the greens, those Spanish hands of Rahm helping Europe to steal a hole at number 8 and give themselves the advantage back. He had absolutely no right to do that. So I will bring you news of how that leaderboard looks. Red on the board in that top match, as we've been hearing, but then blue down the bottom side, and the score at the moment officially 5.5, 2.5 after that stunning European performance yesterday. So all going rather well for Luke Donald at the moment. Ian Carter, is that the case in your match?
Yes, it is going pretty well for the Europeans in this match, especially with that birdie at the par 3-8. Bob McIntyre's tee shot just to the edge of the green, and then a fantastic putt from 18 feet from Victor Hovland for the 5th birdie of the front 9 for the European pair. They really are delivering, and you know, Russell Henley and Scotty Scheffler haven't played particularly badly, but they do find themselves 2 down. And this 9th green has been one of the most atmospheric parts of the golf course, but it's just hubbub here. It's the Americans are really subdued behind the ropes here, as we now see the second shot for the United States into the 9th. It's Russell Henley who fires this one up high, the flag in the back left corner, and the ball tracks it and lands and then spins back actually over the pitch mark, which puts the brakes on, and that's a fine shot. He's put it to 15-16 feet.
Yeah, a wonderful shot there from Russell Henley. Was down the flag the whole way, and as you say, that pitch mark just slowed it down a little bit for him.
Yeah, nice little break that he'll be oblivious to. Now Bob McIntyre, I think he's really settled to his task brilliantly well. this morning.
He has indeed, the world number 9, and he's just settled into that stature he is now in the game, and he's hit, as I was saying, some fantastic iron shots and giving Victor some really good chances. Now I would expect him to put a good reply in here.
Yeah, it's a tricky pin to access because the flag is in the back left corner and beyond it is downhill. So if you go too far, you're going to go through the back of the green, but controlling the spin is the real issue here. Here comes McIntyre's second shot, and that is wide, and it's left, and it's in the rough, and that's why the crowd were cheering. They could see it in the air, peeling away just on the very gentle breeze, and that's a miscue, certainly from Bob McIntyre, and advantage USA as they approach the green here. Now the match ahead of us, Rahman Hatton and Schauffele and Cantlay being watched by James.
And the latter of that American duo you've just mentioned, Ian, stood over a birdie putt now to try and square this match up. It's a good one as well, just below the hole and on its way now. Cantlay likes the look of it, and it clings on to the lip. So no birdie for Cantlay, no bite back. Remember, both of these pairs have had 4 birdies apiece in that opening 9 holes. It's been a brilliant display from both of these pairings, and I actually thought that chip from Tyrrell Hatton from left of the green that I thought had nestled, well, a couple of feet away would be given, but seemingly not. So John Rahm is now faced with just tidying this one up. They've barely given them anything, actually, this American pair. Been very frugal, I would say, with the concessions on this front 9. So on the first hole of the homeward half, here is John Rahm with his angular beard nestling against his collar. Just rests the putter behind the ball now, and everyone holds their breath as this one tracks, and yeah, it was definitely not worth John Rahm's time, that one, but in it goes anyway, and they keep themselves at 1 up, playing really well. 3 under, the pair of them striding towards the 11th, which is that real pinch point of this golf course. Alistair Bruce Ball, you're there or thereabouts.
Yes, we are. Oliver Wilson, who played in the 2008 Ryder Cup for Europe, and I are watching Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood against Colin Morikawa and Harris English. American roars, you can hear erupting in the background because the Americans are starting to fire at the flags. Dogleg par 4 12th. Unusually for this golf course, you're not actually playing to an elevated green miles above you. Ollie, you've played this golf course in major championships. What's this hole all about?
Well, it's a completely different hole to when I played in 2009. Obviously, we've talked about the rough, but the softness this week, the lack of rough, the lack of importance of hitting the fairways is astounding. So this is playing very different, given the fact that you have somebody like Rory, this group as well, that's sending it 30-40 yards past everyone else. It's really not got the teeth that we are used to.
So McIlroy and Fleetwood 4 up with 7 to play. McIlroy's about to hit his approach shot into the 11th green here. I'd say the American ball is inside of 10 feet. Holes are running out for them. McIlroy flicks his head towards the target, taking you out to the last match on the golf course in just a second. That familiar, long, elegant golf swing of the Northern Irishman. McIlroy holds the follow-through. Oh, it's wonderful from McIlroy. It's inside the shot of Harris English. If English is 7-8 feet, then McIlroy is 4-5 feet. What a response. They're doing it every single time on every hole here.
Well, the last hole and that is absolutely phenomenal. It's incredible from the Europeans. The Americans are under an incredible amount of pressure right now. They're about to lose. Well, it's looking like they're going to lose. They lost yesterday. They've made 3 birdies so far for the 2 days, and now they've started to take aim. They're trying to find a bit of something, but the response from Tommy hitting the flag on the last, the response from Rory hitting right there, they're just giving them nothing.
Ian.
Here on the 9th, Victor Hovland with a pretty decent pitch to 4 feet from the left side of the green after the miscue from Bob McIntyre, but a chance here for Scheffler to pounce, and you really feel for the Americans this is must make.
Yeah, this is a golden opportunity now for Scheffler, as we say, from about 10-12 feet just back up the hill. Not much break in it.
Yeah, he can be aggressive with it, maybe a little bit off the left because of the shoulder that comes from the mound from which Hovland has just chipped. And Scheffler, the world number 1, is over it now, gently widens his stance, tall figure, navy blue shirt, white trousers, that claw grip on the putter, the swing of the shoulders, the ball starts its journey, looks good. No, it didn't take the porro. He can't believe it. He thought it was going to come from the left, and it tiptoed past the left edge, stayed above ground, and Europe now have a 4-footer for Bob McIntyre, And if that goes in, they'll be 2 up at the turn.
Yeah, this is a big putt here for Bob. You don't want to give one away. You never want to lose one to a par. So if you can get this in, as you say, 2 up at the turn, they're in a very nice position. But Scheffler's putt, I think he actually hit a really good putt there. It just didn't break. He read it the same way as you, Ian.
And not the same way as you, Katrina. So a lesson learnt.
Well, who knows? I wouldn't go that far.
So, big moment this for Bob McIntyre, and now it is rowdy around here. And there are a few people just shouting, but Bob McIntyre's just in conversation with his caddy, Mike Burrow. He's been a lot more businesslike with his putting so far in this match, and it's paid dividends. Felt he got a little bit bogged down with his processes yesterday, but now I think he's decided on his line. It's 4.5 feet. And his caddy, they've changed their mode of operation here. It's much less of the aim point, much more feel from looking behind the ball, behind the hole. And now McIntyre, even though there's plenty of noise from the grandstands, is ready to go. This for the half, this to go to the turn 2 up. McIntyre puts the ball into the hole, and then he clenches his fist and he looks over to the stand where all the noise was coming, and he just gently shakes it, and again, and then he stalks off and says, "You can try your best to put me off, but you're not going to." Brilliant outward half for the Europeans. They're 2 up at the turn. Ali.
Couple of great birdie chances coming here. It's fallen silent around the green of the par 4-12. Harris English arrowed his iron shot in first, inside of 10 feet. So Morikawa stands over the putt, but he knows Europe are really close here, almost concession close. We'll have to see just how close. Morikawa, good putt, rolls it right into the heart of the hole, plucks the ball out with his right hand. I would say that is warm applause rather than raucous roars from the American fans, but Fleetwood and McIlroy's golf has just knocked the stuffing out of them.
Well, I mean, it's a fantastic birdie on quite a tough hole, but it just doesn't have the same effect when the fact that Tommy's got maybe a 3-foot for birdie, but they've got to do it. They're taking aim at the flags, trying to force something to at least extend this match as long as they can. They've got to keep getting hole after hole, and you never know what can happen. But the form that Fleetwood and Rory are in, it's looking like a uphill task.
I would not want to be playing foursomes golf against Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood, even if they gave me however many shots. The form they have been in today, won both of their foursomes matches in Rome, heading towards 2 out of 2 in the foursomes here in New York. But Tommy Fleetwood will take every care, every putt important, trying to keep the lead at 4, and this would be 4 up with 6 to play. On its way, no problems from Tommy Fleetwood, hasn't missed a thing really today, and never going to miss from there. Tucks his putter into his left hand, hands it to his caddy Ian Finnis, and the players are just going to come walking past us now towards the tee. So I'm going to back off for a second here, and I will tell you, Kat, that McIlroy and Fleetwood are heading towards another foursomes victory. 4 up with 6 to play after the 12th halved in birdies.
Well, it's looking like a foursomes defeat for Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert, but still a few holes to play and mistakes from both sides here. So it's a case of who can scramble best, because both the Americans and the Europeans missing the fairway here on the 13th, missing the green. And the Europeans coming up short and to the right in amongst the trees. The hundreds of spectators have had to be corralled and manipulated and moved back to create space for Ludwig Aubert to get to the ball and then get a line through them to the flag. But Bryson DeChambeau is finding himself in an even trickier position, Jamie Dodds.
Yeah, they're both tough here. Obviously, Matt's winged it down the right-hand side. Aubert's got a shot here under the trees, but he's off a bare lie, like when it's been trodden down by the crowd. He's over the ball now as he sets up for this very tricky shot. He has to go a little bit low under branches. The American's in a slightly tougher position. He's played it.
He's absolutely knifed it through the back of the green and into the thick, juicy, claggy rough beyond just shy of the big grandstand. And as the ball bounced up towards the hoardings, everyone in that grandstand stood to cheer the arrival of the European ball as it bounced down into the rough. So not good for Team Europe. Now, what can the Americans do? Because let's just move into position a little bit, Jamie. They're down to the right of the green, really steep banking on the side of this green with thick rough, and there's a towering
towering pine tree. It must be at least 60, 70 metres tall. It's enormous, and it's got big sprawling branches that are going to block out the view for Bryson DeChambeau of the green here. He is, what would you say, 50 feet below the level of the green? He's down on a lie that's been walked on and trampled by the spectators. These branches have surely got to impede him, and he's going to be able to, is he going to be able to get through them?
He can go under them, but he's got to go over a steep bank, like you say, Kat. So it's a very tricky shot. The best I think he can do, if he's looking at the moment like he's going to hit it into the bank and try and pop it up, that is incredibly difficult because the rough is very thick on this bank, and the ball looks like the ball won't bounce through it. I'm sure he'll show me differently, but I think the best he can possibly do here is get it on the green 40 feet.
Things have gone from bad to worse for Europe here, playing from between the trees. Ludwig Aubert overshooting the green there in the rough through the back. So if Bryson DeChambeau can pull off a little bit of magic here, then this could be the first step towards closing out the match, slamming the door on Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick. Smartphones in the air around Bryson DeChambeau as he stands in the shadow of these big pine trees. Ball on its way. It's pinging up towards the green. It's flying off towards the right, and it does just bounce through and into the rough over the back of the green. Neither the Europeans nor the Americans on the green, and they are 3 shots on the par 5 13th completed. Who's going to win this hole? Nobody knows. Neither team playing it particularly well, but just goes to show what the heat of the battle can do to some of the best golfers in the world. James Gray.
Well, it's very, very lively around this 11th green. I thought it might be when you guys were describing it earlier on, but this grandstand packed to the rafters. Plenty of heckles, none of which overly imaginative, I must say, towards John Rahm, and the boos for the big man from the Basque Country, Barrica, Spain. And this 30-year-old is chipping from the back of this green. Remember, he and Tyrrell Hatton one up over that talismanic duo of Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay on this 11th hole. 10 holes of sparkling foursomes golf that we've seen, and this is a really difficult chip that is facing Rahm. Hatton blazed it from the right-hand bunker off the tee in towards this little back fluffy patch where John Rahm is here, whispering, as we like to do here on BBC Radio's golf coverage when we get up close and personal to the players. And this one now on its way, it's going to just land halfway down to the hole, catch the borrow, and this is excellent for speed. Wonderful touch from John Rahm, really good touch. He'll have a putt for par, will Tyrrell Hatton to come. We're back here shortly. Back to you, Kat.
Chip for Cam Young to win the hole. Matt Fitzpatrick has played a beauty up from behind the green in this thick green, slightly damp rough, and he's just put it to within a couple of feet, so that will be for par for the Europeans. But Cam Young, well, he could produce some explosive celebrations here if he can sink this. Little chip from just off the green in the rough. On it goes, bumps it forward, rolling now towards the hole, looks good. Oh, tickles the left edge and just drifts by a couple of feet. Are these putts going to be conceded? Are we going to see any more action on this 13th? The Europeans have said, no, that's fine for you, the USA, but the Americans want to see this European putt in. And it's going to be Ludwig Aubert who will tackle it. And he's been a bit dodgy on the short putts.
He hasn't made his fair share, but I think this is pretty straightforward for a man of his calibre. He's probably about 2.5 feet, and I'm sure he'll just tap this in and we'll walk on.
Yep, just 2.5 feet. Flat putt for Ludwig Aubert, and this to halve the hole in par 5s on the 13th. Neither team taking advantage of the par 5 here. And this to remain 3 down as we head towards the 14th. Just a little tiddler for Ludwig Aubert, standing over it now. A couple of seconds of action more on this 13th green, and in it goes. So yeah, Ludwig Aubert, Matt Fitzpatrick still 3 down with 5 holes left to play. James.
Yeah, back on this 11th green, big leaderboard right in front of my eye line, and just stepping onto that big screen eye line that I've got obscuring some of those American names that are struggling in those back three pairs, including this one, is Tyrrell Hatton, who has a few feet left, maybe 3.5, could be 4 for a par to potentially halve this hole. The birdie try of Schauffele's missed in that European putt for a 4 goes, and that's very nice indeed. Well done, Tyrrell Hatton, well done. Really good up and down from the back of this green. That was not easy. John Rahm played a deft touch. He's been so good with the wedges here. And now a little bit of pressure on Patrick Cantlay, because this one is to keep that US pair one down headed towards this 12th tee, which is at the moment absolutely packed with spectators all the way around it. They're overflowing this 11th green grandstand, and I think even though this putt is for a half, when Cantlay does eventually get round to knocking this one in, it will erupt, because they love seeing their Star-Spangled Banner lead duo, really, in many ways, as they have been over the last few Ryder Cups, just keep clinging onto the coattails of Rahm and Hatton. McIlroy and Fleetwood 4 up, playing the 13th. McIntyre and Hovland are 2 up, playing the 10th. Fitzpatrick and Over, as we've just heard of, have work to do. Cantlay finally ready. Goodness, it takes a while, but he's ready. This is an important one. Not long in length, but very big in terms of importance. Deathly quiet. Not any longer. Nicely done from Cantlay. 2 pars to start the back 9 for both of these pairs. Europe still 1 up though. We're going to just scurry our way through the walkway. It's bristling with every single person who's got an inside the ropes pass. Back to you, Kat.
Par 3, 14th for Cameron Young, 165 yards across a gaping chasm, big sprawling white sand bunker, the pin cut on a little peninsula in the green high above the sand, and he's gone straight for it just beyond the flag. The ball stops dead 10 feet from the pin. It's another beauty from Cam Young. What a display this young man is putting on in his home state and his rookie Ryder Cup, his first ever appearance in this cauldron of pressure. He has borne the burden magnificently and leading the way on this Saturday in the foursomes for Keegan Bradley's side, alongside Bryson DeChambeau. 3 up in this top match against Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert. It's Fitzpatrick to play next. Big pull back of the shoulder blades for the Englishman, looking just to give himself a little bit of movement, of suppleness in those shoulders, get rid of the tension, and now he's ready to pull the trigger, and the ball flies towards the pin. This looks like it could be short. Oh, it bounces just on the front edge, and it just clings on, flirted with the sand and the big danger to the front edge of the green, but it's just crept on that front side. It's a good 25-30 feet from the pin. Advantage USA here on the 14th, with Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young 3 up in this match. Ian.
Well, things are looking good for Europe here as well at the 10th, because the Americans, in the shape of world number 1 Scotty Scheffler, missed the green with his approach on this long par 4, and from the bunker Russell Henley could only get it to, I'm guessing, but 15-16 feet from the cup. Brilliant approach shot in from Victor Hovland, and a chance for a birdie here for Bob McIntyre that would take the European pair 3 up.
Yeah, an excellent opportunity, as you said. A great iron shot from Victor Hovland, just right into the heart of the green, and now leaving Bob a, I don't know, 25-footer just across the green for birdie. He's just sizing it up now.
Do you agree with me that he's changed the way he's reading the greens today?
It's definitely a little bit quicker. I watched him quite a lot at Portrush, and I thought he was quite slow over, just maybe over-analysing putts sometimes, but definitely just being a little bit quicker today.
Well, 2 putts might be enough here. So he doesn't want to do anything rash, but if he could slot this, well, that really would put the Europeans in the box seat, and Scotty Scheffler must wonder what he's got to do to win a foursomes match at a Ryder Cup. It's been miserable for him so far, the world number 1, losing both his matches yesterday, and now McIntyre is ready, just gently wipes the face of his putter, the left-hander from Oban in Scotland, on the west coast. And here he is on Long Island, New York, and this for a birdie to go 3 up. Sends the ball across the green from 25 feet towards the hole. It looks good. Oh, shaves the left edge of the hole and it stays above ground. It's a par 4. This European pair, putt conceded, went to the turn in 35 under par.
Yes, it's fantastic play, and I think it's a really good pairing because Victor's such a kind of happy-go-lucky guy, and you can see Bob, he's really laughing, they're really enjoying it. I think he's keeping Bob just that little bit looser.
And they know they're not going to lose this hole, but this is a toughie for Scheffler. Good 15 feet.
It is, and it's amazing when you've not been holding putts how he's the one who seems to be getting the putts that their team are really having to hold, so it's another real test for him here.
But equally a par save and a half out of this, that can give momentum.
Sometimes it can, can't it? A whole putt that you can be thinking, oh, we might lose this hole, and suddenly you hold a good putt, get the half, and just bounce in your step to the next tee.
Europe ahead in 3. The Americans ahead in 1. Europe leading 5.5, 2.5 from the first day. This is crucial for the United States. Their biggest player, Scotty Scheffler, looking for a half, sends it forward towards the hole and in. And a clenched fist from the world number 1. And there he showed his quality. He really did. A battling half for the United States. They remain only 2 down. Cat.
Ludwig Aubert's birdie putt here on the par 3 14th has drifted by some 3.5 feet, and now the Americans have a birdie putt from 6 feet or so that would see them move 4 up in this match, and word must have spread that the 14th is an absolutely phenomenal place to watch the action here at the Ryder Cup. It's the natural contours create these natural amphitheatres where the fans can stand stacked up on the hill, see over the heads of the hundreds and thousands in front of them. It looks like everybody at Bethpage Black has flocked to this 14th green. There are people everywhere, beneath the trees, on every hump and bump and lump, and every seat in the grandstand is packed, though everyone on their feet to watch this moment. Bryson DeChambeau 6 feet away from the hole on the par 3 14th. This to go 4 up with 4 holes to play, and to guarantee half a point for Keegan Bradley's American side. And if this drops, well, I think you'll be able to hear the celebration in New York City. DeChambeau with that stiff, upright stance, the hunched shoulders, the rigid arms, practicing the putt 2-3 times. This for Dormy 4 for Team USA. 6 feet in the sunshine on the 14th. Catches the lip of the hole and it horseshoes out. And what an opportunity missed, Jamie Donaldson, for Bryson DeChambeau to clinch a half point.
Yeah, he's a decent putt there, to be fair, but it's just had a big power lip out. So, you know, the Europeans are only 2.5 feet. It's looking like halved in 3.
Well, what could that do to the dynamic of this match with 4 holes left to play, 3 down, the Europeans, and Matt Fitzpatrick from 2.5 feet for a par here to match the Americans. And what an enormous intake of breath from the tens of thousands. There must be tens of thousands around this hole. Big plumes of barbecue smoke drifting up between the trees from the big white catering tents beyond the red hoardings. Everything here is red. Red painted grandstand, red television towers, red hoardings, red bibs on the caddies of the US side, as Matt Fitzpatrick in the chocolate brown and navy blue of Europe on this Saturday at the Ryder Cup stands over this 2.5 footer to match the US side, and in it goes. No mistake from Fitzpatrick. There's still a chance for Oberg and Fitzpatrick. The match 3 up to the Americans as we head to the 15th. 4 holes left to play, Ali.
Thank you, Kat. Back at the par 5 13th, Tommy Fleetwood very nearly did it again, putting from, must have been 40, 50 feet. We had an incredible view of his line of his putt, and it came speeding up the middle of that 13th green, and he read it perfectly, not just for pace, Ollie Wilson, but for line as well, because it was initially turning left to right, then it came back the other way, nearly turned into the hole at the end. 3 feet left for Europe, so USA a chance to win one back here. Birdie putt coming from 20 feet for Morikawa.
Yeah, really sloppy chip from Harris English from the top of the bunker. They just carried the bunker face and got lucky, but haven't really taken advantage. Now the pressure's back on Morikawa here.
So Morikawa in the shiny white trousers settles over this putt for the USA. Peering through the crook of someone's elbow here at the back of the 13th green. Americans desperately need something. 4 down with 6 to play. Will this one drop for them? Morikawa's putts. No, it won't. You heard the groans and the oohs and the yahs, and that's rolled a couple of feet by. And let's just see what Europe decide. Harris English picks the ball up and says that's okay. And now we've got to be desperately quiet and really careful that we don't distract Rory McIlroy. In the dark brown of Europe, the shirt banded with white, yellow and blue to match the colours of that European flag. The white fingers of the golf glove just dangling out of the back pocket of McIlroy. 3-footer, brushes the putter face with his hand and has this for a half to keep Europe 4 up with just 5 to play. Par 3, 14th to come. Putter head behind the ball, just a little tickle of it towards the hole and in the hole from Rory McIlroy. Well, it was a squirty second shot from Tommy Fleetwood there. He put Europe under all sorts of pressure, but McIlroy fashioned a brilliant escape from the right-hand side of the 13th, and as Ollie Wilson was just saying, Harris English with the pitch from the front of the 13th didn't get Morikawa close enough. So Europe remain 4 up with 5 to play. Who's there?
Well, it's going to be James Gregg here on the 12th hole, where John Rahm has just hit an absolute wonder of an approach shot. It whistled through the clear blue sky. It was silence in the air, and it was only interrupted by the pitch mark sound of the ball landing 2 or 3 feet away, rolling on perhaps a foot further than that. It's a 5-foot putt for Europe for birdie. The American duo of Cantlay and Schauffele have got a 30-footer, and it'll be Cantlay to put that one. So whilst Cantlay takes his time to line this one up, I'll tell you on our coverage that we are joined by 2003 USPGA champion Sean McKeel. We will talk to Sean in just a second. Ian Carter, what news have you?
Well, we are at the 11th, where the Europeans are 2 up. That is Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland, played brilliantly so far against the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler, the world number 3 Russell Henley, and both pairs are in the fairway. The Americans are much further down the left-hand side of the fairway, but Bob McIntyre will be first to play from probably 20 yards further out. It's only a short iron in, just a wedge really, to a flag located on the front right corner, and just a little hint of breeze now.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of breeze kicking up, but a nice, as you say, just a wedge in here. The pin's just 9 on, 10 from the right, just over. There's a bunker there in the short on the right hand side, so just bland it past the hole, spin it back.
He's over it now, the left-hander. Looks to have made decent contact. The ball climbs into the sky, but it's gone right and long. He's got way too much of it. Oh dear. If you pull it, it goes long, and it's gone all the way over the back of the green and into the crowd, to the delight of the home fans. Oh, we're going to go off to Kat.
Tee shots on the 15th, an absolute whopper from Bryson DeChambeau, as you'd expect, right into the centre of the fairway. Ludwig Aubert just missing to the right in this rough, but the rough, we were saying, Jamie Donson, it's often not a bad place to be, is it, when it goes to attacking the greens here?
No, it's often a great place to be, which is the opposite of what you'd actually think. As soon as you've got a hole that is slightly shorter than, say, a lot of the other ones, par 4s, where you're driving it and you've got like a wedge or a 9-iron into there, you know, you're in the semi, the ball sits up beautifully, but you can take the spin off it. The guy rips it down the middle of the fairway. He's got a shot in front of him that he has to chip it to stop it from ripping back off the green, especially on this 15th hole.
And we've walked now underneath the big Stars and Stripes banner and across Old Swamp Road and into this inner loop of the last 4 holes here at Bethpage Black. Huge hospitality stands everywhere, thousands of people. It's this really where the centre, the epicentre of this Ryder Cup sits, and this is where the pressure really cranks up on these players as you cross that road and down into this little bowl of pressure. It's the air is fizzing here, James.
Yes, well, Patrick Cantlay's birdie try here at number 12 has just slid by. Therefore, the door open for Europe. It'll be Tyrrell Hatton to try and put another birdie on the board, and therefore another hole on the board. Major winner, Sean McKeel, stood just to my right-hand side. We've got a great view of this exposed 12th green, Sean. What a great chance this is for the Europeans with 6 holes left to play after this.
Well, I certainly didn't get to see that shot, but I could hear the crowd really. It wasn't an American reaction and walk up to see John Rahm with 6 feet to win the hole. This is we're getting big time in this match here.
It was a stunning shot from Rahm down the left-hand side, just shy of 200 yards, and he was actually coming from the wrong angle. This pin barely a few feet over the front fringe and therefore over the front left-hand bunker that guards this 12th green. Jeers from the Americans as Hatton steps away for one last glance at this. 5 feet, that's all that's left for Europe to go 2 up, and the silence descends all around this 12th green, and Hatton pierces that silence with a beautifully struck putt. Europe 2 up with 6 left. Hatton and Rahm have been sensational. What a really good birdie at a crucial point in the match, Sean.
Yeah, if your opponent's going to hit it 6 feet, you're going to have to get it inside 30, 40 feet. It's just getting down to crunch time for the Americans. They're really going to have to put some birdies on the board because it's just unrelenting.
This volatile European cocktail up against the blandest of beverages, and the cocktail's prevailing at the moment, Ian Carter.
Here on the 11th, the Europeans under the cosh, and Victor Hovland having to chip from below the surface of the green, from off the back right of the green. Horseshoe of spectators around him as he gets ready for this difficult chip. He's got plenty of green to work with, but the pressure is on because Henley hit an excellent approach in for the Americans. They've got to look at birdie, and Europe have to get this up and down. Real unforced error from Bob McIntyre with his wedged approach that went long and right, and we wait now to see the ball emerge off the club face. He's addressing the ball now, getting himself ready. Here it comes, and the ball up onto the green and then releases down the slope towards the hole, and the fans are saying keep going, and the ball is keeping going, and it's run off the front of the green. And now there's atmosphere amongst these American fans. They know how vital it is for Scheffler to inspire a comeback, and the Europeans haven't lost their turn here.
No, they haven't. I mean, he was left with a really difficult pitch there. He was well below the surface of the green, having to chip it up and then down onto the downslope, and just carried it a bit too far, and it's run right off the front of the green. As you said, an unforced error with a wedge from Bob McIntyre there.
Yep, the Europeans are making a mess of this 11th hole. We'll keep you posted. Ali.
Tommy Fleetwood and Rory McIlroy closing in on victory. Par 3, 14th. A couple of good tee shots from Morikawa and Fleetwood, both to within about 20 feet. The Americans are to go first, so Harris English is surveying this putt. Probably closer, actually, maybe 16 feet for the Americans here. I'm looking right down the line of it from the other side. If he can make it, pressure on Rory McIlroy to make the birdie for the half. If English misses this, McIlroy will have a putt for the match. English for the Americans, ball on its way, turning left to right. No, had the pace. No, it didn't have the pace. Blimey, he's had a real go at that. That has gone a good 4, 5, 6 feet by, maybe even more, Ollie Wilson.
Yeah, it's just, I think he was only thinking about holding that, and it never looked like going in. It was left all the way, and it's gone, yeah, good 6 feet past. Not what you want to be doing there.
So cometh the moment, cometh the McIlroy. He's been in inspired form this afternoon. Got involved in a little bit of a shouting match on the second green. It was interesting listening to Rory McIlroy in his press conference during the week when he said he felt at Hazeltine he got too involved with the American crowds, got too engaged with that, needed to shut himself away at Whistling Straits, probably didn't get engaged enough. But we saw him get stuck in on the second. That was with a verbal volley. This, though, with the putter from about 15 feet for birdie on the 14th to get another point on the board for Europe. 5.5, 2.5, the overall match score. McIlroy ready to go. Here it comes up the hill. European fan screams, get in. It doesn't get in, and that one's gone a little bit by as well. And McIlroy looks a little bit puzzled, so I'd say 5, 6 feet for the Americans, maybe 4 feet for the Europeans, Ollie.
Yeah, both sloppy efforts there. Rory's had a better chance of going in. It just didn't quite turn. The pace kept it high, but yeah, a bit of an error there from Rory, putting the pressure back on Tommy.
More putting to come, Ian.
on the 11th. 2 putts for it for the American pair. I'm surprised it's not been conceded. This is only 15 feet for Scotty Scheffler. Sends the ball down the slope towards the hole, and in it goes, and he turns to the grandstand and he clenches his fist. Understated as ever, Scotty Scheffler, but the real momentum for the Americans here. Only 1 down, Ali.
Pressure putting at the Ryder Cup, don't you just love it? On Radio 5 Sports Extra 3 this afternoon, RyderCup.com. You're listening to us around the golf course as well. Morikawa for the Americans, 4 down with 5 to play, has to make this. Tricky one as well, slippery on the 14th green, dead silence as Morikawa sends it on its way.
Yes, finds the right edge of the hole and drops in. So he sets the challenge for the European team, and so far
they have been up to every single challenge that they've been set. Rory McIlroy, I saw there, just stepped in to have a little word with Tommy Fleetwood. He was really struggling actually to make himself heard above the noise.
Yeah, Tommy was just signalling to him with his hands. I think he was saying it was just like a half an inch to the right, so it should be fractionally right to left. It's generally, 4 feet, pretty straightforward putt, but at this stage in the Ryder Cup he's going to be feeling the nerves. He's just got to stay in the moment and try and put a good stroke on it.
This putt to guarantee a half point, because if Fleetwood gets the half on this hole, Fleetwood and McIlroy will be 4 up with 4 to play. They do not want to give the American team a way back in. And probably the first putt from Rory McIlroy is one of those where it's, sorry partner, I've left you a bit to do. Is Fleetwood up to the task?
Oh, it's horseshoed out. It's hit the left edge of the hole and it has zipped out to the right-hand side, and you can hear the rapturous reaction from the American fans as we take the walk down the steep slope behind the 14th green, and you'll get a real show of patriotism here because the walk to the 15th tee is underneath 2 giant American flags. So the Americans win a hole back, a 3 putt from the Europeans, 3 up with 4 to play for McIlroy and Fleetwood. Cat.
The European fans here on the 15th trying to claim Bryson DeChambeau as their own. They're chanting, "You're French and you know you are," in relation to his surname, the DeChambeau, there with the French connotations. I think it's wishful thinking. He is pumped up for the US side. The stars and stripes emblazoned across his chest. He's pacing around now, a picture of concentration. This 30-foot birdie putt from the back of the green that could well close out the match here on the 15th against Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert. A cacophony of noise as the American fans are baying for the first victory of the day here on the Saturday at the Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black. Bryson DeChambeau down on his haunches here, one eye closed as he looks along the shaft of his putter, along the line of the putt. Long one, this one, inside 30 feet. What's the line, Jamie Donaldson?
We've got a downhill, bit of a snaker, quite a lot of right to left in it. It's a tricky putt as they go. It's again a classic match play situation. Americans first, Europeans in closer. Bryson over the ball.
So this could really pile the pressure on Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick. If this drops, they have to make their birdie putt to keep the match alive. Bryson DeChambeau, rigid arms, putter tucked into the crook of his left elbow, that long shaft with a red, white and blue grip for this week. The American colours send the ball on the way to the hole. It's creeping ever closer. It's not quite going to get there. It just bends round to the left-hand side. And Cameron Young picks the ball up from the surface of the green, just a couple of centimetres away from the hole. And now a birdie putt to come for Ludwig Aubert. The Americans are in for a par. And if this hole is halved, then the US side will be 3 up with 3 to play, guaranteeing Keegan Bradley's side another half point. But if Ludwig Aubert can hold this one, well, we'll head to the 16th with more to play for than just a half point. So how long is this one, do you think, Jamie Donaldson?
We've got about 12 feet, literally straight down the hill. It's got a bit of pace in this one, so he's got to get it on line from the start, otherwise it'll wither away. But it's one of those putts that needs to make.
The putter of Ludwig Aubert has been stone cold so far today, and this one As Jamie just suggested, a tricky one down the hill. Heading towards the hole now. Ludwig Aubert likes it. Oh, and it's horseshoed out again. Aubert's birdie putt has horseshoed out, and that is a guaranteed half point for the Americans. Bryson DeChambeau is slapping his hands together and he's applauding the crowd. They are pointing and they are cheering and they are punching their fists into the air and whooping as the players make their way to the 16th tee. The Americans 3 up with 3 to play, a half point guaranteed. What can Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick rescue from this, if anything? James Gregg.
Well, we're just striding up the 13th hole. Relative calm in comparison to where you are. We can hear the noise carrying over. Sean and I walking up both of the pairs here on this 13th hole. The par 5, the last par 5 on this Bethpage Black golf course, have hit the second shots. They are just short left of the green, the pin in that back right-hand corner on its own little plateau. So trying to set up a birdie that the Europeans hope will cement themselves as the absolute out-and-out favourites. They're 2 up, remember, to close out this match. Sean McKeel, we were just wondering, weren't we, walking down the fairway, at this stage of the week, somebody like Patrick Cantlay played twice yesterday and has really stuck into a humdinger of an encounter today. Are they starting to feel a bit tired?
There's a lot that goes into these Ryder Cups, particularly you arrive here, you got the gala to go to, you got the opening ceremonies, then there's practice and preparation, and sometimes you just feel like you don't have enough time to get it all in. But then now you get to Saturday, the energy starts to wear off if you're not careful, because everybody their legs get tired, the pressure gets to them. But then they, you've got to rise up. You look at the crest on your shirt and you see the color of the flag, and that inspires you even more.
Listen to this noise as well.
Oh, it's electric. We're starting to see a little bit different golf. Yesterday was pretty boring golf. Today we're seeing a few shots in the bunkers. We're seeing a few mishit shots, but the consistency is the Europeans making putts.
Well, the crowd is full throttle all the way around this par 5 13th. I think that the spectators who've been out there all morning long, now basking in this sunshine that is right at its absolute most, you'd say, are starting to just work out where they want to be to try and soak in a winning moment. And at the moment, Team Europe eyeing one up over the course of the next 4 holes. So whilst these guys line up and work out their third shots at the par 5 from some 60-70 yards short of this par 5 13th green, we'll go to Ian Carter.
We've just seen the shot of the day in this match, and it's come from the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler, who really is starting to press the accelerator. Only 1 down now, him and Russell Henley. Henley laid up with his tee shot. Bob McIntyre really went for it, carved his tee shot, went with the driver. So good 50 yards further down the hole, but from the left rough now, Victor Hovland is hitting his second shot, and it needs to be a good one because Scheffler has put it in tight to the front left pin position and gouging it out of the rough. Oh, great shot from Hovland, what a reply, and he's put it to 5 feet. The Americans are 2 feet away, Hovland's 5 feet away. My goodness me, this match is just an absolute humdinger.
It certainly is. It's bubbling up now. That was just a fantastic shot by the Americans. They had to be 200 yards and he's hit it to 2 feet. But what a response from Victor.
And just a word on Bob McIntyre, because that was an awful second shot into the 11th. It cost them the hole, even though he put together a really nice chip. They asked the Americans to putt. Scheffler knocked it in. That gives him confidence. But also, McIntyre hasn't really been the same since he clenched his fist and engaged with the fans who were shouting.
Yeah, he had a poor iron shot on 9 as well, missed the green, and then Victor chipped up and Bob pulled a really nice little 5-footer to half the hole, and he turned round to the crowd who'd been kind of jeering him a little bit while he was lining up his putt, and kind of raised a fist at them a couple of times and looked at them. And like you say, Ian, he's just not quite been the same since then.
Which is interesting because I know, it's quite clear. And you've been in this sort of position as a captain of a European team in the United States, Katrina. That there is definitely an edict here for the Europeans not to engage, not to give the American fans anything that, their taunting might prompt.
Yeah, you have. I mean, it's been very noticeable over the first 2 days so far. They haven't been reacting to the crowds when they've been shouting at them or booing them or cheering their bad shots, but just that little reaction from Bob. Let's hope he can just keep it under control, knock this putt in.
He's got to, because that has been conceded as a birdie to the Americans. Such was the brilliance of the shot from a good 190 yards out from Scotty Scheffler to tap-in range, conceded birdie, and so this 5-footer for Bob McIntyre is to preserve the one-hole advantage in this match.
Yeah, and it's just the time of the match. You've just made the turn. You don't want to be losing holes, but to birdies. I mean, the Americans have birdied the last hole, have birdied this one, so let's see if Bob can match the birdie here and keep that one-up lead.
And a word of appreciation on that approach shot from Scheffler.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was the Scheffler we're used to seeing, just these long irons, long mid-irons into kind of 2 feet, 3 feet, perfect distance control.
My goodness me, he from the fairways, he dug up a prime rib T-bone steak of a divot with it, but the contact just magnificent.
It was, wasn't it? But as you say, maybe just buoyed by holding that putt, that it didn't necessarily need to have to putt because they had 2 putts for it.
Well, here's Bob McIntyre over this putt now, this to keep the Europeans ahead. Vital putt, sends it forward, and in it goes. Well done, Bob McIntyre, and again he just turns to the crowd and gestures to them. Here's James.
With Patrick Cantlay putting from 30 feet, a real mistake. We'll get more on that mistake in a couple of moments from Xander Schauffele, but here is Patty Ice up and over this little ridge onto the top tier where this pin's cut at the par 5 13th, and you've got to say that's a really, really feeble attempt. What was the mistake, Sean McKill, with that third shot?
Well, definitely some of that is misjudging the lie. And it's still wet, real thick grass, but when you have a pin in the back, you typically want to bring it in kind of low and hot. You can't afford to fly a ball on a green like this because the pin's in the back and you'll chip it over. So he just kind of fluffed it out of there. It's almost like he had just some indecision.
We have a birdie putt to come for Tyrrell Hatton. This to put Europe 3 up. If we need to go back to Ian Carter, we will do here across BBC Radio. But here is Tyrrell Hatton eyeing up a really decent pitch shot. It was a better execution from John Rahm, wasn't it, with that third?
Well, and you know what? It's a par 5. You don't expect to be having a 60-foot putt for your birdie on a par 5. It's really just a huge mistake.
Well, Hatton took advantage of a much better third from his partner John Rahm. This to go 3 up with 5 to play. This unbeaten duo in foursomes matches. Remember, Rahm has won all 5 of his Ryder Cup matches in this format that he's played. Hatton, deathly quiet now, dead still, ball on its way. Oh no, he doesn't like it. Straight up and out of it. So it was a really good opportunity for Europe to perhaps already start thinking about what they're going to be having for lunch. But that's not going to be the case. So it'll be Xander Schauffele trying to tidy up here at this 13th green. Europe 2 up. And Cantlay needs, Xander Schauffele needs to absolutely make sure that he can tidy this one up to keep it that way. Ian Carter?
Yeah, just to confirm for you, as the players tee off on the 13th, our 12th hole was halved in birdies. The brilliance of both pairs there. Fantastic birdie putt from Bob McIntyre to make sure that the European pair of McIntyre and Hovland remain 1 up on Henley and Scheffler after 12 holes. Back to you, James.
Heart racing, but mind still as glass. Xander Schauffele, 3.5 feet. He's got to aim just inside the right lip. He did a little lap of honour, that golf ball. It wiped its feet, but eventually dropped through the door.
The funny thing we say in the United States is the things that don't survive are dogs chasing cars and pros punting for pars. And we just saw it. What a great putt, though. I mean, we really need that. But again, on a par 5, you're expecting a birdie. And you just cannot leave your partner with a 5-footer down the hill like that, especially being 2 down.
Well, these guys have thrown together 10 birdies in this match, but remarkably, on this final par 5 here at Bethpage Black, neither of these two talismanic duos for their respective side could manage the birdie 4. Cat downs.
And it looks like Team USA could wrap up the first point of the day here in the top match out on the course. Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young have been untouchable, really, for Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick. And really the final blow, you'd say, Jamie Donaldson, has taken place with the approach shots here into the 60.
Yeah, DeChambeau's hit a really good shot there into about 10 feet. The Europeans have hit it in the right rough, and unfortunately most of the week. Every time you hit it in the rough, you've got to lie, and they've had a shocker. So they're short in the bunker on the face. They just needed a miraculous shot here. It's got to go in.
I'm not sure it's actually found the sand. I think there's two big white sand bunkers, or a kind of a C-shaped bunker, and Matt Fitzpatrick is just addressing the ball now that the ball is caught up in the grass in the banking around the bunker, so he's going to be chipping from the rough. I think he might even have his feet in the bunker, or at least teetering on the edge. It's a terrible stance for Matt Fitzpatrick, but as Jamie was saying, he needs really to hold this, because the Americans are 15 feet away, and if they win this hole, or even if they halve it with the Europeans, then this match is over on the 16th green, and the USA have a point on the board. That would take the scores to 3.5 to 5.5 on the morning of the second day of the Ryder Cup here at Bethpage Black. Hot sunshine, isn't it, Jamie?
Yeah, we're in a right sun trap here. It's absolutely lovely. Probably kicking out 80 degrees now on this beautiful day at Bethpage Black.
There's going to be an almighty shout if Bryson DeChambeau and Cam Young can secure a point for the home side. Still thousands of people in this little knot of holes, the home holes at Bethpage Black. Lots of people further down the course, but this is where the concentration is as we get to the business end of the Saturday foursomes. Matt Fitzpatrick has chipped the ball up from the rough, and it's run past the pin by a good 20-25 feet. Anything more he could have done from there, Jamie?
No, it's a very difficult shot all round, really, and it's just been conceded.
The hats are off here on the 16th green. It's a 3-2 victory for Bryson DeChambeau and for Cameron Young. The first point of the board on the Saturday foursomes goes the way of Keegan Bradley's side. That's the start, he will hope, of a big comeback here on the second day at the Ryder Cup. The score is 3.5 to 5.5. Ali.
Thank you, Kat. Well, you can hear some patriotic support for the home team on the 15th green as well. Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood have made a par 4 on the 15th. Mount Olympus, it's known as locally, the green a good 70 feet above your head. Fleetwood hit his approach shot into about pin high. McIlroy's not been able to hole it from just inside 20 feet. You are going to hear him. It's getting quite rowdy up here, I have to say, Ollie Wilson. And now Harris English has a chance, because the Americans won the 14th, to get another one back here.
Yeah, I've just turned my mic up so I can hear a bit more. The crowd's huge. If this goes in, it is going to go absolutely mental.
USA have a point on the board this morning. Overall match score 5.5, 3.5. That is because Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young, who's having some Ryder Cup debut for the USA, have beaten Ludwig Oberg and Matt Fitzpatrick. In this match, at the moment, McIlroy and Fleetwood still in control for Europe, 3 up with 4 to play. If English rolls this in from about 18 feet, that's 2 up with 3 to play. And as Ollie has just said, if this goes in, you will know about it. Camera phones all pointing towards the green. American flag on the English baseball cap. Here it comes. Will it go for Harris English? Yes, it will. He skips forward, he punches the air, and what a fight back this is from the American team, from Harris English and Colin Morikawa. They were blown away yesterday by McIlroy and Fleetwood, and it looked like they were heading for more of the same, but they've won the 14th, they've won the 15th, and that, he had to make that, Ollie Wilson. Under that pressure, that is a superb putt from Harris English.
It's phenomenal effort, yeah. I mean, he carted his tee shot way right, got lucky, managed to get a drop from a sprinkler. But Morikawa hit a high cut in there. I bounced it off the slope to give himself a great chance at birdie. It was a fantastic effort. They're fighting back. They had that glimpse from the Europeans 2 holes back, and that's just given them some energy heading into this final stretch.
Right, we're on the march again. We are heading to the par 4, 16th, so the players will hit from on high down to the fairway, a long way below us. And suddenly just a little bit of pressure for the first time in the foursomes at this Ryder Cup, James, on McIlroy and Fleetwood. They are still 2 up with 3 to play. Win another hole and they will get the job done. But that was a brilliant birdie 3 on the 15th. The iron shot from Morikawa, the putt from Harris English. And so we keep going.
Well, here we are on the 14th green, where the European duo of John Rahm, Tyrrell Hatton have been greeted to probably the loudest chorus of boos I've heard all day long.
We're starting to hear the ole, 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 but we don't need to hear any more of that. But again, look, Xander's got a really, really tough chip.
And again, what did I say about pars? He really needs to put this in the hole.
It's right up against the collar.
Yeah, that's tricky. And I think that's the byproduct of the soft greens that we have. We see all the balls landing and spinning back, and they just end up inherently up against that thick rough, which makes this shot really more challenging than you think it should be.
Jon Rahm looks like he's got a couple more inches to play with as Xander Schauffele, just short of this green, probably 20 or so feet away. So he'll be seeing this as a chip-in chance, right?
All of that is, both these guys are short, because if you're standing here and you're looking, you cannot go over this green. So everything's got to keep the hole in front of you.
Rahm stands over the chip now. Remember, he chipped in on the par 3 8th from the most impossible of positions, and he would love to do it again here under the watchful eye of Jose Maria Olazabal. So many spectators descend into silence. Jon Rahm gets his club on the back of ball there, but it wasn't anywhere near as firm as he needed. Tyrrell Hatton is once again going to be faced with one of those testy ones from just over 6 feet. So Tyrrell Hatton will walk round and just stick a little dot behind the ball here, and then over to Patrick Cantlay and Xander Schauffele to just try and work out. It'll be Schauffele hitting the chip, but they're both stepping in again just to have an extra final read of this one.
Well, again, they're just trying to judge the lie, and that's the thing about this kind of this northern ryegrass. There's ryegrass that it just grows in all sorts of different directions. We saw John kind of look down at the lie that he had, and it's hard to make good, crisp contact. This actually is a much harder shot than you can see. He's picking the club straight up. A lot of times you might even use a putter, but the grass is just too high behind it.
Lots of thought going into it. The waft of cigar smoke is filling the nostrils here, a bit like victory is in the nostrils of the two Europeans who both got the left hand on their left hips, like a little teapot stance as they await the chip of Xander Schauffele here. Really working hard, rehearsing, metronomic once again. Another practice stroke, and finally ready to hit it here is Xander Schauffele. We've got a cracking view. We're just off the back of this 14th green, just in front of the grandstand, which very nearly erupted as that one just slid by the right edge. Still a bit of tidying up to do. That's not going to be a gimme for Patrick Cantlay, so he's going to have to think about that, but perhaps double the length is Tyrrell Hatton.
Well, could you hear the sound? The sound was completely different. You barely could hear any contact from John's chip. He just got too much grass, and then everything there, you could see the technique was just to hit down on the ball to get it going forward.
These guys are so good at those shots.
Well, they practice them every single day, but I've seen Tyrrell missed a few putts today, so this is a big putt for Europe, because I don't think no worries about us missing that putt.
14th green, Europe 2 up. Rahm and Hatton have been brilliant. They've just been ringing off the birdies. They did pick one up at the 13th, but they did have one at number 12 to add to the 4 that they had. I beg your pardon, 5 birdies they had on that outward 9. But this is crunch time. This is the Ryder Cup on BBC Radio and across the golf course as well in the earpieces, including of Jon Rahm's wife, who is stood just a few yards to my left, and we get a little smile off her. Now here is Tyrrell Hatton. Husband Rahm looking on. Couple of rocks to the shoulders. He's been pretty solid from this kind of range. He'll hope that continues here. Putting for the half. It does. It does drop. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The hole swallowed that one nicely. That was a really steely stroke.
What a good putt. Especially he missed one on the last hole, but to step up and he hit that so confidently, just right in the center.
Well, that's the voice of Sean McKeel with us here on BBC Radio. So here on Sports Extra 3, we'll be sticking here at the Ryder Cup as Patrick Cantlay goes down onto his haunches, but as he does that, the American will go to the rugby with Claire Thomas. Now, not the oval shaped ball that we're focusing on, it's the little white one between the 2 feet of Cantlay. Steadies himself so many times. I've got to say, it's consistent, that routine, even if it is a little frustrating at times to watch. But it always works well for him. It always works well for him.
What a clutch putt, because after a short one that he missed yesterday, after a little bit about the same distance, he stepped up and really just hit that home.
2 good up and downs, you have to say. John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton are 2 up, headed towards the 15th hole. Ian Cart.
And here we are on the 13th, the longest hole on the course, the 1 par 5 on the back 9. And both pairs drove into the green the fairway bunker down the left-hand side. So layups for both. Now we've just seen the wedge shot in from Victor Hovland, which has skipped just to the very back edge of the green, just off the green. And now Scotty Scheffler, who's really dialed in, getting ready for his second shot. Can only be 110, 120 yards out. Just a wedge in for Scotty Scheffler from way further out on the previous hole. He knocked the ball to gimme range. The ball, it was conceded as a birdie, but it was matched by the Europeans, who lead 1 up in this match. So here is Scheffler now, full swing of that wedge, and the ball climbs up into the sky. This looks brilliant. Lands by the hole, then spins back underneath the hole. The American crowds love it because he's put it to 6-7 feet.
Yeah, great shot there from Scheffler. Just landed it at the hill, just spun back, as you say, to 6-7 feet. Victor a little bit unlucky. His one was just over the flagstick the whole way. Maybe just carried it 2 yards too far, and it landed in the fringe and didn't get the spin back.
And the other crucial thing from the American point of view is that it's a flat putt, isn't it? If anything, it's slightly uphill.
Yeah, I would say slightly uphill, maybe just a little bit off the right-hand side. Just one of these putts you'd just be... Russell Henley's going to love having a look at.
It certainly is. Well, the Europeans are making their way up to the green here. They are 1 up in this match. Europe ahead in 3 of the matches. The first of the matches having gone the way of the United States, DeChambeau and Young winning. What a debut from Cameron Young in the top match. But Europe ahead in all the others. 2 up in the next 2, and then in this one by 1 up. So as our players get ready for their 4th shots here on the par 5, let's take you to Alistair Bruce Ball.
Yeah, it's funny, Ian, as you see that blue on the board, I'm looking at a big screen, giving those scores that you've just detailed, but there is a real sort of feeling of hope and excitement rippling around these fairways, partly because in our match, Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood were 4 up with 5 to play. All of a sudden, it's 2 up with 3 to play. Harris English has knocked it to within 10 feet on the 16th, and McIlroy now coming from the second cut of rough to the right of the 16th, launches the ball high in the sky. It comes down from a steepling height, bounces twice, rolls out towards the flag and to the left of the flag and short, but it's a beautifully judged shot by Rory McIlroy. Ollie Wilson.
That was a fantastic response there. Just coming out of the rough, had to gauge it perfectly because he didn't have any spin on the ball, and it's released down inside the ball of the Americans. Great way to keep the pressure on.
Going to ask you quickly, Ollie, about Ryder Cup comebacks. I mean, you and Henrik Stenson actually have a record, don't you? In 2008, 4 down, I think, after 6 against Anthony Kim and Phil Mickelson. Obviously, the Americans were 4 down with 5 to play here. What was that like for you? What were you guys saying to yourselves in that situation? It can be done.
I mean, you've got to always tell yourself it can be done and try and formulate a plan, but it's really important to just try and keep the pressure on, so never give anything up, don't make any bogeys, make them hole everything. And for us, we were fortunate that we were given a couple of holes, and Rory and Tommy had done a really good job of not doing that until the par 3 14th. And that just gave a little bit of energy and excitement to the US team, and they've just ran with it. And now it feels like you look over at the board when we've got three games in blue, but it almost feels like the US are leading right now with the crowd.
Ian.
Bob McIntyre for birdie, putting from just off the back of the 13th green on the par 5. Huge moment here. Sends the ball down the slope, then looking for it to borrow left to right. Oh, it nearly did, but not quite. He bent his knees. It glided past the left edge. It's been conceded as a par, but Russell Henley has a real opportunity now for a birdie that would level this match going to the 14th.
It was a fantastic effort there from Bob. Just didn't quite break in from the right, but he came from directly behind the hole, and Henley now is putting up on exactly the same line from the other side of the hole, so he'll have a good idea of what this is going to do. Maybe just inside right.
Henley, a rookie on this Ryder Cup team, but just feels a lot more experienced in the sense that he played President's Cup, and he's risen beautifully into, well, now number 3 in the world. He's won multiple titles on the PGA Tour. Never quite done it in the majors, but here he is in the Ryder Cup, and he's got 7 feet here.
Yeah, 7 feet up the hill, just with a very slight right to left. I mean, under normal circumstances, you would probably expect him to haul out, one of the best putters on tour.
He certainly is, and both captains are here. Luke Donald watching on, Keegan Bradley standing arms folded, very, very close to the right edge of the green. That's where the flag's located as well. Here it comes, on its way, in it goes, and we're all square. Henley with the birdie putt. Oh, what a climax we have to this match as we go to the 14th. Ali.
USA enjoying a great spell of golf at the moment in this thrilling Ryder Cup. Overall match score 5.5, 3.5. Harris English and Colin Morikawa. Morikawa to putt here for birdie to pile the pressure on. They're trying to win 3 holes in a row against McIlroy and Fleetwood, who looked infallible on the front 9. Morikawa, no, and it's amazing, isn't it? You hear that roar from further back down the course. You just expect another one to come. He couldn't hole it, and hang on, all of a sudden, Europe 2 up with 3 to play. If they pop this in, they've won the match.
3, that would be nice. They have to take the opportunity right now. Obviously, that's going to pretty much guarantee them half a point, but they need to close this out. You don't want to give any chance for any kind of comeback to the Americans.
2 up with 3 to play. Birdie putt to come for Tommy Fleetwood. If he holes it, Europe win the hole. It is 3 and 2. And for Tommy Fleetwood, that will be 6 points out of 6 in Ryder Cup foursomes, which is quite incredible. From short range, Tommy Fleetwood does the job again for Europe. McIlroy and Fleetwood were under pressure late on there, but McIlroy's stunning iron shot into that 16th green has done the job, and Tommy Fleetwood, rock solid all day with the putter, has popped that into the bottom of the hole, and Europe take the point. It is 6.5, 3.5. Nervy moments towards the end. Not a bad thing, actually, in a way, Ollie Wilson, that those two, McIlroy and Fleetwood, have just been put under a bit of pressure.
Well, it shows that even those two, the quality of golf they've played so far, the nerves still affect everybody. And they played almost faultless golf all the way around, and they've just a couple of little chinks down the stretch, but they've come back. The shot from Rory there to follow the US into the green was absolutely phenomenal. He's just been brilliant this week.
Right, we'll go and see if we can get some reaction from Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood. They've won the point. They have beaten English and Morikawa for the second day running. They've won it 3 and 2. They are leaving the back of the 16th green, arm in arm, and we'll go and see if we can have a word. James Gregg.
Well, I've got to say that news has already reverberated around this 15th hole. The huge hospitality grandstands, which are double tiered, packed to the rafters down the right-hand side here, will have an excellent view of the second shot of this European pair. It's going to be Tyrrell Hatton next from the semi-rough. The US pair are way down the left-hand side up against the grandstand, maybe blocked out. We'll talk about what the US are facing in just a second, but Ian Carter, tee shots where you are.
Yeah, on the par 3 14th, 165 yards, and Russell Henley with the honour after getting that birdie, and he hits a lovely tee shot in, but it sucks back towards the front of the green, and that's going to be 25, 30 feet away from the flag. So what have you got here, Bob McIntyre, as you get ready for your tee shot here? My goodness me, what a match we have here, all square now.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic game, and now for Bob, the left-hander, probably want to try and get a little draw in here. The pin's on the back right. He's just got to carry that bunker, and then he's got 12 yards of green, so he's got green there to use.
He's been a little skew whiff on the back 9 with his irons, so he needs to pull something out of the top drawer here. Europe under the cosh in the bottom match. Vital stuff. High trajectory from McIntyre. This looks pretty good if the distance is right. Flies to the back of the green. Oh, and it lands almost in the hole. Spins back. That is brilliant from Bob McIntyre. And he's put it to 5 feet. What a shot.
That was a fantastic shot there from Bob. The Scottish fans are singing, cheering, liking that one. But what a response after the 3 birdies in the last 3 holes from the Americans.
It's been a privilege to watch this match. It really has. So just to reiterate for you, 2 results in so far. The overall score now, Europe 6.5, the United States 3.5. 14.5 points is the winning score. Europe only need 14 points to retain the trophy. We're starting to get into that territory of conversation as we get deeper into this Ryder Cup. 12 singles matches to come tomorrow, but McIlroy and Fleetwood have beaten English and Morikawa 3 and 2. DeChambeau and Young for the United States beating Fitzpatrick and Ober
4 and 2. And we can go now to the winning pair of McIlroy and Fleetwood. They are with Alistair.
Yes, I'm here with Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood. Tommy, put under a little bit of pressure towards the end of that match, but you put so much pressure on that American team right from the start. Having lost the first, kept holding putts, kept firing at flags. That's the key to good foursomes golf, isn't it?
Well, we played phenomenally well for 12 of the holes, and then like for the next few holes, it was like we're always kind of one golf shot away from the match being over. I made a hash of a couple of things, but I just think where we put ourselves, it obviously made it very difficult for them. They played great towards the end there, but having that buffer there and that lead helped massively. And then Rory hit that shot on the last, so that was good.
Nice shot. That's a little bit of an understatement. Rory, brilliant to play well away from home. Atmosphere is always trickier. You know, we heard you get a bit of stick. At one point, you decided to have a little go back, but it only seemed to fire you up and make you play better.
Yeah, look, I don't mind them having a go at us. Like, that's to be expected. I mean, that's what Ryder Cup is. I just, whenever they're still doing it while you're over the ball and trying to hit your shot, that's the tough thing. So, look, in between shots, say whatever you want to me. That's totally fine. But just let us, you give us the respect to let us hit shots and give us the same chance that the Americans have, I guess.
Okay, well done, guys. Go and get some rest, get some lunch, and good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
That's Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood after a 3-2 win against Harris English and Colin Morikawa. Those two have played foursomes together 4 times. They've won all 4 matches, and Tommy Fleetwood, I'll repeat it again, 6 wins out of 6 in Ryder Cup foursomes. That is phenomenal. Ian.
So here we are on the 14th green, and we've come down, and I can confirm it's only 4-5 feet away maximum after that brilliant tee shot down the hill right into the right-hand corner of this L-shaped, comma-shaped kind of green that we have on the 14th. And it's 30 feet for Scotty Scheffler after Henley's tee shot.
Yeah, 30 feet back up the hill. Henley's one got halfway up the green, then just kind of spun back to the front of the green. But Scotty bending over, looking at it, wouldn't put it past him.
No, he's been dialed in, he really has, and it would be in keeping with this match were he to make this birdie putt, but it is 30 feet. The grandstand falls silent behind the green. And now Scheffler is over it. His captain standing on the green, hands on hips as well. The ball is on its way, heading towards the hole. Will it get there? Will it get there? Nearly. But it's only a par for the Americans. And the door is ajar as the ball is picked up, conceded par. And the door ajar for Europe to go back ahead.
Yeah, to go back ahead, get that one up just with 4 to go. They've never been behind in this game, and they don't want to go behind now with only 4 holes to go.
With Rahman Hatton 2 up, playing the 15th against Schauffele and Cantlay. If Europe can snatch a win out of this bottom match, it will be another epic session of foursomes for Europe.
Yeah, we had another 3-1 if we can win this one, and this, as you said, the third match win their one. But there's still a lot of golf to play in this match.
There really is, and we're looking forward to it because it's been a treat and a privilege to watch so far. And this is only 4 feet. The ball landed just beyond the hole, spun back underneath it. And Hovland is down, crouching low, peering beneath his navy blue cap. Just touches the collar, the blue collar of his brown shirt, rust brown shirt, navy blue trousers, white shoes with the stars of the European flag on the heels. And this is vital. This is for a birdie. This to go back in front. Hovland sends the putt forward.
And he's clenching his fist before the ball disappears. And it duly disappears. And it's a brilliant birdie for the Europeans. They go to the 15th. That's where we're going as well. Europe 1 up in the bottom match. James.
Well, Alexander Schauffele, we're going to change the tone here. Has a birdie try here at number 15. It's looking very, very good. Wow. Well, even the fact that the American pair were putting for a birdie here at this 15th hole, Sean McKeel, after a massive tee shot way left from Schauffele, is quite something.
Yeah, but Hatton's shot, he had no way. He had to be more aggressive on the second shot, but he just couldn't be because there's an overhanging tree here about 40 yards short of the green. But all of that was set up by the poor drive off to the left. You just can't afford to miss fairways out here, particularly on the 15th.
Well, the US pair in for 4 after that really good try up the hill from Cantlay. And now it'll be John Rahm. Remember, Europe 2. 2 up in this match. We've just heard Tommy Fleetwood go 6-0 in foursomes, and that's exactly what John Rahm's foursomes record will be if he and Tyrrell Hatton can close things out here. 4 holes left to complete, 3 left after this one, and this to put Europe 3 up with 3 to play and guarantee a certain half point. It's going to be fast from this topside.
Oh yeah, he's putting down. It's really quick down there. He's not going to try to do anything but just kind of cozy it down, let it fall in the front.
He's taken another good look at this one. He's got the blue and yellow on the heel of the golf shoes. I can see that really clearly from where we are. We are, no word of a lie, probably 10 yards away from the big burly Basque. So this to guarantee another half point on the board for Europe. But they're not thinking about half points here at this stage. They're thinking about the full one. Steadies himself now. Rock from left to right onto the balls of the feet, and now the golf ball on the way. Looking good. Needs to hit it. Needs to hit it. He was cautious with that. Cautious. But the Americans don't care about being cautious. They just care that the US duo can still live to fight another day. It is absolutely sizzling here. Not just in heat, but the atmosphere. The fans are like a furnace out here in the far corner as we stride up towards the 16th tee. Wow. Well, a very healthy lead still for Europe. Sean McKeel, that was a good look for John Rahm.
Well, I mean, at this point, you're just trying to make sure you tie the hole. There's no reason to get aggressive and leave Tyrrell with a 4 or 5 footer coming back when you don't need it.
The atmosphere's cracking too, right?
Oh, yeah, unbelievable. The cheers are starting to get louder. I think some of the festivities that the Americans fell into last night have carried over to today.
Just gone past 11 a.m. local time, and I think it might be a combination of yesterday and maybe even this morning that are contributing to that. Great scene as we walk down the hill from the 16th tee down towards the fairway. We'll come back here shortly. Ian Carter, though, tee shots with you.
We're back on the tee on the 15th. Victor Hovland has just teed off, found the right semi-rough down the right-hand side. Excellent tee shot. And we're a good probably 300 yards away from it, and we can see the ball, so it's lying well. And now probably about 70-odd yards to my left is Scotty Scheffler, the world's best golfer, under the cosh here. He's been playing brilliantly on this back nine, but he and Russell Henley are 1 down on McIntyre and Hovland in this epic contest. And now he's standing tall over this tee shot, then launches into it. That curious footwork of his always looks a little ungainly, a little unbalanced, but usually the result is spot on, and it is spot on right down the fairway, down the right side of this 15th hole, and the flag located on the left side of the green towards the back left, so both of these pairs will have an excellent angle of attack for their second shot.
Yeah, great angle in coming from this right hand side. I would just say a slight maybe advantage to the Europeans being in that first cut. Just take a little bit of the spin off the ball going into this green. It's a small green up the hill, it slopes from back to front, so not getting that spin might just help them.
Katrina, we keep asking you for captaincy references, and we forget what a stalwart you were for the European Solheim Cup team down the years. You will have played in matches like this towards the end of sessions where it's crucial, where you're away from home and you've got your nose in front. What's the mentality at this point?
To keep your nose in front. Yeah, I think the last thing you want to do is to make a mistake. Not that you want to play defensively, but you want to just keep the pressure on them, but just never give them a hole. Always trying to, especially foursomes, fairways, greens, give yourself a birdie putt. If you lose a hole to a birdie, well, they've played well.
And it really is an extraordinary scene as we make our way up this 15th hole, the hole they call Mount Olympus, because the green sits 50 feet above the fairway. We're walking up to where the balls are, and all the way down here either side we've got hospitality, but the ropes are, well, 3, 4, 5 deep here as well. Katrina?
Yeah, I'm just loving the look of that hill walking up to that tee. But I think on was it 13 when Scotty Scheffler, Russell Henley hold that birdie putt, that's the biggest roar I've heard so far this week.
Yeah, absolutely, it's been cracking stuff, and I think, Keegan Bradley's been watching this match. The Americans know that this is absolutely vital. If they lose this match, they really are in disarray. So they've got to pull something out of the fire. 4 holes to go, 1 down. And for Europe, wow, what an opportunity to ram home the initiative. Right, I'm going to hand over to James Gregg because we're about to begin the ascent, and you wouldn't want to hear that.
We've had the pleasure of a breathtaking descent. Honestly, Ian, when you walk down that hole, it will be one of the greatest scenes that even you've seen in all your years covering Ryder Cups and tournaments around the globe. It's truly one of the best sporting spectacles, this. Fairways lined with 10, 11 spectators deep either side, and that view from that 16th tee also brings into view the grandstand that is still packed at the back of the first green. Also, all those spectators that are waiting up there on the banks behind the 15th tee. It's a truly remarkable sight. Green brushstrokes littered by the multicolour of these spectators, basking in the New York sunshine. This is absolutely brilliant. Sean McKeel, you won a major championship. You've walked down the 72nd hole, packed out with spectators. This, though, is really cool.
Oh, it is so much fun when you see the people. Over the years, you know, the crowds have gotten smaller and smaller for events of my age, but it really is energizing. You know, you really want to play for someone other than yourself. You want to hit a good shot, you have to make a good putt just to get the crowd fired up. Can't really explain how great it feels.
And how difficult is it to just focus on the technique, the things that you do when you're practicing with absolutely nobody there, and you're hitting it well and you're flushing it on the driving range, and you think, right, I've got to bring that to a golf course where I've got all these distractions. How on earth do you get into that mindset?
The longest walk in golf is from the range to the first tee, and it's the same for PGA Tour players. You worry if you don't have a good practice session, how are you going to play? Sometimes, you know, I know for me, if I don't hit it great on the range, I don't worry so much about it. But I mean, these guys practice so much on their own that they don't really sweat it. They've done it so much. They know how to transition from practice to competition.
The course is quivering like a living drum. Every blade of grass vibrating with noise. The players come into view. Xander Schauffele and his caddy Austin Kaiser have reached his team's ball. They're going to stick the little tee behind it, pick the ball up, because that's what they're allowed to do on these soaking wet Bethpage Black fairways, and give it a little clean with the towel. And then into view also comes Jon Rahm. Both balls in the fairway down this narrow 16th hole in a perfect spot. We'll be back here shortly. Remember, you're up 2 up with 3 to play. Ian Carter, have you caught your breath?
Just about. Not only have we scaled the Mount Olympus, literally, well, not literally, but in terms of the nickname of the hole, we also sprinted across the fairway as well. So we have had to have a few deep breaths, but now we're at the summit, and we can look all the way back down to Bob McIntyre, who's not overly convinced as to which club to hit here.
No, it's a tricky one with that pin in the back. There's only 9 yards behind it, but you really want to be below the hole. But as I said, the whole green slopes from back to front. So I mean, it's going to spin back down. But as I said, the advantage coming out of that first cut might just take a little bit of spin off the ball.
He's switched club twice now. Switched club twice, and he's getting plenty in his ears from these crowds who are getting more and more boisterous. They know how important this is, and now he's over it, launches into his approach from the semi-rough down the right-hand side, and the ball lands on the green and skips to the back and just nestles up against the collar of rough just off the back of the green.
And that was so unlucky. Maybe just flew it, I don't know, maybe 3 yards too far. A bit like Victor's one on the last hole. It just landed in the first cut and didn't get that check.
And he's above the hole. That's a really slippery putt coming back from there.
It's going to be interesting to see what kind of shot Victor can play. He's nestled up, as you said, right against that thick collar of rough. So see what he can get behind the ball.
Now, can Russell Henley capitalise? He's hitting from the fairway. He just wafts 3 or 4 practice swings, not with any great intent, just trying to find rhythm in those arms. How's his ticker? That's the question. Way down below this green. Here he is from the right half of the fairway, hitting to a back left flag. And I'm not sure he made the best contact with that, but he has found the green, and he's come up a little shy, and now it's tiptoeing on the slope. It's tiptoeing on the slope, and it's heading away from the hole and heading all the way back to the front of the green, and it accelerates down the slope, keeps rolling, and finally comes to rest. Probably, I don't know,
6 paces onto the green. Now the flag is located 27 paces on, so basically he's a cricket pitch away from the hole, and that it looked like it, just from his body language, he wasn't happy with the contact. Maybe a tad fat?
Yeah, it looked like he just got it a little bit heavy. That was he had this sort of golden opportunity. They probably maybe didn't quite know where Bob's one had gone, but that was a golden opportunity to try and get one in there close. We can just see McIntyre and Hovland's ball now. It's just nestled into that thick stuff. It's going to be a delicate, probably little chip, chunk it out, just let it run down the hill.
Very hard to play a putter from there, isn't it? It's just nestled in to the collar of rough. So advantage America, I'd say, even though they're further away from the hole. Goodness gracious me, what a match this is. The Europeans are leading it 1-up. They're making their way to the 15th green. We go a hole ahead to James.
Yes, we're on the 16th. The American ball was struck by Xander Schauffele. It pitched somewhere near pin high and then just sucked its way back down towards that front fringe. So putting from off the green will be the American duo, and they have the added pressure of knowing not only are they 2 down to Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton, but the Englishman will be putting from 2.5 feet to wrap this thing up. The writing is on the wall here. The European duo have been brilliant, and Jon Rahm has just personified that better than anybody else just a couple of moments ago here at 16. Absolutely glorious wedge shot. It just stuck like a tennis ball to Velcro on that green. It was just wonderful, and the small smattering of European fans behind this screen let him know it. So
thank you very much, James. So here we are on the 15th. Interesting developments. He's not next to play, but Victor Hovland has pulled the putter out.
Yeah, quite surprised by that in a way. He just obviously thinks he can just get enough of the putter on the ball, but he's going to have to probably change his putting stroke, maybe just take it a little bit steeper and kind of pop down on the ball and let it just pop up and then roll down. But it's not an easy shot, and sometimes under this pressure the putter is the best choice.
I suspect that is also a sign of a little relative lack of confidence with the wedges. That's the one area that Hovland can often struggle with.
It's the one area you wouldn't put him in the top 10 in short game. I mean, he's got a good short game, but he's not got perhaps the imagination and the touch that some of the others do.
Well, Scotty Scheffler has walked all the way from that position on the front of the green to the very back, and he took a long and lingering look at the lie of the European ball, probably just working out what the scale of the task is that's facing Hovland, but he has to concentrate on his own here now.
He does. This is all speed. It's all up the hill. It's a 2-tier green. He's right at the bottom. He's got to come up that first tier and then just get it up there to the hole. But just pace. He's got to be concentrating on the pace. If it falls in, it falls in.
Something you don't see so often in the game these days, but now you're allowed to leave the flag in. Is it being attended? But that's what's happening at the moment. And holding at an angle is Scheffler's caddy, Ted Scott, as Scheffler over this putt sends it on its way up the hill, heading towards the hole. It's not got enough, and it finishes short and right, and it's about 5 feet away. James.
Well, this is good news for Europe. The putt of the Americans that was for a birdie 3 at number 16 has left them with some tidying up to do for their par 4. Europe in tight. They're closer with their birdie chance that they've left themselves than the Americans are for par. Remember, 2 up with 3 to play. If this were to miss from Xander Schauffele, that would be that, and it would be 7.5, 3.5. Great news if you're a European golf fan. So Xander Schauffele has the formalities to do here. Just needs to try and tidy this one up as best as he can. A faint glimmer of hope left, but very, very dim now. And it'll be over to Tyrrell Hatton to try and close this match out for Europe. He has 3 feet left across this green, perfectly flat, perfectly still as well round here. The American spectators very respectful of this European duo, I must say, a duo that are unbeaten in the foursomes format. 3 wins, 1 half, and maybe that record about to improve here. Rahm has been the rock, and here is Hatton, who's been the flame. Europe's pride not fortune, is their game. Ryder Cup riches in the shape of a blue point. This potent pair win against Cantlay and Chaufflet by 3-2.
Well, it's turned into another excellent morning for Europe already. The question is, can it be a brilliant morning? And that's in the hands of Victor Hovland and Bob McIntyre on the 15th green. And Hovland has putted from the rough, and we can now say probably not the right decision. He's left it 10 feet short.
Yeah, he just got a little bit of grass between the putter face and the ball. I thought he might have just tried to take that stroke just a little bit steeper so he could try and kind of chop down on the ball and let it pop up, but he just went with his regular putting stroke and just got some grass caught between the club face and the ball, and it's come up well short and left a tricky little putt here for Bob down the hill. I think the one advantage, they're putting first.
And we did say, didn't we, when we came up to the green, but by being at the back of the green, coming down the hill, knowing that slope behind could take it catastrophically away, that was always going to play on the mind of Victor Hovland for the third shot here. So this is for a par. Remember, the Americans are 4.5–5 feet away after the putt from Scheffler. The Europeans in this match are 1 up. There are 3 holes to play after this one. And now Bob McIntyre is ready. 10 feet for a par, which would mean that the Europeans couldn't lose this hole. Over it now, narrow stance, sends the ball on its way, heading towards the hole, and in! Bob McIntyre, nerves of steel for Europe, clenches his fist, gives a little wink to his partner Hovland. Oh, brilliant.
Fantastic putt there from McIntyre for the par. You could just see them, they're grinning away there. Both kind of saved each other.
Oh, great stuff. And now, well, Russell Henley, this is now must make from 5 feet. If he misses, then the Americans will be 2 down with 3 to play.
Yeah, he's got an uphill, maybe just slightly right to left, but I'd keep it in the hole, probably just inside right, keep the speed up on it, be firm on it.
Only 5 feet, but feeling a whole lot more.
Oh, 100% under this cauldron, the pressure. He's got to know if they go 2 down, it's a monumental task to get that point.
And it's the European fans who are doing the little taunts there, because he went to line up his putter on the line of the ball, and he thought, no, I'm going to have another look, so he backed away. Moments of the highest tension here on the 15th green, this for a half, with Europe 1 up. The United States, Russell Henley, the world number 3, putting through his shadow, sends the ball up towards the hole, and he holds his nerve as well, and no surprise at all that he did. That was fantastic. What a match. It's the Europeans who are edging it. There are 3 holes to go, and I can't help feeling there are going to be more twists and turns, Katrina Matthew.
I know, what a fantastic 2 putts there from McIntyre and Henley under that supreme pressure. It's been such a treat to watch this. The crowd are right into it. We're just having a time of our life here.
We really are. So we're making our way up the hill towards the 16th tee, and we're watching the players as they turn right, we'll turn left, and then we have that very steep descent, which is the same sort of level change, but in reverse as we had getting up to that 15th green. So let's go to James Gregg, because I think you're with a couple of very happy men.
I am indeed, yes. They are just about to come and have a little chat to me, just to wrap up exactly what they achieved. They have beaten Patrick Cantlay and Xander Schaufflet 3-2. It puts Europe 7.5 to 3.5 up. This is a really statement morning once again from Luke Donald's merry band of golfing brothers. They were both fantastic. They both had their moments. Hatton, so good from close range, some clutch puts in there. Rahm with the highlight reel moment of the day from any set of matches. And here we have Tyrrell Hatton and Jon Rahm with us live here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Gentlemen, I'll start with you, Tyrrell. How good was that?
Yeah, it feels amazing to win our point this morning. Go against 2 incredible players, and ultimately we've gone out there with the job to try and win a point for Europe, and just so happy that we're able to do that.
And John, how pumped were you when that chip went in on number 8? That was electric.
I was very excited, but you don't want to obviously get too high, right? We hadn't played our best golf on the hole before, and Besides that, going in on 8, it wasn't looking too bright for us. We just squared the match. They had just squared the match, and it was very nice. But it's an incredible moment. But there's still so much golf ahead that I didn't let myself get too high over that.
John, you're 6-0 in foursomes, and you guys are undefeated. That's pretty nice to have under the belt, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know what else to say. It's a joy to be able to play with him. We've shared the golf course for many holes, and it's absolutely incredible watch him play and watch him do what he did. What he did on the greens today was nothing short of spectacular, because at one point we were basically out of the fairway and out of the green, and we just somehow stayed in it until we played some good holes at the end.
Congratulations, guys. Go and enjoy some lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyrrell, you're good. John won in Spanish.
There we go. That is John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton speaking to us live here on BBC Radio 5 Live. We'll be getting more reaction shortly. Ian Carter, what news have you? Have you seen that wonderful view down the 16th towards where I am at the moment?
Oh, it's magnificent, isn't it? It's stadium golf. It's absolutely jam-packed. It's a little subdued, I think, from the American side of things, because this is another session that's gone away from them, and Europe's grip on the trophy is growing ever stronger. It really is. But it's a magnificent scene. We can see the grandstand behind the 17th tee, which is jam-packed full. They're standing 20, 30 deep down either side of this 16th hole, and very gingerly walking down the steep slope to the fairway level. That's where we'll find Bob McIntyre's ball, because he's hit a wonderful tee shot. I think both teams are in the fairway. Didn't quite see where Henley's finished, but all the indications from the tee were that he was very happy with the tee shot. So I think it's fair to say that this one remaining match on the golf course, both players have found the fairways, and all four players have really hit the heights one way and another in this match.
They have indeed. I mean, we've watched some spectacular golf. The Europeans have had 7 birdies and just the 1 bogey, which in foursomes golf is fantastic under this sort of pressure. And the American Scotty Scheffler, poor Scotty Scheffler, must wonder what he's up against. He plays badly and he's got beaten. He's playing well today and he's still getting beaten at the moment.
And for both pairings, obviously they lost yesterday, so it's all about the team, obviously, but from a personal point of view, there's a real desperation to deliver at least something from their combinations as foursomes players, because as pairings they're obviously extremely good.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, the main thing is the team and the team score, but everyone wants to contribute. If you're part of a winning team, you want to have contributed a half point or a point at least. So Victor and Bob, they'll be desperate to get us something on the board and get a point there.
Yeah, and Bob McIntyre only played 4-ball golf 2 years ago in Rome, where he was partnered by Justin Rose, and he was really carried by Justin Rose. I think he would admit that. Certainly in the first 4-ball match, grew into it, and he contributed massively to the second 4-ball match that they played, which was a win to go with a half on the first day. Then he won his singles, but that was the last match out on the course, and there wasn't anything on it. The trophy had been decided by the end. Now he's right in the cauldron here.
Yes, he is. I mean, I think he learned so much from that first experience last year in Rome, and probably learned a lot from Justin Rose. He was fortunate enough to go out with Justin, such an experienced Ryder Cupper, and now he's out here. He's world number 9. I mean, he's grown as a player in the last 2 years.
James, I'm guessing you're down by the green.
Not quite, actually, Ian. We've moved up to 17 just to get away from the thousands of people that were trying to cram themselves into that little commentary spot. We've left room for you and Katrina there.
Excellent. Well, just to let you know that the American ball is just in the rough down the left-hand side. It's going to be Scotty Scheffler who will be playing the approach shot. He'll be playing it first. Absolutely fantastic tee shot from McIntyre that has come in here on the 16th. The Europeans are 1 up. If you've just joined us, just getting in the car maybe after football this afternoon, whatever it might be, well, it's been another great morning for Europe despite dropping the first match. Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young beating Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert 4-2. The next 2 matches have gone the way of the Europeans. McIlroy and Fleetwood again winning beating Harris English and Colin Morikawa for the second day running, 3-2. And that was the score for John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton up against Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay, who go 1-1 for their two foursomes in this Ryder Cup. And now this bottom match, the only one left out on the course, has the Europeans one up, McIntyre and Hovland against Henley and this man, Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, a little bit of indecision here from Scotty. He's had a couple of clubs out, picked one, then to look back again at his yardage book. It's a tricky little pin for coming out the rough. It's just 8 yards on, 7 from the right.
So he's ready to go now. The ball just sitting down a fraction. And he goes through it with a nice easy rhythm to it. The ball a little left and then moving to the right, landing in the heart of the green. Excellent distance control, and he's put it to probably 24 feet.
Yeah, a good shot out the rough there. Just played it a little bit safe, keeping it left of the hole with it just tucked in there on the right-hand side over that bunker. But a little opening here for the Europeans. They're perfectly positioned, middle of the fairway. Short iron in here.
Yeah, Hovland will be looking to stuff this in close.
He will indeed, in the way McIntyre's putting.
Yeah, the way he has held some clutch putts, he really has. And the grandstand we can now see behind the 17th. Everyone sitting, waiting and wondering what drama they will witness. This match would go to the 17th regardless of the outcome here on the 18th. And they're just working out, I think, the wind direction. There's not much wind at all. It's really warm this late morning here in New York. The flags on the top of the hospitality pavilions suggesting it's probably helping a little bit off the right, but he's in a very sheltered spot there with the huge structures either side of this hole, and down in the valley, having teed off up high. Now he's ready to go. I'm going to guess it's around about 140 yards to the hole here for Victor Hovland. Sunlight glinting off the shaft of his golf club as he sends this up high towards the flag, and it's come up. I didn't see it land. It's good. I think it is good, yeah.
It's pretty good, Ian, I can tell you that. It's just sucked its way back, probably 15, 20 feet shy. It landed pin high. It's just in that little crevasse just over the lip of the bunker. It's a really good look that Hovland's given himself, I must say. Look, I must just also point out, Europe here, over halfway to victory. 7.5, well, halfway to retaining the Ryder Cup, I should say. 7.5 points on the board. I've got Sean McKeel alongside me. It feels like the magic number to me is almost, as daft as it sounds, within touching distance for Europe here.
We don't need to say that quite yet. It's too early to be throwing us under the bus like that. Look, it definitely feels that way. The crowd is eerily quiet. Not a lot going on around 17 yet, but they're going to need to energize themselves for when Scheffler and them get up here. We need that point. We really need to get a point at the end just to kind of have some confidence going into the 4-ball this afternoon. So it's really quite the scene, though. There's just thousands and thousands of people around, and nobody's talking.
And nobody, no team in Ryder Cup history has ever come back when trailing by 10.5 to 6.5. Right, 5.5, I should say. Right, okay, let's get ourselves back to Ian Cotter. You've got views on the ball of the Norwegian and the Scot.
Yes, I am. I must say, on the on that approach, I could see the ball flying through the air, and then it just came down. And actually, I was foxed by the lack of cheers. But of course, you'd have got much bigger cheers if the ball had missed the green because of the home support. And there aren't that many Europeans around this green, and the bottom of the flag was shielded from us by the ridge of the bunker at the right. So all of a sudden I thought, has that gone in the rough? Has that gone in the bunker? It went on the green, and it's afforded a decent look at birdie.
It has. It's given Bob McIntyre, I'd say, 15 feet back up the hill. The Americans are probably 25 feet, but across the slope, so a trickier putt.
Yeah, and here we are now with the players, and it's Russell Henley who will be putting. My goodness me, he held his nerve brilliantly on the 15th to make that par putt that halved the hole. It's funny, we saw Iona Stephen is working for Sky. She said, it was a pair of pars all day long, wasn't it? But my goodness me, those players had to pull it out of the fire to both make their pars and maintain the status quo, which is that Europe lead this match by 1 up. Just 2 holes to go after this one.
It is, isn't it? It's an amazing scene here. Over there in the front left of the green, we can see all the Americans and Keegan Bradley and his vice-captains, and then sitting down here at the back of the green is Luke Donald chatting away to some of his vice-captains. So this is what this event is all about.
It really is. Luke Donald sitting there, Eduardo Molinari to his left, Jose Maria Lithobal to his right. Here's Russell Henley's putt for birdie, and he thought he'd got it. He tossed the putter into the air, and it was close enough to be conceded. A par in his pocket. Now, Bob McIntyre, if you make this putt here, Europe can't be beaten in this match.
Yes, go. This, yeah, I mean, hold this and you're guaranteed half a point.
And you're guaranteed to have won the session. Because the only way that parity can be achieved in the session by the Americans is to win the next 2 holes after this one, and that's only if Bob McIntyre misses this putt. What would you say, 15 feet, something like that?
15 feet back up the hill. He can be, relatively aggressive with it. He doesn't want to leave Victor anything to do, but he can give this a good little wrap. Back up the hill, maybe just a little bit off the right-hand side, off that shoulder of the bunker.
Very meticulously he places the ball on the ground, and then he holds the putter out in front of him, almost directly in front of him, balances his right index finger just above the putter. Now he'll use that right hand to wipe the blade of the putter, and now 1 practice swing, 2 practice swings, precisely puts the putter behind the ball. 1 glance at the hole, another glance at the hole, then the putter head, then the ball in motion. This for the win. No, it doesn't quite drop. So relief for the Americans. It's been conceded, I believe. Yes, it has. So that's a par. The hole halved in pars. Halves are all Europe need from this match. They've got 2 holes to go. They lead 1 up. Unrelenting tension here, James, in this bottom match.
Well, it's a stunning scene once again up here on the big grass bank. It's a natural amphitheatre which has just had a bit of sprinkling of man-made Colosseum-like structures erected especially for this Ryder Cup. It's a great looking par 3 hole. It's almost like a kidney bean shaped green, a 2-tiered affair with the left-hand tier the higher of the 2. The pin is cut on that left-hand tier as the players play it today. Looking down, it is once again a magical scene. Really, really is. Going back to the US concerns, Sean McKeel, they have to come out firing and do something that we've not actually seen them do yet in this Ryder Cup match so far.
Do you mean like a 4-0 in the afternoon session?
Is that what you would say the minimum level is?
Look, each of the players, when they tee off, they're responsible to win their match. And then the rest of it you can't control if it ends up 4 or whatever the score may be. But, I mean, just look at the scoreboard now. I mean, it's going to have something pretty heroic really coming into this afternoon.
Could you see the New York fans turning on them a little bit here?
No way. They're out here to support the U.S. team. They're not fair weather fans. You're not going to see people leaving the grounds just because the U.S. team might lose. I mean, I think they're very respectful. These are U.S. players.
Ian, we're just going to come to you. Victor Hovland ready to take aim and fire at this left-hand pin.
177 yards this par 3, and Hovland in front of the packed grandstand with the flags hanging limp at the top is now ready. He just wants to find the putting surface, waggling the club behind the ball. Then he accelerates through it, doesn't like it, absolutely hates it, and is flying up towards you, James.
Yeah, and you can see why he doesn't like it. He knew that it was always going to catch that ridge that bisects the middle of this green. It did, and then it squirted off both backwards and rightwards towards that bottom level. It's going to be a good 50 feet that Bob McIntyre is going to have to put, and it's going to be swinging enormously as well from left to right, which will favour the left-handed putter, of course, but not what they were after, not with so little club in hand. Back to you, Ian. You've got eyes on the Americans. They're ready to fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is going to be Scotty Scheffler with his tee shot, and this is right in his wheelhouse. 177 yards and just so accurate with his irons everywhere he goes. 6 victories this year, including 2 majors, the US PGA, and then of course the Open Championship at Royal Portrush. This is a whole different environment right now, but will it be a similar result with the irons for Scotty Scheffler? He holds his pose. I think he likes it. James, heading to you, onto the green.
Oh, and he should like it as well. He really should. They like that, don't they? The red, white and blue thunder ripples down this 17th hole. Sound surging from the gallery. A tidal wave of patriotism that you can hear from all these thousands and thousands of spectators all around. That's a bit more like it, Sean McKeel. Scheffler has given his partner Henley 10 feet for birdie.
What a shot. You know, Robert McIntyre's shot was really set up by just the trouble that's to the left, and it gave Scotty a little bit more freedom, I think, to kind of be a little bit more aggressive. I mean, what an iron shot. That's what we come to expect from Scotty anyways, those iron shots. Expect Russell to make this putt.
You can hear them singing his name, Scotty Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler. The question is now, can Henley find a little bit of form with the flat stick? Remember, 1 down, 2 to play. I can see Hovland and McIntyre striding up through that little walkway. Some shaved grass that's mown between the red-tipped rough that's long, not in play, but it does provide a lovely frame for this 17th hole. I can see all of the commentary contingent marching their way up towards this 17th green. That includes Ian Carter and Katrina Matthew. We'll let them get in position to try and bring these birdie putts to you. I use birdie putt loosely in respect of the European ball on that green, Sean. That is not going to be easy to navigate.
No, he got a nice, pretty good sized ridge he's got to navigate. Besides, he's got 80 feet. I think certainly they'll be trying to get a 2-putt, but the Americans have the advantage here, and I expect a really good putt by Henley. They really need it. And the crowd's egging them on. Let's see what they can do.
They've woken up. They have woken up finally, and with good reason as well. They may well find themselves something to shout about here. Ian Carter, you've got a great vantage point. I can see you puffing your cheeks, and Katrina Matthew alongside. Take it away.
Yeah, we've had to get a shift on there to get through so many people to get up into this position. We're right at the back of the green. We're overlooking the putting surface. And Katrina, you pause just to have a look at the line for Bob McIntyre's monster putt.
Yeah, this is probably the longest putt you can have on the golf course. Probably a good kind of, I'd say 70, 80 feet. He's down on the lower level. It's a 2-tier green. And he's going to have to come up this slope where it's going to move left to right. Then as he gets onto this top level, flatten out a little bit, then maybe perhaps at the end come back from right to left. But I think the key thing for this putt, you've got the Americans in at 7, 8 feet. What Bob's got to do is try and get it inside them, force them to have to hit the next putt.
Just in terms of the overall context, this is now so important. 1 up with 2 to play, up against the Kosh. If the Americans win this and the next hole, it's worth way more than just the single point that goes on the board.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, there's so many connotations that could still happen in this match. I mean, it could be anything. It could be a win, a loss, a tie. Yeah, I mean, and the difference it will make to the score and how the teams feel is huge.
Yeah, and the momentum that it can bring for the Americans. So much riding on what's going to happen in the next few minutes. Of course, if McIntyre holds this putt, which is extremely unlikely, but if he does, well, then the Americans would have to hold their putt to avoid defeat and a 3-1 series loss.
It is every putt, every shot's holeable, Ian, but this is a big ask.
A huge ask, but the key thing is make sure that you make your 3. Make sure that you make the Americans hold their birdie putt to win the hole. And McIntyre is ready. An absolute din around the green, but it's almost as though he's got noise-cancelling headphones on. He's not hearing any of this. He's just got eyes for the flag, which is being attended by Mike Burrow, his caddy. And now McIntyre is ready to hit. Sends it up the slope. It reaches the level of the flag. It turns with pace towards the hole and then goes way past the hole, and it's run all the way to the back edge of the green.
And now Europe are up against it on this 17th hole.
They are indeed. They've not lost their turn. Just have carrying a little bit too much speed. Came up that first tier and then just took off coming over the top one. But this is a must-make now for Victor. Or did the referee I saw was just looking at who was maybe to putt?
Yeah, and it actually looks like it might be the American. McIntyre, with a very stern look on his face, stalks off the back of the green, and Henley goes down low, crouching with his elbows on his knees of those brilliant white trousers, and it will be the American to putt. And if he makes birdie here, we're going to the last all square.
Yeah, I think it's great that it's Americans to putt now and not the Europeans, because Russell's now over this putt and he doesn't know, do I need to hole it to win the hole, or is 2 putts good enough? Just that element, a little doubt into it.
The one thing he does know is they have to win the hole.
They have to win the hole, and obviously he's trying to hole it.
Well, here we go then. Any movement on it, do you think?
I don't think there's a huge amount of movement. If anything, maybe just a fraction off the left-hand side.
Well, he's down low, looking, having looked from behind the hole, looking from behind the ball now, and he settles over it. This 10-footer after a brilliant tee shot from Scotty Scheffler. The ball heads towards the hole. It's turning away from the hole, and it misses on the low side. And the chance goes a-begging, and now Victor Hovland can break American hearts and give Europe this session, because if this goes in, a guaranteed half, and it would mean that the Europeans will have won the session for the 3rd session running.
Yeah, and that's all you want to do in these matches, isn't it? You're desperately just trying to win every session. And gosh, this is a big putt now for Victor.
Well, it's about the same sort of distance as Bob McIntyre holed on the 15th.
Yeah, it must just be inside the putt Henley hit, because I mean the referee came in to look and see who it was to go, so he's probably got maybe 9 feet. The one advantage he's got, he saw Bob's go past the hole, so he's got a good idea of what the ball's going to do the line.
Yeah, and he saw the contours as well, and what they did to Henley's ball, which resulted in him missing on the low side from the very edge of the green here. Victor Hovland for Europe to snatch a half out of the hands of the Americans. And now he takes 1-2 practice swings, comes in closer to the hot ball, putt ahead behind the ball. Crucial moment, this for a half on the 17th for Victor Hovland, sending the ball towards the hole, and in, and what an emphatic fist pump of celebration from the Norwegian. My goodness me, they cannot be beaten now. Impregnable stuff from the Europeans. They've won their 3rd session running now. The question is, have they going to win it by 2.5 points to 1.5, or by 3-1? My goodness me, what a Ryder Cup for Europe, and what a performance there from Victor Hovland.
Oh, what a show these two are putting on. I mean, that was just a fantastic, what a 2-putt under those circumstances. The crowd kind of cheering against them, and what a putt. I mean, that fist pump from Victor when that went in.
So tenacious, so tenacious. James, I know you were standing right next to me there. Oh, that's out of the top drawer, isn't it?
Oh my goodness gracious me, that was quite the reaction as well from Victor Hovland. I thought the veins were going to pop out of his neck for a moment there. You very rarely see the cool Norwegian react like that, not even when he's just, you know, winning tournaments on the PGA Tour like he has done 4 or 5 times. That was absolutely sensational. What an important moment that is. And I've got to say, we're walking up towards the 18th green here, and there's 8,000 spectators in there, obviously the majority of them American. And that has rippled through there. There's boos ringing out as that one went in. It just feels a little bit flat. We were expecting this place to be absolutely rocking, and that's not been the case whatsoever.
It's about to. Did you not hear the people yelling at you as you walked up? They heard that nice English accent in there. I'll get out of here. It's going to start. It's going to start right here. We got
Jack.
A really good hole here. A really good finishing hole. The Americans need something really special. They need something to feed off of, and it's going to be right here on 18.
Well, I can see the throngs of spectators reminded this is just the last match out from this morning wave. Europe cannot lose this match. Red on the board already in that top match. Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young earlier on defeating Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Oberg, who was so brilliant yesterday, 4-2. Off to a nice start were Team USA, but McElroy and Fleetwood dispatched English and Morikawa again. Rahm and Hatton 3-2 winners over that potent pairing of Schauffele and Cantlay, and Henley and Scheffler were, well, I think devastated to see that one drop in. Ian Carter, eyes on the tee shot.
Yeah, Bob McIntyre firing his tee shot off and finding the rough down the left-hand side. He's covered the bunkers. Not too bad a position.
That didn't look too bad at all. We can easily see the golf ball, so avoiding the bunkers and avoiding the thick rough, that's perfect.
So it's Russell Henley to hit the final tee shot of this extraordinary final match, which the Europeans lead 1-up Hovland and McIntyre against the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley. And it is the world number 3 Henley who is hitting the tee shot now. Driver behind the ball, straight, gun barrel straight 18th hole, downhill and then uphill, and a gun barrel straight drive as well from the American. He just watches as the ball lands, but it lands safely in the fairway. Those are American cheers to greet the ball coming onto the short stuff. And James, you're up there by the 18th green. Just give us an idea of the atmosphere there. There's so much tension written across the faces of these American fans, it feels to me.
They look very stone-faced. I must say, the Stars and Stripes voices that were fusing into a single earth-shaking cry when Scheffler hit that majestic tee shot at number 17. Well, that's all but gone now. It's just, yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts being up here, Sean?
It's going to be very short-lived. I mean, look at the thousands of people that are heading this way to watch this last match, doing something to try to bring these kids home. But it's going to take a little bit more oomph, I'll say, to get this American team back in it. It's going to be very difficult.
And with the fact that nobody's ever had a 10.5 amount of points on the board going into Sunday and relinquished, lost, tied the Ryder Cup, Sean, I mean, it's not good, that, is it, at all? It's not good. We have some 4-ball pairings. Is it you, Kat Downs, bringing us news of those 4-ball pairings?
It is. Hello, James. Yeah, they've just come through. So Justin Thomas and Cameron Young, who performed so brilliantly yesterday with that 6-5 victory over Aubert and Højgaard, they lead the charge for Team USA. They're out in the top match against Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry. Scotty Scheffler pairs up with Bryson DeChambeau in the second match to take on Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. Match 3 sees JJ Spawn and Xander Schauffele face off against John Rahm and Sepp Straka, while Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay, who halved the match against Lowry and McIlroy yesterday, they take on Victor Hovland and Matt Fitzpatrick, who's out for a second time today.
Well, there you have it. They are the afternoon pairings. So they will get going in around an hour from now, off the top of my head, and we'll be continuing our coverage all the way through on 5 Sports Extra, of course, our on-course radio and our RyderCup.com coverage as well will continue. Wherever you are across the globe listening, it's been a pleasure to bring this session to you. It really has. We've seen some sparkling golf, we've heard from the players, and now all that remains is this final match. It's being watched by multiple Solheim Cup winner Katrina Matthew and golf correspondent Ian Carter.
And we've assumed our position behind the green here at the 18th. We can see so many people in the fairway, but there are 4 that really count, and they are McIntyre and Hovland for Europe and Henley and Scheffler for the United States. And I have to say, the way things have worked out on the ordering, and remember the Americans, well, both pairs switched around, but it's worked out really well to play to the Scheffler strength of playing into these greens.
It has. We've seen him hit some fantastic iron shots on this back 9, and now here he is, this is his wheelhouse. It's just a short iron, probably just a wedge or his gap wedge in here to this back right pin position. The Americans are on the left-hand side on the fairway, so he's got a nicer angle coming into this pin, which is 24 yards on and just 7 yards from the right, and just 6 paces behind it. So it's a tight pin, but they are coming in with a short club.
Better angle as well for Scheffler.
Yeah, much better angle. We can just see him. He's on the left-hand side of the fairway. kind of looking more down the green. The bunker on the right doesn't really come into his eye line.
So he's sizing this up. You're allowed to clean and place your ball because of the wet fairways. Make sure there's no mud on the ball. And now here he is, looking for one last time at his yardage book, just from the left edge of the fairway. The European ball just in the rough down the right-hand side, so slightly worse angle, with a tall, upright figure of Scotty Scheffler is ready now with his approach shot. Second shot to the par 4, 18th, one down to Hovland and McIntyre. And the Americans need the world number 1 and the world number 3 to win this hole, to grab something from what has been an epic match. Scheffler's ready now. There it goes, up towards the flag. It looks very, very good. But no, it peels off. It peels off. There was a bit of fade on that. It catches the mound to the right and it kicks off down to the right-hand side. Wow, that is so uncharacteristic.
Isn't it? It just shows no one's immune to the pressure of the situation here. They knew they had to try and win this hole, try and get that half point, and now it's Victor just needs to try and hit the green here.
Yep, he went flag hunting. Victor Hovland just needs to go green hunting now. Less favourable angle, but he has a much easier task now because the Americans have missed to the right of the green. Here it comes, up into the sky and then down onto the green, and he has delivered exactly what his captain and his partner would want. Luke Donald and Bob McIntyre will be thrilled to bits with that. He's put it to 20 feet.
Absolutely, just what he had to do, just aimed left of the flag stake, just took the middle of the green and left Bob a 20-footer up the hill, and the Americans are going to have to pull out something really special from this bunker or the rough. I'm not quite sure if they trickled down back into the bunker or stayed in the rough.
Yeah, it's impossible for us to know, but just judging by the ball spotter who's gone over there and the way that he's peered, it looks like it's probably gone into the bunker, and that is a very, very deep fall off from the right of the green. We're standing at the back of the green. Up trudges Scotty Scheffler, having a look. He looks disgusted with himself, with the situation. And Henley's caddy goes having a look, Andy Sanders. Oh, maybe it's in the bank. I think it could be in the bank. Yeah, it's just in the tongue of grass that separates the sand. So would he have preferred to be hitting off sand or from this thick, shaggy rough?
I think perhaps he might have preferred to be in the bunker. Not quite sure what sort of stance he might get here, just in that tongue of the bunker, whether his feet have to be in the bunker a little bit. And in the rough, it's all lie dependent. And the bunkers these days are so good, you know what kind of lie you're going to get.
This has been one of the best Ryder Cup matches I've ever seen. And it looks like it's going the way of this new European pairing that was put together for the first time only yesterday, lost yesterday. But my goodness me, how Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland have responded, and just the relentless nerve they have shown to keep their noses in front.
They have indeed. I mean, the American pairing made a kind of rally there in 11, birdieing 11, 12, 13. But the Europeans, they've just stuck to the task, hold some good putts, made some birdies. And both teams have played good golf.
So can Henley do something special from the really thick, claggy rough just to the right of the green? He's only got 5 or 6 paces to work with of short stuff once he gets the ball airborne. It's very questionable how much spin he can get on the ball from this lie. He's aiming just to the right of the hole, expecting it, I think, to fly out left. He keeps peering over the grassy knoll that is in front of him. Bunts it into the air, it does shoot left, and now it's on, trundles down towards the hole. Great effort, really good effort. He's put it to 3 feet.
Yeah, that was a really good effort. As you say, he was aiming right, just with the stance and everything he had, and it kind of hooked the chip in, and he had it right on line, just needed a little bit more.
And Europe now just 2 putts from victory. All Bob McIntyre has to do here is cozy the ball up to the hole side, and that will be that.
Absolutely. The old adage, if you've got 2 putts, take them.
Absolutely, and don't do anything rash. Don't put any jeopardy in the way, because I don't think Scheffler is going to miss that par putt. from 3 feet. So Bob taking every care over this.
He is. I think all Victor's standing there is thinking, I hope I don't need to putt.
Yeah, he's thinking, I hope my work is done. But he is standing, leaning on his putter. And I suppose the professional thing is you have to expect that you're going to be hitting that.
Oh, you have to expect that you're going to be hitting it. And Bob's doing the right thing. He's going through his same routine. Even though he's just wanting to cozy it up there, you've still got to go through your same routine. That's what keeps the nerves calm, keeps you in focus.
And the New York fans doing their best to put McIntyre off, but he's got the noise cancellers on again. And he's just going through his routine. That's what you have to depend on. 2 putts for victory here for Europe. They're only 20 feet away on the 18th green. And McIntyre now with the putter head behind the ball. A lingering glance at the hole. Now his eyes are on the ball. One more glance at the hole. Sends it forward, up towards the hole. Looks very good. Oh, and it comes to rest just 6 inches away. And the cap's come off, and Scheffler's been beaten again. But my goodness me, he played very, very well. The Europeans have secured a massive point at the end of this session. Another session won handsomely by the visitors. Brilliant stuff for Europe. They now lead this Ryder Cup by 7.5 points to 3.5 because McIntyre and Hovland have beaten Henley and Scheffler, and they have beaten them 1 up on the final green.
Absolutely sensational stuff. Luke Donald will be incredibly happy with that. You look towards this 18th green, and there he is, the captain, back slapping with both of his 2 players who did so brilliantly well. Hugs all round for Eduardo Molinari from Bob McIntyre as well. Ian Carter, you've watched some Ryder Cup golf, but I bet you've never seen anything quite as one-sided as this.
Well, I mean, yeah, it puts me in mind of 2004 in terms of the overall team context of things, when, you know, Hal Sutton was leading the Americans, and everything he tried, you know, Mickelson and Woods paired together, just kept backfiring. And all along, I think we've all wanted, above anything, a really close match. But, you know, Europe are driven by this desire for history. They're driven by the knowledge that winning away from home has become such a difficult thing to do. And for all of these golfers, it will be an achievement of real substance. And I think that they have set their stall out. I don't think it's premature to say it, because if the Americans come back from this, they're going to need heart and passion. And that's all they've got. They haven't got strategy. They're, you know, the pairings of... We've highlighted the deficiencies, you know, the 132nd best possible combination out of 132 has been put together, and it has lost twice. All right, it's been up against the best foursomes combination probably in the world in Fleetwood and McIlroy. But even so, you know, you look at it and the cold, analytical approach by Luke Donald and his team of vice captains and the strategic advisor Paul McGinley, so much experience in there, and it's not there for the Americans, and that's why now it's 8.5, 3.5. I said 7.5, 3.5. I apologise for the error. They hadn't changed the scoreboard, but you know, this is now a shellacking over 3 sessions.
Well, Sean was saying earlier it needs to be 4-0 in this final session, Katrina Matthew. It does actually feel like that. That's not a USA pessimism.
I would say 4-0, 3-1 at worst for the Americans, to try and just get them back, claw back some of those points to give themselves a chance to go into the singles on Sunday. But you know, we all got to remember the miracle at Medina. Well, leave the wordsmiths to think up something for Bethpage Black if that happens. But yeah, I mean, the Europeans are in a fantastic position, but Luke will just be keeping them calm, I think, saying they've still got a job to do and go out there and try and win this afternoon session.
Scheffler's played brilliantly in the match that we've just watched, but he's lost. So he's lost 3 matches in a row. He's now been paired with Bryson DeChambeau. That's a Mickelson-Woods kind of combo that he's gone with. Yes, DeChambeau played well this morning. Are they going to gel?
Feels like a panic pick, doesn't it, if anything, Katrine?
Absolutely, that's just what I was thinking, James. I think that just feels like we're throwing everything in now. Last gasp. Nothing's worked so far, so let's just throw any kind of pairing thoughts we had or plans or anything, and let's just go out.
Thank you very much, both of you. Go and get some lunch, go and get some more sun cream on. Out this afternoon, in the thick of things. The 4-ball matches to come, Catherine Downs. Wow, let's all get our breaths back, shall we?
Yep, what a morning's action from a European point of view. And Ian alluded to there that the European team chasing history, looking to be the first European side to win on US soil since that miracle at Medina in 2012. And already, though, they have made history after that victory in this morning's foursome session. No team has ever won the first 3 sessions of a Ryder Cup on foreign soil. That is, of course, until today. Europe taking that foursome session, and the current score at the Ryder Cup here at Bethpage back, 3.5 for the home side, the USA, 8.5 for Luke Donald's European team. And that, Ollie Wilson, 2008 Ryder Cup player, means it's only 5.5 points to go until they reach that magical 14-point marker, which means that Europe would retain the Ryder Cup. That seems so few. There are 16 points left on offer. 5.5 of them go the way of Europe, and this is all done and dusted.
It is. I mean, it's phenomenal. I mean, I don't think Luke could have dreamed of being in this position. It's just not gone the US way. The Europeans have been fantastic. As we've talked about earlier in the week, there feels like there's just an underlying confidence that they know if they just play their game, they are better. Which, you know, you can make stats create any story you want. Whether that's true or not, but that's definitely the feeling from the Europeans. They look so cool and calm out on the course, but they are playing unbelievably well as a team. They've been phenomenal. I watched Rory today. It was just a delight to watch some of the shots that he hit under pressure. And it's been the theme throughout the whole European team. It's been an amazing performance so far. But we can't get carried away. 3 sessions down, 1 more to go. Really important that we put a good performance in today, but you could get things very, very close.
Just pick out, you mentioned Rory McIlroy there, but from this morning's action, just pick out some standout performers for us on the European side of things.
Well, obviously I was with the Rory and Tommy match, so there was a couple. The thing that was amazing about that game was the Europeans threw 4 birdies in a row on the front 9. They had a lead. They were playing great. And then the Americans start to come alive, and they start to hit some really good iron shots in there to within 10 feet, 6 feet. And every time they did, Rory hit a shot or Tommy hit a shot inside them. To even like on the 10th hole, it was in. The Americans were in at like 4 feet. Tommy hit the flag. Like they just gave them nothing until one slip up on the par 3, 14th. But it was phenomenal performance. So that was the one that stood out to me because I was watching. But it sounded like on the rest of the games that there was people that were doing the same kind of thing, just holding the Americans off, not giving them anything, and just keeping the pressure on them at all time, which is the key to foursomes golf.
That clutch putt for Victor Hovland on the 17th as well, a huge momentum punch from the Europeans.
That was amazing, yeah. I mean, obviously a bit of a loose tee shot, trying to turn it in right to left and leaked it way down the slope on the right. A bit of a clumsy putt from Bob, but what a performance, and what a shot to finish out and get the point or the half-point guarantee going down the last.
Early in the morning, a couple of glimmers of a possible American fight back in this Saturday foursome session. We had some splashes of red appearing on the board very early on. Got to remember, of course, that they did take a point from this foursome session. Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young, who becomes the first US rookie to win his first 2 matches in foursomes at a Ryder Cup by more than 4 holes, which is a super impressive. Not foursomes, he played 4 balls yesterday. Foursomes today, won both those matches by more than 4 holes. What a debut from Cameron Young. And he and Bryson DeChambeau delivered the first point of the day, beating Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Ober 4-2. But I imagine a rather exasperated American in our company in the form of sports writer Alex Maselli. Alex, there was a flurry, wasn't there? There was hope at the start of the day, but how are you feeling now?
Well, I think, first of all, if you're an American fan, you realize that at 11:56 Eastern time, this match became basically over. 5 points out. You're assuming, at the very least, the Europeans are going to get another couple points this afternoon, which puts it at 10.5, which I think in anybody's vernacular would be insurmountable. That being said, you look at DeChambeau and Young and you say, why didn't that happen yesterday morning? There's so many points you can look to and say, Keegan, why did you do this? Keegan, why did you do that? Keegan, why didn't you change your plan? Keegan, I mean, there's so many things that we're
Do you think this is all on Keegan Bradley?
Well, he's the captain.
Well, he is the captain, but it's still down to the players. I agree with you. I think some of the pairings were, certainly from our standpoint, looking in, didn't make any sense. And then to double down today, this morning, and do it again, doesn't seem right. But they're still great players, and it's on the players.
Well, this is the same thing that Hal Sutton did in Detroit. Tiger and Phil, first out. Okay, makes sense. Let's try it. If it works, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It didn't work. What did he do? Put Tiger and Phil back out again. Okay, so I mean, I wrote yesterday how the definition of insanity is continuing to do the same thing over and over again, assuming that there's going to be a different result. There is no different result. Okay, the bottom line is that the Europeans have played better at times, but you know, first it's they have better strokes gained numbers, or they make better putts. Well, they chipped in today. I mean, there's so many things that they do well, and when people make mistakes in foursomes, the other guy comes back around. You talked about it, Hovland. I mean, we're sitting here as Americans who are looking to say, why can't that be us? I mean, we got the number one player in the world, and he basically can't find the green from 100 yards with a wedge in the fairway. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that that's not what's supposed to happen.
How do the Americans get better at foursomes? Over the last couple of Ryder Cups, Rome and now Bethpage, Europe are 11-2.
Kat, I don't think it's getting better in foursomes. I think it's just getting better in these matches. I mean, yesterday in fourball, we didn't show up really either. I don't know what's going to happen this afternoon, but the bottom line is we have to understand what the Ryder Cup is, what it's required, and then perform. And I don't know if we really even understand what the Ryder Cup is, because, you know, just look at the history now from 79 to where we are. I mean, the Europeans have almost doubled the win total, or going to double the win total. That's not because we can't play foursomes well at times, and that's not because we can't play fourball at times. That's because we don't understand what we're doing when we get here.
And why is that? Is that a culture thing? Is that a captaincy thing? Is that a history thing? We hear so much, don't we, about how much the legacy of European Ryder Cup legends of the past influence the team ethos in the present Ryder Cup teams. Is there a big chunk of that missing in America, and is that what American
Well, I
sides
think so.
need?
So you have Thomas Bjorn, you have Jose Maria Olazabal, you have the great stats guy in Francisco Eduardo Molinari. What do we got? Okay, I love Gary Woodland to death, but Gary Woodland, I don't know Ryder Cup. He's never had Ryder Cup experience. Got Jim Furyk, who got dusted as captain in France. I mean, I could keep going down the list. I mean, Brad Snedeker. I mean, I just don't get that. And I think there's two things. One, I think Herb Brooks was a great coach for the Olympic team in 1980 that won ice hockey in Lake Placid. He didn't sit there and go through points totals and doing all this other stuff. He picked the guys he wanted to be on the team. I personally rather have a guy 100th on the list if he really wanted to be here and really wanted to give his all, versus picking number 7 on the list because he's 7 on the list. And I think, you know, Colin Morikawa, I think, is a great player, but he's not a great player in 2025. He shouldn't be on this team.
But Scotty Scheffler is a great player in 2025. 6 wins, 2 of them majors, 3 losses so far at this Ryder Cup.
You know, when you have pressure on you as an individual, it's all internal. You deal with it. You know, you go home, talk to your wife, hug your child, whatever it is, you deal with it. It's on you. But when you have to deal with having a partner, some people aren't as good with dealing with having a partner. Scotty Scheffler's not as good having to deal with having a partner. So that's why Scotty Scheffler should not be playing this afternoon, but yet he is. Now, he's playing with what I would argue is probably the best player on the team in DeChambeau, but still the bottom line is Scheffler has not performed. Why do you keep throwing him out there?
Because he's the world #1 player. You can't, if you are trailing at a Ryder Cup by 3.5 points to 8.5 points, you can't not play the world's best player, can you, Ollie?
Well, you can't, but I mean, he hasn't performed. But I was with him yesterday, and he was playing pretty solid. He just didn't hold any putts. But
last I looked, Ali, that's important.
No, it's massively important. But there's also other players on the team that were also doing the same thing. So in my opinion, you got to play him because he was still doing a better job than some of the others. But the thing that I would come back to is the rookies. I think they made a massive mistake not playing the rookies first thing in the foursomes. Their games were tailor-made for it. And you've got players like Henley, who is obviously a great player, world number 3. But this is not a golf course where he would be world number 3. It's a little bit too long, and it left Scotty Scheffler yesterday a lot of work to do from hitting a lot further back in the fairways. And then you can talk about the course setup. That definitely hasn't played in. When they come to Europe, we set up a golf course to tailor-make our team. Coming to Bethpage, I think they've made the course suit the Europeans more than the Americans.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, as an American, I look at this and say, well, let's think about what we can do in Ireland. And I think this is something the PGA of America has to think about. Do they go crazy like they did after the losses in the past and create a task force and everything else? I don't think that's necessary. But I think they really have to understand that when they pick a captain, that person is the one that's going to be the lead for the next 2 years. And they have to set a tone that is completely different than the tone we've been getting over most of the last, since, probably 2012.
Two-time Solheim Cup winning captain Katrina Matthew during our coverage saying it needs to be 4-0 to America in the afternoon 4-ball session to have any hope really of any type of comeback. You'd say the same, Alex?
Yeah, I think why that would be important is because not only they'd still be behind by 1, but what that would do is be a massive jolt of encouragement, which they currently don't have. And you can't get that jolt of encouragement by somebody giving you a motivational speech. The only way you can get that jolt of encouragement is by actually doing it on the golf course. That's the only way it's going to happen.
Well, let's have a look at the players that are going to get out and try and turn this around for Team USA. Let's look at the pairings for the Saturday 4 balls. Captain Keegan Bradley is going with Justin Thomas and Cameron Young out first. They're the pairing that won the point during Friday's 4 balls yesterday against Ludwig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard. They beat them 6-5, so a big thumping for Cam Young and Justin Thomas there. Really important point on the board for Keegan Bradley's side. That is the first pair out for the USA. They will take on Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry, who halved their match with Burns and Cantlay yesterday. Scotty Scheffler teams up with Bryson DeChambeau this time. So Scotty Scheffler, who's lost all 3 of his matches so far, out for a 4th time. That pairing takes on Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose, who beat Griffin and DeChambeau yesterday. So another team up between Fleetwood and Rose against DeChambeau, but this time alongside Scotty Scheffler. JJ Spawn and Xander Schauffele, they take on John Rahm and Sepp Straka. And then the only new pairing on the European side of things, Victor Hovland and Matt Fitzpatrick. They replace Ludwig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard in the 4 balls, and they're taking on Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay. Which of those matches catches your eye, Ollie Wilson?
I would say the Scheffler and DeChambeau Fleetwood Rose. That seems to be the standout one for me. I think that's an exciting pair up and an exciting matchup too. All 4 we've just been talking about Scheffler. I still think Scheffler's playing okay, but he's not holding the putts, which obviously is massively important. But I think this afternoon he'll come alive, and I think the US crowd will come alive this afternoon. I think they are going to be understanding the situation, the gravity of the situation, and they're going to be clutching at all straws. I think it's going to get raucous out there, and I think that grouping is the one to make it go.
Alex?
I'd love to see Scheffler and DeChambeau. Don't get me wrong. I think that's an interesting pairing. And I don't think Rosie's 100% either physically, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with Fleetwood.
But you must be encouraged by the fact that you said that one of the big problems is with the foursomes, that Keegan Bradley stuck with the tried and tested and not successful, and this time he has mixed things up, and there are some new pairings in there for the 4 balls.
Kat, in about 5.5 hours he's going to walk in front of a bunch of media guys and have to explain what happened today, so you better do something different. I'll tell you that. But I interesting that Højgaard is sitting. Luke didn't have to do that, but I think Luke this is the biggest difference between you being Europeans and the U.S. Luke is trying to put his foot on the throat of the Americans, putting what he thinks are the best 4-ball teams out there. We, on the other hand, are doing I'm not sure what.
You don't think that these are your best 4-ball pairings then?
I mean, I think one of the problems we have is that the guys that are sitting, we don't know how good they are or aren't playing, right? So I think that's why it's kind of hard to say. I mean, you pick Sam Burns to be on this team because he's supposedly such a good putter. That didn't happen. You know, do I want to break up Cantlay and Schauffele because I think they're probably our best pairing? Do I want to do that? Not necessarily, but maybe on the other hand, I don't know anybody else to go with these guys, so I have to do that. I have to have them lead and bring these other guys behind. So it's a difficult situation. I tell you one thing, Justin Thomas is another one that has not played well. I mean, the fact that Cam Young is going to have to pull him along for 18 holes this afternoon is quite interesting.
It wasn't so bad yesterday. I followed that Cam Young and Justin Thomas pairing yesterday. Justin Thomas had a few holes where he had a kick-in birdie, but Cam Young was putting so well that he was holding birdie putts from 15, 20 feet away, and so Justin Thomas didn't have to hold the birdie, and therefore he didn't get the glory. But I think he played okay yesterday.
Yeah, okay. When you're 5 down doesn't help me. Okay is not what I'm looking for.
He played a lot better than Oberg and Højgaard anyway.
Yeah,
I think he was, Justin Thomas I think was 3 under, and Oberg and Højgaard were 1 under, but they sit out. Good call.
Well, we'll see in 5 hours. I think there's a bit of rotation you need to have just because it's a long week, and that golf course is a long walk too. It's soft, it's hilly. You've got to kind of manage expectations, manage energy levels, thinking about the singles as well tomorrow. So I think it's wise to switch it up a little bit, and I think that also goes to the fact that the Europeans seem to have very comfortable partnerships throughout the whole team, and you can mix it up a little bit and it's totally fine, whereas the US is still trying to figure out that. But again, I go back to it's a little bit on the players. They're just not playing well enough, and that's really what it comes down to. But I totally understand Alex's point. There's a lot of things that go into helping the players perform, and it doesn't seem like they've done a very good job of that so far.
So you've played in Ryder Cups before. What kind of thing would you be expecting from your captain and the backstage team here? If you're the American team and you need to get something going, what is it that they need to do to help?
The thing that's standing out to me is how, I know we talk about the statistics a lot, but there's a lot of things that go well for the Europeans that we play into, and we use it to build the confidence of the team, make the pairings, and to then let the people know that look at this on paper, this is why you're going to win. Just go do your thing. You don't need to do anything special, just play. On the US team, I would like to think they're doing the same, but a lot of the decisions just don't seem to match any of the information that we have anyway. So that just seems like it's a bit more of an old school writing things down on a pin. That seems to be okay. So that's what really stands out to me at the moment. It's like they're trying to figure it out, and they've had 2 years to do that.
I'm not really sure why McIntyre isn't playing this afternoon. I thought he played brilliantly today, and I'd like to have seen him play this afternoon. But again, I'm not questioning Luke, I'm just wondering why. On the whole idea of plans and numbers and everything else, I think we get too over-analytical at times. Sometimes, and I'm sure this happens a lot, sometimes you have to just go with your gut. Who's the guy that I think is going to show up and going to do whatever? And I'm using a lot of information over the last 24, 48, 72 hours to know who I think is going to be the guy I want to go and the guy that I don't think will go. And in Luke's case, he's lucky. He's got a lot of what he has got 11 of the 12 guys from Rome. He knows how they work with each other. I thought, what was interesting in talking to Luke before this, weeks before this, when he talked about McIntyre was going to definitely be a guy that's gotten so much better over the 2 years. I could see him playing in foursomes, putting that extra pressure on him, which he's clearly handled very well. And those are the things that you have to, and those aren't analyticals. Those are just Luke saying, this is what I've seen, this is what I feel, and he's done a great job of that. Unfortunately, our captain, as Ali has said, has not done such a great job of that.
Well, can they turn things around? 3.5 for the US side 8.5 for Luke Donald's European side. It needs to be a brilliant session, a blinding session here for the US side if the bounce back at Bethpage is on. James Gregg.
Yes, thank you very much, team. That was a fascinating chat. Just trying to work out exactly what the US do from here. We are 5 minutes exactly away from USA getting going with Justin Thomas and Cameron Young up against Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry in that first afternoon 4-ball session. Will be followed up by the blockbusting pairing on paper of Scottie Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau. But as we've just been discussing here on 5 Sports Extra and across the golf course on the in-course radio feature, what on earth do you do when Scottie Scheffler has lost all 3 of his matches so far, particularly when they're coming up against that potent European pairing that won so brilliantly well in this format yesterday of Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose? That goes out at 12:41 local time. It's followed by the US Open champion and Xander Schauffele. JJ Spawn, the US Open champion, and Xander Schauffele dusting themselves down to get going. Schauffele will lock horns once again with Jon Rahm, who he lost to in the morning foursomes alongside Patrick Cantlay. Rahm, though, switches out Hatton for Straka, and then Burns and Cantlay in that final American 4-ball match, taking on Victor Hovland, who was so impressive down that stretch in the foursomes this morning alongside Bob McIntyre, and trading out the Scotsman for the Englishman Matt Fitzpatrick, who plays his second match of the day. Rap music blaring out on the speakers around this packed 8,000-seater grandstand. There are thousands more who are spilling down the hill from that grandstand all the way down towards this first fairway. John Murray, Alistair Bruce Ball will be following matches this afternoon for us on our coverage. And look, I wasn't at Oakland Hills in 2004. Both of you were. John, I just wonder, does it have a bit of a feeling of that? Because that was a humongous European victory then, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And on that occasion, you know, I think if time came over again, that Bernhard Langer may well have been given a second opportunity to be captain, because he hit all the right notes, I remember, back in 2004. And, you know, it was people always talk, don't they, about what is the significance, how important is the captaincy. That's always one where I think, well, he was a captain who was really, truly inspirational, and in terms of his decisions and his thinking was crystal clear.
You know, the Scheffler conundrum is an interesting one, isn't it? Because we talk a little bit about Tiger Woods in Ryder Cups, and it took an awfully long time for any US captain to work out what to do with him. Who do you partner somebody who is as brilliant and as dominant and as is narrow-minded, I suppose, in terms of focusing on their own achievement as Tiger Woods? Look, Scheffler is a completely different personality to Woods. That's for certain. But partnering him with Bryson DeChambeau does seem a little odd, doesn't it, John?
I thought it was interesting when I was on the 18th last night after the DeChambeau match that once that match finished, Bryson DeChambeau was straight across with Keegan Bradley, and the two of them were involved in lengthy conversations. And you know, maybe I'm misreading the situation, but that had the look to me of Bradley considering DeChambeau to be an absolutely vital lieutenant, and probably has quite a lot of influence.
We'll talk more about that second US pairing shortly, up against Fleetwood and Rose in just under 20 minutes from now. But striding onto the first tee, way up on high above me, in front of those throngs of multicolour that make up the spectators around the first tee, are Justin Thomas and Cameron Young, Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry. Former European Ryder Cup player Ollie Wilson is part of our coverage, still there. You've got eyes on this first tee, Ollie. It's looking like a raucous atmosphere once again. When you played in 2008 at Valhalla, Ollie, I bet you wish that you were going into a Saturday afternoon session with the score as it is.
Yes, it would have been nice. We were not in this position It was a very different time. It's been a phenomenal performance from Europe so far, but this match this afternoon session is important. You know, we need to keep the pressure on the Americans. Don't let them get too far ahead. Don't get too much red on the board and allow them to get the crowd behind them. We've got to kind of keep the foot on the pedal.
Well, the players look pretty set to go up on high. I can see them with their backs to me at the moment. They've got their arms draped round one another, both these pairings. The brown tops of the Europeans with the blue trousers, the white trousers, and then the blue shirts with the white collar for Team USA, the same outfits as this morning. And we can hear some hush hush being requested by the first tee starter.
And welcome to the second day of the 45th Ryder Cup. This match is number one, a four-ball match between the European team, represented by Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry, against the United States of America team, represented by Justin Thomas and Cameron Young.
Well, you need some encouragement when you're trailing by such a margin.
First on the tee, representing Europe, Shane Lowry.
And just a reminder to those of you who love and follow the Ryder Cup, and maybe this is your first taste of the action and you're getting into the swing of things here. This is the 4-ball format. Each player plays their own ball, and the better of the two scores made by each pair is ultimately the one that counts. So it's a longer affair, it's a different strategy, and here is big Shane Lowry, I believe, on the first tee. It is, and that ball high into the sky, straight down for the tee, suggests that he likes it over the corner of that copse of trees. And John Murray, have you got eyes on that one?
Yes, I have, James. It's about 80 yards short of the green on the left-hand side of the fairway.
Of course, the hole locations have changed as well from this morning. It's a front hole location. McIlroy, who's been on fire, absolutely on fire. He's picked up 2.5 points out of a possible 3 up to this stage at this 45th Ryder Cup here at Bethpage Black. And he's been copping quite a lot from this New York crowd, but has been responding with absolute golfing genius. Golf's newest Grand Slam winner stood over the tee shot now. There it is, the familiar holding of the pose, straight down for the tee peg as well. Always a sign that it's confidently struck, John.
And it has landed on the fairway. 40 yards ahead of Shane Lowry's ball, round about 40 yards short of the green.
Well, the boy from the Bronx, basking in the home support, and he's been a revelation on his Ryder Cup debut. Picked up his first PGA Tour win just over a month ago at the Wyndham Championship, and what a monkey off the back that was, who was being talked about as somebody who may never get it done. But with all the talent that he's got, I always felt that was inevitable. Settles over it now. He'll pause at the top of his swing. It's a unique action, but my goodness, does it generate some power. And he looks at that, glances at it. He seems happy with that one. And is that going to stick in the fairway? John, yes it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much in between the McIlroy and Lowry balls. Closer to McIlroy, so I'd say 60 yards short of the green, 70 yards short
States of America,
on the fairway.
Justin Thomas.
Well, Mr. Ryder Cup, too many. He loves representing his nation. He has done so many times, not just in the Ryder Cup, but also in the biennial contest that the USA play against the rest of the world, or the international team, and always seems to come up with the goods. Needs to come up with the goods here, partnering the rookie in Young. His is the final ball to be struck off this tee, and the more slight figure of Justin Thomas looks after that one. And is that a full set, John?
It is. We've got 4 on the fairway. Is that a Ryder Cup first in 2025? On the first hole, all 4 tee shots, all 4 balls are in the fairway. So we have in this order, McIlroy, Young, then Justin Thomas, which has just clung on to the left side of the fairway, and then Shane Lowry, almost equidistant in terms of the space between the 4 balls. So there we are, and there will, James, as well as the obvious home support for Thomas and the New York support for Young, young. I can see lots of Irish flags down here lining the fairways for McIlroy and Lowry, and actually at one point over the other side of the fairway we have two Irish tricolours with a Northern Ireland flag in between the two, but another two Irish flags further down the left-hand side, another one closer to the green, and of course New York, one of the great Irish cities of the world.
That's right. Usually I would say that Lowry and McIlroy, on a regular week-to-week event, they are getting cheered on as if they are an American on the PGA Tour. That is not the case here this week. The atmosphere is absolutely sizzling here. The music turns back up again up on that first tee. I'm looking at Lowry and McIlroy striding forwards almost in unison. Their feet almost like they're taped together. They're that close to one another, and I wonder what they're discussing. They had a half yesterday. McIlroy, when he spoke to us live on 5 Live afterwards, he was talking to Ian Carter, and he was saying, well, you know, I'm a little disappointed with that. He felt that they deserved the full point against Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay in that last match out of the day. They're hoping for a full point. They don't want halves. They've not come for a half here. And then a huge American contingent. I can see Captain Keegan Bradley stood right next to Young and Thomas as they move forwards down here. There's a couple of buggies, and here come all the players' wives, girlfriends, family, etc. down towards me. So we're being swept up in all of that. Ollie Wilson, just give us your thoughts ahead of this afternoon. What is an acceptable scoreline for the Europeans? We talk about what the Americans want out of it. They want 4-0 or 3-1 at the very worst. What's acceptable for Luke Donald and those 12 players in blue?
Well, I think, to be fair, 2-2, I think the Europeans would be delighted. They're going to want to try and win the session. That's always the goal. But, you know, the points at the moment on the board, we don't need to go too far. It's just trying to keep the momentum. You don't want to let too much red get on that board, get the crowd behind them too much. So, really, you know, 2-2, I think they would be very, very happy.
8.5, 2.5 the score after the morning foursomes. Bryson DeChambeau and Cameron Young, the only red earlier on. That came against Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Åberg. And then we had Harris English, Colin Morikawa defeated by McIlroy and Fleetwood for the second time in as many mornings. Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay were good, but not good enough against the incredible, unbeaten duo of John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. Russell Henley and Scottie Scheffler were held off quite brilliantly by Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland, who won that match by 2 holes. So that was the state of play in the morning. 3-1 for Europe in that. John Murray, you've got eyes on both sets of players in this 4-ball, in this first match, ready to fire with their second shots.
Yes, in the afternoon warmth now on Long Island. Lovely mild breeze just making the tops of the long grass in front of where I'm standing here at the back of the first green gently sway from side to side. And I'm looking back down the course. Shane Lowry, solid figure, framed by the Hospitality Chalet. 3 tiers behind him, flags flying. And Shane Lowry's approach shot lands on the front of the green but spins back off the putting surface. So not the best of starts for Shane Lowry, and the cheer was very much a US cheer. And I think it's absolutely right that we will see some very, very loud and vociferous support for the United States this afternoon, and why not in the position that they are in. I think everyone with a stars and stripes on them will feel that they have to try and play their part here this afternoon as well. So first for the United States, his first approach shot, it is Justin Thomas, who sat out this morning. The most experienced man on the US Ryder Cup team, on this team in terms of Ryder Cup appearances. And so Thomas in those striking white trousers that the Americans are wearing today, navy blue shirts with the thick, wide white collars. Thomas then, from 60 yards short of the green, lands it beyond the flag, takes a couple of hops, then a grip, and it begins to roll back, and then, almost inexplicably, stops. And that's come to rest between 20 and 25 feet from the hole. The flag fluttering front left for these afternoon 4 balls. So again, just to explain, afternoon 4 balls, as per yesterday, 4 balls in play. Each player plays their own ball. Next, the second American, Cameron Young, now played 2-1-2 on his Ryder Cup debut. The local man from 60 yards short of the green. Here he goes in towards the hole, right on line, pulls up short but grips as well, and he has left himself 5 feet for birdie. Cameron Young, that is more than acceptable. And now Rory McIlroy. Interesting reaction in the stands behind it, or in the on the banks behind us, in front of the road that runs between the first and the second. So McIlroy settles himself now, just waits for the noise to quiet. And McIlroy closest to the green with his second shot, right towards the hole, bounces past it, stops, just threatens to roll back, but he's not as close as Cameron Young. He is best part of 10 feet away, McIlroy. So both of the Americans, Thomas and Young, will have birdie putts. Lowry's off the front of the green, and McIlroy 10 feet away. McIlroy, so far this week, unbeaten in his 3 matches. So this, of course, means that McIlroy will play in all 5 sessions. So far, 2.5 points out of the 3. So the putts to come on the first.
Well, we can see those next set of European players just making their way towards the first tee. It's lively, it's raucous, and everybody here, it seems, who's got a ticket today, the hottest ticket in town, seems to be around this first hole. Alistair Bruce ball.
Yes, hello James. I've got a magnificent view of the first tee. I think you're looking from behind. I'm looking straight up the middle of the first fairway from on the corner of the dogleg. And what really stands out in that front row, that lower tier of the big grandstand that sweeps right behind that first tee and 18th green, is on the one side to my left with a couple of stars and stripes banners in front of them. The Americans decked out in the all-in-one white suits in the red, white and blue with the stars and stripes upon it. And then that real gaggle of European fans that the European players, I think, have been looking for a little bit of comfort on that first tee, turning just to see that splash of yellow and blue. And that is really clearly defined as you stand about 250 yards down this fairway on the left-hand side. It's going to be fascinating to watch, isn't it, James? This American pairing in this second match out of Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau. Whether that was planned at any point, whether it's just they've decided, Keegan Bradley's decided it is time to turn to these two guys, and actually to see how they're such different personalities, aren't they, in terms of the way Bryson DeChambeau goes about his business and tries to engage with the crowd. That is the total opposite, I would say, of Scotty Scheffler. So how will they work as a partnership up against a fresh and rested Justin Rose? I've just come past him on the putting green, and Europe again just together on that putting green. I saw John Rahm just wander over. He's out in the third match out on the golf course this afternoon. Quick, quiet word with Justin Rose, little bump of the fist, go get it, good luck, but just quietly and very understatedly going about their business. But they will clearly be thrilled at the position they're in. Well, yes, we're waiting for the tee shots in the second match out on course.
Yeah, we are. Ali will be with you, and that in a second. John Murray, though, putt's about to be struck on this opening green.
Yeah, Shane Lowry has chipped from short of the green, and that was a much better touch up to the hole, so that's been conceded. So the European 4, the par 4 at the first, has been conceded. So now the first of the American birdie attempts. This one back down the green from Justin Thomas. So this, for the US birdie, just ever so slightly touches the ball and it rolls on down and by on the left-hand side. So missing from round about the 20-foot range, maybe slightly more than that. So that's conceded. So the United States are guaranteed there 4. And now it is McIlroy against Young. And while McIlroy surveys this putt, he's having to block his ears from all of that. Round he walks to look at it from behind. He'll have had a little bit of a read from Justin Thomas's putt, on the same kind of line. And McIlroy still waits, watching from behind the line of the ball. Walks forward, doing a great job of ignoring the noise and the babble behind him. So this for an opening birdie for McIlroy. Again, gently missing on the right. And the rejoicing on the banks behind us. Really, it's almost only in the Ryder Cup that you'll hear a reaction like that for a missed putt in this great game of etiquette. McIlroy walks off the green, just chuntering away to Shane Lowry and Cameron Young now from 6 feet, maybe slightly more than that, has the chance to put the US one up in this opening 4 balls match on this second afternoon of the Ryder Cup. Bearded, long black hair down the back of his neck, not quite as long as Tommy Fleetwood, but getting that way. And now Cameron Young. I'm going to call it 7 feet. Just a final regrip, and then the ball is missing on the left-hand side, and immediately he stuck out a left arm, palm open, as if to say, how did that miss on that side? But miss it did, and the hole is halved, I think unexpectedly, James, in par 4s. And it remains all square after the first in this top match between Justin Thomas and Cameron Young, and Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry. And they're walking past me, and Justin Thomas is saying to the crowd there, he's beckoning to them with his left hand. He's telling them to turn up the noise. And that's what they oblige and do as he now walks shoulder to shoulder with Young under the tunnel and out of my sight. So there we are.
Well, there we go. John, many thanks.
In this one, James.
We'll be back with that first match shortly. The second of these afternoon 4-ball matches are ready to go. You hear them being announced onto the tee, and cue the chorus of boos as Europe prepare to strike first. And Europe represented by Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. You may well have heard that, the noise so deafening around this first tee. I can't work out what you can hear. I know you can hear lots of atmosphere, and that's the way we like it on a Ryder Cup Saturday here on BBC Radio and across the world on our RyderCup.com website, and of course on the on-course radios as well. So, getting ready to go will be Justin Rose to strike off first, and a few cheers as he does that rehearsal where he likes to kind of almost judder his backswing up to the top and then back down and through. And now the 45-year-old will get ready to fire. Angular spine, stood perfectly still. I can see the white glove on the left hand as well as the driver head rests behind the ball. And the ball on its way towards you. Alistair Bruce ball down this first fairway.
Yes, I'm looking at the big yellow flag being waved behind that first tee, and splat it comes down in the soft green grass of the fairway left edge, about a couple of inches just inside from the first cut. Justin Rose safely finds the fairway for Europe.
Tommy Fleetwood is the next man to stand up and be counted, and my goodness, hasn't he done that so far for Luke Donald, sent out alongside Rory McIlroy, and 2-0 in the foursomes matches. It's been a very, very profitable week so far for the man from Southport. He of course won yesterday with Justin Rose as well in this format, and the FedEx Cup champion. I didn't really need to study that one for too long. Alistair Bruce ball.
Yes, I can see away in the distance, bending down, picking up his tee, buddy with Justin Rose. 8 yards, 9 yards to the right hand side. Both have opened up this green. Steep slope at the front, pin parked, front left. Rose and Fleetwood position A1.
The contrasting personalities of Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau are this next pair. Is it a panic pair? Katrina Matthew Solheim Cup captain. Multiple Solheim Cup winners seem to think so. But Keegan Bradley didn't have this as part of his plan, but he needs to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Could this be the answer? Let's see. The world number one ready to strike first. And listen to the noise as this ball sails through the New York skyline towards you on that corner, Alistair. He is looking at it.
Yes, we saw the unusual miss with the wedge shot from Scotty Scheffler on the 18th in the morning foursomes. Europe getting the win in that final match out on course, but Scheffler bounces back like only he knows how. He's 10-15 yards beyond the European balls. He is smack bang in the middle of the fairway.
This is going to be some atmosphere for you to be following, Ali, this afternoon, particularly with this man ready to go on the first tee. He doesn't have President Trump welcoming onto the tee and walking down there and trying to do something to G up that big grandstand like he did yesterday afternoon. No Secret Service here as the extra spectators today. Not that we need them. Bryson, the big hitter, the live golfer, the multiple major champion. He's given that the full treatment. That is absolutely smoked. Where is it though, Ali?
What a lovely noise that was. The swish of the club. Well, it's 10 yards short of the green. It's a Bryson boomer. It's exactly what he did this morning. You heard the reaction from the American fans. 8.5, 3.5 to Europe. The American team needs something special this afternoon. They are definitely going to get the support, and Bryson DeChambeau is pumped up. So just like in the first 4-ball match out on course, 4 balls in the fairway. Rosenfleet will hit into this first green first, then Scheffler, then DeChambeau. It's 25 yards from the front of the green, and he's bang in line with the pin. I'm going to go and find Katrina Matthew behind this first green. The second match is well and truly underway.
The noise of that driver hitting the ball from Bryson DeChambeau was like a sledgehammer hitting a cast iron bar. It was so loud, so loud. Now, up ahead on the second, John Murray with news of the tee shots.
As I also try to eat my sandwich for lunch.
What have you got, John?
There was only one choice, which was ham and cheese, which is quite nice. Anyway, one of the balls is on the fairway, right side of the fairway. The other 3, there's certainly one I've missed on the left-hand side, and I'm just trying to establish where the others are. But it's certainly in contrast to the first hole, just the one ball on the fairway, and I have a feeling that is Justin Thomas, who is the last man to strike off the tee. So I will wait until they get here and then confirm that news.
I expect, well, the only reason I showed an interest in your sandwich there, John, is because I've got a box with one in for me here, and I've not yet opened it. So I thought you were going to surprise me with some funky flavour, but that's not the case.
Well, I was trying to pick my moment, and I thought, once they tee off on the second, I should be in the clear.
Well, usually you are, but
it's a schoolboy error.
It's a big walk up there. You don't want to be munching a sandwich and trying to catch your breath up that second.
Got to choose your moment.
Well, we'll let you do just that at the moment. The second match striding towards the first fairway, where all 4 of the balls are sat once again in the fairway. Alistair Bruce Ball, you've now got eyes on, and that tee shot of Bryson DeChambeau's is a monster.
Yeah, and do you know what, James? It wasn't just the contact on the ball that you described. It's the swish, the force, the velocity, the thrash of the golf club through the air that was picked up by the microphones there. I mean, it is box office entertainment. It is great golf, and Bryson DeChambeau, has found the middle of the fairway. It's no good if you hit it like that and you spray it everywhere. But Bryson DeChambeau has ripped it. Katrina Matthew, I'm alongside. Solheim Cup player, very successful Solheim Cup captain, Curtis Cup captain too. Massive session for the USA this afternoon. 8.5, 3.5 down. Traditionally stronger in 4 balls than foursomes. This partnership, this DeChambeau-Scheffler, feels like a massive roll of the dice to me. Could go spectacularly, brilliantly, or may not.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I mean, I don't think this is one perhaps Keegan had planned on, but he's got to try something different. He's just throwing everything at it now. And tell you, I was standing at the back of this first green when DeChambeau's ball landed, 30, 40 yards past all the rest, and the noise from this crowd was electric.
Would you say it's gone up a couple of notches this afternoon, atmosphere-wise? I mean, I think people are, slightly more lubricated than they were, say, at 8 o'clock this morning.
I think it's gone up a few notches, but I think each session started quite loud, and then the Europeans have just got the upper hand and it's quieted them down. But I think the crowd really need to try and get behind their team here today and really try and get a good session out of them.
And if the Americans want some inspiration, I've just spotted Ben Crenshaw, famously captain of the team that had that magnificent comeback at Brookline 1999. It's one of the most popular shirts out on the golf course, actually, from the American fans, those famous shirts that had the pictures of former American Ryder Cup winning teams, and Crenshaw is sitting at the back of this first green watching this match, and they need something akin to Brookline here this afternoon. Fleetwood's first shot, second shot on the first, on its way, big spin, fizzes back behind the flag. The Americans want that to roll and roll back towards the front of the green. It landed just right of the flag. It's probably rolled back to about 18-20 feet or so. I think Fleetwood and Rose are really going to relish this matchup this afternoon as well, Katrina.
I think they're going to love it, yeah. I mean, but you're up against the best player in the world and probably one of the most popular players in the world, and the showman, the swashbuckling Bryson DeChambeau. And I think Fleetwood and Rose they'll be up for this. They're great friends. I think they're just going to go out and have really good fun.
Yeah, it was fascinating actually listening to John Murray doing the post-match interview last night after they got their win in the four balls tight one as well, and just how much it came across loud and clear how much they had enjoyed playing together for the first time in a Ryder Cup, enjoying each other's performances and feeding off each other as well. Tall, angular figure of Rose in the brown shirt, blue trousers. Club head is pulled back. You heard the swish there. This one coming in a little lower, straight at the flag. One bounce, second bounce, bit of zip on that, but a bit more control on the spin this time. So Rose is half the distance from the hole that Tommy Fleetwood is, about 10 feet or so. I guess in terms of Ryder Cup, Katrina, it's an exciting first hole because you're expecting, potentially eagles, definitely birdies. It's not the most challenging first hole, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, it's nerve-wracking standing on that first tee, but it's not one of these ones you think, oh my God, this is a horrific first tee shot. It's a huge wide fairway. They can just bash driver as hard as they can, and even if you miss it left, you've got a shot. So it's not the most daunting first tee shot.
Next to play, world number one Scotty Scheffler had a miscue with the wedge on the 18th in the foursomes, and he has gone 3 defeats from 3 matches. That is brilliantly judged. Beyond the flag, it pitches, it rolls down to about 5 feet, pin high. Distance absolutely perfect, exactly what we expect from Scotty Scheffler, and a great chance for birdie on the first.
Yeah, a really good shot there from Scotty Scheffler. I followed his game this morning, and I mean, he played some good golf. They were just up against it. McIntyre and Hovland were 7 under for their round, which in foursomes is, that's tough to beat. But Scotty's got to be just desperate to get a point on the board.
It is a cacophony of noise and remarkable sort of colour choreography all around this green. Different flags of different nations everywhere you look. People packed in shoulder to shoulder behind the ropes. They want some excitement. I tell you what, the roof will come off if Bryson DeChambeau is able to chip in for eagle here. I'd say about 25 yards from the flag, looking directly at it. You can see the tightly mown fairway just in front of his feet in different shades of green, running horizontally across in front of him. Swings back, punches it forward. The ball bounces on the putting surface, left of the flag, stops dead, even closer than Scotty Scheffler. So definitely advantage USA, because I would say both of those within 5-6 feet, and DeChambeau's closer than that. So Europe probably going to have to find one of these putts from Fleetwood and Rose.
Definitely, I would say so. One of the Americans is going to hold those. You'd have to think, especially DeChambeau's up the hill from probably, as you say, 4 or 5 feet. So the Europeans are going to have to knock one of these in.
8.5, 3.5 to Europe. 16 points left to play for in the match. 5.5 points will be enough for Europe to retain the trophy. Retaining won't be enough for them, though, Katrina. That is not the mission, is it? Every message that has come out from Luke Donald and his team is about winning this match on foreign soil.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't want to draw. You want to get that win. You want to get the W next to it, and they'll be wanting to win this session, and then they'll be going to see how much they can win by.
Well, that's what Europe are trying to do. USA are trying to fight back, and they have hit the approaches closer on this first hole. Everyone else moves in to try and get a view of the green. Thomas Bjorn, I think, has spotted Ben Crenshaw there, gives him a wave, pulls the earpiece out and goes over to say hello. Ben Crenshaw was about to get up and get onto his feet, and Thomas Bjorn has said, no, you stay there, you sit down, I'll come over. But in a second, he's going to have to turn around and watch Tommy Fleetwood's birdie attempt. Another brilliant win for Fleetwood in the foursomes this morning. Can he find an early putt on the first for Europe? No, not this time. Goes by on the right, couple of feet by. Americans haven't got the birdie guaranteed yet, but they're both in close. But Justin Rose may well need to find the putt here. In terms of sort of line of putt there between Rose and Fleetwood, will he gain anything from that, Katrina?
I think he will. They're quite similar line. Justin's probably just half the distance, so I think he'll have had a really good line on this. I don't think it's really doing very much. Probably just keep it inside the hole.
Bryson DeChambeau stands casually to Justin Rose's left. Scotty Scheffler stands casually leaning on his putter to Justin Rose's right. It's going to be really interesting to watch the interaction, I think, between DeChambeau and Scheffler this afternoon, and what DeChambeau gets out of Scheffler, and whether he tries to get him pumped up, whether he leaves him to do his own thing. It is 4-ball, so you are playing your own ball. That is a different game. Here's Justin Rose then in the chocolate brown of Europe, that familiar tuck of the loose bit of material under the left armpit before he settles over the putt. 10 feet or so away, and you really think Europe are going to need this for the half. The Americans in close. Rose pushes the ball towards the hole, right into the middle of the hole as well. I bet you DeChambeau and Scheffler were probably expecting that, but now one of them has got to make one of the shorter ones for the half. Great start by Justin Rose.
Great start from him. It's always nice when you get in a nice putt like that in the first hole, 10-footer. Just give yourself the confidence for the rest of the round. But he would think he's got that for the half. They're going to expect the Americans to hole one of these.
So funny, you watch them on the practice green. I was watching Justin Rose holding those sort of putt after putt after putt on the practice green. So you step onto the real green in the Ryder Cup, you think, well, he's going to do the same thing, but it is totally different. So much noise, so much pressure, so much going on. We peer through the long grasses here. Scheffler looking for the birdie first for the USA. From no distance at all, that was 3 feet. Nothing more than that, and the first hole halved in birdies, and Justin Rose particularly delighted with his 10-footer. All square heading to the second. We'll hand you back to James Gregg.
Thank you, Ali. Let's get news then up on that second hole. Hopefully John Murray's inhaled his sandwich, caught his breath, and has views of Justin Thomas, Cameron Young, Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry.
Rory McIlroy is not able to hold from 20 feet for birdie. That just slipped by on the left-hand side. Got the pace absolutely right. And it's come down to a birdie shootout between McIlroy and Cam Young from a similar range here on the second green. Lowry and Thomas out of the hole. Lowry missed the green. Thomas was in the greenside bunker. But McIlroy, as I mentioned, just rolled his by on the left-hand side, whereas Cam Young from a similar 20 feet or so range, with 1 foot on the first cut off the back and the other straddling the green and that first cut. Just a final wiggle in those ever so white trousers the Americans are wearing today, and then sends his ball forward for birdie, and it also just rolls by on the left-hand side. So honours remain even here in this match, the first match out in the afternoon 4 balls, all square between Thomas and Young and McIlroy and Lowry. And next it's the par 3 third.
We are 3 minutes to 1 o'clock local time here on Long Island, where the sun is beating down. It's a furnace, it really is, not just in terms of the heat, but in terms of the atmosphere. You can hear it all around that first tee. The third match being welcomed, that's the American crowd acknowledging US Open champion JJ Spaun and 2-time major winner Xander Schauffele. They take on Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka, who won yesterday in this format. Jon Rahm has also won both of his foursomes matches. He's 3 from 3, and here he is looking to go 4 from 4. He has been a titanic figure for Luke Donald's band of golfing brothers here throughout this 45th Ryder Cup. 12:58 local time then. We're a minute late teeing off with this third match, but the players don't really care one bit about that. So the first fairway completely clear, the first green completely clear. Not that we've seen anybody get onto that first green, as we were all predicting we might see one of the players do over the course of this 3 days of action. It's just a little too far, even for Bryson DeChambeau, who hit that absolute cruncher of a tee shot in that previous match. All square in both of those first 4 ball matches through 1 hole and 2 holes. And now onto that first tee. up steps the European pair of Rahm and Straka. And the man from the Basque Country, Jon Rahm, will be the first to hit. The ball high into the crystal clear blue sky, trying to cut off as much of that corner as he possibly can. Do I have eyes? Oh, there it is, middle of the fairway. It's a beauty of a tee shot from Jon Rahm. Kat Downs, you're going to be following this match. I mean, you've got to be looking forward to this one. Rahm and Straka. I mean, Rahm brings the noise, Straka brings that level of coolness.
Yep, won their 4 balls yesterday, of course, didn't they? This pair, big, burly, muscular pair for Team Europe. Looking back towards that first tee, James, I can see the large frame of the big Austrian, Sepp Straka, as he's striping his tee shot down towards us here. We're standing on the first green, Ollie Wilson and I, and I've just seen his ball land just in the little first cut of rough to the right edge of the fairway. 2 good tee shots from Team Europe, Ollie Wilson.
Yeah, they're absolutely perfect right there. Both get left with maybe 50 yards, 40, 50 yards to the flag, to this front left location, so they'll be pleased with that start.
Americans on the tee, James?
Yeah, that's right. That is right. To much patriotic fervour as well that's fizzing around this really impressive grandstand. I know we keep wanging on about it here on our coverage, but it's quite the sight up atop this hill, obscuring the clubhouse of this usually public golf course. JJ Spawn is the man hitting first, the US Open winner, who hold that 65-footer at the 72nd green. Have you got eyes on that tee shot?
Yep.
I think oh, there it is on the
Seen
fairway.
that one land, yeah, fairway, but left edge of the fairway from JJ Spawn, and a little bit further away from the green and the balls of the 2 Europeans. JJ Spawn, I'd say, James, as well, from a distance, he's like a mini Jon Rahm, isn't he?
He is in many ways. He is in many ways. Here is Xander Schauffele then, the 4th member of this 4-ball. Trying to find the fairway, trying to just dust himself down after a bit of a pasting this morning, I must say, alongside his good friend, his fellow California kid in Patrick Cantlay. That was in the foursomes. Rahm once again staring the man from San Diego down, and I think we're going to have a complete set of balls on the short grass here at the first.
Yeah, they've made a little quadrant, haven't they, James? 4 corners of the square. The Europeans, Jon Rahm's ball slightly in front of Sepp Straka's ball down the right-hand side, and the Americans with Xander Schauffele's ball slightly in front of JJ Spawn's ball down the left-hand side. And it is a warm and muggy afternoon here. The heat feels heavy. It sits like a weight on your shoulders. Completely still, not a breath of wind. The flags are hanging completely limp. This is going to be a hot and sticky and exciting afternoon.
It is indeed, and I hope you've got your sun cream with you. John Murray has finished his sandwich, and he's got some news to bring from the 3rd hole in that first match.
Yes, the par 3, which is over the valley that drops away down below, but the actual putting surface only just slightly below in terms of level of height. But I'm just looking at the final ball, which is being played off the tee. Now, Rory McIlroy is on the green. Shane Lowry has just missed it, but both US balls are closer, much closer. And we will have 2 very live opportunities for American birdies. One from 15 feet, and actually the other from a similar sort of range, whereas McIlroy is probably 30 feet and more away. And as I say, Lowry has missed the green, so there is a very good opportunity here for the United States to get red on the board in this match on the 3rd hole. It is currently all square.
4-ball format, absolutely love this format, because you do see plenty of birdies, you get opportunities and excitement all over the golf course. Once again, a whole throng of spectators from inside the rope, so some of those player helpers, some of the wives, some of the girlfriends, some of the children of players as well, striding down here. I can see a couple of vice captains as well walking past me. The captain's caddy, Keegan Bradley's caddy, Scott Vale as well, just a couple of of feet away from me, earpiece in, and assisting his boss week to week. A different week for him, not carrying the bag strap over his shoulder, but carrying instructions and drinks and that kind of thing. So once again, bit of Justin Timberlake starts blaring out all around the first tee on the big loud speakers. You're getting spectators crossing this fairway, and Cat Downs, Ollie Wilson, you've got a fantastic view, haven't you, here? It's quite something, isn't it? That big hospitality on the corner of the dogleg is packed, people leaning over, craning over the balcony, trying to get a bit of a view. Have you got a better view than I of who's going to be playing first here? It might be JJ Spawn, Ollie, is that right?
Yeah, I think it's JJ Spawn.
Yeah, JJ Spawn took the slightly more cautious line off the tee down the left wing, so he'll be first, and then I think it might be Xander second, Straka third, and John Ram's going to be flicking it in last from about 40 yards.
That triple-decker hospitality stand, James, I was talking to someone from the PGA a little bit earlier on in the week. They're very proud of that triple-decker. It's the first ever triple-decker hospitality stand at a golf event in the US. So there you go. A little-known fact.
I'll tell you what, it won't be cheap in there. It will not be cheap in there. It's a good view, and the atmosphere carrying all the way down, yet more spectators who are trying to squeeze themselves through that little tunnel or over the road that bisects this public golf course to try and work out where they're going to go to try and find a vantage point to catch some of this afternoon's action. Just a reminder then, a brilliant session for Luke Donald's men this morning in the foursomes. 3-1, they won the session. It was quite wonderful from a European perspective. Lots of questions to be asked of the American pairings that are out this afternoon. Cantlay and Schauffele, English and Morikawa, Henley and Scheffler, all beaten. Now, Cat Downs.
JJ Spawn deep in conversation with his caddy, standing over this second shot into the par 4 first. This sweeping dogleg down from that enormous grandstand, perched high on the hill over away to our left. It curves around as it tumbles down the slope from left to right. JJ Spawn's ball on the very left edge of the fairway, and he's flown it well beyond the flag. Now it puts on the brakes and the backspin, and it catches the slope that sucks down towards the pin. Looked like it had been well overshot by JJ Spawn, but the amount of control he had on that ball means that he's pulled it back towards the hole, and it comes to a rest 5 feet from the pin. That's a stunner.
Judged that perfectly, flew it all the way back and used that slope, taking out what we've seen with some of the other players is coming up short, so well judged there.
Next to play in European colours, the chocolate brown and the navy blue of the Saturday outfits for the European side. Sepp Straka, the Austrian. He has pitched this well beyond the flag, and he was looking to do the same as JJ Spawn, but he hasn't managed to pull it off. Hasn't managed to get the backspin. He's put it too far past. It hasn't caught the downslope, and so he's a good 40-45 feet beyond the pin. Not a good shot from Straka.
Yeah, it was just in the first cut, and I think that just jumped a little bit. It seemed to come off the blade pretty hot and completely missed that slope.
As we came through the tunnel from the second green here, Ollie looked around and he said, there are a lot of people here. And that is an understatement, really. There are tens of thousands of people here, and just a buzz wherever you go. You can hear this buzz, this tension, this anticipation in the air. Xander Schauffele does the same as his playing partner. Another superbly executed approach shot from the American side. 2 balls within 10 feet of the flag for Keegan Bradley's team as they try to mount this bounce back at Bethpage and try to cut the arrears. The score at the moment, 3.5 points for the USA to 8.5 for Europe. I keep getting these teams mixed up, and that is a bad thing. 3.5 for Europe and 8.5 for the USA. A big comeback required this afternoon for Keegan Bradley's team. Now John Rahm, dark beard beneath the blue baseball cap, chocolate brown shoulders underneath those thick t-shirts. This looks stunning from John Rahm. It's the best of the bunch from the Spaniard. He's bested the 2 Americans, and his ball comes to a rest just a couple of feet from the pin, and Europe needed that in this third match out on the course.
Yeah, that was fantastic. The judge flew it all the way to the hole, just skipped past and spun back inside Xander, and
Well, you can hear it absolutely pumping around that first tee.
JJ Spawn, it's fantastic.
Grey at the moment here around this first tee. You know what? I'm going to just walk away from these speakers because it's not allowing me to hear where we need to be going. So those players striding up towards the first green, I know that much. Alistair Bruce Ball, are you on the second hole still?
Yes, we are in the little walkway between the second green and the third tee, and in the last 10 minutes Katrina, Matthew and I have seen some remarkable Ryder Cup golf. 389-yard par 4 dogleg right to left round the trees up the hill. Bryson DeChambeau only went and tried to drive the green, ended up about 20 yards short. He's flicked the pitch on to about maybe 12-15 feet, but the approach play we've seen, Katrina, from Justin Rose and Scotty Scheffler, just magnificent distance control again with the irons.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. They both pitched it probably, 10 feet past the hole, and they both had a chance of going in the hole as they went past with the backspin, but both to probably within 3 feet.
Yeah, we're expecting it to be halved in birdies between Scheffler and Rose, and I'm just going to creep forward ever so gently, kneel down very close to the action, so got to be very careful with the level of the voice here, because Tommy Fleetwood and Bryson DeChambeau also have birdie putts to come on this green. Fleetwood will go first. He's got his back to me. His playing partner Justin Rose leaning on his putter just to Fleetwood's left and behind him. And can Tommy Fleetwood save Justin Rose the bother? Rose about 3 feet away. Oh, it's glanced the edge of the hole from Fleetwood and the ball goes skidding past. So no birdie for Tommy Fleetwood. Bryson DeChambeau will go next, but he's just in conversation with Scotty Scheffler, who's telling Tommy Fleetwood to pick his ball up. Show him how to putt, Bryson, comes the cry from the galleries away to my left-hand side. Bryson DeChambeau muttering away to himself, so he was going to go first here and try and pop in the birdie, but the really good chances to come are for Scheffler and Rose, and it really does feel like the atmosphere has ramped up around this green again. It just seems to be bubbling away, doesn't it, Katrina?
Yeah, I think the crowd are just loving this pairing with Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau, and they're just desperate for them to just burst into life.
Katrina dropping to the golfing whisper. This incredibly privileged position we get to commentate from for the BBC at the Ryder Cup. Europe leading 8.5, 3.5 at the start of these 4 balls this afternoon. And we're waiting for DeChambeau's putt to make its way into our view. His body is hidden by a gaggle of people just in front of me to my left, but I've got a view of the last 5-6 feet of the putt. Get in, they cry, no, that's missed on the right, so DeChambeau and Fleetwood can't make the putts. It is down to Scheffler and Rose, and the way this match has started, Katrina, you watched a really high-quality foursomes match this morning. I've got a feeling we could be in for some really high-quality golf this afternoon as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think, well, Fleetwood and Rose played so well yesterday, and as we've said numerous times, Scheffler's just desperate to burst into kind of birdie mode like he usually does on the PGA Tour, so I think we're in for a great ride this afternoon.
Well, let's see what Scotty Scheffler can do next. So close to the hole here. 2 or 3 feet away. Chap in front of me desperately trying to get out of the way so commentators can see what they're doing, but everyone's so eager just to get a view of what's going on. And all I can see now is Scheffler's shadow stretching towards the hole. Putt the birdie, Justin Rose facing passive, waiting for his turn. Rose even closer than Scheffler here. This about 3 feet away, and Scheffler pops it right into the middle of the hole. So birdie for the USA. Justin Rose now has to respond for Europe, and this is exactly what happened on the first green, just in reverse, because Rose rolled in for birdie. Scheffler followed him in from close range. This time Scheffler has gone first, and Justin Rose, almost meditating, he holds the putter straight out in front of him. Then he bends down, he ignores the catcalling and the jeers, and he just stares at the ball, moves 5 yards behind it, down on his haunches, studies the line, and just strides towards the ball. 3 feet, no more, for back-to-back birdies. And it's in. Rose was stretching towards the hole before the ball had even dropped. He hit the putt, he leant forward, left hand, plucked it out of the hole. It's halved in birdies. This match remains all square. Cat.
At the same time, a ball drops for John Rahm for birdie on the first green. So John Rahm delivering once again, following Xander Schauffele in as we walk under the tunnel and across Old Swamp Road and up to the second. It's all square in the third match out on the course. John Rahm and Sepp Straka all square with JJ Spaun and Xander Schauffele.
So, lots of noise once again coming from that first tee. Excellent start again for Team Europe here in this session, this afternoon 4-ball session, which will be held up at the back by Sam Burns and Cantlay from an American standpoint, and Luke Donald has decided to bring in a new duo for this session. Victor Hovland and Matt Fitzpatrick, who both contributed already to that 8.5 point total that Europe currently have on the board. Fitzpatrick, excellent, statistically the best player yesterday in that foursomes when he partnered Ludwig Åberg to that brilliant 5-3 victory over the world #1 Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley. The man from Sheffield now standing on that first tee, ready to get going here. His second match of the day, having failed to bring home a point against that juggernaut of a pair of DeChambeau and Thomas this morning. Fitzpatrick straight down for the tee there. That headed straight down onto this lovely strip of grass that doglegs from left to right, and that's on the right-hand side of the fairway. He's cut off a lot of the corner there, has the Englishman, the former US Open champion. And big cheers and bigger boos for Victor Hovland. Broke the hearts in that final foursomes match earlier with that incredible clutch putt at the 17th, amongst some of the brilliance in there, but that's the one for the highlight reel. That's the moment that will be stitched into Ryder Cup fabric for a long, long time. So the Norwegian, ready to get going, a former season-long champion on the PGA Tour, a FedEx Cup winner. And that loopy swing of his, I think, just leaking a little left, is it? Yes, that one not on the fairway.
In the United States of America, Sam Burns.
Sam Burns, the man from Louisiana, a 5-time winner on the PGA Tour, and actually the reigning world match play champion. He won the last edition of that particular tournament. It stopped 2.5 years ago, but he was the most recent winner of it, where he beat Cam Young in the final, and one of the best putters on the PGA Tour, if not the best, in 2025. He's a big hitter as well, taking a lot of this corner from up on high. Off, and that's just going to cling onto the left-hand side of the fairway.
Now on the tee, representing the United States of America,
we are going to see the man who usually delivers. Patty Ice melted under the Long Island heat earlier on, up against that formidable juggernaut of a duo that is John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton in the alternate shot format. Cantlay, deliberate, but unmoved and unshaken most of the time. Stands still over it now, and this will be the last tee shot to be struck off this first tee. And following this match will be our golf correspondent Ian Carter. We'll bring Ian in just a second. Hopefully he's well nourished after a busy morning out there on the golf course under the heat. This one leaking a little left from Cantlay. In fact, it will just cling on to the left-hand side, either on the fairway, maybe just creeping into that semi-rough. Ian Carter, this seems like quite a sensible pairing. We've talked a little bit about Scheffler and DeChambeau being what seems to be something that's just a bit of a mismatch, but Burns and Cantlay, that seems sensible.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I saw Burns play yesterday. I thought he played pretty well in the company of Cantlay. They got a really good half out of their match at the end of yesterday's 4 balls against McIlroy. In that match, McIlroy and Shane Lowry. So yeah, it does make a lot of sense. You know, there have been some interesting partnerships from the Americans, undoubtedly, but they're on the back foot. They really have been on the back foot since the very first session. They've lost all 3 sessions so far, and this is absolutely vital for them. They have to win this session to have any chance of winning back the Ryder Cup.
Invigorated, absolutely invigorated are Fitzpatrick and
the rest of his European band of golfing brothers here. We have Shea Knight and Dan Parrott striding forwards down here. In fact, Ian Carter, there's been a bit of a change here, I think.
Yes, I'm just hearing, I'm down here by the first green, a late change by Europe. So Tyrrell Hatton has come in for Victor Hovland as a last-minute change to work alongside Matt Fitzpatrick. I mean, you're bringing in some strength there. Clearly, Hovland obviously just maybe feeling absolutely drained after that epic victory in the bottom match of the foursomes earlier with Bob McIntyre.
That is very interesting. Very interesting stuff indeed. Okay, so the English duo are at the back. We'll bring you more on that as we can throughout our continuous coverage of the 45th Ryder Cup. Wherever you are joining us from, whether that be here on Long Island at Bethpage Black, whether that be on RyderCup.com from some far-flung corner of the globe, and we're bringing the New York sunshine and this frenetic atmosphere to you, or even in the UK on BBC Radio. It's great to have your company. So they're all off and running, these 4-ball matches. The late change to that final one is no Victor Hovland. It's going to be Tyrrell Hatton who partners Matt Fitzpatrick. But other than that, they're all out there on the golf course. 8.5, 3.5.
So all the way until the final putt this Saturday afternoon here in New York, we will be with you on 5 Live at the 45th Ryder Cup, where Europe lead by 8.5 points to 3.5. Let's go to the top. Are you the top match, John Murray?
I am, yes, I am, and it is Justin Thomas back in the action after sitting out this morning with Cameron Young for the United States. Cameron Young, the New Yorker, who has won 2 out of 2 so far on his Ryder Cup debut against the Irish pair, Rory McIlroy, with 2.5 points out of 3 so far. So this clearly means that Rory McIlroy will play in all 5 sessions. So, and here Rory McIlroy playing with Shane Lowry as he did yesterday afternoon when they halved with Burns and Cantlay, and I can tell you it's been a little routine so far. We're on the 4th, we're on the par 5 just up at the back of the green, just watching them walk towards me here. We've got 3 balls on the green, but the first 3 holes were halved with pars, and there have been opportunities. The Americans had chances, both of them, Thomas and Young at the previous hole, both missed from round about 15 feet, and Young also missed from 7 feet on the first. So a little bit of a story of missed chances so far, so all square between Thomas and Young and McIlroy and Lowry.
I think maybe you can understand, John, can't it all being a little bit routine. It's been a hot day. Some of the, like McIlroy, are going to play 5 times. Some of them, like Cam Young, have played this morning as well. It might take a little while to get going again.
Yes, it might, and I think, as we've heard about that surprise news with Tyrrell Hatton replacing Victor Hovland in the last match out on the course, and how draining it may well have been for him this morning, unless there's an injury we don't know about. But I have to say, I'm struggling to remember of a change that late in a Ryder Cup pairing. I mean, it happens all the time in football, not so much in golf.
No, it doesn't. We'll get some details on what exactly has happened to Victor Hovland if you haven't been listening to Sports Extra, but were with us for England win in the Rugby Union World Cup final. You won't have heard that. Victor Hovland was meant to go out in the final 4-ball alongside Matt Fitzpatrick. That hasn't happened, and now it will be Tyrrell Hatton alongside Matt Fitzpatrick. In fact, it has just been released that due to a neck injury, Hovland is unable to play this match this afternoon. So that is why Tyrrell Hatton has come in, and then they just put the captain's agreement clause in so that everything is above board on the statement. It is agreed that in the event of illness, injury or other emergency reason to a player selected to play in a match, he may be substituted by another member of the team previously not selected. So a neck injury for Victor Hovland, who earlier won his match alongside Bob McIntyre. That was the final match out. So he's not coming out because of that neck injury, and Tyrrell Hatton comes in, Ian.
So I can see Tyrrell Hatton now because he's coming down the first hole here. We've got 3 balls on the green. The last one will be Hatton to play his
approach to this first green. He is obviously up against Patrick Cantlay and Sam Burns for the United States. His partner is Matt Fitzpatrick. And the speculation is that Hovland injured his neck whilst celebrating that amazing putt on the 17th for a half. Ali.
Justin Rose enjoying an incredible autumn to his Ryder Cup career in the autumnal brown, the European colours today. He is firing at flags so far. This is the second 4-ball match out on the course. He's playing alongside Tommy Fleetwood. They're all square after 2 against the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler and big hitting Bryson DeChambeau. Rose rolled in a 10-footer on the first, knocked his iron shot into 3 feet on the second and followed Scheffler in for a birdie there. Now on the par 3 third, over the valley, over the long grasses, onto this sloping green. He's knocked it into 5 feet, no more, and this for a birdie to win the hole. On its way for Europe, and Justin Rose loves it again. He was walking straight towards the hole as soon as he hit the putt. He has started birdie, 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 Katrina Matthew, and Europe are 1 up.
Yeah, great playing from Justin Rose in these first 3 holes, and as you said, he's hit him close. He's not holding long putts. I mean, a 10-footer, a 3-footer in there, a 5-footer for birdie, and the first 2 holes he halved with Scotty Scheffler, who birdied them as well.
I spoke to Luke Donald on the eve of this Ryder Cup, Katrina, and I asked the question about Justin Rose being in such good form but not being selected in the foursomes. But when he comes out as fresh as this, when you save him at the grand old age of 45, says he who was north of 50 a long time ago, you can see him reaping the benefits here. He's come out fresh as a daisy.
He has. He's come out fresh and he's just firing, as you say, at all the flags. Yeah, I mean, I think it is a long golf course to walk. Okay, Justin's in phenomenal shape, but it is a long course, and I think, you know, having players with that experience and quality to come out fresh in the afternoon is a great bonus for the team.
So we're on the 4th tee, brilliant long par 5 hole, and we're going to have to quieten it down after the fans quieten it down. We're right next to the tee here, and Europe 1 up after 3. That is Fleetwood and Rose 1 up after 3 against Scheffler and DeChambeau.
Given where you are, is it best I don't ask Katrina a question and come back to that a little bit later?
I'll tell you what, I'm just going to tiptoe forward another 20 yards, and as I do that, you can always imagine me just shuffling down the ropes here on the right-hand side, and now
yeah,
I can get to my full height and I can ask Katrina a question, or you can ask Katrina a question.
I can imagine you doing it with real grace and elegance. Though,
we are indeed, yes.
Tiptoeing. Katrina, what I was going to say is, from your experience, obviously, as a Solheim Cup captain, we talk about Rahm and McIlroy kind of being the 2 linchpins, really, of this European team. But what Luke Donald has is real strength in depth. It's not even necessarily about ability, because they're all world-class golfers, all 24 of them. But in belief and knowing what this means and Ryder Cup experience, that is where Fleetwood, Rose, Lowry, Hatton all come to the fore.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously, you quite rightly pick out the top 2 as Rory and John Rahm to kind of lead this team, but then they could say you've got an awful lot of good lieutenants, as you say, in Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood, Shane Lowry, Tyrrell Hatton. I mean, that's just quality players to be able to rely on.
Ian Carter.
Watching Matt Fitzpatrick putting for birdie on the first. Patrick Cantlay's had a go. He's missed with his attempt. Tyrrell Hatton's in closer. Fitzpatrick misses. Next to play will be Tyrrell Hatton as we go to John.
Just a little moment here, because at the 4th, the par 5, both Lowry and McIlroy have got long putts for eagle, which would in theory win the hole, but someone shouted out just as Rory McIlroy was addressing the ball, and he's just played up and it's rolled by on the right hand side, but certainly it was just as he addressed the ball, somebody shouted out his name and something else, and McIlroy stepped away and actually took a little while there to talk with Shane Lowry. Ian,
here on the first, it's Tyrrell Hatton's turn. This is only 7 feet, but Burns is in close after his approach for the Americans. So Hatton in as a last-minute substitute for Victor Hovland. Coaxes this down the hill, and he misses to the right. He thought it was going to turn off that right flank, but it didn't. Stays above ground, so a chance for Burns coming to take the first hole. John.
Yeah, and Shane Lowry is going to put for eagle next, but Rory McIlroy has been really disturbed by this, by the spectator shouting out, and after he marked his ball. He's actually attracted the attention of the referee and is now in discussions.
Meanwhile, Shane Lowry holds it for Eagle and wins the hole for Europe, and the reaction from him, Lowry stalks off angrily to his right and points towards the direction from where that shout of Rory McIlroy's name came from, and he had plenty to say there, finger jabbing. And that was, and they're still pumped up, the two of them together. So Europe, quite dramatically here, suddenly this match has burst into life, and Europe are 1 up after 4 on Thomas and Young.
John, I would suggest that whoever shouted something out need not be worried by whatever Rory said to the referee, but more worried about Shane Lowry's reaction as if he was looking to find him after singing that eagle putt.
Yeah, well, and he might have other things to worry about as well. If there's been an official complaint to the referee, suggestion will be, one would have thought that, how much security is there around here on the course? They are virtually every 10 yards there's a policeman or a state trooper, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if the message has been asked to go out that if anyone is involved in that sort of thing, that they need to be picked out and taken off the course.
I think Sean McKeel, who is alongside John, major winner, part of our team here, that McIlroy's dealt with more than any other European this week, and has dealt with most of it, and by letting his golf do the talking. I think he may have gestured once yesterday, but from reading reports yesterday afternoon at somebody who said something. So he's managed to stay calm the majority of the time. It is not surprising, I suppose, every now and then he's going to get riled.
Sorry, was that to me?
It was to Sean. I thought Sean was on.
No, he's not with me yet. He's after his busy day so far. He's on his way here, so he'll be here shortly.
Okay, let's go to Kat.
Birdie putt for JJ Spawn here on the second, and this will put the pressure on Sepp Straka, who has a birdie putt to come, but that one gliding by on the left-hand side. So we've had Jon Rahm putting from 30 feet for a birdie. That one missed. We had Xander Schauffele then for the American side, chipping from the rough to the right-hand edge. That one glided by. So it's Sepp Straka, the only player left of this 4-ball, with a chance to make a birdie here as Jon Rahm comes over and is deep in conversation with Jose Maria Olazabal, the architect of the last European win on US soil at Medina in 2012. They're deep in conversation. What do you think they're talking about there, Ollie?
I'm really not sure. Everything's going according to plan. Sepp Straka's hit a lovely shot in straight over the flag, spun it back to about 10 feet. Chance to go 1 up right here.
Yeah, so all the other attempts on the second green have gone begging. Everything falls silent, apart from Jon Rahm, who's still chatting with his caddy, still chatting with Jose Maria Olazabal as Sepp Straka's ball is in. It's in. It's a birdie for Europe, and they strike first in this third match of the Saturday 4-balls. Europe move 1 up on the second green. There are 3 stripes of blue on the board now. It's not looking great for the US and their comeback in the early stages here at Bethpage Black.
Wow. McIlroy and Lowry 1 up through 4. Fleetwood and Rose 1 up through 3. Rahm and Straka 1 up through 2. And remember, Europe already 8.5, 3.5 up after the morning foursomes. Ian Carter, they are relentless at the moment.
Sorry, I'm in an area where the reception is really, really dodgy, but I can hear you now. Just to let you know that Sam Burns missed his chance to win the opening hole, so all 4 players missing good birdie opportunities. And our match here, Hovland not playing, Hatton instead against, and with Fitzpatrick against Burns and Cantlay. All square, they're on the second tee.
Okay, so that's the only little strip of grey at the moment. It's been a good 5 minutes for going to people and then not being there, so let's try again. Ali?
Nah, just joking. Just joking.
There's my Mr. Dependable.
So predictable. You knew what I was doing there. Katrina, Matthew and I are with Tommy Fleetwood, Justin Rose. They're up against this big name, big gun pairing of the Americans in Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau. This magnificent par 5 fourth hole. All the balls have landed pretty much in a line, clustered together. Second shots on the way towards this green. Tommy Fleetwood is going to launch his first. The green is actually hidden from our view, but that from this range, Katrina, looks good. That has found the putting surface. So if Tommy Fleetwood can get from there with an iron, you'd expect all four of these chaps to expect to get on there and get in close.
Yeah, a relatively short par 5 for them. Even though it plays up the hill, they'll just be hitting a kind of probably 5-iron, mid-iron in here, mid to long iron. And that was a lovely shot from Tommy Fleetwood. You saw it, nice high towering one just left of the flag, and that should be perfect. Heart to the green.
Really interesting, Mark, again, to watch the cut and thrust of the Ryder Cup, because on that first green, Europe were further away than the two Americans, and Justin Rose, such a crucial sort of momentum starting putt from him on the first from 10 feet to get the birdie in, so that the American birdie putt from Scheffler only became a half. Then Scheffler and Rose into 3 feet each, stunning shots into the second, and then Justin Rose's tee shot the third. I mean, very nearly a hole in one, bang on line, just 5 feet away, and he's made 3 birdies in a row. He's about to send his second on the way, and Europe won up in this match.
Katrina, you know how we were just talking about that strength in depth. Tommy Fleetwood now, after this morning, has the highest career winning percentage amongst any of the 51 European players who've played in 10 or more Ryder Cup matches. His percentage now, winning percentage, is at 73%. Just behind him, Luke Donald is captain and John Rahm both on 70%.
Yeah, I mean, it is phenomenal. I mean, we kind of say we've got Rory and John Rahm as our top two, but I mean, how can you not put even Justin Rose, Tommy Fleetwood up there with them? I mean, Tommy Fleetwood, FedEx champion this year. Justin Rose, major champions, had a fantastic year, winning on the PGA Tour and the European Tour. So it's tough to say there's a supporting cast.
There's players, aren't there, Mark, who love the competition that is the Ryder Cup, and it frees them up and allows them to play brilliant match play golf. When you think of Colin Montgomery, I always think of it as well a little bit like the Olympics, Katrina, is that you want to come in, it's every 2 years, you want to come in form. Tommy Fleetwood has come into this one bang in form. In France, he played with Molinari, unbelievable partnership. They ripped it up on the first couple of days, played with Rory McIlroy in Rome. But again, coming to a Ryder Cup in form makes such a difference.
He's coming in form. That's a really good point you made about Colin Montgomery. You know, obviously a fantastic player, but he always putted that a little bit better at the Ryder Cup. He just seemed to free up. He wasn't as tense over them. He gave them a little bit more run at the hole. And if anything, if you can pick anything in Tommy's game that's not great, it probably is his putting. And I think he's just a little bit freer in this.
Scotty Scheffler didn't find the green there, did he, with his second into the par 5?
No, it looks like he's just gone a little bit long, and that's going to be a tricky chip because it really runs off the back of the screen.
Big, booming, brawny Bryson. Oh, that looks good. Second shot on the way. I think that's going to be close. Yeah, the American fans love it. It's in. We're hearing it's in. It's not in the hole. Calm down, everyone. Calm down. I was getting a shout that it was in the hole. I couldn't see it. The reaction didn't tell me it was in the hole. It must be blooming close to the hole. As soon, Katrina, as that started to head towards the green, you could tell it was on line. That is extremely close. It very nearly went in for an albatross too. Sorry for getting the listeners excited back home.
Yeah, it did. And Luke, we were watching it just from the side. We couldn't quite see the bottom of the green, but we're just walking up to it and we can see the ball now, and it looks just a couple of feet from the hole.
Wow, so that's a gimme eagle. That is a gimme eagle from Bryson DeChambeau. Keegan Bradley said he was going to be the X factor, Mark. That is exactly the kind of golf he was talking about. So Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood are going to have to do something special here, because one of the longer eagle putts is going to have to go in. Very nearly hold it for an albatross too. Get yourself thumbing through the old Ryder Cup record books. Has there ever been an albatross, Mark, in the Ryder Cup?
Are you thumbing through, or am I meant to be thumbing through?
Say again?
Are you thumbing through them, or am I meant to be thumbing through them?
No, you thumb through them, or get someone to thumb through them for you.
Okay. Well, that sounds a lot better than me having to do that myself. Obviously, Andrew McGee, a part of our team, PGA Tour winner. I know Keegan Bradley said Bryson DeChambeau could be the X factor in the difference. I don't feel that Bryson DeChambeau is one of those who is responsible, though, for how this has gone for the US. I know he struggled yesterday in not winning, but you could look at others too, couldn't you?
Yeah, I'd want to be in the team room and just just listen in, and who's doing the talking, and what are they saying? It should be Scheffler. I bet it's not Scheffler. I bet it's DeChambeau is trying to be a leader. We know who the leader is for the Euros. Obviously, McIlroy has got the patience and the heart, the passion for this event, and maybe that eagle, that tap-in eagle, how lovely is those to have? A tap-in will get something going for this team, for the Americans. But I'm almost pulling for the Euros now because I'm disgusted with my team.
Oh, there's something to expand on over the course of the evening, and maybe tomorrow as well, because we've got a lot of airtime tomorrow if this is going to be a procession for Europe, which nobody is saying at the moment, because in the back of our mind is always the fact that things can change very quickly in a Ryder Cup. Ali?
Well, Bryson DeChambeau, unsurprisingly, has had the eagle putt from 2 inches conceded. So Justin Rose chipping now from the left-hand side of the 4th green. The ball just on a little upslope, so the ball is hidden from us. So is the bottom of Justin Rose's club and his feet. Going through a couple of practice strokes here. Just a little zephyr tickling the white flag, fluttering in the breeze. Rose with a big high long swing, flop shot, lands it past the hole, looking to slam dunk it into the hole, had to go for it way beyond, so that doesn't go in. Tommy Fleetwood with the better chance here, Katrina, with the putter in hand on the putting surface to try and halve it with an eagle.
Yeah, that was Justin Rose was going for that one. He had to try and hole it, but as you say, Tommy Fleetwood on the green, putter in hand, probably 25 feet. Just having a look at it again, as we've said all week, these greens are fairly flat. There's not a huge amount of break in them. Maybe slightly down the hill.
Overall match score after 3 sessions of this Ryder Cup: Europe 8.5, USA 3.5. DeChambeau and Scheffler, faces wreathed in smiles, enjoying their conversation. Scheffler just takes the baseball cap off his head, wipes his sweaty brow, pops it back on his head as well. And obviously DeChambeau, when he hit the shot, I mean, the reaction he got from the fans would have told him it was extremely close. I didn't actually see how Scheffler and DeChambeau reacted together, because I'm fascinated to watch this relationship build over this 18 holes. Now, Tommy Fleetwood here has a chance, I'd say about 20 feet down the hill on the 4th, to halve with an eagle on its way. It has the pace. Does it have the line? No, just misses on the left. Tommy Fleetwood grimaces. The American fans rightly celebrate. That was brilliance from Bryson DeChambeau. Sticks the second shot from long range to within inches. The eagle putt conceded, and America win the hole. So match all square after 4. Mark.
There is a Premier League game going on this evening. The second half is underway at the City Ground. Nottingham Forest 0, Sunderland 1. Anything changes, we'll bring it to you here on 5 Live. You can listen to that in full, though, on Sports Extra this evening. Let's go to Catherine Downs.
And it's JJ Spawn against Jon Rahm on the 3rd green here, because Sepp Straka and Xander Schauffele both missed the tee shots to the left-hand side of the green. Straka just clinging on to the left edge of the green, and Xander Schauffele tumbling down into the deep bunker here just in front of us as we look over across the green now. In fact, having played out of the sand, it's Schauffele who hasn't lost his turn, so he'll be looking to pop this one in and make sure of a par on the board for the Americans.
Yeah, I don't really see the need to do this, given the fact that JJ's only 15 feet away, but they're going to go through ahead and do it anyway. See if he can get a pace of the greens. He has not. He's missed that. And JJ's going to see if he can get it in and put some pressure on Jon Rahm.
JJ Spawn has come up against these two formidable opponents before already this week at this Ryder Cup. He lost to Rahm and Straka yesterday, playing alongside the world #1 Scotty Scheffler in yesterday afternoon's 4 balls. But here he is, shoulder to shoulder once again with Jon Rahm. The two of them pacing around these birdie putts, and they're both actually quite a similar length. Rahm straight uphill from the hole, and JJ Spawn's ball just slightly off to the left edge of the green. He's got those wraparound mirrored glasses that he puts across the back of his baseball cap as he eyes up the putts. In fact, I don't think he ever wears them, so I don't know why he brings them out with him.
No, I mean, exactly. All they are is ever on the back of his head, but maybe he thinks it looks cool.
Well, he's not wrong. Maybe it's a comfort thing for him. Maybe he just knows. He feels a bit more comfortable out on the golf course if he knows he's got some sunglasses to hand. Bending down to look at this one, and the soles of his shoes on the right foot are red, and the sole of his shoe on the left foot is blue. Nice touch in the US colours for JJ Spawn as he stands over this birdie putt, sliding this one down the hill towards the hole, curving round. Big dip of the knees from the US Open champion, because the ball has skewed off to the right just as it approached the hole. So it's not going to be a birdie for the US, and that gives Jon Rahm a chance to take the European side 2 up here on the 3rd green.
Yeah, that was actually a vicious lip out on the left side, so I think Jon Rahm will have seen the fact that it stayed straight at the end, so he's learnt a little bit. A similar kind of line, relatively quick, with maybe 6 inches break left to right.
Looks flat, doesn't it? But like so many of the greens here at Bethpage, there's a scary slope hidden in the contours of this green. Perfectly smooth putting surface, perfectly still afternoon, perfectly silent crowd as Jon Rahm steps up to this one. Flashes of yellow and blue across the soles and the heels of his golf shoes in the European colours. And Jon Rahm to extend the advantage here. For him and Sepp Straka on the 3rd green, settles into this stock still, little rock of the shoulders, ball on its way down the slope to the hole, and Jon Rahm too dips his knees because that one as well has missed. Devilishly difficult putts for both JJ Spawn and Jon Rahm, both missing, and it looks very likely like this hole will be halved in pars.
Yeah, I think the Americans are going to make them hole out. They've probably got around 3 feet each left, so still a little bit of tidying up to do. And as we've seen so far this week, there's been quite a few of these missed, so you've certainly got to give them all of your attention.
And you've been here, done it, Ollie, Ryder Cup player in 2008. You're JJ Spawn. You've already been given a kicking by these two, Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka. This time you're here with a new partner. Do you just reset and look at this completely differently, or will you take something from what you learned playing with them yesterday?
I guess you'll take something from it, but basically, as Sepp Straka just lipped out there, you're going to take something from it, but it's a new game. It's desperately important to get a point on the board. Everybody wants to come here and at least contribute, and that's really important. So that's the main thing. Just refocus, get out here and try and do your best. And this American team need to really gather and get some points on the board fast. So I think they're actually come to a little gentleman's agreement there, and everyone's picked up the ball and we're moving on to the 4th. So.
Yeah, big shout of what took so long from the crowd. I have to say I'm inclined to agree with that gentleman. There was all kinds of pacing around that and discussions, but in the end the hole is halved in 3s, and the Europeans remain 1 up here in this 3rd match, Ian.
On the 2nd, a chance for Europe to get first blood here after a brilliant approach into the par 4 from Matt Fitzpatrick. He's only got 3.5 feet here. Everyone else has putted. No one's made their birdie, but this birdie would take the European pair of Fitzpatrick and Hatton 1 up in the bottom match. Sends the putt forward. Oh, he's missed it. Oh, he's missed it. He's absolutely rammed it onto the right edge of the hole, and it's lipped out. And now, well, he's got a longer putt coming back, but Tyrrell Hatton has got 2.5 feet here to make sure of his par. Goodness gracious me, so a bit of drama there. I really thought that Fitzpatrick was going to make that putt, and I think he did as well. Always likes to hit his putts at pace, hit it right onto the right lip of the hole, and it spun out and ran 2.5 feet by. So similar distance here for Hatton after he putted from all the way across the green to make the 4 and make sure of a half. Over it now, sends the ball forward into the hole, and Hatton makes sure of the half, so it's all square going to the 3rd. John.
With Shane Lowry putting to win the hole, and he has, and he's holed it, and again Lowry turns to the crowd behind the ropes to his right, and it's a double low fist bump, and Europe have won 2 holes in a row in this match after the incident on the previous green when somebody shouted out and disturbed Rory McIlroy just as he was about to address the ball. Well, Lowry eagled the 4th, now he's birdied the 5th, and Europe are 2 up in this match after 5. Shane Lowry just walking past me now, Mark, just a yard away from me,
teeth gritted, firm expression on his face. Eduardo Molinari as well, one of the vice captains, just turning and I think asking Rory McIlroy if he was okay, and McIlroy just walking past now with what I would describe as a thin smile on his face. But they have let their golf do the talking, Mark, after the incident, and Europe are 2 up in this match after 5. Sean McKeel has joined me, US PGA champion. It's all been happening, Sean.
We have a term up here where he stroked the bear, and I think that's exactly what the American individual did. It was pretty appalling, actually, what was said. And Rory went over to the rules official, and it looked to me like it was a conversation with him about when he's over the ball. Is there anything you can do when I'm over the ball to mitigate some of the things that are being said? But I think this is going to work against the U.S. if they continue in this manner, keep saying the things that they're saying. I think it's gonna be over a lot quicker than even the U.S. is worried about.
Yeah, and I always think when I see Shane Lowry in this sort of mood, Mark, to me he comes across all Brian Blessed, if you know what I mean.
I do, and actually that was the question that I was going to put to you, John.
About Brian Blessed?
No, not about Brian Blessed. What's his line from Flash Gordon? Brian Blessed?
Gordon's alive.
Maybe if you get to interview them at the end of this round, maybe if it's gone well, maybe you say that to Shane. Do you think? But my point that I was going to say, was just at the point that he walked past you, is that it's lit the fire under him, and at times yesterday, whilst he didn't do anything wrong, and they did great in Lowry and McIlroy yesterday, it didn't feel like the fired up Shane Lowry yesterday. I think I may have watched it with Ollie. I'll bring him in a moment, but he sounds pumped today.
Oh, he is. Some of the language he used coming off the green is really fired him up, but he definitely looks different than he did yesterday. Almost he looked a little bit starstruck yesterday when he came in, didn't get a chance to play in the morning, and he is swinging well, but he is really upset, and Rory is too. Rory walked by us with really pursed lips.
Ollie, he does sound like a different man to yesterday. And you don't want what was said, and I haven't seen or heard exactly what was said at McIlroy, but it's done something to Lowry.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to hear that it's not the same Shane Lowry we saw yesterday, because he was definitely looked a little deflated at times. But it's nice to hear. Maybe he's just using that to get himself fired up, because as you were saying, when Shane Lowry gets fired up, he can be dangerous, but he also just needs to manage his levels and not try and get Rory wrapped up in that too much either, because I know Rory's done a great job so far this week of just staying pretty calm, playing his game and not letting the crowd get to him. But if Shane starts reacting, that could drag Rory into it as well, and I don't think that'd be a good idea.
Well, Mark, if I could jump in, I'll just use pilot terminology. Foxtrot uniform is what was said.
Okay, yes, I've got that. Thank you. Ali, you spoke to Shane Lowry.
Yeah, no, Rory McIlroy, Mark.
Okay.
So earlier on this morning in the foursomes match, playing alongside Tommy Fleetwood, Rory McIlroy has been in his bubble all week, so anything that's been said, anything that's been going, he has just completely ignored it, stuck with his team, stuck with his teammates, vice captains, caddies and all of that. We just saw him sort of break out of that on the second green after Tommy Fleetwood held a long birdie putt in that match to win the hole for Europe, and McIlroy, a bit like Shane Lowry did a couple of holes ago there, turned, picked someone out and had a right old go at them, a real volley across the green. I asked him about it afterwards, and he actually said, look, playing away from home, we know what's coming. We're going to get some stick in between shots, and that is fair game. That happens to the Americans in Europe as well. I think what really bugged him was that he felt on that hole something had been said on a backswing, actually during play, and he said, that just isn't right and isn't fair, because both teams have got to be able to play their golf. That was the point he made.
And I think if we're being fair here, it in the main is always a stray individual, and at the couple of times where I've been at a hole and somebody has said something, either when the player's over a putt or is on the backswing on the tee, the rest of the crowd have booed back at the individual who has given the stick. So the crowd in the main have been quite good at self-policing themselves. There are a couple of cheers coming back down the course around 4 and 5. Ali?
Yeah, that's us. That's at the 5th mark. While I was talking to you there, I mean, the Americans have got pumped up in this game. So this is the partnership, Katrina. We just didn't know what was going to happen, but they're playing their own ball, and DeChambeau and Scheffler are sparking off each other brilliantly. DeChambeau nearly holed for Albatross on the 4th. Both of them now have knocked it into about 6-7 feet here. Advantage USA. It's all square in the match.
Yeah, 100% advantage USA. The Europeans are both probably about 20 feet above the hole, so putting back down the hill. But yeah, this is fun to watch. Rose birdieing the first 3, then Scheffler birdieing the first 2, that eagle on the last hole, and yeah, it's looking like a birdie. The Europeans are going to have to hole one of these putts to hopefully half the hole.
Players on their way to the green mark. You know, we know all about the interaction and the bond between Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood. I'm fascinated to watch DeChambeau and Scheffler, not just the golf, but the way it operates between the pair this afternoon. They're shoulder to shoulder right now, aren't they?
Yeah, I've been watching them actually on the greens, and they've been chatting away to each other, smiling, laughing. As you say, they're walking up the fairway here together. But I think when you're playing well, that's easy. I think the true kind of test of a partnership is when things start going a little bit wrong, but maybe they won't go a little bit wrong today.
Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood then onto the green in the brown uniform, brown shirts of Europe, 20 footers to come for them, and you feel one of those is going to have to go, or they are going to be one down after 5. You can hear the chants around us here, Mark.
You would probably say, Katrina, wouldn't you, that out of all the 24 players involved in this Ryder Cup, those two have the biggest difference in body language on a golf course?
Yeah, and the biggest difference in the reaction and how they interact with the crowd. Bryson just loves playing for the crowd and waving to them and getting them going, and Scotty just kind of keeps his head down, the odd little wave, and gets on with his game.
Do you know what?
But sometimes opposites work.
Yeah, it might work for Scheffler, that, in that he can let Bryson do all the showman stuff, and he can just concentrate on his game.
Absolutely. Rather than him, I think playing with Henley, it seems crazy, Henley's number 3 in the world, but perhaps Scheffler felt he had to kind of shepherd Henley around a little bit, help him a little bit. But here in the 4-ball playing with DeChambeau, you can just let DeChambeau go. He's standing up there just ripping driver everywhere. And as you say, Scheffler can just concentrate on his game.
So Fleetwood and Rose all square with Scheffler and DeChambeau, but maybe the Americans have a little chance on the 5th. McIlroy and Lowry in that first match at the top of the leaderboard are 2 up on Thomas and Young. In the bottom match, Hatton and Fitzpatrick all square with Burns and Cantley. Fitzpatrick did have a good chance to take that second hole, but his putt lipped out, and Rahm and Straka in the 3rd match on the course are 1 up on Spawn and Schauffele. But I think Rahm is in a little bit of trouble, Catherine.
Oh, they both are actually, Mark. Yeah, both of them struggling along this par 5 4th. We've just seen Sepp Straka hit his second into one of the sprawling bunkers here on the 4th. One of them is called Hell's Half-Acre Bunker. That's how massive it is. He's flown over that one, but he's gone into one of the bunkers and the traps short of the green. And Jon Rahm, well, he's in amongst the big oak trees down the left-hand side. We've been to have a look at his ball. It's nestled in among the twigs and the acorns. It's in a little bit of a hole and a dip. It's a horrible lie for Jon Rahm. He's going to have to scramble out of here, and the Europeans in a bit of trouble down the par 5. 1 up at the moment though, Ali.
Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood under a little bit of pressure here on the 5th. Rose from 30 feet for birdie. Both Americans in close. This is tracking its way towards the hole. It doesn't have the pace. It turns away to the right. And for once, Justin Rose didn't really threaten the hole with that one, Katrina.
No, the first time he's not got it to the hole, just kind of a little bit shy down the hill, but with Fleetwood still got a chance to get his birdie.
20-footer for Fleetwood to come. DeChambeau and Scheffler in close. Ian Carter, what's happening with you?
Well, I'm on the par 3 3rd, where the only player to hit the green was Europe's Tyrrell Hatton. He's got around about 30 feet here for a birdie. Patrick Cantley yet to play. He's got a chip, but the other 2 players, Sam Burns from the bunker and from the back of the green, Matt Fitzpatrick, have hit their chips and splashes respectively. Here comes the putt from Hatton. He's up and out of it, and it's not going to drop. So a chip coming for Cantley to win this 3rd. This match all square. Ali.
Tommy Fleetwood's turn for the pressure putt for Europe. All square, this green completely surrounded by thousands of golf fans enjoying the drama at the Ryder Cup. Putt ahead pulled back, ball on its way, turning left to right. Oh, it shaves the right edge of the hole. Great chance now for the USA. Europe have not been able to make the birdie. Scheffler and DeChambeau firing off each other, short birdie chances to come. Ian.
Cantlay with his chip, and it's come up short, so 2 testers to come for Sam Burns and for Patrick Cantlay, and neither of them are gimmies by any stretch of the imagination. Hatton's putt was conceded, so a 3 in the bank for the Europeans. And now it's going to be Sam Burns who will be putting to try and secure the half, and if he doesn't get it, then Cantlay will have to putt. Ali.
6-footer coming for Bryson DeChambeau. Long putter in hand. Wide-shouldered figure in the dark blue shirt in the middle of the 5th green just loosens his left shoulder and shakes it out. There's going to be a right explosion if this goes in. Bryson DeChambeau nearly made albatross on the last. Can he make birdie here on the 5th to put the USA 1 up? Taking a long time to strike. Now he does. On its way right into the heart of the hole from Bryson DeChambeau. Box office golf. They are 1 up after 5, the USA. Here is Ian.
Where Sam Burns slots home his par putt. So no break in the deadlock in this bottom match. Pars on each of the first 3 holes, and it remains all square as they go to the par 5 4th.
The American fans are again just in between the 5th and the 12th. So the 5th, where Bryson DeChambeau just put the Americans 1 up, you sense, as we did a little bit yesterday afternoon, the desperation of the fans just have something to cling on to and then build with, really. And Bryson, maybe more than anybody, is doing his best to give them that. Remember, he won his foursomes match earlier alongside Cameron Young. At the moment, Young alongside Justin Thomas, 2 down against McIlroy and Lowry. There are 2 strips of blue on the board. There's 1 strip of red. One of those strips of blue may be about to go grey. Kat?
Yeah, both Americans, Xander Schauffele and JJ Spawn, with their putters out on the par 5 4th. They've both got eagle putts to come. Meanwhile, big puff of sandy soil as Jon Rahm splashed his ball out from underneath the big oak trees down the left-hand side. He is in position on the fairway to try and flick this one close, but he's playing his second shot with the Americans on the green already, Ollie Wilson.
Yeah, he did. He had a good recovery, but he's left himself about a 50-yard pitch, completely blind, up and over this bunker with a pin perched on the back of the green. So it's definitely not straightforward, and Sepp Stracker's in the front bunker. Not an easy 4 for either of them right now.
Well, up comes the ball of Jon Rahm now. He's below the surface of the green. I could only see the top of his club as he lifted this one out, and it's dropped out of the now cloudy sky here in Long Island and into about 10 feet from the flag. Very muted reception for that ball, but I think he's done a pretty good job from there.
Yeah, that was pretty safe. He couldn't really take on the flag too much with it not being able to see it. He can't really get any depth perception from down there, so it's a pretty good shot. Give himself a good chance.
Yep, 10 feet for birdie for Jon Rahm, and he'll need it with both Americans on the green here. Europe 1 up for now, but that could be about to change, Mark.
Let's go to our pumped-up duo at the moment from a European perspective. John Murray?
Yes, looking down on the 6th green, the par 4, where there's every chance that the United States could win their first match, first hole of this group. But Europe 2 up in this match, and Rory McIlroy to put next, and things are being shouted out by people up on the bank to our right, and the referee is Rory McIlroy, who's down on his haunches looking from behind the line of this putt, has looked inquiringly at the match referee Mike Raby, who is a very tall man, the white shirt and a grey sleeveless top on, and he's walked over towards that side of the green where the people are shouting things out.
The police are now organizing, and they're heading in that direction. It wouldn't surprise me if we were going to start seeing a few of these people escorted off the property.
Yeah, I can see a member of the New York State Police in grey has just walked down there, and he's speaking to someone over the ropes, and there are other police officers sort of circling as well over there. So let's see what happens here as McIlroy is now addressing this putt, and somebody has said something, and McIlroy has again backed off, and now he's looking across to Cam Young and Justin Thomas, palms apart. Shane Lowry moves in next to him, and I see various other security officials are now moving around the green as well, and the referee comes over again to just have a word with Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry. And of course, as you can hear, the volume is still being turned up by the several hundred people who are up on the hill to our right. So things just settling down again as Rory McIlroy starts his routine all over again here. So he's going right round the other side, and you can hear the reaction. Shane Lowry is again, and Shane Lowry is pointing his putter towards that section of people up on the hill who are probably 70 yards away. There's a massive bunker there, and then the rope holding the spectators back. So things now do fall silent. Again, someone shouts something out as McIlroy has moved forward, and he is now addressing the ball. So this McIlroy, this is his birdie putt here at the 6th, on its way, rolling towards the hole, and it rolls by. It doesn't fall, doesn't drop, and you can hear the cheers for that. And that is conceded. So that is Europe's par 4. But what we should say is that Cam Young has got a very, very good chance to win this hole for the United States from maybe 5 feet.
Oh, yes. The Americans hit some quality shots in here. But Cam, yeah, he hit an outstanding shot. He really didn't have too much of an angle to that front pin. What a great shot.
Shane Lowry also has a birdie chance before that, however. So that's to come. What news from you, Kat?
2 eagle putts for Xander Schauffele and JJ Spawn, and they're only going to need one of them because Xander Schauffele has holed his from 45 feet away on the par 5 4th, and that's not going to be enough for the Europeans. Jon Rahm has a birdie putt to come, and he's put the ball down. I think he might be thinking he's going to have a little putt here, but it's not going to do it.
No, they're just trying to get dialed in, still get the speed of the greens, and if you've not had too many putts to hole out, it's nice to just keep you touching.
So, as predicted, the European lead snuffed out here on the 4th. They're back to all square.
And Shane Lowry holds his putt for birdie. And again, Lowry plucks the ball out, turns and walks towards that side of the green where all of those shouts came from. And again, he gesticulated. And likewise, I saw Eduardo Molinari, the vice captain, also punch the air with his fists. And one thing I must add as well is that before Shane Lowry putted, Justin Thomas actually walked over to that side of the green, and Justin Thomas motioned to those people over there to quiet down with his hands, the sort of almost calming motion with his palms up and down. So Justin Thomas has stepped up on that front. And now Cameron Young, I mean, this is little more than gimme range for Young. This should go in to halve the hole. Here he goes. Yes, into the hole. Well played, Cam Young. Big cheer for him. And Justin Thomas again is just turning that. He's shaking his head, Justin Thomas, towards some of the spectators. And Thomas again is indicating that they should. I'm reading that, Justin Thomas, as saying, let's support the team properly.
Well, you can tell just how disruptive it is. We now have the group behind us that is waiting on the shots to come into the green. That's just how Rory's backed off 2 or 3 times. But the Americans actually have, over the last couple of holes, kind of tried to shush the crowd just a little bit, just trying to be a little bit more respectful. It's fine. You want to cheer on your shot, cheer on your team, but it's such bad sportsmanship to.
Yeah, I think it needed that, and I think that certainly was what Shane Lowry and Rory McIlroy were suggesting to the 2 American players. And that actually takes me back to listening to Colin Montgomery on the preview program when he received some awful abuse at Brookline, and Payne Stewart, as Colin Montgomery was telling us, was really stepped up in terms of support for his fellow player during the course of that match.
But Sean McKeel, what can be done if this is going to escalate? And one of the reasons why I wonder whether it escalates more than it may have done in the past is Justin Thomas may have tried to calm the crowd at the 6th, but it's going to be a different crowd round the green at the 7th. And we are in an era where what happens on one hole is quickly found out by everybody on the other hole by looking at their phones. How are they going to calm this?
I'm not sure, but I'm seeing a lot more visible presence of the police. You know, there've been a lot more police kind of heading towards the crowd, but you're right. I mean, for some reason they just picked on Rory. I don't know if because he broke with the directions of Luke Donald, but I think it's only natural. I think I'd have done the same thing, but every hole's the same way. But they've decided to pick on Shane and Rory for whatever reason, and it's getting out of hand.
And I think people will be aware of what Ali was talking about this morning, and the fact that McIlroy spoke about it after the morning's foursomes match. But I think the answer to it, Mark, is that the police there clearly swung into action, as Sean said, and as it continued to happen, suddenly we had policemen scurrying all over the place, and also other security people in black shirts as well.
You know, Mark, I don't know if you're talking in terms of a loss a hole. I'm not sure what that says, in match play or anything like that, but Rory's had the official with him pretty much the last two holes, and they've been looking in a particular direction at maybe one particular person, but once one person does it, they all seem to feel like they're entitled. I mean, they're starting to get lubed up, and to be honest with you, I'm surprised it's waited this long. We all expected this to happen on the first morning, the first hole.
And I've got Gabby Herzig alongside me from The Athletic, and you're showing me your phone with how the messages are spreading around about what's going on.
Absolutely. It's slowly starting to spread. The crowd is just getting rowdier and rowdier by the minute. I too am surprised that this didn't start earlier, and I don't know what to chalk it up to be honest with you, other than the fact that maybe these fans are getting frustrated and trying to take matters into their own hands a little bit, but it's definitely concerning that these groups can't get things under control, and I think we'll start to see even more police presence out there, even with the other groups.
Ollie Wilson, I know you're alongside Kat and you're at a different game, but if you were in this situation, what do you think you could do? What would you do? I mean, the flip side, just to point this out, is you don't want them being abused. You don't want them being put off on their putting stroke or on their backswing. But they are fired up at the moment, and I would argue it's probably working against the American crowd when watching the body language of Lowry. But what in this situation as a player can you do?
Well, you just got to stay in the moment. I mean, it's just basically the ultimate test. It's just heightened. This is as tough as it gets on a foreign soil. We have routines as professional golfers, and this is just the test of that.
Would you be second guessing your routine in the expectation that somebody was going to shout something? Is that the danger?
That's kind of the problem, yeah. You kind of feel like as it keeps happening, you're then going to kind of prepare for it. So really, you want the fans to be loud and raucous, but you want them to be respectful and quiet while they're over the ball to allow, as Rory said this morning, so it's fair, so you have the same opportunity to hit the shots as the Americans. But when things are going bad, we expected this crowd to be doing this earlier. I'm surprised it's taken this long, and they are going to push the line, they're going to push the boundary. Unfortunately, it's starting to happen, but the guys have expected it, they've prepared for it, so it's just going to be a real good test for them this afternoon if they can continue executing their golf, staying in the present, and not letting it get to them.
Would you describe the crowd as the American part of the crowd, Gabby, as disappointed or desperate or angry, or all of them?
I think all of the above. I think they're kind of throwing everything at the wall right now and seeing what sticks. Like you can also see that with even Keegan Bradley's pairings this afternoon. I was shocked for one to see Scottie Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau put together. I highly doubt that was in the original plan, and they're really trying everything right now, and maybe the crowd is kind of getting that energy as well and just seeing what they can do.
Ali's watching that.
Yeah, and the noise you could hear in the background there, Mark. So John Murray is following that match up ahead of us with Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry, and we've just stepped into this cauldron, this green that is surrounded by those noisy fans where that incident just happened. And actually that was a little bit of a send-off from some of the American fans there that Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry got as they marched up the hill, having hit their tee shots on the par 4-7. A couple of European fans I could see as well, clad in the yellow and blue, went racing over to offer their support. I think the atmosphere around our match, Katrina Matthews, so this is Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose, they're one down against Bryson DeChambeau and Scottie Scheffler, is very much pro-American, supporting the American team who've played some great golf over the last couple of holes to get themselves in front. So it's rowdy, but it's positive.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the crowd watching our game,
they're having a good time. They're enjoying themselves. The Americans, I mean, Bryson made eagles, made birdie. They're cheering for their team, which is what you would expect and what you want them to do, but they haven't crossed the line in this match. And I think we just caught the tail end there of the Rory and Shane one. And if I was Eduardo Molinari, who's walking with them, I'd be having Luke Donald come over. I think he's got to just try and calm Rory and Shane down a little bit. I mean, they've done so well the first kind of day and a half ignoring the crowds. They've just got to try and keep that way, however hard it may be.
Stay out of it and concentrate on the golf, however hard that may be to do. We're watching some brilliant golf in this match. Let's concentrate on that. Ryder Cup on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Bryson DeChambeau first up to attempt the birdie. So he eagled the 4th, birdied the 5th. What's he going to do at the 6th? Oh, crikey, very nearly made another one. Putt was gliding right to left. It's ended up just behind the hole. He's in for 4. He was the furthest away. This is a shortish par 4 for these big-hitting elite golfers. And Scheffler, Fleetwood and Rose, Katrina, have all knocked it in relatively close. Birdie chances to come, but now it's 2 for Europe, just 1 for the USA.
Yeah, and it's the USA first. Scheffler's just that little bit further away. So you'd have to expect someone's going to hole it, if not 2 of them.
So, Scotty Scheffler, and I think as well our conversation about Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau in this pairing, I know it's all about the Ryder Cup and that is the be-all and end-all in this match, but there is personal pride at stake as well, and Scotty Scheffler so far has played 3 matches and lost 3. He will not want that on his record. He is a man who does not like losing at golf, and nor does Bryson DeChambeau. 1 win out of 3 for him so far. Here's Scheffler then. Turns the right hand to affect the claw grip on the putter. About 12 feet for birdie here. And in it goes from Scotty Scheffler, and he turns to that noisy clutch of American fans away to his right, then the bunch away to the left, clenches a fist at both of them, nearly walks into Justin Rose, apologised for that. America make the birdie. Scheffler and DeChambeau flying. Fleetwood and Rose have to respond. Ian.
Well, I'm here at the 4th where Matt Fitzpatrick is down behind the hole looking at the line of a 15-foot putt for eagle that would win the hole and put the Europeans ahead in the bottom match. He's playing with Tyrrell Hatton, a late replacement for Victor Hovland, who suffered a neck problem. We're told it's nothing too serious. He'll be fine for the singles tomorrow, but he was struggling with it coming down the closing stretch of holes in his morning victory with Bob McIntyre. They were last out and came up trumps for Luke Donald in that anchor match earlier on, so Hatton drafted in. He's just chipped up rather clumsily here on the par 5 4th, so he'll have a lengthy putt for birdie. There are birdie chances coming for Cantlay and for Burns, the Americans, and it will be in fact Hatton to play first. So back to you, Ali.
Justin Rose, 9-footer birdie chance for the half to remain just 1 down. Fleetwood with a birdie putt to come. Rose saves him the bother, and Justin Rose just turns and has a little word with a couple of fans just behind the ropes, but it's polite. It's the right side of the line. It's a little bit of to and fro between Justin Rose and some of the American fans and these 2 English golfers. They're up for the challenge, Katrina. As we said right at the start, this is going to be a cracking 4-ball.
Oh, it is indeed, isn't it? I mean, they're both the Europeans are 4 under through 6, and the Americans are, with that eagle, they are 5 under through 6. So this is some golf we're watching. If you don't make a birdie or eagle, you lose the hole.
Yeah, the numbers tell you everything. Back to you, Ian.
Sam Burns is next to play. Hatton has missed with his birdie putt, but Sam Burns, who came from the bunker, he's just been adjudged to be a little further away in 3 than Matt Fitzpatrick is in 2 on this par 5 4th. So this to get a birdie in the bank for the Americans, putting from the very back edge of the green, around about 16 feet. Sends the ball on its way, borrowing from right to left and missing just on the right edge. So Cantlay's in closer. He's got a good look at birdie to come. That's picked up, par 5 for Burns. And now it's Fitzpatrick. This for an eagle. Fitzpatrick, who missed a very short putt on the 2nd after a brilliant approach, which would have put the Europeans 1 up. Each hole has been settled in par figures so far, so all square. But this to take the Europeans 2 under par for the afternoon and 1 up in the match. 15 feet. It'll come a fraction from the right. He'll have learnt a little bit from that putt from Burns because it was from a similar region of the green. And now the Englishman over this now. Former US Open champion, winner at Brookline in 2022, sends the ball on its way, and he misses just to the left, and he puffs out his cheeks in frustration, and I think that's been conceded. I can't see a marker going down there, but I'm not 100% certain. I think it could still be live. And James Gregg, who's actually standing next to me, he reckons that's been conceded. So a birdie in the bank, and that means that this 6-footer has to go in for Patrick Cantlay, the bearded figure from California. It's over this putt now, putt ahead behind the ball. He'll be putting through a pale shadow to the hole, which is just 6 feet away. This for a half in birdies. Good chance that was for Fitzpatrick, but he never threatened the hole. Here comes Cantlay, in it goes. So birdies for the two players, and no, it's still live. It is still live. So Fitzpatrick, who missed a putt of this length on the second, has to hold this for his par 5 on the for his birdie 4 on the 4th. Over it now, putting through his shadow. He wastes no time and he slots it home. It is a half in birdie 4s here on the 4th, and this match remains deadlocked as we go to the 5th. All square. Fitzpatrick and Hatton against Cantlay and Burns.
Yeah, 2 of this afternoon's 4 balls then all square. In one of them, the Americans are 1 up. That's Scheffler and DeChambeau, and McIlroy and Lowry still 2 up. They're on the par 4 7th. John Murray?
Yes, they are. They've all just played their second shots from the fairway. Shane Lowry missed the green to the left, but the other 3, Sean McKeel, all on the putting surface, but some distance away from the hole. And I see some of the people over there who've been to have a look at Shane Lowry's ball have actually put thumbs up as they've walked away from that.
Well, I tell you what's really good to see is the 2 Americans as they approach the green. They're supporting each other. They're trying to get the crowd riled up. There we go. There's Chance USA. Hopefully that's all we hear the rest of the day. Some of the fans have gone from supporters to participants, and it's unfortunate that the Ryder Cup is supposed to be determined with sportsmanship and 14 clubs, and now the 15th club is making a lot of disparaging remarks, so let's not see that the rest of the day.
Justin Thomas and Cam Young first onto the green, and they are very animated in acknowledging the support that they're receiving, and in their wake, Shane Lowry just making his way over there into the long grass. There's a big lump just next to the green here with very long grass in it, but he's looking down, Shane Lowry, and it does look as though he'll have a shot out of there. And meanwhile, Rory McIlroy is just marking his ball as well, approximately 35 feet away from the hole, just like Young and Thomas.
Okay, whilst we wait for that and for something else to happen as well, Gabby Herzig alongside me from the Athletic, who stood just behind the 5th green and behind the 12th green as well. I realise the US media don't all speak as one and all have the same opinions, but is there a common theme at the moment running through broadcasts, articles, opinions?
I mean, I think, obviously I'm supposed to be impartial here, but this is embarrassing for the Americans. The decision making across the board, it feels like there were, big things that were ignored or passed over by leadership. One of them being the Colin Morikawa-Harris English pairing being sent out multiple times despite the statistics basically telling everyone that was the wrong pairing. Setting up the golf course, cutting down the rough everywhere, making it a bomb and gouge fest, basically a putting contest. I think a lot of these things could have been thought over twice, 3 times over by the U.S. leadership, and how, to combat such a strong European team. So that's kind of the chatter right now, I would say, in the media center was, some of these things could have been rethought, and maybe a little bit more experience in the team room could have helped there.
Is that, and look, there is a long way to go here, and nobody's counted their chickens. And I love the fact that we are all trying to be impartial, but you've done a little fist bump at something and I've done a little fist bump at something, so your impartiality can only stretch so far. But is that something that is levelled at the captain, or even higher than that with the USPGA?
That's a great question. I mean, the process of choosing Keegan Bradley to become the next Ryder Cup captain was an interesting one, and it marked kind of this shift in what the PGA of America and the Ryder Cup leadership wanted to do with the captaincy, and bringing in someone young, someone who's out there with the guys who are going to make the team, can relate to them in that way, create that bond in the team room. But maybe that has backfired in a way. I mean, you have to wonder how difficult it is for Keegan Bradley to tell some of these guys that he competes against and sees in the locker room every single week that they're sitting, that they shouldn't be out there, that they're not playing well enough right now. I mean, I think of a guy exactly like Colin Morikawa. He's proven himself in Ryder Cups before, but it's just not his season. It's not his week right now, and I imagine it's pretty difficult for a guy like Keegan Bradley to actually step up and make a decision to sit someone like him out.
But we're not counting our chickens, John.
McIlroy putting now, long putt for birdie up to the hole side. Let's just listen to the reaction. Yes, that putt's conceded. So that is Europe's par 4. Just to say as well that there are a couple of things to report here, but I'll do that after we hear from Kat.
Yeah, just to report a birdie putt on its way across the green here from 25 feet for Xander Schauffele. Hold a monster for eagle on the last to bring the match back to all square, but that one stops in the jaws, John. So JJ Spaun, though, does have an opportunity for birdie to come to win the hole for the Americans.
I must say I'm pleased that Sean McKeel is with me, because you definitely need at least 2 pairs of eyes to keep across everything that is happening around this match now. In terms of the golf, both Cam Young and Justin Thomas have got long putts for birdie, and were either of them to hole them, then that would win this hole for the United States and bring the match score back to 1 up for Europe. Let's see what Young does here. The ball heading down towards the hole. Oh, it might make it. It has! It's a massive putt from Cam Young to snatch a hole back for the United States. And Justin Thomas now he is whipping up the crowd. And there's a low 5 between the 2 players. And again, Thomas turns both hands, and again, arms up in the air, putter in hand. Cam Young walks past us here, and now Justin Thomas too, just putting his hand to his ear. And I think he is telling the American fans, and again watching him walk now, again his hand to his ear, and is urging the American fans to make the right kind of noise to support the team. But let me also point out, so that is now 1 up in this match. McIlroy and Lowry 1 up on Thomas and Young, but there are still other things to report. But again, Kat.
Birdie putt for JJ Spaun, working its way up the hill, and already their hands were in the air in celebration, grazed the left edge of the hole. And that was a chance for the US to really turn this match around. They went 1 down on the second green, but they got it back to all square on the 4th. A chance there to get in front here on the 5th goes begging for JJ Spaun. The match stays all square as we head to the 5th tee.
So just when Shane Lowry was playing, and remember I said he was on that hillock just next to the green, which was quite close to the crowd, there was a very obvious presence there of New York State Police. They're the ones in the black and white shirts, aren't they?
Yeah,
sure,
absolutely. They're actually staying quite close to the players' wives. There's been a complete shift in the way that they're approaching security around this match, at least.
Yeah. And the grey, the police with the grey tunics on as well. And what they were doing was very obviously standing tall on the top of the hillock, just next to where Lowry was playing his shot, and looking into the crowd. Again, also behind us, someone shouted out something from the stand behind us, and I saw one of those black-shirted police officers immediately run to the ropes, go through the ropes, and he was pointing at someone up in the stands. Another policeman followed him as well. And in addition to that, clearly the European captain, Luke Donald, has been called to the scene and was standing off the green with his arm around the shoulder of Rory McIlroy, and obviously talking to him and giving him the right sort of captain's advice, you would imagine.
McIlroy and Lowry then 1 up. Scheffler and DeChambeau 1 up. The other 2 matches are all square. Let's just switch our attention back to the football, because this evening Sunderland are 3rd in the Premier League. Pat Murphy's watched them beat Nottingham Forest.
They've won 1-0 courtesy of
So here we are on the fifth fairway and keeping our eyes on one of those matches that is tied in all grey at the bottom. Sam Burns, Patrick Cantlay, the US duo against the English pairing of Tyrrell Hatton and Matt Fitzpatrick, and all four balls down here struck off the tee. It's going to be one of the Americans. I think this is Schauffele's second shot that's coming in here to this front hole location here with our on-course radio, which we are continuously live with all the way through until a conclusion is made at some stage tomorrow during the singles. So that was a super shot from Xander Schauffele straight over the top of the banner, just trying to keep abreast of all the action, of course. Now a nice bite back we've just heard described at that seventh hole from Cameron Young, a monster putt to pin back Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry to just a one-up lead. That's the only blue on the board at the moment. The world number one Scotty Scheffler is also one up alongside Bryson DeChambeau. So up in one, down in one for both sides. Whatever your persuasion, that is the state of play, with the score overall at 3.5, 8.5. One ball on the green, in fact 2 balls on the green here at this fifth hole. As I'm just stood at the back of the green, I'll move to my left hand side and I see the John Rahm, big burly Basque on the par 4 sixth hole, I beg your pardon, trying to let one rip down over the crest of that ridge down towards where that plateau is at the bottom on this short par 4 hole. He hit a stunner of a tee shot earlier on to allow Tyrrell Hatton in the foursomes to knock one in nice and tight, as we hear jeers for a European golf ball missing the green just behind me. I'm in the pinch point between the 5th and the 6th. So that's where we are at the moment. And here we have JJ Spaun, the US Open champion, playing his second shot into this 5th. Pin in the front third of this green here. Ball high into the burning hot New York skyline. Oh yes, it's a beauty from Spaun. It really is. Very nice. It's going to require something special for these American pairings to mount some kind of a fight back, but that's a good start. A good start, all square, and JJ Spaun in the game. He's got a really good look for birdie to come here at the 5th hole. So they're off and running in that third group with John Rahm, Sepp Straka up against Spaun and Schauffele. And at the moment it is one up in favour of McIlroy and Lowry, like we say, in that top group. So our continuous coverage will carry on our on-course radio. Maybe you are listening in a far-flung corner of the globe. It's great to have you with us. And what a day it's been. What a day it's been for Europe. What a day of surprises it's been as well. You hear some whooping and hollering as one of the European buggies transporting a vice captain in Alex Noren very nearly capsized on the way up there. That was quite an amusing moment. Noren, the Swede, a recent winner on the DP World Tour in Ireland and of course at the BMW PGA Championship, saw the funny side and I think thought, I best hop out there. I've still got a playing career of my own. I best not continue with that. So on he moves. Alex Noren accompanying Matt Fitzpatrick and Tyrrell Hatton up towards this 5th green. And there is Cantlay, just prowling, surveying the territory. He absolutely lives and breathes this occasion. He thrives in the furnace of 4 balls and foursomes at the Ryder Cup. Brent Snedeker striding towards me, former US Ryder Cup player, multiple PGA Tour winner. And now it gets rather busy around this 5th green. We'll be back with Ian Carter and our brilliant on-course commentary team very shortly here across BBC Radio. Cantlay is the man who has a really good birdie look to come down the hill. Is that going to break the lock in this match? Well, as you can hear, probably in your headphones by now, there is atmosphere coming from elsewhere on the course, and we're going to hand it back down to our on-course commentary team.
outside, it just seems to be a connectivity issue. You look at the Europeans and even just the culture, I think, on the DP World Tour of, there being some more camaraderie, a family sort of vibe out there. That just doesn't exist on the PGA Tour. It's every man for themselves. Everyone's so into their individual routines and everything that they have going on with their teams. And you see these guys with their entourages out there on the PGA Tour. It's very insular environment, I would say. So maybe it goes down to just how these guys are, how they process their whole years and seasons and how they deal with their golf.
Andrew, that's exactly what you were saying to me earlier when we were sitting having a chat about this, about I don't want to go back to they don't get on or anything, but it's the individuality and how the Europeans do have this kind of multicultural, multinational camaraderie.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting for me. I really think they love each other. I think they really pull for each other because of that connectivity. I do go to therapy and I do talk about these kind of things quite a bit. And I really feel like when they hug each other, when Rory hugged Fleetwood this morning when he grabbed his hair, and that was so affectionate, that was so lovely, and you just don't see that on the American side. They are individuals. We were individuals, and these guys all jump in their private jets by themselves. They have extra seats. Oh, they won't take you. So there's a difference. Gabby, you're correct. And what has to happen? I think that the PGA Tour should be more involved, like the European Tour is, or be involved. Period. I know that PGA America would not get out of the way of that, but there is something missing. It's out of my pay grade to figure that out.
We watched that together, didn't we? McIlroy and Fleetwood embracing each other on
and we
16.
looked at each other. We almost pulled a Masters at the end when McIlroy won, and it was so emotional. We just loved it.
Yeah, or even the reaction of European golf to Tommy Fleetwood winning for his first time on the PGA. There's a respect there, Gabby. There's a brotherhood there, and there is a love there. There is a love there between people who have become really, really good friends across many, many years, which is obviously what a lot of us have.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of this event, and clearly it shows that you have to have that passion and emotion for each other in order to succeed at a Ryder Cup, and just the idea that you're not just competing for yourself, you're competing for a group of 12 other guys or 11 other guys. And you hear someone like Scottie Scheffler, that 5-minute long viral answer that he gave at the Open, talking about how he doesn't invest his ego into his golf. He just thinks of it as going out there, executing and competing. And we've seen Scottie Scheffler struggle this week, and maybe that mindset has something to do with why he doesn't play so well in team events, is having golf serve a greater purpose.
You've got a lot to do. Thank you very much, Gabby. See you soon.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, Ian or John, you may both have things going on. John?
Well, we've got another scenario where you can hear the crowd here. Rory McIlroy is about to play on the green, and the European fans are trying to do their bit as well, as you can hear. So McIlroy is just having a look at this and taking his time. Ian?
To break the deadlock and missing, horseshoeing out, and it's another half. 5 straight halves here, 1 set of birdies at the 4th, the rest pars, and that was a really good chance for Cantlay from 7.5 feet, but it horseshoed out. No one can quite make the birdies on the par 4. So back to you, John, and what sound like pretty distressing scenes at the moment.
Yes, but I think we need to give credit to Justin Thomas, who celebrated in the way that he did when the United States won the 7th. But here he is playing a big part in quietening the crowd again for McIlroy, who goes for birdie, and it just slips by on the left. There's still a chance for Europe to win this hole and take a 2-hole lead again in this match, because both of the Americans, Cam Young was through the back in one of the bunkers, and Justin Thomas was in the grassy bank at the back of the green, so they're both struggling to make their pars. Sean McKeel.
Yeah, well, they both the first tee ball found the bunker and really just left his playing competitor in a spot of bother there. But Cam's got he's got 20 feet. Unfortunately, it's putting for par. But to get back to this conversation, Thomas LeVay told me about all this team sports that he played. And then there was match play events with your partners and the national team and club events.
Go back to that, Sean. Ali?
Bryson DeChambeau with a chance to send the US fans wild. 20 feet for birdie on the 7th. Justin Rose has hit a stunning second shot in here. He's just 5 feet away. DeChambeau will want this. It's on its way. It's heading for the hole. It is glancing the right edge of the hole. It looked like it would drop in on the very last roll. And in sort of mock horror, DeChambeau holds his right hand to his mouth, and Justin Rose now has a chance from 5 feet for birdie. Although Tommy Fleetwood might putt first for par, Katrina, he's on a pretty similar line.
Yeah, it looks like he is. Tommy's putting, well, he was going to try and putt, but Scotty's stepped right in there with a smile on his face and given it to Tommy, so he can't give Justin the line.
There's a classic bit of match play at work. Scotty Scheffler alert to what Europe were about to try and do. Tommy Fleetwood standing over the Justin Rose putts. They're going to team up here together. Justin Rose, Katrina, I've just looked at my scorecard. He's birdied 4 of the first 6 holes.
Yeah, he's been playing, well, they've both been playing well. I mean, I think in 4-ball it can quite often be your partner goes along, gets the pars, and lets you just free up and make the birdies. So they've really combined really well, but Justin's hit some great iron shots in and given himself close chances.
45 years old, Justin Rose playing his 7th Ryder Cup, and he is very much played at the sharp end. I remember watching him single Sunday afternoon at Medina, taking Phil Mickelson down 2-1 in an absolute classic. He's got the game face on here. He's holding the putter out in front of him, ramrod straight. And we are only 7-8 yards here behind the 7th green. Now don't forget, here in this match, USA, Scheffler and DeChambeau, exciting pairing, a 1-up on the European team. But if Rose can find this one from 6 feet, it's going to be all square. Taking it to John Murray and the top match shortly. Rose for birdie for the win. He clenches the fist. He roars in delight. It is all square after 7. Fleetwood and Rose against Scheffler and DeChambeau. John.
Shane Lowry going for birdie has just missed it. So it's a par 3 at the 8th for Europe. Now, Justin Thomas has got to hold this after that little pitch that he had from the back, off the back of the green. He's actually left himself with quite a bit to do, and he's got to hold this to halve the hole and keep it at Europe 1 up.
So what have we seen so far? We've seen the European team on each of the greens. Both Rory and Shane have had birdie putts on nearly every green. When you're playing 4-ball, you need 2 opportunities. You don't need another player trying to support and hold on for dear life.
So Justin Thomas steps back. This is all of 10 feet, maybe a little bit more than that. So this is quite the tester for him, and he knows it, and he steps away. They've just got it back to 1 up in favour of Europe, and there's something being said there possibly. And Justin Thomas has stepped away, so now he's ready again. So this to halve the hole in par 3s. Thomas, one final little movement and then stillness, and then the ball towards the hole, and it's in, and there's a huge 2 strides from him to pick the ball out, halving the hole, and Europe remain 1 up in this volatile match. Kat.
Also halving the hole in birdie 3, Xander Schauffele and Sepp Straka, who hold the longer of the 2 European putts to put the pressure on the Americans. They had 2 chances to match the European team. JJ Spawn couldn't sink his, but Xander Schauffele, a superb approach shot from the 2-time major winner, put it into within 4 feet, and he just managed to tickle it down the slope and into the hole for a birdie to match Straka's, and we're all square as we head to the 7th.
So now we have 3 of the matches are all square, and McIlroy and Lowry the only one out of the 8 pairs that are out there who have a lead. They are 1 up. Ian Carter.
Yes, with the bottom match, which has yet to catch fire. It really has. We're on the par 4 6th, chappers, and it's both sides have had their chances. Neither's been able to take it. The only birdie coming on the short par 5 4th. It's been par golf otherwise, and it's all square. Hatton in for Hovland at the last minute, hasn't really looked ready, if I'm being brutally honest. Matt Fitzpatrick has been the better of the 2 Europeans. Sam Burns, such a reliable putter on the PGA Tour, but he's been burning the edges. And Patrick Cantlay, well, he's a dogged competitor, isn't he? And I consider him to be the real danger in this match from an American point of view, but all square as they make their way down this sharply downhill par 4 sixth hole.
And I suppose, Andrew McGee, and interestingly, and I don't know whether this is happening around the course, but on the big scoreboard, which is prompting the boos here, they have put up spectator etiquette warnings and a zero tolerance policy. And they have said anybody, the gist of it, they put up 2 pages of that. The gist of it, anybody who does it is on their way out. Now, I don't know if that has happened on scoreboards and screens around the country or whether they're just dotting this around whenever there's a little break in play, but those messages are now going round the course as a result of what is happening in the top match and the stick that is coming the way of McIlroy and Lowry, who are about to come round the turn, really. They're playing the 9th at the moment. Andrew McGee, I was just going to go back to that bottom match. Probably no surprise that that's the one that's not really caught fire yet, given Tyrrell Hatton probably wasn't expecting to play. Matt Fitzpatrick played this morning. Patrick Cantley has played in every match so far and has kind of been the one that's been fighting as much as any other one really on the US team. Maybe you could throw Cam Young in there as well. He's battled in everything as Patrick Cantley, so it's not the freshest 4-ball this afternoon.
Well, we've got plenty of time to watch them later.
Yeah.
Let's just focus on these really good earlier matches here. We got just one match, one up, McIlroy, Lowry, then tied. So we've got some good golf ahead. You know, these signs and this talk is kind of cheap. Just start kicking guys out. Kick a lot of people out. They'll get the message. Peer pressure works. Signs don't work.
Let's see what happens as the players progress round the course. There is another Premier League game this evening, an 8 o'clock kickoff. This is Tottenham taking on... Who are they taking on, Sahel?
They're taking on Wolves, Mark.
I thought they were.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd better check.
It's been a long day for you, I know that. Yeah, well, Tottenham with a win, Mark. They'll go second, and Wolves, who've yet to pick up a point, will remain in the bottom 3 no matter the outcome this evening. 2 changes to the Tottenham 11, who picked up a point at Brighton last weekend. Spence comes in for Porro and Simons, he replaces Odegaard. As for Wolves, Vitor Pereira makes 9 changes from the Leeds defeat. João Gomez and Krejci are the only 2 to remain.
Thank you, Sahel. We'll keep you updated with that. One of those moments where you're just frantically scrabbling through your phone and your notes to try and find out. And sometimes, Ali, it's just best to admit defeat, isn't it?
I thought you were going to ask or say it was Tottenham against the USA. In the Premier League, Tottenham Wolves it is. Bryson DeChambeau, it is away to our right-hand side. And this par 3 8th is an absolute picture. Unusual hole on this golf course, the only one that features water. The players stand almost in the woods back there, the tee. Backing onto the tall trees behind DeChambeau. They hit over the valley, over the pond, towards a sloping green. From back to front, we can see DeChambeau's ball. He needs that to turn right to left. It's on the way. Oh, it takes a lovely bounce off the slope away to the right. It throws it towards the flag to the back of the green, and it ends up in a little collar of fringe at the back of the green. Rose and Fleetwood both safely on the putting surface. So is Scotty Scheffler. Justin Rose, the closest of the lot. 5 birdies in 7 holes. I think the phrase is, Katrina, over here, certainly, he's dialed in.
He's dialed in and he's the hot player.
No, he's playing really well, Mark, Justin Rose, and he's really, you can see the steely glint in his eyes. He has been in this situation so many times before. I think he realises as well, Katrina, you know, Luke Donald was saying it in one of his press conferences this week, you never know when your last one is. Are you going to be in form in a couple of years' time? Justin Rose in the form of his life at the moment, but I really sense he's relishing every single shot he hits here.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've said, he's 45, 46. You know, in 2 years' time, as you say, who knows how he's going to be playing. He is getting to the twilight of his career, we would say. So he will, and I think the more times you play in an event like this, the Ryder Cup, the Solheim Cup, you appreciate them more and you value them more. It's like when you get wins later in your career, they seem more special somehow.
So interesting as well, Mark. Rose and Fleetwood shoulder to shoulder, just making a walk on the players' walkway here to the right of this dark water, the pond in front of the 8th green. How they go from sort of the bedlam of the 7th green, and the noise levels are right up at the max, and the adrenaline is pumping. You hit your tee shots, and then you've got a minute of calm. You disappear into the valley, you're away from the spectators, and then you can hear the chanting build again as they walk up towards the green. And trying to keep yourself calm in amongst all of that is one of the keys, I imagine, to being a successful Ryder Cup golfer. Birdie attempts to come on the 8th, all square in this match. It's a cracker.
I think trying to keep yourself calm might be the key to everything this afternoon out here at Bethpage Black. Ian Carter.
Well, Sam Burns isn't keeping very calm right now. He's furious with himself. He's just hit a bunker shot that he's got very, very low on the club face, so too much club on the ball, and it has flown all the way to the back of the green. And the problem with that is that the flag is located right at the front of this 6th green, so he's really out of it as far as this 6th hole is concerned, the par 4. His partner is safely on the green, Patrick Cantlay, who'll be next to play. He's got around about 28 feet for his birdie, and then much shorter putts for both Tyrrell Hatton and Matt Fitzpatrick. Hatton with the best of the approaches, so it's advantage Europe at this stage in terms of the way that the hole is playing out. Still all square. Neither pair has managed to win a hole so far in this very tight contest. Haven't really seen anyone hit the heights either. It's pretty tame fare for 4-ball golf, it must be said. But Patrick Cantlay is ready to go with his birdie, and as he goes through that elaborate preparation, I'll just throw this into the mix and maybe get Andrew McGee's take on it. It does strike me that the American President's Cup team, which plays the internationals, is a much more harmonious kind of setup, and the players, I know they win every time, so they will enjoy it more. But I just wonder in the background, and I'll pause from this point now because Cantlay is ready to putt here from 28 feet, looking to make a birdie, putting from a shaft of sunlight between his legs in the shadow cast, and oh, that was tame. He's come up short. I think that'll be conceded for a par 4. He walks up, he looks across to Tyrrell Hatton, he nods, and the ball is swept up. But the point I was going to make about it is that the President's Cup is organised by the PGA Tour, and I can't help feeling that all of these American players feel much more affinity to the PGA Tour. You know, we talk about the Europeans and the DP World Tour. Well, they only play a minimal amount on the DP World Tour, but they value it. They really do value it, and it is a common bond that they have. And I don't think that the American players have the same affinity with the PGA of America, which is a separate organisation. It runs the PGA Championship and it runs the American Ryder Cup side. But otherwise, these players have nothing to do with it. Now here's Fitzpatrick looking for his birdie. He turns across the face of the hole, so it stays above ground. That's a par, that's a guaranteed half. Tyrrell Hatton is going to... Has that been conceded? Yes, it has. So Tyrrell Hatton's going to have a putt here to win the hole very, very shortly. Ali?
Par 3/8, Bryson DeChambeau first to putt. He's closer than Scotty Scheffler, his partner, putting from the fringe at the back of the green, standing with that putter locked, ramrod straight, vertically above the ball. Has one last little flick of the eyes towards, almost bumps this onto the green. It turns from right to left and it's not going to drop for Bryson DeChambeau. I think he quite fancied that. He took a long time sizing that out, felt he might be able to pop it in. So Scotty Scheffler will go next, Katrina, and then Europe will have 2 attempts at birdie if Scotty Scheffler doesn't make his to win the hole. Ian.
Tyrrell Hatton now on the 6th. Can he break the deadlock here? Getting wisecracks from the crowd, but it does fall silent now that he's over the ball, and this from 13 feet is a chance. Turns from right to left. Oh, not enough, not enough. He misses to the right. The Americans cheer. Another miss in this match. It's another par, it's another half, and we're all square. So that's the situation on this 6th hole. I think I've kind of made my point, so whenever you get the chance, Andrew McGee, respond to it. But first to Ali.
Same here on the 8th, all square. Scheffler and DeChambeau against the 2 Englishmen, Fleetwood and Rose. Scotty Scheffler next to putt. There's a tall TV tower clad in red away to his right. Big white number 8 on it. This is the par 3/8. Scheffler's putt is on its way. The American fans calling for it to drop. It doesn't so. 2 chances for Europe to come. Tommy Fleetwood will putt first. They're coming from different angles at this. Tommy Fleetwood further away, and slope in this green as well. Katrina, a lot of these greens actually are quite circular and flat at Bethpage Black. This putt definitely has slope in.
Yeah, this one does. He's just crept up onto that back level, so he's up over that slope that separates the front of the green and the back of the green. So in that respect, it's quite good. He's going to have a flattish putt, but it's definitely going to have a bit of break here on this one.
Always like a match when you're standing quite far away, where the players are so distinctive and recognisable. I mean, you cannot mistake, even 150 yards, 200 yards away, Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. Long hair of Tommy Fleetwood, that's what we spot. Putt ahead, sends the ball on its way, turning from right to left up the slope. This one doesn't drop, so DeChambeau couldn't make the birdie, nor could Scheffler, nor could Tommy Fleetwood. Justin Rose feels like the man who could. If he does, that will be a 6th birdie in 8 holes.
Yep, and Justin Rose has got to hold this for birdie. Otherwise, we've actually had a par in this match. We've actually have to hold par.
Katrina Matthew, former Solheim Cup player, Solheim Cup captain, Curtis Cup captain as well, knows all about the sort of atmospheres that these matches are played in, the tension as well as it builds towards the Sunday. You'll be able to listen to that in full on the BBC tomorrow, but we've got plenty of golf, cracking golf to come for you this evening. And Justin Rose is going to try and do it again. This for a 6th birdie, an incredible 6th birdie in 8 holes. On the 8th green, on its way for Europe. He goes walking after it. Oh, he knew. I thought he'd missed it. I thought he didn't like it, but he was striding casually after the ball. And as he got about 3 paces from the hole, it dropped in on its last revolution. That is 6 birdies in 8 holes for Justin Rose. That is unbelievable golf in this Ryder Cup on the Saturday afternoon. And in this match, which keeps toing and froing, Rose and Fleetwood one up now on Scheffler and DeChambeau.
Yeah, what a high quality match, and I'm with you. I thought he was walking after that. He got up out of it quite early. I thought he was walking up because he knew he'd missed it, and then suddenly we see it drop in the hole. What a match.
I'd love to take his pulse right now, Mark, because he looks totally unflustered. Honestly, he is just cruising about this place. He is playing unbelievable golf, and he completely fooled us there. It really did look like the walk of a man who thought, no, I've not got that, let's get to the next one, and then boom, the ball disappeared.
We talked about your nifty footwork earlier. I mean, you pivoted beautifully for the last 5 revolutions of that golf ball. But having just watched a replay on the big screen here, after which they then put another 0 tolerance message on this big screen, he walked after it as 99% of golfers walk after their ball when they think, Katrina, it isn't dropping. Yeah,
it was that kind of casual walk after it. He kind of got up. It wasn't that kind of looking at the ball, watching it, thinking you're going to go in the hole. It was just a kind of casual, oh God, missed it.
Joel Beale is a senior writer for Golf Digest. He has put on social media in the last 20 minutes or so, I've walked with McIlroy and Lowry for the past 2 hours. I've never heard so many FUs to anyone, let alone a golfer, as they're about to pull the trigger. Things about their wife, their family, Pinehurst, general you suck comments, Shane getting bombarded with weight jokes. That is what he is saying, Joel Beale, senior writer at Golf Digest. However, they are hitting back with their golf. Lowry in a good position here, John Murray.
Yeah, Lowry's, well, we've got 4 birdie putts actually. The best placed is Shane Lowry, who is around about 10 feet. And I should add to that as well, you're hearing the shushing now, and the reason for that is because this is being led by Justin Thomas. So Justin Thomas is standing in the middle of the green. It's the Europeans to play, but Justin Thomas is standing there with his hand in the air and his fingers apart, palm up. He's putting his fingers to his lips, and he is saying, you must be quiet, as Rory McIlroy puts for birdie, but that does not drop. It was McIlroy who was furthest away. That was from 25 feet or so.
You really get a sense that this match is the Ryder Cup. You feel like this is the last match, the anchor match to win it all. That's the excitement that's built around this match.
Sean McKeel is absolutely right. It feels now, in the months and years that we've built up to this Ryder Cup, we've talked so much about what the atmosphere was going to be like. And this is it. We are right in the heart of it. Right in the heart of this 2025 Ryder Cup at Bethpage. And we've got Justin Thomas in the middle of it as well, who I think is playing this pretty well. As I said, when things have gone well, he's celebrated well and loudly. And he is also playing his part in trying to quiet the crowd. And it will be Thomas who will put for his birdie next, with both Young and then Lowry also birdie chances to come on the 9th. And the match score here, still Europe 1 up in the match. So Justin Thomas. Also, around about 20 feet. Justin Thomas
Mr. USA Ryder Cup, the man on this US team who's played in more Ryder Cups than anyone else, with his white-toed, star-spangled banner two-tone shoes on. Justin Thomas, one final look towards the hole. This for a US birdie. Rolling, get in the hole, they shout, and it does! And now he puts his fingers to his ears for the right reasons and stalks calmly, or at least as calmly as he can, around the green behind the hole to pick it out. And now Shane Lowry has got to hole for birdie to halve this hole from 7 or 8 feet. What a noise.
Well, that's what you come to expect from championship golf, particularly Justin Thomas. I mean, he finally was left out of the match in the first session, and now he's earning his way back onto this team, and he's doing a great job, hitting great shots. Iron play is fantastic. That was a much-needed putt as we head into the back nine.
All credit to Justin Thomas, he's treading the right line, isn't he? He's up when he should be up. He is being respectful, and he is playing excellent golf. And now Shane Lowry, you'll hear a European reaction if this hits the bottom of the hole. So this, 7 or 8 feet for Shane Lowry. So far in this match, it's Lowry who has holed all of the European putts, really. And now, quiet finally descends. And Shane Lowry to the hole, and it misses. And he leans forward onto his putter. And Justin Thomas walks off and again encourages these USA chants. Up he goes, come on, give us some more. Rory McIlroy's dad just in front of us there. Sean's just been talking to him. So the match is back all square at the turn. And we will head through the avenue of people here, so you'll hear the noise. Listen to this. McIlroy and Lowry walking through together. Lowry with his arm on his shoulder.
3 matches
Difficult
now.
to pick out anything individual in there, but a sort of gentle chorus of booing as the European pair walk through. So there we are, Mark. This match all square after 9.
Yeah, 3 matches all square out on the course. Fleetwood and Rose 1 up in theirs. Kat.
Huge reaction here on the 7th green mark when the scoreboard changed in that top match. Rory McIlroy, Shane Lowry now tied with Justin Thomas and Cameron Young. We heard the roar and everyone's ears pricked up. And Keegan Bradley, the US captain, is standing here alongside Gary Woodman, and they just looked across, didn't they, at the board. Their eyes flicked to the board to say, what's happened? And then that stripe of blue turned grey and the whole place exploded. Xander Schauffele was actually standing over a birdie putt there, and he had to back off and have another go at it. That one has missed. He's left that one in the jaws, and that means that Sepp Straka now has a putt from about, I'd say, 10-12 feet, and this to win the hole.
Yeah, he hit a fantastic shot from way back, 220, 230 yards. He's left himself a fantastic look, pretty straight, nothing to worry about pace-wise, just needs to put a good stroke on it.
He's put the stroke on it. He's sent it scampering across the green and into the hole. Huge bellows from the European contingent in the crowd here. And there are 4 men with Stars and Stripes dungarees on and the crown of the Statue of Liberty around their foreheads. They were bouncing, they were yelling, they were shouting when Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry were pegged back to all square with Justin Thomas and Cameron Young. But they are just standing in silence, gazing at the green where Sepp Straka walks down alongside Jon Rahm and heads to the tee on the par 3/8, because the score has been reinstated that Europe are now up in 2 of the matches once again, but this time it's in the 3rd match where Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka have wrestled back control, 1 up again as we head to the par 3/8.
Andrew McGee, there are huge galleries with every match here, and there are cheers and boos from grandstands that are not even have got a match in front of them at the moment, and are just following it on the big screen like they are here at 12 at the moment. Therefore, this may be very silly to ask, but is it possible, do you think, for some of the Europeans to be going under the radar here, or the matches to be going under the radar because of what is happening in the top match?
Yeah, I feel that. I'm watching the big screen here in our compound, and I'm feeling that too. I feel like they're under the radar for the first time in these matches that started yesterday. So I mean, this is different, and they're making their putts though, so they're not concerned. I think being under the radar is where you want to be. This thing is over tomorrow, so stay under the radar. Keep up with your match. Win a couple points, and you're in good shape. Hold, if I can just jump in Ian's question. For folks out there that don't know what really happened with the Tour and the PGA of America, in 1968, a group of tour players decided to disband from the PGA of America, which started in 1916, and they hosted golf tournaments and they funded golf tournaments for the early pros up to 1968. Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, and a whole group decided to form the PGA Tour. So from then on, 68. There's always been a bit of bad blood between the two tours. I mean, I didn't like getting a bill from the PGA of America. What am I getting? A magazine and possibly an opportunity to play in the PGA Championship if I qualify. The PGA of America, they're the golf professionals that help run your pro shops. The PGA Tour is the guys you're watching on TV now.
Katrina?
Yeah, I think you can say all this about it's run by the PGA or the PGA Tour, but at the end of the day, they're playing for the country, they're playing for America. That should be enough pride and passion for anyone.
Roars around us are European. Tommy Fleetwood has stiffed one to about 5 feet on the 9th. Now this is a very busy, noisy, lively green. The Americans yet to respond. Scheffler and DeChambeau. They're dealing with Justin Rose at the moment, though. 6 birdies in the first 8 holes. Europe are 1 up, and Tommy Fleetwood has now knocked it in to 5 feet. The Americans next to play, Mark.
I think up ahead of them on the 10th, I think Lowry may have gone in the bunker with his drive on 10. McIlroy right down the middle of the fairway. We haven't got John Murray at the moment, who I'm assuming is yomping somewhere. So let's go back to Catherine, watching Rahm and Straka.
We are. Seb Straka has just missed the green on the par 3/8, pin high, but in the rough to the right-hand side of the pin. John Rahm's ball is flying straight at the flag here, cut on the back tier, right on the back edge. His ball has just flown through the back, but only by a couple of inches. Not bad at all there.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Very aggressive, flew it all the way up there. Left himself maybe 12, 13 feet. And actually, Straka's done the same. He flew it all the way back there. Just missed on the right-hand side, but pretty simple chip from 20, 25 feet.
Yep, so John Rahm's ball, we can see 20, 25 feet or so from the flag. Remember, the Europeans took back the advantage here. They went 1 up on the second green, but the Americans wrestled it back with an eagle from Xander Schauffele on the par 5 4th, but a birdie, a third birdie of the day for the Austrian Sepp Straka on the 8th means that here they are on the 7th, sorry, means that here they are on the 8th tee with a 1 up advantage. And this is a stunning little par 3. The tee way up high above the hole. You've got to hit across the water, across a valley, and down onto this little plateau of a green that's nestled in between 2 big dunes, and there are hundreds of people banked up either side as they watch Xander Schauffele's ball fly towards the hole there, come up pin high to the left-hand side, 10 feet or so from the flag. Now, I think actually this is Xander Schauffele. Do you know, we've been saying, haven't we, how similar these two look from a distance. Burly, small, tanned faces, both Californians.
We have been struggling. It's really hard to get into position around here. There's so many humps and hollows that you have to go quite a long way from them. So could do with a pair of binoculars right now.
We could, or better eyes. Spawn standing to the right-hand side of the tee, his hands on his hips, watching Xander Schauffele here, and his ball already 10 feet from the pin. Here goes former Olympic champion Schauffele up high into the now overcast sky, still hot and heavy today, and that one plugs into the bank on the green, and it's going to be dragged down away from the top tier where the pin is cut, and it's getting worse and worse and worse, and that putt is looking more and more difficult for Xander Schauffele. He's come to a rest about 40 feet or so from the flag, but he's going to have a very difficult uphill putt for his birdie with both Rahm and Spawner in close. It's going to be a contest between those two, I'd say, here on the 8th.
I tell you what, if we go up ahead to the 9th, you're going to have nerves of steel in this group, Ali Bruce Ball.
Yeah, you do indeed. This is incredibly high quality golf Katrina, Matthew and I are watching. So Justin Rose, I keep mentioning it, 6 birdies in 8 holes. Europe 1 up, Tommy Fleetwood and Rose, 1 up on Scheffler and DeChambeau. The American pair, 5 under for the 8 holes, Katrina. And we were just talking about Tommy Fleetwood knocking one into 5 feet on the 9th here. Well, Scotty Scheffler was next to play. He's knocked it into 4 feet.
I know, and then Bryson DeChambeau's 10 feet, and poor Justin Rose has hit it to 20 feet, and it looks like a bad shot.
Yeah, that's the Ryder Cup, isn't it, Mark? And we marvel at it, don't we? Because the pressure is intense, and I can only imagine what it is like listening to this as well. Because as the drama builds and as the tension builds, every single shot, chip, putt is laced with more and more dread and anxiety. I hope everyone's enjoying it. You, Mark?
Ian.
Yep, here on the par 4 7th, long par 4 7th, and this is a long birdie attempt for Sam Burns. Still no break in the deadlock in this match, all square after 6, and Burns sends this putt up. He hasn't given it enough from a good 45-50 feet, and he's left it 5 feet short. Now there are good opportunities here, first for Tyrrell Hatton and then Matt Fitzpatrick, who hit the best of the approach shots in to break the deadlock. Cantlay found the bunker short right of the green, played a brilliant bunker shot, very nearly holed it. He is 3 or 4 feet away for par. So the Americans with 2 opportunities to make par, but Hatton is 28 feet away. He's just strolling up halfway to the hole and just wafts his putter above the putting surface with a shadow cast to his back. Just trying to get a sense of how this putt will finish. So often you see the ball just deviating in the final part of its journey to the hole. He's down low, peeking beneath the navy blue cap. This heavily bearded figure who was drafted in for the afternoon session at the last minute after Victor Hovland suffered a neck injury. It was Hovland who was a hero this morning who was going to partner Fitzpatrick, but now it might be Hatton who breaks the deadlock. This is to win the hole from around 28 feet, sends it on its way. It's got the pace, and I thought it had got the line, and just at the end it deviates away. So only a par for Hatton, and he'll pick up his ball. Matt Fitzpatrick with a putt to win in just a moment as we take you to Ali.
Justin Rose, Tommy Fleetwood, 1 up, 9th green. Each player here has a birdie putt to come. Justin Rose the furthest away, about 20 feet, but he is the man with the hot putter so far in this match, the second out on course. The marshals have their hands in the air, making sure everything is as quiet as it can be. Ball goes speeding across the green. Justin Rose looks and stares and wants this one to go, and this time it doesn't. It was an outside chance. Ian.
Fitzpatrick for his birdie attempt, and that just dribbles to the right. Now there are a couple of testers to go here, and actually it's going to be Cantlay who'll go with the nearer one, because he's only got 3.5, 4 feet for par. If he misses, then there'll be about a 5-footer for Sam Burns on this green here at the 7th. All square, neither pair has won a hole so far. Cantlay digs deep into his right pocket and gets the ball marker out again. He's not happy with the line on the ball, just adjusts it a fraction, turning it a little to the left. He's decided that that is the line that is required for this very important putt here, because he doesn't want to leave it to his partner, even though he's one of the best putters in the world. Cantlay, feisty figure, doughty competitor, settles himself, his eyes burning down on that ball, settling his feet. Now he'll pull the trigger. The ball makes its way to the hole and misses to the right. So Burns will have to hole out as we go to Ali.
Bryson DeChambeau next to go on the 9th. DeChambeau and Scheffler put together by Keegan Bradley for this afternoon's 4 balls. We've still got Scheffler and Fleetwood both pretty close in, actually. I'd say both within 6 feet to putt for birdies, but Bryson DeChambeau next to go. Justin Rose couldn't make the birdie. We can't actually see the hole from our commentary position, but don't worry about that, because if Bryson DeChambeau finds it with this ball, you will definitely know about it. The arms are locked taut. One last look at the hole. Everything falls silent. Tension grows, anticipation builds, ball rolling across the green. No, it doesn't make it. Ian.
Sam Burns makes his putt for the par, so the deadlock remains. We go to the 8th. Neither pair has won a hole so far, and it remains all square.
Tension building moment by moment all around this golf course. Katrina Matthew, you've seen this all before. You've captained teams, you've played in teams, but now these are the putts Scheffler and Fleetwood on this green that they are expected to make. A bit more pressure on these two.
They're expected to make, but the pressure's on them. There's a little cauldron round this 9th green, and it is just packed, the stands and everything. And this is probably what do we reckon, 5-6 feet?
5-6, I reckon, for Scotty Scheffler, world number 1. 3 matches played so far. He's lost all 3. He's 1 down. But he and DeChambeau have come up against a ridiculously high level of golf. Fleetwood's in closer. Scotty Scheffler about to go. Standing tall over the ball. The reaction will tell you. It tells you everything. Scheffler's missed. Chance coming for Fleetwood. Cat.
JJ Spawn with a birdie putt on the 8th green, away over the water. Big dip of the knees tells you that one doesn't fall. And so there's a chance for Jon Rahm to secure 2 holes on the bounce for the European side. Sepp Straka with the birdie on the 7th, and now Rahm with a birdie putt on the 8th. And this is makeable for Rambo.
Yeah, this is 15 feet, just on the fringe, so maybe a couple of inches to come through there, but it should roll pretty well. 15 feet, pretty straight. Great opportunity.
Pacing around this one, Ali.
Yeah, Tommy Fleetwood doing exactly the same. What an opportunity this is for Tommy Fleetwood. We did not expect Scotty Scheffler to miss that, nor did he. He comes back to his golf bag. Fleetwood not taking too much time. 4 feet on the 9th. No, he has missed it. He has missed it. Scheffler and Fleetwood both missed from close range. We make our way through the walkway. Absolute bedlam here towards the 10th tee. USA chance ring around. Europe are still 1 up at the turn. Fleetwood and Rose against Scheffler and DeChambeau. Cat.
And I imagine there'll be a similar reaction if Jon Rahm misses this from 15 feet for a birdie to win the hole on the par 3/8. No, he stands up vertically almost as soon as the ball leaves the face of the putter. That one misses as well. And now there are a little bit of tidying up to do. Jon Rahm will pick up the ball, and Sepp Straka picks up the ball. They've decided that it is... Oh, actually, the Americans are sticking around. Both of the Europeans have been given their par putts. But there's going to be work to be done for JJ Spawn and Xander Schauffele here. That's how tense it is.
Just make him tidy up here. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot in here, but why not? You know, if there's a chance it can be missed, make him put it right now. Every hole counts, and at this stage of the match, every opportunity is a must.
Jon Rahm standing with arms crossed, shoulder to shoulder with Sepp Straka behind the green here on the 8th. Big chance of Rambo from the European contingent, drowned out by that repetitive, rousing USA rhythm. And now JJ Spawn has sent his ball forward, and that one has missed. And so it'll be over to Xander Schauffele to try and save the American skins here on the 8th.
I mean, that was very, very short. Maybe a lack of bit of complacency crept in there, but it's going to make this one feel a little bit longer for Xander.
It's just wiping some residue or a little bit of grass or an imperfection off the surface of the green now. Xander Schauffele, 2 big butterflies flying across the front edge of the green. And the water is rippling quietly, flies just breaking the surface as they dip down into that brown water. And Xander Schauffele away in the distance on the 2-tiered 8th green, standing at the back, sending the ball forward. And no mistake for Xander Schauffele in the hole. It's halved in pars, and the Europeans stay 1 up as we go to the 9th, John.
Well, at the 10th, up ahead of you, the par 4, 502 yards. They're on the green. Rory McIlroy has just attempted a birdie putt of some 40 feet that he rolled up to the hole side. That's been conceded. Shane Lowry was out of the hole, incidentally, after he went into the bunker off the tee. So we've now got 2 long birdie attempts by the 2 Americans that, if either of them can hole, the United States will be up for the first time in this match. It is currently all square in this first Saturday afternoon 4-balls match out on the course here, under now light grey skies above. It is Justin Thomas from 35 feet. This for his birdie. He stares after it, and we can still see that white ball. on the green putting surface, so that too has been conceded. So it's down to Cameron Young, the New Yorker, to see if he can roll this in.
This definitely frees him up, and Justin's actually going to help him, give him a little bit of a read here. Justin made a good effort at it, but Cam's putting straight up the hill. Not terribly difficult other than the length, but you can really see how the team is working together, because Cam has brought Justin in to help him read his putt, which is you don't normally see that.
I should say that things have calmed a little, haven't they? Although we are on the extremes of the Bethpage Black course, so the galleries aren't as big here. Just the odd thing being shouted at.
Well, I think the spectators are finally deciding that they want to see quality golf. They want it to be about the 4 men out there in the course that are playing. It's been very, very nice. The last few holes, we really haven't heard too much. We actually had on the last hole, we had a group trying to start the wave, which is a nice part of American culture and sport.
Not everyone's favourite, but I see what you mean. So Cameron Young, well, you'll hear him, even though these are the thinnest galleries at this Ryder Cup, around the 10th. You will hear them if it hits the bottom of the hole, because this is a long birdie attempt by the native New Yorker, Cam Young, on its way now up the slope towards the hole. No, it does not drop. So the hole, the 10th, is halved in par 4s, and it remains all square this match with 8 holes to play. The only little thing that we had there was that when Rory McIlroy was about to attempt his putt, he just made Justin Thomas move his marker.
Well, as I explained to you, it seems a bit odd that you have a 40-foot putt and would have to have somebody move their mark from 15 feet in front, but that's just how precise this game is. And these greens, they're just flat enough that you need sometimes for people to kind of move their mark, if nothing else, to kind of slow yourself down, give you a little bit of extra time.
So there we are, we've turned the other way and are walking down the 10th now, Mark, with this match all square. Thomas and Young, McIlroy, Lowry.
I think you might be coming back into a bear pit though, Sean and John. I mean, certainly here around the 12th as they wait.
Well aware of that.
There's a lot of, here at the 12th, there is a lot of barracking when they just appear on Lowry in particular, when he appears on the screen. And every 2 or 3 minutes, I would suggest they're putting up the 0 tolerance, make sure you don't drink too much notices, which is actually, in an odd way, is making them angrier, because it takes the action off the screen as well. So I wonder whether putting the warnings up is a little bit self-defeating at the moment. But the crowds are big here as they wait for you to come this way.
And I'm not sure whether we've mentioned it this week, have we? I think it costs, is it $16 or $17 for a glass of beer on the course?
Someone told me today that if you paid $700 for a ticket, everything is free.
Not really? The alcohol.
But not the alcohol.
Not the alcohol. You still have to. There's food and still drinks that are.
So in some places, I know.
Yeah.
You'd put warning notices up on the boards not to spend $17 on a pint of lager.
On a pint of light lager.
Yeah, Lancashire maybe.
As well. It's the difference between the Spurs Wolves. Sahel.
It's played here, Mark. It's still Tottenham 0, Wolves 0. Wolves have started the brighter, but Tottenham had the first chance. Simons with a cross from the left-hand side. It skidded across the 6-yard box. Kudos was at the far post with a stooping header. It's flicked superbly by the Wolves goalkeeper Sam Johnston onto his crossbar. Still goalless, Tottenham 0, Wolves 0.
Europe lead 8.5, 3.5. They're up in 2 of the afternoon 4 balls, only by a hole, and all square in the other 2. It's quite difficult, Ian Carter, and you've done a lot of Ryder Cups, just to get a handle on the atmosphere out here. It feels really tense.
It does, and I think it reflects the parlous position of the United States on the board, and I think that combined with obviously getting later in the day, the beers being consumed. The strong stuff, by the way, is $19. And you'd expect me to know the beer prices. And I did note that on my way round when I was watching the practice rounds. But yeah, I think it reflects obviously the being later in the day, but it also reflects the parlous position of the United States in this match. And you know, some people interpret that as an excuse to have a go, and Rory McIlroy has become a real target. So has Shane Lowry. They were yesterday. It was pretty horrible throughout their match. I covered that. I mean, the match that I'm watching at the moment has been fairly tepid fare. You know, no one's won a hole so far.
Does that go back to the point about some of them going under the radar a bit at the moment?
Exactly, yes, and this could turn out to be a really, really important match, but it's that, you know, back end of the field kind of match. No great superstar involved, so the crowds are elsewhere, and we're sort of tail end Charlies at the moment. But as the afternoon goes on, this will get more and more important. Obviously, we're on the 8th. It's all square. We're just watching now as Sam Burns chops out a bunker shot that catches in the rough and doesn't make it onto the green. Two excellent tee shots into this par 3, by the way, by the British pair of Matt Fitzpatrick and Tyrrell Hatton. Fitzpatrick's really impressing me now with his long game especially. No one can buy a putt as it stands at the moment. Next up to play is going to be Patrick Cantlay, who is putting from just off the back right of the green, so he'll have a good old look. But yeah, to go back to your original point, Mark, obviously around the 9th, which is a very atmospheric part of the golf course, around the matches that have the big names, that's where people are shouting out. They're trying to make a name for themselves. We know that's part of the American golf culture. You see it every week on the PGA Tour, those lone voices, but very rarely does it influence the action. Very rarely does it cause players to back off in the way that we've been witnessing this afternoon.
And I'm also thinking as well, as these matches look set to go the distance because they're so tight, once you get to the last 4 here, 15, known as Mount Olympus, a massive climb up to the green there, then 16, 17 is a par 3, and then you've got the finishing hole, the par 4 18th. There are so many tight little walkways there. It is going to be loud and noisy and a bum fight for all of these games if they're going down the last 4. Tommy Fleetwood is just imperious at the moment, and now he's eating on a wrap.
You've got a better view of that than I have, Mark. Yes, I can see it now. Tommy Fleetwood in the middle of the fairway. Well, old chap, you deserve that, because he's very nearly holed his second shot at the par 4 10th, possibly the quietest point on the golf course. The 10th and 11th, 2 par 4s that sort of run back to back, go in opposite directions. But Tommy Fleetwood there with the iron club. I mean, oh, Scotty Scheffler's hit the flag. Scotty Scheffler's approach has hit the flag, and it has spun out, and it's spun off the front of the green into a thick collar of rough at the front of the green. He very nearly holed it in 2. Fleetwood is inches away. You described it, Katrina Matthew. That's a kicking birdie, and Scheffler very nearly slam dunked it.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. I actually thought he had slam dunked it. I'm not sure whether he actually hit the back of the hole and it rebounded out and got actually really unlucky break.
Wow. Well, there's a bit of a noise and excitement for you at the par 4 10th. So Tommy Fleetwood, that'll be conceded for a birdie. Scotty Scheffler, very unlucky. His ball has disappeared off the front of the green, and we've still got DeChambeau and Rose to play. You're at 1 up in the match, Mark.
Ian.
Tyrrell Hatton looking to break the deadlock. He's got a birdie chance of around 25 feet. His partner Fitzpatrick a little closer. Both of them have birdie putts. Both of them know they can go 1 up if they can sink these putts. It's Hatton to go first, sends the ball on its way, borrowing from left to right. He's watching. Oh my word, it skates across the front of the hole. He looks to the ever-greying skies overhead on this muggy afternoon in frustration, and he will mark his ball. Or is it conceded? It's conceded. So that means that Matt Fitzpatrick now has a free hand here. He's down, crouched low, heels in the air, casting a little blob of shadow that straightens out as he gets up and marches up to the ball. One of the quickest players out there, Matt Fitzpatrick, just 2 wafts of the putter as practice strokes, and then sends the ball forward. Is this the moment? Is this the moment? No, it's not. It shaves the hole, and the story of this match continues. No one can buy a putt to win a hole, and it's all square as they go to the 9th.
I mean, the good thing, Ian, is that you're going to get the drama later on, aren't you?
We will. We'll get the drama, and every chance will go all the way to the 18th, it feels like. But I'm familiar with that.
Absolutely. I feel like we've been up there a few times already this week. Where should we go? Ali?
Yeah, just watching Tommy Fleetwood still munching on the last remnants of that wrap go marching past us. Justin Rose just ahead of him, who's hit another wonderful iron shot into this par 4 10th green, pin high, left of the flag, probably about 10 feet or so. But the deal now, Katrina, is whether the Americans can match the birdie of Tommy Fleetwood. That will be conceded, very nearly holding the second shot. Scheffler desperately unlucky. I mean, the quality of his second didn't deserve to end up where it has. And DeChambeau from the bunker actually has given himself a birdie chance.
Yeah, he's done what he had to do. He's got it on the green, he's given himself a decent enough birdie chance, probably 20 feet just to the past the pin on the right hand side. But yeah, like you say, Scheffler absolutely very unlucky, just catching the bottom of that flag. I actually thought it had gone in for a moment.
Just wonder with Tommy Fleetwood there as well, whether there was a little bit of sort of anger simmering after the short birdie miss on the 9th, decided he needed to do something about it and responded quite brilliantly, because moments like that in tight matches like this are really important. I mean, Scheffler missed from pretty short range. That doesn't often happen, and I think Fleetwood will be kicking himself. He didn't put Europe 2 up. He might do on this hole.
Yeah, I think that's just been conceded, so he's got the birdie in and out, and it's up to the Americans to try and hold one of these putts. But yeah, with that situation on the last hole, it's kind of like if Scheffler had held, Fleetwood probably would have held.
Right, let's read you down a leaderboard. It's away in the distance, but I think I can make it out. So we've got in the top match, it's all square. That is Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry against Justin Thomas and Cameron Young, who's having a wonderful Ryder Cup on his Ryder Cup debut, the native New Yorker. That's the one that's had the problems with the crowds, the real heat and spice around it. In this match here, Europe, Fleetwood and Rose, 1 up on Scheffler and DeChambeau. Chance here to go 2 up on the 10th. 1 up Europe in the 3rd match out on course as well. That is Rahm and Straka against Xander Schauffele and JJ Spawn, and it's all square in the bottom match. No one can buy a putt there, listening to Ian Carter. Tyrrell Hatton in late for the injured Victor Hovland, who apparently has a problem with his neck. So Hatton playing alongside Matthew Fitzpatrick up against Cantlay and Burns. Right, we are standing about 60 yards short of the 10th green, sprawling bunker which spreads its way across the steep slope to the left of the green, but none of the players have got to deal with that. Scotty Scheffler, if I'm right, I think he's just found that sort of collar of rough just short of the green, having hit the flag, and the balls come flying back. And actually, you're right, Katrina, they're repairing the hole, aren't they?
I think they've just called in the referees and they're just having to repair the hole. I think Scotty's ball just caught the very bottom of the flag in the top of the hole and just shot it straight backwards.
Right, so while hole repairs are going on the 10th, let's hear from John Murray.
On the 11th, the Americans have both hit it to within 20 feet. Justin Thomas, that's the applause that you can hear there. He is pin high, just on the green to the left, whereas Shane Lowry just missed the green on the left-hand side, so he'll face a chip from the long grass. And Rory McIlroy, meanwhile, on the other side of the green from where the hole is, he will have a long putt for birdie. So with this match all square, Ali, it is slight advantage United States on the 11th.
Okay, Europe 8.5, USA 3.5. Let's remind you of the match situation. First team to 14.5 points wins the match. If it finishes 14 all, as it did in 1989, back in 1969, then the holders retain the trophy. That would be Europe. Let's see what Scotty Scheffler can do with this little chip from the front of the 10th green. Bumps it forward, skids onto the putting surface, rolls past the hole, looks away in frustration. He can't make the birdie. DeChambeau's going to have to try and do it with the putter. How many times out of 10 do you think Scotty Scheffler would chip in from there, Katrina? Do you think he fancied that?
I think he definitely fancied that. You could see him looking at it as he hit the shot. It just kind of skiffed past the right-hand edge. But I'd probably say maybe 6 out of 10. We've seen him do it an awful lot of times on the PGA Tour.
Right, Bryson DeChambeau is centre stage. You can hear all sorts of noise going on around that first match out on the golf course up by the 11th green. Back with John Murray shortly. He and Sean McKeel are following that one. We'll keep our eyes on Bryson DeChambeau, who, as Keegan Bradley said at the start of the week, he could be our X factor. The quote from Xander Schauffele, his teammate, was, he's a gladiator golfer. He is made for the Ryder Cup, and he definitely enjoys the thrills and the spills and the razzmatazz, and he's fighting hard here for the USA at the moment. They are 1 down. They're in danger here of going 2 down. Tommy Fleetwood's birdie conceded after he very nearly holed with his second shot. And DeChambeau, familiar position where he crouches down just behind the ball. Then he stands, lifts himself up, stands directly behind the ball, a couple of practice strokes with the putter, then steps to the ball. And again, with that left arm and right arm locked straight, he tiptoes, he creeps in towards the ball, gets into the putting position. This needs to drop, or Europe are 2 up with 8 to play, trying to creep towards that total to win the Ryder Cup once again. DeChambeau's putt turning right to left. No, it doesn't drop, and again he's holding his hand to his mouth. And Europe win the hole. The Tommy Fleetwood birdie wins the hole. John, it's throwing it up to you.
Well, clearly, Ali, you can hear the noise that is coming out of this grandstand to my right. And as we suggested, we are back in boisterous country. They are very, very loud in this grandstand, but again, Justin Thomas and Cam Young have both asked for silence and quiet. And Rory McIlroy, yet again, a long putt across a green. This for birdie, and it is up and past the hole, probably by 5 feet or so. He's left himself a lot coming back. And Shane Lowry, having missed the green, this is advantage USA.
I think he would have liked if Shane been able to chip first, but he wasn't able to do that because Cam Young is outside of Shane Lowry. So that's a little bit of the strategy at times with the match play. So Rory, I don't think Shane's got too much of a problem, but he clearly wanted Shane to go first, but he couldn't do it.
That is Sean McKeel, PGA champion, one of our American voices out here on the course. And plenty of American voices up in the stands as well. Rory McIlroy standing on his own, off the green to the right. And now it is the American opportunities for birdie.
Are you here for 4 o'clock?
So Cam Young will be the first to attempt it. Just wipes the putter blade. It is very sweaty now on this humid Long Island afternoon. Thick cloud cover above. That's added to it. And on the green, white trousers, navy blue shirt, Cam Young sends his ball on its way for birdie to take the Americans into the lead in this match, but that one doesn't drop. Still a chance for Justin Thomas. Shane Lowry to play as well. But Kat, what have you got to say?
2 long-range birdie putts for the American duo here on the 9th. Both missed, but only just. And now the Europeans in closer. Sepp Straka on the front edge of the green. He's putting from about 25, 30 feet away. And Jon Rahm in close. Lovely approach shot from the Spaniard. He's inside 6 feet, and he'll have the best chance at birdie to extend the European lead, John.
This match all square between Justin Thomas and Cameron Young and Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry. At one stage, the Europeans were 2 up, but the Americans have won 2 of the last 4 holes to bring it back all square. And there is the chance coming up for Justin Thomas for birdie, but so too does Shane Lowry, chipping from off the green towards the hole. He left the flag stick in, and that has also rolled by 4 feet, so both McIlroy and Lowry will have testing putts for their pars. Kat.
Really good effort from Sepp Straka. That putter is firing for the Austrian today. Very close to sinking, an absolute giant here. But now it's over to Jon Rahm. He's in much closer. Lovely approach, as I said, from the Spaniard. He is, I'm just laughing because there's an American in the stand behind me here who is yelling erroneous putting lines to Jon Rahm to try and give him some bad information. This guy reckons it's 2 cups out. I'm pretty sure it's not, Ollie Wilson.
This is pretty straight, maybe a hair out the right, 6 feet, great opportunity. These are the times right now where the European team's got to take absolute advantage of the great shot that Jon Rahm hit in here.
Very vociferous crowd here. The European shirts are a brown colour today, and you can imagine what comparisons the American fans have been drawing from that colour. And Jon Rahm is now sidling up behind this pot, sending it on towards the hole. And it's in! It's in! It hoops around and it drops in, and there's a clench of the fists from Jon Rahm. And this European pair go to the turn 2 up. That was a huge moment, Ollie.
Yeah, absolutely. He absolutely needed to take advantage of that. You can't afford to let any opportunities like that go by right now, and just keep applying the pressure on the US team is exactly what they're doing.
Little bit of breathing space for John Rahm and Sepp Straka on this very tense afternoon. John.
And get ready for an explosion of sound if this ball from Justin Thomas drops in for birdie. No, he leans forward. He leans forward. That's a chance gone there. I mean, it was 20 feet, best part of 20 feet, Sean.
Well, you just don't get much of a better opportunity on this hole. This extremely difficult hole location. What an opportunity squandered there.
But the Europeans have both got to be careful here with these putts. Both McIlroy and Lowry certainly not conceded.
No, I think Rory's 5 or 6 feet and Shane's probably 4 feet. So it's just adds a little bit of extra tension.
So one of these has got to go in to halve this hole and to keep the match all square. Again, the players and the referee, the match referee out there, are motioning to the crowd just to stay still and stay quiet. McIlroy for the half. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed that one from 5 feet. And he scratches the back of his head. He has not had the best afternoons, quite apart from what's been happening in the stands and around the greens. He's not hauled a putt. And, it does look as though this is getting to him. But what I would add to that is, this is his 4th match. And so there is fatigue here as well.
Oh, there's no doubt. And I think just the emotion of today and all of the stuff that leads into playing this event, it's really taken a toll on him. He's been scratching his nose, scratching his head, got his head down a little bit, looks a little frustrated. But he's had quite the partner in Shane Lowry today.
Yeah, it's Lowry who's been the strong man. But that there's nothing of the bounce of McIlroy when things are good and things are well in his world. And so this from 4 feet, this is a pressure putt. The nerves and the tension are right here on the 11th hole at Bethpage Black. This to halve the hole and keep the match all square. And Shane Lowry has held it with the minimum of fuss. And as it drops, and he leans forward, he looks up to that grandstand and then plucks the ball out. The hole is halved, and the players walk behind us here. They're moving. They're turning to the left. Great support for the American pair, Young and Thomas, walking shoulder to shoulder. And then behind them, Shane Lowry, Rory McIlroy as well, with state police either side of him, all round him as he walks through the avenue of people. So that's a significant thing as well. I don't think that's a coincidence that the police and the security teams are surrounding him in that situation either. So all square it is after 11, and off they go to the par 4 12th.
Just to add to the drama stroke amusement that's going on at the moment, whoever's operating the scoreboards after Justin Thomas held out for his par, put up on the board that Thomas and Young were 1 up. They then, just before McIlroy putted, turned it back to grey and all square. Once McIlroy missed, they then put it back to 1 up, to huge cheers from the gallery, certainly around the scoreboards that I'm looking. Then they realised that again they made the mistake, so took it off, and then Lowry held this putt, halved the hole, and it's gone back to grey. They're putting some of the galleries on a little bit of a roller coaster as well. I don't know if that happened where you were too, Ian Carter, or whether you were too busy watching the golf in front of you.
Well, I've been watching the golf in front of me, and I can't actually see a big scoreboard here from the back of the 9th, but I can see 3 fantastic approach shots into the 9th, the best of which has come from Matt Fitzpatrick. He very nearly holed it, and the flag is hidden away behind the bunker that guards the front of the green. He just cleared that, had enough control on the ball for it to just glide past the right edge of the hole, coming to rest around about 5-6 feet from the cup. But that was after Sam Burns had fired in 1 to 11-12 feet, and Patrick Cantlay very similar as well. Tyrrell Hatton had pulled his tee shot into the trees down the left-hand side. He can only bunt his second shot up just short of the green. So it looks like Fitzpatrick, who's playing the best golf of this 4, who is going to be closest to potentially breaking the deadlock. But he and the 2 Americans have got a real good look at birdie here. But next up, it'll be Tyrrell Hatton chipping from the front. Remember, this match is all square. No hole has been won so far. It's not been the best golf. Neither pair could buy a putt, but it's very, very tense, and it's very, very tight on the 9th green.
Yeah, all square in your game. Rahm and Straka are 2 up. Fleetwood and Rose are 2 up. all square McIlroy, Lowry and Thomas and Young, and the Europeans have been two up at one stage. That's the one with the feisty atmosphere around it. They're about to come down 12, and even before they've arrived, the galleries behind me to my right are starting to crank it up and crank it up. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live on a Saturday evening. Also, you could be listening to us on RyderCup.com as well around the course. Thank you very much for your company this evening. We're just going to go to Tottenham. Spurs at home to Wolves in the Premier League. Sahil Sahi.
Well, we've got 5 minutes of the first half to play, and we're all level here. Tottenham 0, Wolves 0. Tottenham have had the ball in the back of the net. It's a nice 1-2 between Kudus and Bergvall. Kudus slotting it in, but he was just marginally offside. 5 minutes to play in the first half. Tottenham 0, Wolves 0.
Oh, sounds like it's noisier here than there. Ali.
Justin Rose with that familiar pre-shot routine where he just pauses on the way down with the practice and getting himself into the right position to make contact with the ball. Now steps to the ball to play the actual shot. Par 4 11th. The pin is a teasing one. Back left of this green, which slopes steeply towards the players. Bryson DeChambeau has got it to pin high. He's away to the right, maybe 10, 12 feet or so. Tommy Fleetwood has an uphill putt to come. Justin Rose looks like he's going to attack this flag. Back left, lands at the back of the green, but no, it's over the back. Arms lifted in the air from the American fans in that grandstand behind the green. That was a bold attempt from Justin Rose. It's not come off, Katrina.
That was a really tricky little pin position there in the back left, and he just a few yards too long, one bounce and hopped over the back of the green.
Rose and Fleetwood 2 up on Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau. DeChambeau has the putter, the long putter in his right hand. He's about 20 yards in front of us. He's in conversation with one of the American captains, vice captains, Kevin Kisner. I can see that the putter grip this week is decked out in red, white and blue, just like everything else. And here's Scotty Scheffler representing the red, white and blue as well. Dark blue top, blue baseball cap with the stars and stripes on the front, the white trousers. Tall man gets ready to hit his second shot into this 11th. Slightest pause at the top of the backswing, heading towards the flag, landing on the putting surface, but further away than DeChambeau. Ian.
On the 9th, with Sam Burns looking for a birdie from around about 13, 14 feet across the front of the green. Little bit of right to left on this putt as the ball climbs and then gets into its downhill mode, heading towards the hole and missing on the low side. It's been the story of Sam Burns' round, burning the edges of the holes. Very quickly down on into his haunches now is Patrick Cantlay. He's going to be putting from around about 10 feet. Can he force a birdie? Remember, Fitzpatrick is just 5 feet away after a brilliant approach shot. Something just catching the eye of Cantlay away in the distance, and he looks across there, but now he's ready to go. He's wasting no time on this. I think he's dead set on the line. One practice swing and then the putter head goes behind the ball. He'll make his feet comfortable, as we see so often when he's over the ball, and he'll just wait until he's ready to pull that trigger, send this up the hill and then a little bit downhill and a little bit from the right. Up it goes and then turns and misses. Oh, it didn't turn enough and it missed on the high side. Now surely we're going to see the deadlock broken here now. It's just 5 feet for Matt Fitzpatrick, who missed a really short putt on the second, really setting the tone for this match, in which chances to win the hole have been spurned by both sides, but Fitzpatrick's swinging it beautifully. His approach play has been excellent, and now he's looking to capitalise on one of his best shots of the round. He's got his caddy Dan Parrott standing behind him just to maybe give a reinforcing assessment of what the line should be. Parrott goes down on his haunches, rests the flag upside down on his shoulder, and then with his blue bib on moves away. Not the best colour combo, that, the blue bib and the rusty brown shirts, but nonetheless he might have done the job for him. It's inside 5 feet, and this to take the lead at the turn for the European pair, Matt Fitzpatrick of Sheffield. Two little wafts of the putter as practice swings, then no time at all, sends it forward and into the cup, and he just puts his palm
calm down and says, calm down, everybody. Calm down. We've got this sorted. A low 5 with his partner, Tyrrell Hatton. And they march off to the 10th tee. The deadlock has been broken here. And Fitzpatrick and Hatton lead 1 up against Cantlay and Burns. Ali.
Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose 2 up on Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau, but I think the Americans might be thinking they've got a chance here at the par 4 11th Katrina Matthew. It's on this sloping green which slopes from back to front. Justin Rose went over the back with his second shot, had no real shot from there. He's thrown the flop shot onto the green. He's rolled it past Tommy Fleetwood's putt, so I think he's next to putt as well. Interesting to watch Bryson DeChambeau actually walking onto this green. He's probably hit the best approach shot of the lot, just whipping the fans up in the grandstand behind the green, just trying to garner that extra little bit of support.
Yeah, they've only got, 8 holes left to go, 2 down. They need something to happen. They need to try and turn this game around. And I think Bryson DeChambeau or Scotty Scheffler need to hole one of these putts. They need to try and claw back a hole.
Well, they're in good voice in that grandstand there. Scotty Scheffler is the name they're chanting at the moment. He's standing alongside Bryson DeChambeau. So this is Justin Rose first and foremost, putting for par up the hill on the 11th. Tommy Fleetwood's got 1 for birdie. And I would argue that Scheffler and DeChambeau both closer, more like pin high up away to the right of the flag. Let's see what Rose can do with the putt for par. He's given that a good firm wrap up the hill. The American fans giving it a wave as it misses the hole. So Justin Rose can't help this time.
No, I think he was putting there. I think Tommy Fleetwood was just outside him, but Rose was putting just to give him a slight look at the line, see what it might do going up there.
So I look at the big leaderboard behind me. Europe 8.5, USA 3.5. Second afternoon of the Ryder Cup 2025. All square in the top match. Europe up in the next 3. Deadlock finally broken in the bottom match with the Matt Fitzpatrick putt on the night. So Hatton and Fitzpatrick are 1 up on Burns and Cantlay. Pressure falls on the very reliable shoulders of Tommy Fleetwood. In the brown shirt and the dark blue trousers, you can see a bright blue and yellow Swedish flag being held taut in the grandstand behind as Fleetwood sends the putt up the hill on its way towards the hole. This time it doesn't drop for Europe, so chance now for the USA. 2 chances for the USA.
Yeah, they've got 2 chances now, and especially DeChambeau. He's in, I would say, probably 12, 15 feet, so a very realistic chance.
So 11th green is where it's all happening. This small grandstand, probably 10 rows of it jam-packed behind the green, but you need it there as well. There's such a steep drop-off at the back of the green that if you stand back there, you're not really going to get a view of the action. Cameraman in the camera tower, which is decked out in red, number 11 in big white numbers on it. He's got the best view in the house, and he's peering through the viewfinder right now, and he's looking at world number 1, Scotty Scheffler. DeChambeau behind his partner, just casually tossing the ball in his right hand. Scheffler down on his haunches. USA 2 down in this match. 7 holes to play after this one. Scheffler and DeChambeau definitely sensing the opportunity. Scheffler missed one on the 9th. You wouldn't expect him to miss. Got very unlucky with his approach on the 10th that actually hit the back of the hole and threw it off the front of the green. Might feel that he's owed one here, Scotty Scheffler. Let's see what the world number 1 can do with the putter. It's on its way for the USA. Pacey putt across the green from Scheffler. This one won't drop, stays above ground. So DeChambeau and Scheffler have a chat. 1 birdie chance goes of begging, and it looks like DeChambeau's just asked Scheffler for a little bit of advice on his putt.
Yeah, I think they were both coming from the same kind of side of the green, so I think just asking Scotty, did you hit a good putt? Did you hit it where you wanted? What do you think it did? So, yeah, just trying to get an idea of what his one might do. And I think all you need to do is watch the reaction from everyone in this crowd, and we'll know whether DeChambeau's putt goes in or not.
I sometimes think with all the commentary we do, the vital commentary we do is on the putts, but actually when the putts drop or miss, you don't need us because the crowd reaction tell you absolutely everything. It spells it out loud and clear. You cannot beat the Ryder Cup. We hope you're enjoying it with us on 5 Live, BBC Sounds, and on the golf course here in New York this afternoon. Right, Bryson DeChambeau, what do you got? Birdie chance, a man who loves the big stage, needs this one to reduce the arrears for the USA. Rose and Fleetwood still as statues for Europe. Watching DeChambeau settle over the putt. Rose with hands on hips. DeChambeau just about ready to go. Has that last look at the hole. pulls the putt ahead back and sends it on its way. Can he find it? Yes, he can. He loves it. He loves it. He is fired up. Bryson DeChambeau. He goes dancing towards that grandstand at the back of the green, thumps his chest and shouts at the American fans. They go nuts behind the 11th as well. That is a massive putt for the USA. They've reduced the arrears. Scheffler and DeChambeau run down now against Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose, and I think the next couple of hours this atmosphere is only going to build and build and build, Katrina Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying earlier, the crowd's been pretty good-natured with this one, and that was a great reaction from Bryson DeChambeau. And then the crowd just went wild, and as a player, this is just what you want. This is the atmosphere you want, to be able to show off and hold these putts and celebrate with the crowd. But great putt from Bryson.
Yeah, the grandstand was perfectly positioned for him there, Mark. It was right by, on his right. He knew that was in from a couple of feet out, and as soon as it dropped, he turned and he gave it a massive roar. So Europe 1 up in this match, 7 to play.
And here on the 12th, with that big scoreboard just away to our left, they've put up that Fleetwood and Rose have dropped that hole and gone back to 1 up, and that's just cranked up this atmosphere even more, where 3 of the players are on the green and 1 of them, John Murray, is in the sand.
Yes, Shane Lowry, and he's left himself a really tricky shot. And you're on this hole, Mark, are you, now as well?
I'm in front of this grandstand where they've just shouted something that ended with "it up" at Lowry.
More on this once we get back from CAD.
That noise you can hear has just drowned you out slightly there. I'm sorry to be a bit slow on the uptake, because a deafening roar for the ball of JJ Spawn disappearing into the hole from 45 feet for a birdie here as battle commences on the 10th green. Unbelievable putt from JJ Spawn, reminiscent of that monster he held on his way to winning the US Open.
Oh yeah, that was an awesome moment. The chants from Bryson DeChambeau on the 11th were coming all the way back down to this 10th green, and certainly inspired him there to hold that 45-footer. Now the pressure back on the Europeans to maintain this momentum they're building.
Yeah, the sound echoing down from the 11th green down this 10th fairway, and we've just sent the wall of sound back down to all the 11th. It's bouncing around this fairly open part of Bethpage State Park, and now the pressure mark on Sepp Straka and Jon Rahm. They need to find a birdie here on the 10th to maintain their 2-up lead. Straka just putting now on its way towards the hole. This looks good. Oh, it just sidles by on the left-hand side, so that's the first chance gone for the European side. But Jon Rahm in slightly closer, and he was the one who held the putt on the 9th to extend the lead to 2-up, Ollie.
He was, and I think he can learn a little bit off of Sepp Straka's putt there, but he's been stroking it nicely. Just got to stay in the moment. Maybe 10, 12 feet, I think, for birdie here, and to try and half this hole.
A big scoreboard away to my left, still tilting in favour of the European team. 3 stripes of blue, the top match locked at all square. That one is shaded in grey. And this to maintain their 2-up advantage here for Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka. Sepp Straka's head buried in his yardage book, making his notes. He's just tucking that in his back pocket now, and both hands go on the hips as he looks at his partner. Still the white glove hanging out the back pocket of Jon Rahm, just paddling his feet into the surface of the green. This for 15 feet for a birdie for Rahm to match the Americans after JJ Spawn found the bottom of the hole with a whopper of a putt. On it goes towards the hole now. Is it going to fall? No, it doesn't. Dip of the knees, and another huge roar on this 10th green. JJ Spawn has cut the arrears, and the Americans trail by just 1 now as we go to the 11th, John.
So Europe 1 up in 3 of the matches, and in this one, the first match out on the course, all square between Thomas and Young and McIlroy and Lowry. Could hardly be much closer on this second afternoon. And here, Shane Lowry, the bunker shot that we mentioned, he splashed out, but he just really got it up onto the green. Cam Young and Justin Thomas have both faced long birdie putts, and likewise Rory McIlroy as well, who's just standing on his own with his head down in the middle of the green. But it's going to be Justin Thomas now. The Young putt didn't drop, and we're talking 40 feet here. All of them that sort of range. Thomas. The hole
cut towards the back of the green, that boisterous grandstand behind it. All still now as Justin Thomas sends it up onto the slope and still going, but no. Neither of the two long ones drops for the United States. Sean McKeel.
Well, 2 of the last 3 holes, Shane has left Rory kind of playing by himself, and you just had this feeling. Rory hasn't made a putt all day. You just had this feeling that he's due.
He is, again, just to say, cutting rather a subdued figure, Rory McIlroy. It's not often we see him like this. And I'll be interested to hear what Mark has to say on a couple of things, having witnessed this up close, and also the security operation that is going on. I mean, we've got very, very obvious police in their grey tunics and in the black and beige as well, and various other security people who are making their presence very, very obvious to the spectators. But back to the golf. Rory McIlroy. This would be a mood changer for him and for Europe, were this to drop again 35 feet or so on its way towards the hole for Europe, and no, it doesn't drop. And McIlroy just backs off it again, looks down, hands behind his back, just looking to say, I think it's been conceded. Yes, it is. It's conceded by Thomas and Young. So there we are. What is that? That is the 3rd consecutive hole that has been halved in par 4s. They are all square after the 12th mark, but I guess you've spotted it. The very, very obvious and quite high-profile now police presence.
Yeah, spot it. I'm in the thick of it. Yeah, absolutely, John. And what I notice as well as Thomas Bjorn gives us a little wave and he's smiling as he heads off down the 13th, what I notice is there's probably 6 to 8 police security who spend their whole time, as soon as the players are on the green, spend their whole time looking at the crowd, and their eyes do not deviate for the whole of that time. And in fact, for the majority of the time that they were on the green as well, John, Shane Lowry just spent his time looking up into the grandstands and assessing people. And in fact, he actually had to tell the European fans just to calm down when they were chanting "Ole, ole, ole" to try and drown the Americans out when Rory was about to putt. But they go to the 13th, all square, that top group, and the other 3, there is a hole in it. Each of those matches, Fleetwood and Rose, 1 up on Scheffler and DeChambeau. Rahm and Straka, 1 up on Spawn and Schauffele. And Hatton and Fitzpatrick are 1 up on Burns and Cantlay. It couldn't be tighter out. Well, it could be a little bit, I suppose, but it nearly couldn't be tighter out on the course this afternoon, with the overall score 8.5, 3.5 to Europe. Who should we go to next? By the way, it's half-time in the football. Spurs 0, Wolves 0. How are you doing, Ian?
Yeah, doing fine. We're on the 10th here with the Europeans 1 up after finally breaking the deadlock with Matt Fitzpatrick's birdie on the 9th. He's hit a nice approach in to the 10th. His playing partner Tyrrell Hatton is just splashing out of a bunker, fairway bunker, and hitting a wonderful shot onto the green. Excellent shot from Hatton. And so all 4 balls are on the green here on the par 4, 500-yard par 4 10th, and it's going to be the Americans who are closest with Burns and Cantlay, but they're all distant birdie chances. Maybe one will drop, we'll wait and see. Just to bring you up to date, if you're thinking, oh, I thought Hovland was going to be playing this afternoon. Well, Hatton was a late replacement. I've just been speaking to someone. It seems he had very little notice. He was actually on the range, sort of warming down and just working on his game. I think a little disappointed that he hadn't been selected initially for the afternoon 4 balls, and then suddenly word came as Victor Hovland was hitting drivers as he warmed up for his match that his neck was stiff. The Norwegian's neck was stiff, and so the word went straight to Hatton, "You're in." And I thought he was a little bit off it early on, but he's settled into this round very, very nicely. And the European pair, as they trudge up towards this putting surface, are 1 up in a very, very tight contest.
Ian, thank you. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. We're at the 45th Ryder Cup. We're at Bethpage Black in New York on this Saturday afternoon as we approach 2 minutes to 9 back in the UK, 2 minutes to 4 here on the East Coast of the United States, and Andrew Strachan has the news.
And we are live on the 10th green with our continuous coverage here across the golf course on your earpieces, and of course on RyderCup.com as well, servicing you around the globe. We'll be back with the rest of the gang at the moment. I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with Ian Carter in this anchor match in this Saturday afternoon 4-ball session. Tyrrell Hatton and Matt Fitzpatrick both have birdie putts to come. You have Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay also on the green in 2. It's a long, tricky par 4 hole, 500 yards it plays, and a little bit into the prevailing breeze. I must say there isn't much of a breeze at the moment. It would be a welcome one if we did have a little bit, just to try and cool us down. There's plenty of water being guzzled and plenty else being drunk as well from these spectators. The quieter part of the course though at the moment here on this 10th. So as Ian Carter has been telling us, this match was 9 straight, well, it looked like being 9 straight halved holes until Matt Fitzpatrick broke the deadlock with that excellent birdie in front of the bleachers at the 9th hole. Stunning approach shot there, and a chance there. Number 10. It's going to be Sam Burns to put though first for this American duo. Cantlay will also have a good look for birdie, but this is from around 25 feet for the man from Louisiana, a 5-time PGA Tour winner, and very, very good on the greens, revered for his wonderful putting skills. And there we have it. Sam Burns bites back for Team USA in this anchor match. That's the spark that they were after, and that's a stunning moment. And there's the chance. You can hear them ring all around this 10th green. What about that for Sam Burns? And it's going to be Fitzpatrick to put next, down on his haunches with the blue slacks and the brown shirt, the blue cap, and Fitzpatrick doesn't waste any time at all. He is so sharp on the greens. Up right now, those wrists locked in position. Can he find another one? This for back-to-back birdies. He stays down on it. He likes it. Oh, yes, and he's got it. He's got it. What about that? Fitzpatrick buries one, and stony-faced, the 2 American players walk past me towards the 11th tee. Absolutely stunning work from Matt Fitzpatrick. Wow. Well, how good was that? Tyrrell Hatton's got a big grin on his face as we march towards the 11th, and you'll rejoin Ian Carter with this group and the rest of our team out there on the golf course in just a couple of moments from now here on the BBC radio coverage. We're live across the golf course in your earpieces and on the Ryder Cup website as well. Back to the team.
As Lowry and McIlroy walk down 13, I mean, look, there's been some horrific stuff that's been shouted at them as well, apparently. But one person shouted out, "You big baby," which, as the heckles go, I'm not sure where that lands, Ali, really.
No. I mean, have you ever been called a big baby?
Oh, yes, several times.
Okay. And does that get under your skin? Should I try that or not?
Honestly, no. I can't believe that would get under there. I mean, I don't know.
Big baby.
I can't believe it would get.
Scotty Scheffler has finally played his shot, his approach shot here. He's missed the green away to the right-hand side. He was trying to do something a little bit special there, Katrina Matthew, because he was wayward with the drive. It's a dogleg right to left. He was in the trees. Took him an absolute age, really, to get himself sorted, get the spectators cleared. Tried to hit the big sort of slingy draw right to left. Not a bad effort, actually.
He had a very good effort, actually. His dad was just in front of us, and he said, "Oh God, I think it's coming for us." And then it hooked round a little bit and just jumped off the right edge. But the pin's on the right-hand side, so he's not far away.
Huge roars from the grandstand here on the 12th. And those are European roars, I believe. Another shot has been struck. And who has hit that? Is that Tommy Fleetwood who's knocked that in? Because the ball is very, very close to the flag here. It's an uphill putt, and it's 5 or 6 feet away. And Justin Rose is the man standing in the middle of the fairway. And Scotty Scheffler has already hit. So by the powers of deduction, just doing a little bit of Cluedo here, Katrina, I'm going Tommy Fleetwood's hit that.
Oh, that was very clever of you there, Ali.
So Europe will be delighted with that. This has been a brilliant brilliant four ball to watch, because they have been throwing haymakers at each other. Four of the world's best golfers, and there have been birdies all over the shop here. Europe have got their noses in front just. One up. Fleetwood and Rose against Scheffler and DeChambeau. DeChambeau with the exuberant celebrations after his birdie on the 11th. Tommy Fleetwood has responded with his iron shot. Justin Rose is on the way to the 12th. Oh, he's nearly holed it. I do not believe it. That has pitched 2 feet short of the hole. I can see the crater of the pitch mark just in front of the hole. And Tommy Fleetwood maybe 4 or 5 feet away. And Justin Rose, I tell you what, I can do better than that.
Yeah, I think that's within a foot. In fact, that looks as though it had a chance of going in. We really have been watching some spectacular golf this afternoon. They've been peppering the flag sticks, both for all the players.
Wouldn't surprise me if Bryson DeChambeau goes incredibly close here too. Those 2 shots, now this is being a bit of a Ryder Cup geek, they take me back to the VHS I used to watch. Lyle and Langer playing together late Saturday night, Ryder Cup 87, Muirfield Village, the first European win away in the USA. And I think with the light fading, they did something very, very similar to close out a match. Lyle and Langer both hitting it within feet of each other in a famous European win. This is far from that at the moment. Let's see what Bryson DeChambeau has got in the locker. Loves to respond to a challenge, holds the follow through. The ball is on its way to the 12th. It's not bad, it's pin high, it's away to the right. Little slope there, which will take the ball away, but it stays on the putting surface. He's got an uphill putt to come. That's probably 20 feet or so. That is just the iron play from Fleetwood and Rose there. You can't respond to that. I saw that from Fleetwood and McIlroy today. Every time the Americans got themselves back in the match, gave themselves a sniff, the Europeans would do something like that. It's really disheartening to play against.
It is, isn't it? I mean, from looking back there, you'd probably think Fleetwood's putt was just about a gimme, and then Rose hits it in. I mean, from back there, it must have looked as though it was nearly going in the hole, and it's honestly at a foot. And it is. I mean, Bryson must have thought, I've had a great drive down here, I'm only going to have a wedge in here, and he's hit. I mean, if we hadn't seen the other 2, he's hit a good shot in there.
Yeah. So the Olays you can hear in the grandstand behind the 12th here, as the European players very much displaying team unity. They are walking stride for stride. It's like a military march here. Arms swinging beside their sides, putters in hands. Fleetwood and Rose shoulder to shoulder, little word with each other. Their caddies doing exactly the same, about 10 yards away to the right-hand side. That's Ian Finnis and Mark Fulcher as well. I mean, we get a ringside seat. They're so involved in it as well, so crucial to it as well, Katrina. I think we sometimes forget that, don't we, as well, in terms of not just helping with the yardage and all that, but sort of managing the mental state of the players and keeping them in the right frame of mind.
Yeah, I think definitely in this kind of cauldron, this environment, it's managing their emotions, isn't it? It's just trying to keep them calm, keep them up. It's a long day, it's mentally exhausting, so it's keeping them focused, keeping them in the game.
Right, let's see if the Justin Rose putt is conceded. Great moment for the Europeans there as they marched onto the green. They repair the pitch marks at the moment. Justin Rose hasn't even turned yet to Scheffler or DeChambeau, so at the moment he'll repair the pitch mark and he'll mark the ball. And maybe we are a little bit further away here and can't quite tell how far it is. I mean, it really looks like he'll blow it in from here, but we'll have to wait and see.
Ali.
And Scheffler and DeChambeau might be able to do something special in response. Mark?
I'm right by them, and Fleetwood was 6 feet and Justin Rose was 4 feet.
4 feet. 4 feet.
And
thank you.
I'm just looking up into the grandstand, which is being dominated by the chants of the Europeans at the moment. There's an Everton flag in there. There was also a Liverpool 20 champions flag in there, which I think Tommy Fleetwood would appreciate less than the Everton one. And they are both of them lining up their putts at the moment. I don't know where you are, actually. I don't know if I'm closer than you are.
Yeah, short of the green and right. Where are you?
I'm actually now, I've come down lower so that I actually haven't got a view of the putts, but it's easier here because it takes me away from the green a little bit.
Okay, well, let me take over then. Scotty Scheffler standing with the lush, thick green rough grass around his white golf shoes, looking for a chip in here for a birdie to try and stay in touch with the Europeans. Fleetwood and Rose, one up on Scheffler and DeChambeau. Low, squirty one forward. Little runner taking the break of the slope, right to left, up towards the hole, but it doesn't get there, and there's muted applause from the American fans. Ian Finnis, Tommy Fleetwood's caddy, giant of a man, sunglasses on this afternoon, although the sun has dipped a little. He takes the flagstick out of the hole, and DeChambeau will size up the putt. And DeChambeau is putting in a similar position here, Katrina, to the last green, where he's got a grandstand packed with fans away to his right. So I think I know what's going to happen if he manages to find the hole. But if he does, I think the Europeans will feel confident that they'll follow him in for birdie. It is so tight out here at the moment. Europe up in 3, top match, McIlroy, Lowry, Thomas and Young all tied.
Yeah, and I've got a feeling DeChambeau here has asked Scheffler just to see if he can putt out and make the par. They're on this very similar line, and I think this is one of the few putts out here that's actually got a bit of break on. He's coming up a slope and then it's going to break right to left DeChambeau, so it's very similar line, this kind of maybe 4 or 5 footer for Scheffler for par.
Okay, Scotty Scheffler still looking to get a first score on the board for the USA at this Ryder Cup. 4-footer for par. This really to try and help his partner. Sends it on its way and rolls it in. So Bryson DeChambeau has had a good little look at that. Scotty Scheffler in for 4.
Yeah, and it gives him a free run now. He's not going to have to worry about, running 2-3 feet past.
Good team golf, good strategy from the American team. I think there is plenty of golf left in this match, plenty of golf left in all the matches out on the golf course. Europe with a commanding lead in terms of the overall score, 8.5, 3.5, and were it to finish like it does now, 8.5 plus 3.5, it would actually be 12-6, which would be a monster lead, but it could completely flip the other way. Blue on the board at the moment, could easily switch to red, and Bryson DeChambeau is focusing on that. Just taps down a little blemish on the green in front of him. Caddy behind him having a little look at the putt as well. Still got a bit of time here. Let's take it to Cat.
Birdie putt for JJ Spaun to win 2 holes on the bounce and to wrestle this match back all square. It's on its way up towards the hole, but whereas Sepp Straka's ball, his birdie putt raced past, JJ Spaun has left his in the teeth. This one is so tense. You can feel it in the way that they are stroking these balls.
Yeah. I think the tension is all over the golf course, Cat. You can feel it, and I hope you can feel it coming across on the airwaves as well. It is. You could hear a pin drop now around this 12th green. And again, as soon as a putt goes in or misses, then the atmosphere completely changes as well. You won't listen to anything else like it on your radio. Here's DeChambeau, putting for a birdie with Fleetwood and Rose both in close, and Europe already 1 up in the match. We're on the 12th green. DeChambeau shuffles forward and gets ready to send this one on its way. Almost in slow motion, turns his head towards the hole, looks down at the ball one more time, pulls the putter head back slowly, and here we go. Can DeChambeau find a 3 on the 12th for the USA? Oh my goodness, it was close. Oohs and ahs and groans of despair from the American fans, but now a real chance for Europe to make one of these birdie putts. So Mark Chapman says 6-foot Fleetwood, 4-foot Rose, 2 chances for birdie to go 2 up with 6 to play.
I would say it's looking fairly good for the Europeans to go 2 up with 6 to play.
This is where a captain feels confident, Katrina.
I would be quietly confident standing on the sidelines here.
Just talking the captaincy, actually, it was interesting to watch when it was kicking off in the Lowry and McIlroy match ahead of us. Luke Donald did appear, and I think he is a really calming influence on this team. Going to head back to Cat very quickly. Fleetwood's getting ready to go.
The Europeans conceded the putt of the Americans, so Xander Schauffele and JJ Spaun in for a par, and Sepp Straka has just followed suit. So the lead is maintained 1 up for Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka as we head on to the 12th.
There's the roars. They are European roars behind the 12th green. Justin Rose not needed. Tommy Fleetwood has rammed it in from 6 feet away. Fist bump with Justin Rose, and Fleetwood and Rose in smiles, arm in arm, leave the 12th green. They are 2 up on Scheffler and DeChambeau with 6 holes to play. And Mark, it has been birdie after birdie. We had nearly an albatross on the 4th from DeChambeau. We had Scotty Scheffler nearly holing out from eagle from the middle of the 10th, just after Tommy Fleetwood had done the same. 6 holes of quality golf to come.
Massive entourage with this group, and those with blue European t-shirts on leave with a smile on their face. Europe 2 up in that one, 1 up in Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka's match, 1 up with Hatton and Fitzpatrick against Burns and Cantley, and yet up ahead on the 13th. Are they still all square? John Murray.
Yes, still all square, but McIlroy
Lowry have had their struggles on this hole. They are both on the green in 3 at the par 5, but they are both some distance away. And now from short of the green with his third shot, Justin Thomas, who could get close here, but he's gone right over the flag to the back of the green, and it hopped into the fringe, therefore didn't get the spin on it that he would have liked to have had, so it's hopped off the back of the green. So it's going to fall to Cam Young from down front right to see if he can set himself up with a presentable birdie opportunity. Cam Young just short and right of the green.
Oh, well, he's got a great opportunity to do something really special here. He needs to step up as he's got his partner just over the green on this par 5.
So he disappears from our view, just down the other side of a big grassy hump. I can see one of the television officials is desperately trying to pull back people so that the TV camera on the crane can get a view of all of this. So out it comes, out of the sand. He was in the bunker, so he splashes it up onto the green, and that's not going to threaten the hole either. So all 4 of the players are some distance away in 4.
Well, I'm
3, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, well, I'm quite a bit surprised, though, that they didn't move this tee up. It's still playing every bit of 610 yards. I guess they just didn't want to see any birdies, but what a difficult hole this has turned into be.
Yeah. So we've still got the lively atmosphere around, and actually when Shane Lowry missed the green with his approach to the left and was in amongst the spectators here, many of the fans in the stands were counting down the time, and again Justin Thomas stepped forward and told them to stop doing that, and eventually they obliged. So long birdie putts or attempts to come from all 4 here at the 13th and due course mark.
Okay, it's been an interesting day in the Premier League. The results so far: Brentford beat Manchester United 3-1, Brighton won 3-1 at Chelsea. Chelsea were down to 10 in that game. Eddie Nketiah scored with virtually the last kick of the match to give Crystal Palace a 2-1 win over Liverpool. Leeds and Bournemouth finished 2-2. Manchester City beat Burnley 5-1. Sunderland won at Nottingham Forest to go 3rd as it stands in the Premier League table. And now listen to this score from Spurs. Sahel Sahi.
Tottenham 0, Wolves 1. Santiago Bueno with Wolves' goal after 54 minutes. Came from a corner. Vicario parried it. It bobbled around in the 6-yard box, and Bueno was there to poke it home. It's a surprise so far. Tottenham 0. No points Wolves at the moment. They're leading here by a goal to 0.
The PGA of America have issued a statement saying we've added security and state police to match number 1, that's McIlroy and Lowry, as well as the other 3 matches in today's afternoon for 4 balls. Additionally, the frequency of fan behaviour messaging on video boards across the golf course has increased, which we were saying on air, although that appears to have had no effect whatsoever and made people more annoyed. But anyhow, we will continue to closely monitor the behaviour and take appropriate action. We are going to Ian.
Hello, Mark. Here we are on the 11th, where it's advantage USA in a match that's really caught fire over the last 2 holes. It was pretty mundane stuff as they halved the first 8 holes. Then Matt Fitzpatrick with the birdie at the 9th gave Europe the lead. Then we saw Sam Burns can an absolute monster, which he must have thought would be enough to level the match, but Fitzpatrick followed him in from long range. And so here we are at the 11th with the Americans both in relatively close. Tyrrell Hatton has found the green for Europe, but Fitzpatrick just trying to take the spin off his approach, overcooking it, a little bit of a pull, and he's gone off the green and down into a swale of rough just to the back left of the green. So he'll be playing first, it looks like, with a chip shot. The referee going over now, as I think Fitzpatrick feels he might be deserving of some relief there that might yield a free drop away from the grandstand, because he's very close to that. But we've seen excellent approaches in from Cantlay and Burns. They're upping their game, and I have to say, Mark, you know, this match, as I say, it's been a slow burner. Sometimes you thought that the flame had actually extinguished itself,
but suddenly the firecrackers are going off, and who knows, it could turn into a real classic over the closing stretch of holes.
You talk about firecrackers going off. There's obviously a barbecue somewhere to the left of the 13th fairway, and smoke is blowing across that at the moment, which gives a kind of eerie feel as Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood make their way up it to their balls further up the 13th. The Europeans in the grandstand away to our left chanting, Justin, Justin, give us a wave, which he duly did. And up ahead on the 13th green, and this really is where the firecrackers are, John Murray.
Yes, although only the very faintest whiff of barbecue as McIlroy goes for birdie from 30 feet. But again, as soon as it was at least halfway there, he knew that that wasn't going to drop and walks after it in the style that we've seen almost every hole. He's left himself, McIlroy, with a putt of, say, 30, 40, 50 feet. And as yet, not a single one of them has dropped for him. So now it is down to Cameron Young to see if he can be the one that holds the long putt. And he steps forward now. McIlroy just wanders away behind Shane Lowry, who stands with his arms crossed, the two of them there in this rather heavy-looking European outfit today. The milk chocolate brown, you might call it, coffee-coloured shirts with the horizontal stripes, and navy blue trousers. McIlroy again stands staring down at the ground. Again, the body language is not great. Pulls off his cap, runs his fingers through his hair, and then focus back on Cam Young, with all of that thick black wavy hair poking out of the back of his blue baseball cap. And Cam Young, thus far, has made an excellent start to his first Ryder Cup. And this for the birdie to put the United States one up in this match. But no, he leans forward and drops the putter down on the ground. That is conceded. I think Europe still have to finish off here, Sean. So obviously McIlroy has still got a bit of work to do, and it's actually Lowry who will put first.
I mean, this is exactly what you don't want, is to be putting for par on a par 5 when you think that you need a birdie. And these guys need a birdie. We've not seen one in quite some time, so somebody's due to make one, but it's going to have to wait until we get to the 14th.
Yeah, Shane Lowry, he's already holed at least one of these. And with the tall trees of Bethpage State Park in the background, and a little closer to that, all manner, hundreds and hundreds of people in all colours of the rainbow. I can see a tall Stars and Stripes top hat sticking up above all of the rest of them. On the green, Shane Lowry to finish off for his par. Oh, it's not gone in. That has stayed above ground, so Rory McIlroy is going to have to finish it off as well. But again, that just adds to the nervous tension, Sean.
Well, it's palpable here. I mean, clearly that's that kind of a nervy little stroke. But the 3-putt really from only 30 feet. Let's going to see if Rory can make a putt. He's not made one all day.
No, Rory McIlroy, so as we've said, he's not really had to make a meaningful short putt at all. And this one here, this is certainly not to be rushed. This is just a few feet. This is to secure a half on this hole and to keep the match all square. And McIlroy is ready now to roll it in, which he does. It was just 2.5, 3 feet, and so the match does remain all square. That is 4 holes in a row that have been halved now in this match. We will go down these steps, this little staircase, which leads to the 14th green with this match, the top match out today, all square.
It is tense, and it is attritional as well this afternoon, none more so than in the final match, Ian.
Yes, and the Americans have the opportunity now to level it around about 18 feet now. This putt for Sam Burns as he sends it up the hill towards the hole. And will it drop? No, it doesn't. So it's going to be down to Patrick Cantlay from slightly shorter range to maybe make the birdie that would level the match up. We've seen the chip from Matt Fitzpatrick from long and left. That didn't threaten the hole. Really good putt up the hill from 45 feet from Tyrrell Hatton that went to concession range. And now Cantlay from the very left edge of the green gently wipes the face of his putter. This is 15 feet from the left edge of the green to that back left pin position. Cantlay's just not had anything drop for him so far today. This to level the match. The Americans one down as it stands. 11th green, little grandstand behind, every seat taken. It's been quite atmospheric around this 11th green, and it'll go nuts if this goes in. Sends it on its way, looking for it to drop, but it won't, and he knew it wouldn't. It just drifts to the right of the hole, and so another frustration for Cantlay and Andrew McGee. The Americans are being asked to hole out here and make sure they make their pars to Ty Hatton's par.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, they were 3.5, 4 feet. You can't give those in this tense situation. This is nervous time. If they can, the Europeans can get all 4 of these points, this thing is just about over, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Burns then to finish off for the Americans. Sends it forward and into the hole, and so the hole is halved in par 4s, and as you say, Mark, it's just been such a tight, tense contest this. Only one hole won throughout. It was won by Matt Fitzpatrick on the 9th, and that's why the Europeans lead by 1 up here as they make their way to the 12th, and big splodge of blue on the board, but it's narrow. There could be an awful lot happening in the next hour and a half or so.
And Ollie Wilson is coming up 12 with Rahm and Straka and Sporn and Schauffele. And we heard from one of our pundits earlier, it may have been Sean McKeel, who said that in 4 balls, it's not about giving yourselves 1 opportunity, it's about giving yourselves 2 opportunities. And we saw that yesterday very much so, particularly with the Europeans, Ollie. But then you've got to take the putts, and that's what appears to be a lot harder today for a lot of these golfers on either side.
Yeah, I think fatigue's playing a little part. You know, it's hot out here, long days, long walks around this golf course. And, you know, it's hard to just keep executing after time. I think certainly in our group, over the last few holes in the European side, we've seen a couple of loose shots that you weren't really expecting. But that's part of the problem with this. When four rounds over 2 days in the heat, it's a long week. So just got to stay in and hang in there as long as they can.
Let's go to John, because the 14th is a par 3. So let's take the tee shots, then we'll be back here for these putts.
Yeah, Cam Young's tee shot just short. The hole is cut right at the front, and Justin Thomas for the United States is on the tee. There are the whoops and hollers as the ball heads towards the flag. Sean McKeel likes it, and everyone likes it in red, white and blue. It's landed 8 feet to the left of the hole.
That's the pressure we're talking about. That going back to having 2 players on the board or on the green, is we've got Cam Young didn't hit a very good shot, so he put a ton of pressure on his partner there.
European shots to come, Mark.
Okay, the players have reached the green here at the 12th. I'm very close at the moment. So, Kat, Ollie, you're a little bit further away.
I am, yes, short and right of the green, but I can see that big cloud of barbecue smoke you were talking about. It smells absolutely delicious at this time of the afternoon, just coming up to 4:30 here in New York State. And Jon Rahm, he's just had a few errors beginning to creep into his game. He's been superior for Europe over the past couple of days. 3 points from 3 matches, but a little bit of a duff here from Jon Rahm means he's left it well short on the green.
Yeah, as far as duffs go, it was a pretty good one, but it absolutely was a duff. He's got about 60 feet up the green over a tier with a little bit of break left to right. It's not an easy putt. And with Straka 20-25 feet on the back left, there's an opportunity for the Americans to get the hole back here.
So Jon Rahm with this 60-footer is going to come up the slope. Big swing of the putter for Jon Rahm. Now it needs to curve from left to right. Really long birdie putt this for Jon Rahm. The chances of dropping very slim, but he's done a pretty good job of putting that in close. John, what's happened to McIlroy's tee shot?
Both Lowry and McIlroy on the green, and McIlroy has pretty much matched Justin Thomas. I reckon 6-7 feet. He's just climbing up here onto the
same level as the green, I think. Yeah, Justin Thomas slightly closer, but similar range. And Shane Lowry 18 feet away. So birdie chances to come in this top match, which remains all square.
Back to the 12th, and Sepp Straka is bending down to place the ball in front of his marker, and his ball just flew slightly, didn't it? Curved round to the right as it was landing on the green, and just dribbled towards the back of the green. It's come up to rest against the collar.
Yeah, it's a really good shot coming out of that left rough, but it just released a little bit more than we've seen on most of the holes, and it caught the slope and just fed it away from the hole. But it actually looks a little bit closer than I thought, so this is a bit of an outside chance here.
Well, it would be good if it fell from a European perspective, because both of the Americans went firing for the pin, and both of those two players are in close. Sepp Straka's ball also clings on to the slope of the green and doesn't drop into the hole. So now chances for JJ Spaun and Xander Schauffele to wrestle this match back to all square. And it's just the theme of this afternoon, isn't it? The Americans know that they need something. They need a lot out of this afternoon session. And you can sense the tension. You can sense the fight in the home side. They're not going to let this Ryder Cup go easily. And JJ Spaun and Xander Schauffele have battled valiantly. They've got it back to 1-up with a superb birdie putt from 45-50 feet from JJ Spaun on the 10th green. How that dropped, I've no idea. It had all kinds of twists and turns, but it found its way right across the length of the green and into the heart of the hole, and that cut the arrears to just the 1-up hole. And now here, 2 birdie putts for the Americans on the 12th, and this to get the match back level. What do we make of these, Ollie?
Yeah, I reckon this is about 20 feet slightly up the hill, a little right to left. Really good opportunity. Don't really need to worry about the pace here. Just go through the routine, but it's crucial at this stage for the Americans. They need to start getting this lead back, and they obviously, the deficit they find themselves in overall, they need to get some red on the board.
So it's Xander Schauffele to putt first. Everyone on their feet in this raucous grandstand behind the 12th green. I can see the Scottish Saltire, I can see the Spanish flag, but it's also a sea of red, white and blue, and they are ready to go crackers if this putt drops for Xander Schauffele. Swing of the red putter and up the slope, and he hates it already. He's standing up straight away. JJ Spaun still with a birdie chance. Ali.
Well, we're at the 13th green. This is Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood, 2 up with 6 to play on Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau. Scotty Scheffler, Katrina Matthew very nearly holed with his approach shot for an eagle 3, 6 feet away, and Europe have got some work to do here.
Yeah, the Europeans both went for the green in 2, and Tommy Fleetwood caught the rough short left and just kind of got one that shot out the rough, and he's hit it probably past, I don't know, 25-30 feet back down the hill with a right to left slope. And Justin Rose had a really good 3-wood that just crept over the bunker and just caught the rough, and he had a pitch out the rough up towards the flag, and he's just left it probably 12 feet short.
Yeah, to-ing and froing. America in the better position on this hole. Europe 2 up in the match. Fleetwood and Rose with their putts to come. Scheffler's in close, Cat.
JJ Spaun taking every care, measuring the line of this one. He knows how big this is, how big it would be to head off to the 13th tee with the match back to all square, and it all rests on his broad shoulders, barrel-shaped body of JJ Spaun. That swarthy face, the black beard and the black wraparound sunglasses gripping tightly to the back of his cap. This one from 10 feet is... There's just a little bit of freshness creeping into the air as we head into the evening here on Long Island. Pale sunshine peeping through the clouds overhead. JJ Spaun's ball on its way, willed by thousands around the green here on the 12. It won't drop, so maybe the Americans have missed their chance. There's still a bit of tidying up to do on the 12, but for now, John, it's out to you.
Shane Lowry putting for birdie from 20 feet. He gave it a go, but it rolled by. That didn't drop. We've still got the 2 close ones to come for Thomas and McIlroy. Ali.
Tommy Fleetwood has found another one. I've got to back away from the 13th green. An unbelievable putt, 25, maybe 30 feet. He read it beautifully right to left, and the very last roll of the ball, it has dropped into the hole. So Europe find a birdie on the 13th. They are 2 up at the moment. 5 holes to play after this one. And again, Katrina, classic match play. Scotty Scheffler's 6-footer. Hole becomes a little bit smaller.
Yeah, it definitely becomes a little bit smaller, and that was a great putt there from Tommy Fleetwood. We had a great view, we were right behind it. We could see it going down, and just the last roll, it just toppled in the right-hand side.
John.
McIlroy from 8 feet for birdie at the 14th. It's in. There's the putt from McIlroy. He's been waiting all afternoon for it.
Oh, look at this. He has skipped away, punching the air. He's looking up into the stands. He is screaming almost at the top of his voice before he then gets the lid on it again. But that was quite the outpouring of emotion from Rory McIlroy, who gets a slap on the back from Shane Lowry.
That's the first time we've seen that in some time. I told you a few holes ago that Rory was due to make a putt, and even though it wasn't 30 feet, he finally hit a quality iron shot in there, which is what he's been looking for pretty much all day.
Well, I know he had to hold the short one at the previous hole to halve the hole, but that is the first putt of that sort of range that he's had.
That's the first iron shot we've seen really within birdie distance.
But the United States have got just as good, in fact a better chance to also birdie this hole with Justin Thomas, and I think we'll see a little bit like the famous Patrick Reed Rory McIlroy match in the Ryder Cup. I think we might see a reaction from Justin Thomas as well if this goes in for birdie to halve the hole. Justin Thomas, here he is then, the focus on Thomas and the ball. It lips out, it lips out, it's missed by Thomas, and so Europe win the hole. McIlroy wins the hole, and they are 1 up in this match, and indeed now Europe are up in all 4 afternoon 4 balls. Ali.
Scotty Scheffler's 6-footer on the way for the half. He gets it. Important one for the USA. Had to hold that. Great putt on the par 5 13th from Scotty Scheffler, and he makes the half, so Europe remain 2 up with 5 to play.
And that blue has gone up on the board here as we wait for the final 4 to come down the 12th. And it's almost gone unnoticed by the galleries here. McIlroy and Lowry are 1 up. Fleetwood and Rose are 2 up. Rahm and Straka are 1 up. And if you just think of what has happened in those 3 games in the last 3 minutes that you have been listening to it. McIlroy's putt, Thomas from shorter in, missed it. Fleetwood hold from, what was it, something like 30 feet, I think that Ali mentioned, that Scotty Scheffler then had to hold from 6 feet to make sure that that was a half. And Rahm and Straka here on 12, well, Spawn and Schauffele both had putts for birdie to win this hole, and neither of them took them, and that's how quickly things change here at the Ryder Cup. And further down, Ian Carter, you are watching Hatton and Fitzpatrick against Burns and Cantley, where, to be honest, very little has changed over 11 holes. It's been very, very steady. The drama is up ahead.
Very much so, very much so. But here's Tyrrell Hatton, and he's got an opportunity to go flag hunting here on the 12th. From a good way out, but none of his opponents have got it close, nor has his partner Matt Fitzpatrick. Here's the approach shot from Hatton. Oh, beautifully judged for distance, and that is the best of the approach shots. He's put it to around about 20 feet, and my goodness me, this is swinging the way of Europe ever more, ever more. Blue on the board in all 4 matches this afternoon now, Mark, and this is looking desperate for the Americans right now. It's still tight, it's still tense, they can still rally, but the pressure is just growing and growing and growing on Keegan Bradley's players, and that makes life harder and harder and harder.
It does. Speaking of life being harder and harder and harder, I'm told that Ali is running into position on 14, so this should sound fun.
Yeah, just comes scampering up a hill to the left of the par 3 14th. I'm got to apologise for the slightly abbreviated commentary on Scotty Scheffler's birdie putt. Important birdie putt actually he made to get the half on the 13th. I was mid-commentary, I turned, and what I was desperately trying to do was get to the 14th tee before the players, but the state troopers were standing there. They didn't want that, and as I was talking with the clipboard up to my mouth, I just got a palm of a hand into the clipboard, microphone whack into my mouth, and that's why I decided to stop talking. We're in position now though to do the tee shots. Fleetwood and Rose 2 up, 5 to play on Scheffler and DeChambeau over the valley. The pin is at the front of this green that turns from left to right, half of it in shade. Oh, Justin Rose, ball is spinning back towards the flag. It's another sensational iron shot from Justin Rose. It's still rolling. It's probably 10, 12, maybe 15 feet away. It's an uphill putt left to right, but Katrina Matthew again, he just takes aim.
He does, doesn't he? I mean, the tension out here is quite unbelievable now, but that was a great shot. It's a really tough little pin, even though it's a short par 3. It's just 3 yards over the front of that bunker, but he used the slope behind the pin perfectly and brought it back.
Unbearable tension as always. Saturday afternoon, sunshine on Long Island, New York in the Ryder Cup. Europe leading 8.5, 3.5. 2 up in this match at the moment. Tommy Fleetwood with a swish of the club and a clatter of club head on ball. Tee shot on the way. Par 3, 14th behind the hole, spinning back even better than Justin Rose's. Didn't quite have enough spin. Looked like it might have been on line to drop in the hole for an incredible hole-in-one. I would say 4-5 feet straight down the hill. And again, Fleetwood watches Rose. Anything you can do, I can do better. The team golf has been incredible here, Katrina.
It has. It's been great 4-ball play. You know, the first player up's hit a good shot, and then the second player can really attack the pin, which is what's happened here. Fleetwood's really gone for that tight pin and hit it in there to 3-4 feet.
Yeah, I should explain the tight pin. It's a relatively shallow green. Big drop off at the back, grandstand behind it, huge yawning bunker in front of the green in a sort of Y shape. So the middle of the Y is blocked out by slopes and grass and rough, and that pin is probably 5, 6, 7 yards on from the front of the green, bang in the middle. The green almost in a shape, if you look at it from the player's point of view, from the tee, looks like a lowercase r if you were going to write that. But the pin is right in the middle. Scotty Scheffler now firing at this flag. Ball has got to go. It does go. Lands right to the flag. It spins away to the right-hand side. Not as close as Fleetwood. Not as close as Rose. Different angle of putt. Maybe 20 feet or so.
Yeah, that wasn't the response he needed. He needed to hit something in there really nice and tight, but let's see what DeChambeau can do now.
McIlroy and Lowry 1 up after 14. Fleetwood and Rose 2 up after 13. Rahm and Straka 1 up after 12. Hatton and Fitzpatrick 1 up after 11. Blue on the board everywhere. America fighting hard to stay in it. 8.5, 3.5 the overall score. Bryson DeChambeau, time to deliver. Stands in the middle of that 14th tee. Flags behind him, behind the small grandstand, gently fluttering in the breeze. Has a final little waggle of the club and then settles the head behind the ball. Practice swing as he pulls the club head back to shoulder height, brings it back to address the ball, and he's ready to go. Little twitch of the knees before he sends it on its way. Gave that absolutely everything. Stares away into the distance. Let's see where this one lands for DeChambeau. Beyond the flag, spinning fast, back towards the hole. Here it comes from DeChambeau. From DeChambeau, it's going to go close. It slides by on the right, but it's inside Rose. It is inside Fleetwood. I said DeChambeau needed to deliver, and he has certainly done that. 4-footer up the hill to come.
Oh, fantastic shot there. Yeah, just skimmed past Fleetwood's ball, just had a chance of going in the hole, but what a fantastic shot.
Ryder Cup golf at its very best, being watched on 5 Live here by Katrina Matthew. We are on the march. We're heading around the back of this 14th green. Fleetwood and Rose 2 up. They've hit 2 stunning tee shots, but Bryson DeChambeau, almost with an angry, determined look on his face, Mark, has fired it in. I'm going to say DeChambeau is 4 feet, maybe 4.5. And I would say, hang on, which European shot was that? Is that Fleetwood's the closest?
I think Fleetwood's slightly closer. I'd say Fleetwood's about 3.5 and 5 feet for DeChambeau. He just ran up a little bit down the slope.
There we go. There we go, Mark. That's the situation on the 14th.
Here on 12, both Americans have had birdie opportunities. Neither of them taken, admittedly, from distance. Ian Carter now to the Europeans.
Yes, on the 12th here, Matt Fitzpatrick with a putt to win the hole and go 2 up from around about 25 feet up the hill it goes, turns from right to left and not quite enough, but his partner Tyrrell Hatton is inside that 25 feet mark, and he's got a much flatter putt to go at. We've seen the putts from the Americans, decent efforts from Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay, so they've got pars in the bank. Remember, the Europeans in this very tight, tense tussle lead just by the 1 hole. The birdie at the 9th for Matt Fitzpatrick. So Hatton, as a helicopter scuds across the skyline, stalks this putt, calls in Hugo Dobson, his caddy, to have a look. Both of them just looking down the line from behind the hole. One of 2 empty seats in the grandstand immediately behind the green, and the spectators in there, a lot of Europeans in there. They were singing There's Only One Tyrrell Hatton as the players came on to the ground. But this, you know, listening everywhere else on this golf course and all that's been going on, especially in the McIlroy-Lowry match, this match has been played almost in isolation. Not quite, obviously, because there's still big crowds here, but they're yet to enter the cauldron, if you like, of Bethpage Black. They've been going about their business quietly, and this is one of those under-the-radar matches that can suddenly become very significant indeed, especially if this goes in for Europe, for Tyrrell Hatton, as he sends the putt forward. Not giving it enough. He's furious with himself, and so the hole is halved in par fours, and Europe preserve their lead. They're one up going to the 13th. Another half in this match, the 12th out of the 13 holes, as we take you to Ali.
And this is where on 5 Live we keep you bouncing around the golf course. Matches are going to get decided in the next hour or so. 4 birdie putts to come on the 14th. Fleetwood and Rose 2 up on Scheffler and DeChambeau. Scheffler first to grow across the 14th, looking for the birdie to put the pressure on. Points with his right hand, and the ball doesn't drop. DeChambeau in to about 5 feet. Tommy Fleetwood 3 feet. Justin Rose a little bit further away, but Tommy Fleetwood would thank him greatly, Katrina, if he could roll the putt in and just take all the pressure off.
Absolutely, he wouldn't care. He doesn't mind if he doesn't need to hit his putt. He'll be willing, Justin, to knock this one in, and they're just not really giving the Americans any chance.
You've been involved in some incredible golfing competitions, Katrina. This has been electric today, this afternoon.
Oh, this morning and this afternoon, it really has been electric, and the standard of golf under these conditions, under the pressure they're playing under, has just been sublime.
Right, Justin Rose next to go. 14th green, par 3. Calm figure in amongst the chaos. Justin Rose, you could actually see a physical long intake of breath there, and actually turned away from the ball for a second just to regather his focus. So Rose's putt is for birdie. Tommy Fleetwood's in close, he's 3 feet away. Europe are 2 up here with 5 to play, but Bryson DeChambeau has hit a stunning tee shot as well. Just 5 feet to go for him. Can Rose make the birdie for Europe? On its way up the green towards the hole and in the hole. Of course he can. He's been doing it all afternoon. He turns to Tommy Fleetwood. He smiles. Fleetwood clenches his fist, and then Justin Rose nearly forgot, bends down, picks up Tommy Fleetwood's marker, says we don't need that, and Fleetwood gives him a hearty pat on the back. Thank you, partner.
Thank you very much, and that's for their 10th birdie of the day between them.
Wow. 10 birdies in 14 holes, 2 up. Bryson DeChambeau here calling Scotty Scheffler in, Katrina.
Yeah, that's a surprise. That's the first time they've done that. But this is it's now got to a stage where these are must makes. He's got to hold this one to just keep them at 2 down with 4 to go.
Absolutely box office Ryder Cup golf. It is a blockbuster, and even though the score at the moment is hugely in Europe's favour and they're up in all 4 matches, it still feels like it's on a knife edge, because we know what can happen, and Bryson DeChambeau is going to take his time, and he's finally got to the point of putting the ball down on the green. He's going to pull the ball marker away, but he desperately needs this, because if he misses this, USA are 3 down with just 4 holes to play. 14th green, Rose and Fleetwood deep in conversation. Winners yesterday, clearly love playing together, have driven each other on to greater heights. DeChambeau has to respond, has to find the putt here. Bryson DeChambeau, little nod from Tommy Fleetwood's caddy Ian Finnis, who's clearly enjoying himself out here this afternoon. Let's see what Bryson DeChambeau can do with this 5-footer to keep the arrears at 2 down with 4 to play. DeChambeau pauses, putts. Can he make it? No, he can't. He cannot make it. Bryson DeChambeau has missed from 5 feet. The Justin Rose birdie has piled the pressure on, and the American team suddenly staring 3 down with 4 to play right in the face, Katrina.
And that's just about a nail in the coffin, you'd have to say. 3 down with 4 to go. I mean, and the Europeans are playing so well, they're just not even giving them a chance to get back into the match.
Sensational golf, you have to say, from the European team. Hostile atmosphere, incredible pressure Saturday afternoon, trying to build this lead for Europe. And Justin Rose has absolutely, well, they both have. Rose and Fleetwood have shot the lights out. 3 up with 4 to play. We're on the way to the 15th.
Katrina, they are a captain's dream, aren't they? I mean, you couldn't say which one has been the dominant
They certainly
player.
are. I mean, they've gone out and they've just delivered their points. I mean, Luke Donald's not really had to come out and see them much. They just get on with the business and get it done.
A man in a pair of stars and stripes shorts, walks past me, and the only other thing that he's wearing is an American flag draped around his neck. Scheffler and DeChambeau 3 down with 4 to play. John Murray.
Oh, just watching Rory McIlroy's approach shot to the 15th, which has landed far beyond the hole, but it's caught the slope and it's rolling back down, and I think he's going to be the closest of the 4 by the time it comes to a stop. He's hit that to 5 feet. Both Lowry and McIlroy have birdie chances to come at the 15th. So do the American pair, Thomas and Young, but they're both either on or just on the fringe of the green at the front.
As we got to the 11th green, John, you remember you said that Rory looked a bit jaded, and look what's happened. He hits a great iron shot. He follows it up with a great putt. Perfect drive on this hole, and now he's 6 or 7 feet. He's re-energized.
He is re-energized is the word for Rory McIlroy. The Europeans won up in this match, and they have the advantage here on the 15th green.
Is that, would you say the body language for McIlroy in particular has completely changed since the birdie on 14, Sean?
Well, Sean, body language, McIlroy.
Oh, absolutely. That's the I've not seen quite the emotion out of Rory. I mean, all day it's just been like he's just grinding just to get through to tomorrow's singles matches, and he makes that putt, and he is just fired up, pointing at the crowd, pumping his chest. I mean, everything.
Yeah, I mean, think of McIlroy from that match with Patrick Reed. That was it.
The Ole chants are sounding louder and louder around this Beth Page Black course in this Beth Page State Park, and we're going to go up ahead to 13 because you're trying to discern what may be a European cheer at the moment. It sounded like one up on 13, was it, Kat?
Nope, no cheers yet. All 4 players short of the green on this long par 5. A couple we've seen over the past couple of days being able to reach this. It's an absolutely huge hole, 608 yards, but all 4 here coming up short, so all 4 having to chip on. And we're just watching Xander Schauffele, who is down below the level of the green, short and right. Can't see the American in the bunker. Here comes the ball flying up over the ridge of the green. Oh, and it just kisses the ball of JJ Spawn, which is on the green, just shy of the pin. Both Americans in very close here, Ollie.
Yeah, the JJ had hit a lovely pitch in there and couldn't really get to the flag in time or get to his ball in time to mark it. Xander's played out and it's just hit it, so they're just deciding where to replace his ball as the referee walks over Sepp Straka's line.
And there's all kinds of tension on this 13th green. There's a huge American contingent from the American team. Gary Woodland is there, frantically chewing his gum. We've got Harris English, Captain Keegan Bradley down on his knees, all looking very tense indeed. It's now or never really for the Americans. John.
Justin Thomas's hold from off the green, from in the first cut, and now it's Justin Thomas who is giving it the reaction as he walks away. I mean, the effort, the energy, the mental draining that they have gone through here, and he clenching the fist. There's an acknowledgement of the crowd, and now the Europeans have got to hold one of these two just to halve this hold and to stay 1 up.
That's right. What did I tell you in the last hole? First man in usually wins, and he certainly shrunk the hole there for both Rory and Shane.
He has indeed. But they are close, both Lowry and McIlroy. But that cranks the pressure up.
Well, they've got 2 putts. We've not seen this really since the 9th green, where we've got 2. Both of those players have great opportunities for a 3.
And it continues to be bedlam here. Shane Lowry's preparing to putt. And now we see Justin Thomas once again, Justin Thomas and then Cam Young as well, both asking the crowd to quiet and allow Shane Lowry some peace as he goes for birdie, and it drops. He's got it too. Hole halved in birdies, and now we see that reaction again from Shane Lowry. That's exactly the reaction that we saw from him on the 4th. The big wide mouth open, the beard all around it, fists clenched, putter in hand, and it's 1 up Europe. The hole is halved. Europe remain 1 up with 3 to play now.
Are you all right, John? Can you do the last few?
I keep talking about them being drained.
I know. Me and Kat looked at each other as she walked past me on 13, and we just went, goodness me. And we're not even playing, Kat.
Is what, sorry? A plane?
No, we are not playing. I mean,
no.
there is a plane. I said we breathed a sigh of relief at each other. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Sorry about that. It's just so loud here. There's all kinds of buzz in the stand behind me. We're rammed in around the back of the green here on the 13th. There are hundreds of people inside the ropes as well, just everyone jostling for position. Big camera lenses trained on the green here. There's about 10 or 11 of them just crouched down in front of us. We're crowded in, so sorry for the lack of communication with you there, Mark. But birdie putts then on the 13th. This is the business end of this match. We're on the 13th. We have 6 holes left to play. The Europeans 1 up. And 3 matches on the board, very finely poised with the Europeans with that 1-up advantage. Sepp Straka just sailing his ball up and beyond the hole for his birdie chance. It's not been great, has he, at the putts from that distance? That's another one that's gone racing by.
Yeah, that's about 40 feet up the slope. Bit of a misread, but it was an outside chance. John Rahm's hit a fantastic bunk shot in there. Nearly one bounced it into the hole. It's got about 3 foot left, so the European team's still in good position.
Yeah, Susander Schauffele will putt for birdie next. JJ Spawn also in close, both Americans inside 10 feet mark, and then we've got Jon Rahm as well for the European side of things. He's about 5 feet away, so it's a birdie off here on the 13th mark.
OK, we'll be back for that very shortly. Spurs have, just to keep the drama coming, Spurs have equalised in injury time. Sahil Sahi.
Yeah, in the 94th minute mark, it's Tottenham 1, Wolves 1 across from the left-hand side. It was nicely controlled by Pape Sarr on the edge of the penalty area. He cushioned it back to João Paulinho, and he just cushioned it past Sam Johnson. They've been second best in this second half. It's been harsh on Wolves, but we're approaching the last few seconds of the game here. It's Tottenham 1, Wolves 1.
Back to Kat.
Schauffele then to putt. This is only 5 feet or so from the hole. Dazzling white trousers, dark blue navy top. The sun just beginning to stink below the trees, and it's in the hole for Xander Schauffele. So there's an American birdie on the board, and that means it's over to you, Jon Rahm.
Yep, as we said earlier, it is a brilliant bunker shot, so he's got 3 feet now. This business end of the tournament, business end of the round, it's a huge putt to maintain the lead that they've got.
And we were saying, weren't we, Ollie, that it does feel like now or never for the Americans. The Europeans up in all 4 matches, but some of those are just very slender leads, and if this leaderboard were to tip more into the European blue, well, it's going to be a very difficult, nigh on impossible road back for Keegan Bradley. If they go into the Sunday singles with the scoreboard like this, the European side will only need 1.5 points from tomorrow's 12 matches, but there's a lot of golf to come this evening, and the Americans are well capable of rallying. Jon Rahm is just going to make sure here, from 3 feet or so, that he and Sepp Straka maintain their lead on the 13th. He does, in it goes. Jon Rahm plucks the ball from the hole, and he smiles at Sepp Straka, and he walks over to the Austrian, and they bump knuckles. So off we go to the par 3 14th mark.
We keep talking about Michael Jordan being here and watching everything that's going on. Well, Pau Gasol, another a basketball player, Spanish, is just giving somebody on the European team a hug. He is following that Jon Rahm match as well, won 2 titles with the Lakers, so he stands out in amongst the group that are following Rahm and Straka. Final whistle has gone at Tottenham. Sahil.
Finish mark, Tottenham 1, Wolves 1. Wolves' first points of the season at the 6th attempt, but denied by a 94th minute equalising goal by João Paulinho. The only goal in the second half from Wolves was scored by Santiago Bueno. It looked to seem to be the winning goal right up until the death of the game, when Pape Sarr found Paulinho and he stroked it past Sam Johnson. Harsh on Wolves, Tottenham fortunate. Full time here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham 1, Wolves 1.
Every match is in blue so far as we approach the end of Saturday at the 45th Ryder Cup, but 3 of the matches only have 1 hole in it. The one that has more, that's 3 up for Fleetwood and Rose with Ali.
Frustrated swish of the golf club from Tommy Fleetwood. Roars from the American fans. We're on the par 4 15th. Fleetwood and Rose are 3 up with 4 to play. One more hole to win here to close this one out and get another point on the board for Europe. We've done another massive climb, Katrina and I, to get up to this 15th green. And the pin here, Katrina, again, another naughty one. There's a little bowl at the front of this sort of pear-shaped green. The top of the pear, the nearest point to the players is the front of the green. And they've got to hit this shot sort of 70, 80 feet up into the air, and Justin Rose is getting ready to do that from the first cut of rough.
Yeah, I think in a way though it's quite a gettable pin, even though it's only 5-6 yards on. There is a slope behind the green, behind the pin, probably about 15 yards on, that they can fire it up there, and it's going to just spin back towards the hole.
Let's take it to Ian.
We're at the par 5 13th, third shot from Matt Fitzpatrick. All 4 players in the fairway with pitches to the green, and that's a pretty decent one from Fitzpatrick. Doesn't quite get up to the flag, and so it spins back to around about 20 feet. Ali.
Right, Justin Rose from the first cut of rough. Tommy Fleetwood hasn't found the putting surface. He's just to the left of the green. He has climbed the hill, so he's on the flat. He'll be chipping across the front of the green from the left. Europe 3 up, 4 to play. Rose, deliberate backswing. We can see the little ball on its way. Looks bang on line as it has been all afternoon. Hits the flat surface front of the green, pin high, stops dead in its tracks right next to the pitch mark. And he's got about 15 feet to come for birdie. Ian.
Well, next up is going to be Sam Burns. He's just examining his yardage book at the moment, yet to pull the club. Then it'll be Tyrrell Hatton, and then it'll be Patrick Cantlay, who's been up to the green side to stalk this hole location, which is just to the left of the green, towards the back of the green. Fitzpatrick's going to have a nice uphill putt from around about 18 feet after his approach, and Burns just taking 2 practice swings. He's got the club, but he's still a little discomforted, so he has a little chat with his caddy, Andy Sanders, and now he's ready to go with this. So let's go back to you, Ali.
Bryson DeChambeau again, weight on his shoulders for the USA. Scotty Scheffler has come up short right with his approach. He missed the fairway to the left-hand side. Justin Rose 15 feet away. Tommy Fleetwood off the green just to the left. DeChambeau takes dead aim, looks good. American fans like it. You can hear the excitement. Hits the slope, spins, heads towards the hole, and just misses, and rolls on by and keeps rolling down to the front of the green. It's probably rolled about 10 feet away. The amount of times we've seen the players, all the players this afternoon, nearly spin them back into the hole. DeChambeau went close. Ian.
Sam Burns spinning the ball back beyond the hole, doesn't control the spin, and it takes the slope and it accelerates past Fitzpatrick's ball. That's poor from Burns. He got it up to the hole side, but he's now a good 25 feet away from the hole. The ball just spinning, grabbing and accelerating back down the slope. Let's go to Kat.
Both Americans have played their tee shots into the par 3 14th, both with really good results. We've got JJ Spawn into 15 feet and Xander Schauffele's 20 feet. Caught the nice little downslope in the on the green there and just rolled down a little bit closer. So both Americans in close, but good targets for the Europeans to try and get inside.
Fantastic little shots in there, just using the slope. Only playing a wedge here, but there's a ridge right behind the hole, trying to spin it back down to the hole. So 2 good opportunities here coming up for the Europe.
Sepp Straka and John Rahm's tee shots coming up, but over to you, Ian.
Hatton with his approach into the par 5 13th, and again he spins it back underneath the hole. He is almost equidistant with Fitzpatrick. The 2 closest balls are European. Cap.
They have the pin surrounded here. Sepp Straka, JJ Spawn and Xander Schauffele. 3 sides of the pin are covered. What can John Rahm do here? All of them inside 20 feet on this stunning par 3. Big valley full of purple flowering grasses which tumble down away from the tee and then rise up again towards the green here, which is set on a peninsula, a big ridge that looks out over Bethpage State Park. In a minute we're going to walk down the hill and cross Old Swamp Road and walk beneath the big stars and stripes and head into that cauldron of the last 4 holes. But there's business to do here on the 14th, and John Rahm looks very businesslike indeed, with his face grim, set in concentration beneath the peak of his blue baseball cap. Sepp Straka, his European partner, inside 15 feet. John Rahm's ball on the way. He holds the pose. He likes it. It's heading towards the flag. It's just beginning to spin towards the front edge, and that will come just inside his par partner Sepp Straka's ball. The two Europeans inside 15 feet. JJ Spawn at 20 feet and Xander Schauffele at 15 feet. Ali.
Now, Scotty Scheffler's got a cheeky smile on his face. He's managing to chuckle despite the pressure. USA 3 down, 4 to play. They have conceded Tommy Fleetwood's 4. He chipped from the left-hand side of the green, from the bunker, in fact. It went way, way beyond the hole. But they don't want Tommy Fleetwood putting there. Justin Rose has a birdie putt to come from that side, Katrina. That is why they've given Tommy Fleetwood the 4. I think it's more likely to be Rose against DeChambeau here, although Scheffler is just chipping from the fringe, from the front of the green, and he is a master of these.
He is, isn't he? And he's eyeing this one up. Look, he's now walked halfway down. He's lining it up as if it's a putt. But he's got his wedge out. I think he's going to hit a little kind of spinny, runny chip and hopefully drop it in the hole.
Well, as we've been saying all afternoon, if it goes in, you're certainly going to know about it. You're not going to hear too much from us because we are going to be drowned out by the thousands of American fans. Scotty Scheffler then, they desperately need something from the world number 1. 3 matches played, 3 losses so far. Not the way that he thought would go. Chip from the front of the 15th. Justin Rose still with the birdie putt to come. Scheffler stares at the hole. Pulls the club head back, bunts it forward. No, a little bit of deceleration, almost just didn't get enough on it. It's got nowhere near the hole.
No, I think he got grass between the club face and the ball, and that just came out completely dead and only got halfway.
Ian.
Sam Burns, one last check here. He has really gone to work with his partner Patrick Cantlay on this lengthy birdie putt. Cantlay is in closest of the 4 approaches to this par 5. Everyone has played 3 shots. This for the birdie for Sam Burns from around about 30 feet. Sends the ball up the hill towards the hole. Misses to the left. It's only going to be a par for the American, Ali.
Justin Rose about to putt for birdie. Stands with feet astride the line. In conversation. Oh, hang on. In conversation with Bryson DeChambeau, and isn't very happy with one of the American caddies. Back to this in a second, Ian. No, we'll hold here. Bryson DeChambeau's caddy, I think, was in Justin Rose's line of vision, and he didn't like it, and he had a word. And the American fans, some of them have picked up on that, not too many. How far's this putt then, Katrina? Let's just say to our listeners as well, if Rose makes this and DeChambeau misses, Europe win the match.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, we've got to get to Ian.
Matt Fitzpatrick with his attempt at a birdie, misses just to the left, Ali.
Right. Sorry, Katrina.
Yeah, I think Justin here's got a 25-footer just up the hill a little bit. It's going to swing probably, I would think, a little touch right to left.
He has holed pretty much everything from everywhere this afternoon, Justin Rose. Settles himself, tall, angular figure, left elbow pointing towards the target, the hole. Ball is on its way. Rose looking for birdie on the 15th. He's got it again! Justin Rose has done it again. One of the best performances I have ever seen in a Ryder Cup. Tommy Fleetwood has played brilliantly too, but Justin Rose has done it time and time again with the putter this afternoon for Europe. He clenches his fist, he gets a pat on the back from Tommy Fleetwood, and now the pressure on DeChambeau. 20 seconds away from DeChambeau's putt. If he misses, Europe win the match. Ian.
Hatton for his birdie doesn't like the putt. It misses to the left, so Cantlay's going to have a really good chance to level this up in a few moments, Ali.
Right, back to Ian very shortly. This could be it, though. DeChambeau has to respond. I have to say, you feel sorry for DeChambeau and Scheffler, really. The quality of golf they've been up against, whatever they've tried this afternoon, it has not worked. And Justin Rose has just delivered a hammer blow with that 25-footer across the 15th green. If DeChambeau misses here, it's another point for Europe. It'll be 2 wins out of 2 for Rose, and it'll be a stellar 4 wins out of 4 for Fleetwood. Can't see the hole, the European caddy's in the way, but again, the crowd reaction will tell you everything. DeChambeau has to make it. Can he do it for the USA to extend the match? Or are Europe going to take the honours? Here it comes, ball on the way to the hole. Yes, he walks it in, Bryson DeChambeau. They halve the hole, they keep the match going. Europe 3 up with 3 to play. It is a heavyweight battle. They are trading punches. Incredible level of golf played. Absolutely electric Ryder Cup stuff. And an unbelievable atmosphere too. Fleetwood and Rose 3 up, 3 to play.
There are cheers everywhere on this course and groans as well. Ian, you go first.
Yeah, extraordinary frustration for the Americans here. Patrick Cantlay was sure he'd made the birdie to level up this match, and it horseshoed out, it lipped out, and it's another half in par figures, and the Europeans in this match remain one up going to the 40.
John Murray, I've completely forgot what hole you on. 16 maybe?
16 we are, with McIlroy and Lowry one up, and Rory McIlroy, who has just rather belatedly come to this particular party in terms of the golf, has hit a magnificent shot into, I reckon, 4.5 feet. There are other birdie chances, but McIlroy the best of them, and he marches onto the green now, and he's got his perkiness back. Birdie putts to come here at 16.
All right, here on 14, Cat.
Big putt here for Jon Rahm with a one-up lead on the 14th for the European. Sepp Straka's putt has just drifted by his birdie chance. JJ Spaun, once again, the US Open champion, delivering the goods for the US side. Long birdie putt from 18 feet or so, drifting down the green straight into the heart of the hole, and he turned around and he fixed a steely gaze on the thousands of people in the big grandstand at the back of the 14th here, clenched his fist and said, "Over to you, Europe." Well, as I say, Straka's putt missed. So that means Jon Rahm has to make this one, and it's about 8 feet, we'd think.
Yeah, Jon Rahm stood over this putt now. He's got 8 feet straight up the hill. Absolutely must make to keep this lead heading into this last 4 holes. We do not want to give up that blue on the leaderboard.
Tension, silence, ball on its way, and in, and it's in the hole, and Jon Rahm clenches his fist. These two are trading blows. These 4 heavyweights trading blows on the 14th green. Birdies to match. The lead is still one up. We've got 4 holes left to play. It could go either way, but 4 holes left for the Americans to fight back. Walking down the slope now towards Old Swamp Road behind JJ Spaun and Xander Schauffele. They're shoulder to shoulder. Gary Woodland is there with them, and there are police scampering down just to make sure that we safely cross the road and head into these last 4 holes that are in this little basin, this knot, this cauldron of pressure. And JJ Spaun and Xander Schauffele are just about to walk under the big stars and stripes. They're high-fiving with some of the crowd who are leaning over the barriers here. One down as we head into the last 4 holes. And down behind me come Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka just walking by. They too just sharing a few quiet words, Mark, as we go to the 15th tee.
Well, they may be having a few quiet words. I think there have been a few loud words on the 16th tee, Ali.
Yeah, no, that's right, Mark. I mean, we are asking, the fans to keep their cool and behave and keep the behaviour the right side of the line. There was a little incident on the 15th green to begin with, so we were talking about it there before Justin Rose holed the big birdie putt on the 15th. He felt that Greg Bodine, Bryson DeChambeau's caddy, was sort of in his way as he was trying to prepare for the putt, and he made the point quite forcibly that he wanted him to move. There was a little discussion there. It's continued on the 16th tee. Tommy Fleetwood's caddy, Ian Finnis, has got involved. He and Greg Bodine were sharing words. Bryson DeChambeau had his say as well. Eventually they were separated, or they separated it themselves, and play continues. Feelings are running high. It has been dramatic. The golf has been absolutely unbelievable what we've seen this afternoon, and it's the Ryder Cup, and it goes to the edge, Mark, and sometimes it goes over the edge.
You don't mess with Ian, though, do you? He's a big lad. Very, very quickly, our Ian with news of the European tee shots, because they're positive here on 14.
Yeah, 2 fantastic tee shots in the 155-yard par 3, 14th down the hill. First Fitzpatrick to 11 feet, and inside that, comfortably inside that, from Hatton, who has covered the flag with his approach shot. Sam Burns going with his, and spinning off the green into the rough.
Blue everywhere you look on this leaderboard. Every European pair is up. John Murray
on the 16th, looking down on the 16th, with McIlroy and Lowry one up with 3 holes to complete on Thomas and Young. Now the par 4s have been conceded, so Lowry and Thomas are safely in with 4s, but it's all about whether Cam Young or Rory McIlroy, who's only 4.5 feet away, can make birdie. The Americans hoping to bring this back level. The Europeans looking for a 2 up with 2 to play scenario. First, it is Cam Young. This is 12 feet. Just
releases his left hand from the putter grip, gives it a waggle. Now hands together again. Cam Young, the New Yorker, looks for birdie on 16, and he's holed it. Well played again. Very impressive, Cam Young, yesterday and again today. And that means that Rory McIlroy does have to hold this to keep Europe's one-up lead.
Well, that's the only thing they really need to have that. You know, now it puts a little bit more pressure on Rory, but we've seen Rory time and time again hold these pressure putts.
Yes, when it comes to the crunch, how many times does he deliver? We're just watching the JJ Spawn, Xander Schauffele, John Rahm, Sepp Straka match tee off behind us on the 15th. I don't think Rory McIlroy is going to wait for them. They're far enough away. In fact, no, he's not going to waste any time at all. He's standing up, he's looked at it from behind the line, and he rolls it into the hole. Yes, hole halved in birdies. And this match remains one-up Europe with 2 holes to play now, and it's off to the par 3 17th, and this drama that is all over these 4 matches continues to build and build and build.
It's started to get a little bit darker, a little cloudy. We haven't seen the sunshine for a while. It adds to the drama around this course as far as what is actually going on at the moment. Remember the overall score, 8.5, 3.5 to Europe. McIlroy and Lowry 1 up with 2 to play. Fleetwood and Rose 3 up with 3 to play. Rahm and Straka 1 up with 4 to play. Hatton and Fitzpatrick 1 up with 5 to play, but with opportunities here on the par 3 14th. Ian.
Yes, Patrick Cantlay as well in with a good shout as well. The 2 Europeans and Cantlay are all looking at putts from inside 11 feet. Sam Burns spun off the green and into the collar of rough, so he's going to be chipping first from pretty close to the green. It's one of those that you would see pros routinely, well, maybe not routinely, but you wouldn't be surprised to see a chip in, so anything could happen here. This match really has just got tenser and tenser and tenser, and how Cantlay must be ruining missing that chance on the 13th. Here's the chip from Burns, and in, and in. Well, I told you he could do it, and he has done it. And it's a birdie for the Americans, and Joe LaCava leading the applause. The caddy of Patrick Cantlay. Cantlay can put his marker in his pocket. Job done. A chip in from Sam Burns. Tell you what, this is good stuff, isn't it?
Patrick Cantlay's pairings took us up 18 twice yesterday, didn't they, if memory serves me right?
Yes.
Do you get a sense we might be doing that again?
Oh, I've had that for a while. But let's see what the Europeans can do here, because they've both got very, very makeable birdie putts. It's going to be Fitzpatrick to go first. Fitzpatrick has got down on his haunches, and he is getting into position, ready to putt. He wastes no time, does the 31-year-old from Sheffield, winner of the US Open at Brookline a couple of years ago. Here he is in the Ryder Cup, sending this putt forward for a birdie to halve the hole. It stays above ground, so it's going to go down to the wire on this hole with Tyrrell Hatton next to putt. John.
Just reaching the green side at 17, Ian, and Shane Lowry has hit a wonderful shot in to 5 feet. What a tee shot that is under the pressure from Shane Lowry. Huge birdie chance with that one to come.
Wow. The golf hitting the heights all over Bethpage Black right now. A chip-in birdie here for Sam Burns. He must feel that that's going to be enough to level this match. They haven't won a hole all the way round. They trail by a single hole. The birdie of Matt Fitzpatrick, who's got down on his haunches to offer his thoughts on what this putt from around about 8 feet will do for Tyrrell Hatton. He just shook his head. He says, I don't think there's much in it. It looks pretty flat. 2 practice swings. He's over this putt. Now, putt ahead, goes behind the ball, and he's ready to strike this putt to halve the hole. Sends it forward. and he misses to the right, so this match has gone all square. We're heading off to the 15th and we're taking you to John Murray.
Yes, McIlroy's tee shot on 17, also close, between 10 and 15 feet, not as close as Lowry, but both big birdie chances with the Europeans one up in this match. The Americans to play next, but back to Ali.
Yeah, just behind you, John, left of the 16th green. Europe very close to sealing another point. Dormy three up with 3 to play. If they can halve one of these last 3 holes, just a half on any of the last 3, it's another point on the board. All players will be firing at this 16th green from the narrow fairway that runs up to this sloping green. Tommy Fleetwood, I think, is next to go, Katrina, for Europe, and Justin Rose has just missed to the right-hand side. We can see his ball actually just poking its head up out of the collar rough on the right.
Yeah, we can see it, but he's just missed. I think it's actually maybe Scotty Scheffler. You can just see him standing over his ball now. Lovely angle in here to this back right pin on the left-hand side of the fairway.
Here we go then, Scotty Scheffler. We can see the unmistakable figure of the world, number 1. You heard the swoosh of the club. The ball is up in the air. It's on its way. I'm going to take you to John Murray, though.
Just watching Justin Thomas on the tee, way down in the distance, the red background behind him, and that grandstand, flags hanging limply. Cam Young has already played. He is on the green, back right, so he's furthest away of the 3, and the 3 balls that have landed on the green are all in a line heading towards the hole, one behind the other, with Cam Young, then McIlroy, and then Lowry closest, 4.5 feet. But Justin Thomas is waiting and waiting, just steps back, and then we see those white trousers away in the distance, on the move, and Thomas looking to, if he can, get as close as Lowry and maybe even closer. Still, the cacophony continues all around, ringing through the trees. Thomas's ball on its way, he gives it a twiddle of the club head, he says, go on, go on. It lands just beyond the hole, it's rolling back down. He's hit it to 6 inches. I thought for a minute there we were going to have a Ryder Cup hole-in-one, but that is a gimme. That's a tap in.
What a time to hit a shot like that. Absolutely incredible. Well, you can just really get a sense that the crowd's going to try to make their play their part, and what a shot.
High class, high class. USA indeed. So birdies will follow on the 16th with the Europeans one up in this match. Ali.
John, we saw it in real life across the 16th green. We saw it on the big screen behind the 17th green as well. A stunning shot from Justin Thomas. In the meantime, Katrina, Matthew, Fleetwood and Rose, 3 up, 3 to play. Slight errors of judgment from the pair of them with the approach to the 16th green. And actually, these 4 players, it's only Scotty Scheffler who's found the putting surface. Probably 25, 30 feet to come for him for a birdie. Rose has missed just right, and Fleetwood and DeChambeau have both gone over the back.
Yeah, after all the fantastic golf we've watched so far this afternoon, that was 3 pretty mediocre shots from the fairway. But as we say, Scheffler's the only one on the green, but a long way away, 25, probably, no, in fact 35 feet, I would say.
Yeah, the drama is ramping up. You can hear it coming through loud and clear. The noise, the atmosphere bubbling up too. Tommy Fleetwood, straight face, determined expression, strides onto the 16th green. Justin Thomas acknowledges some support from the European fans. He gets to his ball on the right. John, you're heading up to that 17th green away in the distance.
Yes, Shane Lowry got there first and he picked up the Thomas ball. It's conceded. So the American birdie is in the bag here, and Justin Thomas now is holding that ball up in the air and showing it to everyone here. And now either McIlroy or Lowry have got to follow that and halve the hole in birdies. And remember, with the 18th to play, the Europeans one up in this match. But if they both miss, it'll be all square going up 18.
Well, you can tell the American fans have totally disregarded the score on the scoreboard that we can see about 150 yards away, and it's all about this match. This seems to be the match. Nobody cares about anything else but this match.
Well, I'm not sure if they're ever going to get all this lot quiet. These are the massed ranks of the crowds at the Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black, and McIlroy and Lowry. It's McIlroy's putt, and he's standing looking at it from behind, but still the noise will not abate. So McIlroy nevertheless decides just to step forward, and the referee's doing his best, but vainly so. And Justin Thomas as well also, and Cam Young are saying quiet down. And McIlroy hits the putt anyway, down towards the hole, but misses it. But Lowry still has his 4.5 footer. So Lowry, well, he's hit some nerveless putts during the course of this unforgettable round of Ryder Cup golf, but now it's absolutely cranked up to the max on this big-hearted Irishman.
Well, nothing's bigger than the putt that he made on 15. This is important. This is going to give the Americans a really good opportunity to win this match if he doesn't hold this.
Shane Lowry stalks around the green, tries to keep the pace that he is familiar with. He doesn't want to hurry it. He doesn't want to slow things down too much, trying to block everything out. And again, Justin Thomas and Cam Young very sportingly are telling everyone to quieten down, palms in the air. So this for birdie for Shane Lowry. He's got it! And he holds his pose, fist raised in the air. Wow, that is Ryder Cup entertainment writ large on the 17th at Bethpage Black, and the Europeans remain one up with the 18th to play, and that blue stays on the board. Ali.
Bryson DeChambeau flop shot at the 16th. America desperately needs something here. 3 down with 3 to play. Massive blow struck by Shane Lowry for Europe. McIlroy and Lowry heading to the 18th, 1 up. Europe lead overall 8.5, 3.5. Fleetwood and Rose Dormy 3 here. Just need to halve this hole or either of the next 2 to get another point on the board. Rahm and Straka 1 up on Spawn and Schauffele in the 3rd match. Hatton and Fitzpatrick tied against Burns and Cantlay. Dry mouth, sweaty palms, and that's just the commentator, Katrina. This has been unbelievable again.
It has been, hasn't it? I mean, we've got a chip here from Tommy Fleetwood just from the back of the green. He's just going to have to just land this on the green and let it run down to the hole.
16th green. So Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose need to halve the hole. Scheffler's got a 30-footer to come. DeChambeau can't make birdie. He's got a bit of distance to go with the par putt. Downslope. The ball hits it from Fleetwood's chip, speeding towards the hole, to the right of the hole. It had to land perfectly to be on line. The kick just threw it to the right-hand side. That has rolled about maybe 7, 6, 7, 8 feet by. And Justin Rose, it's an interesting green actually, Katrina, because it's like a Pringle crisp. It sort of slopes in on either side. So Justin Rose has got a bit of sort of downhill to deal with here.
It does. You can see Justin's ball though, which is lucky, I think. And I think he's just got a little bit more green, not quite so much of a downslope to land on. So I expect him to probably get it within about 2-3 feet.
If he holds it, that's it, by the way, because the USA could only match that with a birdie, but that is not enough for them. They need to win the hole, so let's concentrate hard on this. Match is still tight elsewhere. Looking very good for Europe in this one, but Justin Rose is taking every care. Steps to the ball now, just nestled down in that collar of rough, pulls the club head back, bumps it forward onto the slope. It takes the slope and starts to roll and keeps going, and it's beyond the 2-3 feet, and it's a 6-footer. So I would say Fleetwood maybe 7-8 feet, Rose 6 feet. Those are for par, and Scheffler still has the chance for birdie.
Yeah, I think Scheffler, though, from 30 feet, he's still got to be thinking he's got to hold this one. He's going to have to expect Rose or Fleetwood to hold one of those putts. So he's stalking it now. He's going to be trying his hardest to get this one in the hole. He needs it to get the match going.
The light is fading. The atmosphere certainly isn't. I can see a group of European fans away to the left. I think it's behind the first green, behind the 15th tee, cavorting, dancing, jumping, leaping, throwing plastic pint glasses around. They'll be celebrating more if Scottie Scheffler can't make this putt first of all, but then Rose or Fleetwood will have to hole one as well. Can Scottie Scheffler take it to the 17th? Anything can happen on the 17th. We've just seen it play out in front of our eyes with the Justin Thomas tee shot into a few inches and Shane Lowry managing to follow him in for the birdie. Scottie Scheffler then, centre stage. Luke Donald, the European captain, stands directly in front of us, the other side of this bunker, desperately hoping that this putt is not going to drop. but he'll still need one of his team to hole one for him too. Scheffler looks at the hole, and the ball is on its way. Can he find the birdie on the 16th here? Scotty Scheffler stands. No, he realises that's not dropping, so here we go. Scheffler can only make 4. That is conceded by Tommy Fleetwood. This is the moment. These are the moments, Katrina, because if one of these drops in for Fleetwood or Rose, they'll be shaking hands on the 16th.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have 2 putts here to win the match, both from probably 6-7 feet, just opposite sides of the hole. So whoever goes first, the other one's going to get a line if they do miss.
It's pressure. It is high-pressure golf. They've got a chance here to clinch it, to get the point, and they'll want to take it now because anything could happen on the 17th or 18th. Scheffler and DeChambeau, just from the body language, I think they're expecting the Europeans to hold one of these, but you never know. Scheffler has the baseball cap off his head, running his fingers through his head. They've backed each other up so brilliantly, Fleetwood and Rose, today. You just get the feeling if one misses, if Fleetwood misses, Rose will follow him in. But these are different putts, Katrina. These are pressure putts.
These are pressure putts. These are to win your match, to win your point. And Scheffler, you're right, he had his hat off. I think they're kind of resigned nearly, but at the end of the day, you still got to get it done.
Can Tommy Fleetwood get the job done with this putt? No, he can't. It will be down to Justin Rose. Expletive from Tommy Fleetwood. We couldn't hear it. Damn, he says. Blast, he says. Something like that. Disappointed in himself. Justin Rose shakes his head and says no bother. If Justin Rose does make the putt, it actually will be fitting, Katrina. They've been a brilliant team, but I honestly think this is one of the best individual performances in a foursomes or four balls I have seen.
Yeah, I mean, he's made just, I don't know, we've counted up maybe perhaps 10, 11 birdies on his own ball, but they've combined really well all together. I mean, Fleetwood's played some great golf as well and just been allowed Justin to go and make the birdies.
Well, Justin Rose, we know what you're made of. We've seen it before in the Ryder Cup. Can you do it for Europe this time? Won his match yesterday. 6-footer today to close this out, to beat Scheffler and DeChambeau 3-2. The ball is on its way, and Justin Rose holds another, but this is the one that clinches it. He politely removes the baseball cap from his head. He turns to the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler, and says thank you very much. And it's another massive win for Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood, playing together at this Ryder Cup for the very first time, and they have been an unbelievable partnership. The Americans played well here, Katrina, and they were beaten heavily.
Yeah, I mean, the Americans really didn't do a whole lot wrong. They were just beaten by a better pairing on the day. I mean, Justin Rose's putting, I mean, it was kind of, he needed to hold that one to finish. He's held so many in the round today.
Another point on the board for Europe. Justin Rose shaking his head, probably in disbelief at some of the golf he's played there this afternoon. We're going to move quickly to try and get in for a post-match interview with the heroes for Europe. Justin Rose, 2 points out of 2. Tommy Fleetwood, as in Paris, 4 points out of 4. And Rose and Fleetwood now, you can see the emotion and the relief draining out of them, wrap each other up in a big hug, and they bump their foreheads together, slap each other on the cheek, and congratulate each other on a job fabulously well done. That was a brilliant 4-ball to watch Europe take it. 3-2, 9.5, 3.5 overall for Europe.
Fleetwood and Rose as emotional as Fleetwood and McIlroy were earlier. McIlroy currently going down 18 with Shane Lowry. They are one up. Europe lead 9.5, 3.5. We're by the 15th green where the final match is just coming up. The penultimate one closed out on here a few moments ago. What's the score, Kat?
Still one up, Mark, because of ice in the veins of Sepp Straka. Xander Schauffele and JJ Spaun for the US have been knocking on the door for the last few holes, but Straka, the Austrian, he drained an 18-foot birdie putt on the 15th green that absolutely had to drop because Schauffele was 3 feet away. He rolled in his birdie. The hole halved in birdie threes, and therefore we're on the 16th tee with this group, and it's one up to the Europeans with 3 holes to play.
Let's go to 18. Lowry and McIlroy going down there against Cam Young and Justin Thomas. They are guaranteed a half of the Europeans. John?
Yes, and that means that after the Rose and Fleetwood win, Europe are guaranteed to get to at least 10 points today, so within 4 points of retaining the cup at the absolute minimum. And on the 18th, all 4 players, Thomas and Young, McIlroy and Lowry, are in the fairway. McIlroy furthest down the right, the 2 American balls, one behind the other in the middle of the fairway, and Lowry over to the right side of the short grass.
Okay, here on 15, remember Hatton and Fitzpatrick are coming down 15, having lost the blue on the board a little while, but they're fighting back.
They are. It's all square in this match, and Fitzpatrick finding the bunker just to the left of the green, but Tyrrell Hatton has just hit a beauty in spinning the ball back underneath the hole to 4.5 feet. Cantlay's in nice and close. Here comes the approach shot of Sam Burns. It lands on the green. And it settles down. Controlled the spin beautifully, absolutely pin high. So the Americans are going to have two good looks at birdie here, but so too is Tyrrell Hatton. Hatton marginally the closer, the other two balls 8-9 feet away, and well, the bunker shot is one of those that's uphill, a little bit of green to work with, and Fitzpatrick might fancy holding that as well. So yeah, this is building to a real climax. All
as John Murray said, the Europeans are guaranteed getting to 10. Andrew McGee, you still with us?
Right here, riveted.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Americans just have to try and keep in their head that they can get it to 10-6, can't they? I mean, I know
you
you're
have a lot of confidence in
have to throw this
Americans,
in there.
and I have been telling my mates that I was born in France right now. But yes, what a great day of golf.
John.
Shane Lowry hits it close on the 18th. The flag only 5 yards on. Lowry's ball landed just beyond the hole and drew back to within 6 feet. Sean McKeel.
There was no advantage off the tee. All four players are both probably within 100 to 110 yards. So it just comes down to who practices their wedges more.
And remember, the Americans must win this hole, otherwise Europe will win the match. So we've got to see something special from either Thomas or from Young or from both.
Well, we're about to see. Maybe we're going to see us a two right here. We could use something really special.
They need something, the United States. They've got to find something from almost nowhere, it would seem. So first of all, Justin Thomas leans to his right, to his left. It lands to the right of the hole, a great distance, but it spins back and rolls off the front of the green. They need more special than that.
Well, Europe dodged the bullet there. We got just saw Shane hit a great shot and made a birdie putt in the last hole, so he's not going to miss that one.
Cam Young to play next, but to Ian.
To the 15th, and the bunker shot of Matt Fitzpatrick lets it drop down towards the hole, and it just misses to the right, John.
So Cam Young on home soil, very nearly. New York City boy, around about an hour and a half's drive away from here. He's had a very, very good 2 days. Now he needs to finish with something out of this world. And he has missed the green. It's landed short, bounced back down the slope into the long grass. And Shane Lowry is in prime position, Ian.
Here on the 15th, Sam Burns looking at his birdie putt and just wandering round behind the hole, getting down on his haunches. Back to you, John.
McIlroy, his approach shot beyond the hole, grips and then rolls back down, and McIlroy is within 15 feet. And the European team, this pair, this Irish pair, they are in great position now to close out this match and win it for Europe. Ian.
Patrick Cantlay it is who's putting here on the 15th. This is from 11 feet. Excellent approach from the American. Looking for a birdie, looking to build on the birdie from the 14th that levelled the match. Hatton in close for the Europeans. Here comes Cantlay now, just settling his feet once again. And again. And this narrows it a fraction, the stance. And now he will hit the ball and it will start rolling towards the hole, and into the hole! And it's a birdie for the Americans. And the gauntlet is laid down to Tyrrell Hatton, who has struggled to hold anything in the course of this match. Matt Fitzpatrick picks up his marker because he is of no use now, and that's a slight blow from Hatton's point of view because he was right on Hatton's line, and if he could have had a putt for a 4 for a half, then that would have told Hatton exactly what the topography of that front left corner of the green is. So this is crucial now for the European. all square. They just lost the last hole to a chip-in birdie from Sam Burns, and Hatton hasn't made a birdie in this match so far. Ooh, he will love one now. He's about to hit, as we just see 2, 3 practice swings, 4 practice swings. Putt ahead goes behind the ball. This for the half, this for a birdie at the 15th for Tyrrell Hatton. Over it now, sends it forward into the cup. Nerveless stuff from the Englishman. We're all square as we go to the 16th. John.
Back on 18, the Americans have got to hold these next shots. One of them, and it won't be Cam Young because he mishit the chip from the short grass in front of the green, so it will not be him.
Well, he certainly had a real big defeated look on his face as he walked up to the green, knowing that he never even gave himself a chance to possibly win this hole, at a minimum tie the hole.
So he's out of it. If anyone's going to do it in this match for the United States now, on the final green here under cloudy skies on this still evening, I would say the coolest conditions that we've had over the first 2 days, it's got to be Justin Thomas. Shane Lowry has got a good birdie chance. McIlroy is within birdie range as well, and Justin Thomas is putting from just off the green, just off the putting surface, just rolled into that first cut. So this is all of 16, 18 feet. The Americans have got to win this hole, otherwise Europe will win the opening match. And Thomas sends it towards the hole. It does not drop, and Justin Thomas takes off his hat, and the match is over. What a match. It's been titanic, and the 2 Irishmen have come through it. McIlroy and Lowry together. All sorts were thrown at them on the course here at Bethpage Black today, and in the end they've come through and they've won it. What great credit to the pair of them. On the final green, it's smiles all round now, and Rory McIlroy having taken off his hat, the 2 of them come together now. McIlroy and Lowry, and McIlroy disappears into an enormous bear hug from his great friend, who rubs the back of his head. He looks like a great big teddy bear, Lowry, and still he's got an arm around his neck, and there's the reaction from Lowry and from McIlroy, who twirls his putter around. There's a great cry from the mouth of Shane Lowry. What a win for them.
That was really some incredible golf, and hats off to Shane, because he saved 2 holes. He saved 15 and 17 with birdies. He really Rory kind of hung his head on Shane today, but you could tell how much love they have for each other. They're hugging and really fired up.
And I noticed as well, quite pointedly, Rory McIlroy has walked across to the match referee, Mike Raby, and really warmly thanked him as well. And that's a lovely touch from Rory McIlroy, because Mike Raby, the referee, really had his work cut out today in this match. But there we are, another point on the board for Europe. That makes it 10.5, 3.5 now, with 2 matches still out on the course in these afternoon 4 balls. But what a scene that was to witness here on 18, Mark.
And I know you're going to go and do the interviews with Lowry and McIlroy, so we'll let you go off and get ready for that with Sean, and then we'll come back to you on everything that you've witnessed today. And obviously once we're done here with all the golf, we'll round everything up here on 5 Live. So I'll bring Ollie Wilson in, and I keep going back to you, Ollie, because you watched McIlroy and Lowry yesterday afternoon in the 4 ball, where very much McIlroy was the senior partner there, and McIlroy did more of the heavy lifting yesterday afternoon. Now I know you've been watching a different match today, but you've been listening to exactly what the rest of us have been listening to. Lowry has been unbelievable today in how he has managed McIlroy and his own game in the face of everything that was going on.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what a partnership is. Larry wasn't quite on it yesterday, and Rory carried him. And the fact that Rory feels so comfortable playing with Shane, Shane feels comfortable with Rory. When it's a tough day like today with the crowd situation, you need people who are comfortable, happy to play with each other, and to be honest, just good mates. So you really can excel, and that's exactly what happened today. It was phenomenal to listen to back here, 1 or 2 groups back. Just a sensational performance by the European team.
Ian, it's also fitting that they went and ended that on 18. There's part of me that would have liked to end it on 17, because that feels one of the most gladiatorial holes on the course, with the way the crowd is set up around the fact that they went down 18 to have that moment there in front of that massive gallery feels quite fitting.
Yes, absolutely. And from McIlroy and Lowry's point of view, I spoke to them about this time yesterday, and they were gutted that they only got a half out of their 4-ball match at the end of yesterday. So they'll be delighted that they've revisited that particular portion of the golf course and emerged triumphant.
There are 3 slabs of blue on this massive scoreboard as we go up the 16th. McIlroy and Lowry have won 2 up. Fleetwood and Rose 3 and 2. Here on 16th, Rahm and Straka are still 1 up, and back down on the 16th tee, Hatton and Fitzpatrick are all square. I can do the with Burns and Cantley. And Andrew McGee has been watching all of this. One of the things in what has been a really tense afternoon, the other thing that strikes me is whenever a door has been opened by Europe, the US haven't been able to take it. Whenever the US have tried to go through that door, Europe have slammed it shut.
It's amazing.
Such as on 15. You know, Cantley sinks his putt to give themselves a chance. Hatton replies, sinks his putt, and they go off all square.
Yeah, I think that was a question, Chappers. But yes, the covering putts, it's just demoralizing. You know, when Justin Thomas hits it to a 6 inches and then he gets it covered up, it's just demoralizing. But I'm just so taken by the friendships.
I'm just going to jump in. I'm going to jump in.
It's so beautiful.
John?
We're just waiting for Shane Lowry to finish speaking to our TV colleagues. So I'm just standing in front of the 2 of them, and I have to say all of the emotion now has kind of poured out, and we're seeing expressions on their faces that I've just not seen all of the way around today. So it's smiles and happiness and a kind of relaxed look that the job has been done. Rory McIlroy is just being asked one more question, but I think that'll be it. But I mean, it feels like the world and his wife are gathered round here behind us. Credit as well as a couple of the Americans have come over while we were standing here and patted them on the back and said, well played, boys. And that's a really nice touch as well from the Americans. And in fact, here we go. We can talk live now on the BBC with Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry. Rory, first of all, I mean, I don't know if you've got enough words to sum up everything that went on out there. It was the good, the bad, and the ugly, wasn't it?
Yeah, mostly good for us. You know, look, we're just so happy that we could get a blue point on the board. It's our first full point as a partnership. We weren't able to get one at Whistling Straits. We got a half yesterday, then we got a full one today. So, look, just really happy that I'm able to walk inside the ropes with this man, and he was there for me today. I said it in the previous interview, but all the credit of this win today goes to Shane.
Was it tough to withstand everything that was being thrown at you today?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really challenging day. I'm going to sleep well tonight.
And Shane, you had to dig deep, didn't you? I mean, how often did things cross the line out there, would you say?
Yeah, look, it's we knew what we were going to get coming here. It was a very tough day, I think. But now with Rory, doesn't make it any easier. I think he's getting the brunt of it. But I think we dealt with it very well. I said at the start of the week, I don't know what way I'm going to deal with it, but I'm going to be myself, and I was myself out there today, and thankfully that worked.
Today, both of you, what a win.
Thank you.
What a win. What a win. And they want to allude to it, Ollie Wilson, as I'm listening to that, but they don't want to do anything that fans the flames ahead of tomorrow.
Well, exactly. There's still work to be done. It's looking really, really good, but there's 2 big points still to play for out here today. One of them is on the 16th green right now, and they've just got to try and keep the blue on the board, but they're up against it a little bit on this green.
Birdie putt from the Austrian. Sepp Straka stayed above ground. Jon Rahm missing the green to the right-hand side. So 2 birdie putts here for Xander Schauffele and for JJ Spaun that would really inject some life back into this part of Bethpage Black. It feels like the energy has been sucked out of it as the light just begins to fade in this part of Long Island, and Xander Schauffele's attempt at a birdie from long range from the left edge of the green has come up short. That is conceded, so he is in for a par. And now it's over to JJ Spawn to try and win this hole. This match, one up. Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka with, after this, 2 holes left to play. Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry celebrating their 2-up win on the 18th green. Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose, 3 and 2. 2 points already from this afternoon's 4 balls in the bag for Luke Donald's European side. The score is 3.5 to the US, 10.5 to the Europeans. But can Schauffele and Spawn mount something, give a little injection of light into the gloom that's descending here at Bethpage Black on this Saturday evening? They're taking every care over this one.
I mean, this is huge. It's absolutely huge. It has to go in. They need to turn this game around to have any hope tomorrow, and it's really resting on their shoulders. So JJ Spawn got to make this putt.
And how long would you say it is, roughly? It's on the back edge of the green, isn't it?
Yeah, he hit a really good shot in, just pitched near the hole, but it's released down the slope on the back edge. So I reckon he's got 15, 18 feet.
So I can tell you, Mark, and I know that you're somewhere around this 16th green, that the noise that will rise up from this part of the golf course will be absolutely deafening if JJ Spawn can find the bottom of the cup with this putt. Left hand on his left thigh. Now it joins his right hand on the shaft of the putter, and the ball is sent skidding across the green and on towards the hole. Big dip of the knees from the Californian man. And that, perhaps, is the last throw of the dice for JJ Spawn and for Xander Schauffele. They haven't made the birdie putt that they needed to win the hole, and the Europeans one up as they head to the 17th. One up with 2 holes to play. 2 points already in the bag for the European side from the afternoon 4 balls.
Kat, I was going to ask Ollie a question, but he sprinted 20 yards ahead of you across the 16, so I'll just let you catch up and I'll just fill slightly. I feel, Ollie, and I haven't seen everything that's happened in this 4 ball that you've been watching, but in the main, when JJ Spawn has had a putt like that, he's ended up bending his knees and cursing his luck.
Well, he's holed a few.
Has he? Okay.
Yeah, he holed a few.
Must be just when I'm around.
Yeah, it's you. He holed one on 10 for birdie, which was a huge one just to inject a bit of life into the group. But since then, there's been a few chances, and he just hasn't been able to capitalise. So he's, it's ultimate pressure now. It has to go in, and he's just not finding the hole.
Rahm and Straka then one up with 2 to play. The final match coming down 16 is all square. Remember, Europe 10.5, 3.5 up. So just to put that simply, Europe take 2 points now. This day finishes 12.5, 3.5. The US desperately in. Need to get it to 10, well, 10.5, 5.5. That's what they've got to hope, isn't it?
Yeah, and that will then mean a record comeback to win the Ryder Cup. Europe so much in charge here. Here comes the second shot into the 16th from Matt Fitzpatrick, and it just nestles down in the rough just to the right of the flag. His partner Tyrrell Hatton is not in the fairway. He's down the right-hand side. The Americans are handily placed. Sam Burns in the rough down the right-hand side with a decent looking lie, and his playing partner in the fairway. And this gathering gloom from the distance we're away, actually identifying the American players, is not the most straightforward thing. But next up, it is going to be Tyrrell Hatton, I think, from way down the right-hand side after his tee shot found the rough there. Yeah, he's way almost in the hospitality pavilion. He's marching back to the ball as we nudge ahead to 17. Spawn's tee shot, Kat.
Sent up high into the now overcast and gloomy sky. The pin cut to the front edge of the green. All eyes trained on this ball. Oh my goodness me, it's absolutely stunning from JJ Spawn. Lands just beyond the pin and sucks back to 3 feet from the flag. Amazing stuff, Ian.
So Tyrrell Hatton just feeling this shot. He's decided on the club it's from way out to the right, and that's an awkward line, and actually he's decided to change club. He goes back to the bag and he just says to Hugo Dobson, I'm going to go with a slightly shorter one here. The flag located in the back right corner, so it's an awkward angle for Tyrrell Hatton. Let's see what's happening on 17, Kat.
Yep, 17th tee shot then for Xander Schauffele. He already knows that his partner JJ Spawn has put it to 3 feet or so. So
what's he going to do with this one? Swing of those white-clad hips and the dazzling trousers up towards the flag, front edge of the green, skips and then jumps backwards. Little bit of fizz on that one as it heads towards the front edge, comes to rest 18 feet from the pin, Ian.
And here comes Tyrrell Hatton's approach, and it's a fantastic shot from the rough down the right-hand side, absolutely pin high, and he's put it to 24 feet, something like that. Superb shot under pressure with his partner having missed the green to the right. So what have America got here now? This match, remember, all square. We've only had 2 holes change hands in the entire match, and that was the birdie of Matt Fitzpatrick on the 9th, and then the birdie at the 14th when Saturn Burns chipped in for the Americans. Cap.
Sepp Straka's tee shot dancing onto the green for the Europeans. That puts on the brakes, pin high to the right of the flag. 20 feet or so it'll be for Straka's birdie. Ian.
And here on 16, it's Cantlay who has hit his second shot from the rough down the right-hand side into the green, and he has got it inside Tyrrell Hatton's ball. Excellent shot from the American. Let's flip-flop back to 17. Cat.
And Jon Rahm, the last of this foursome to tackle this par 3 17th, lined on either side by hundreds of fans. JJ Spawn's ball inside 3 feet. What can Jon Rahm do? Sends this one muscling up into the sky. Pin just twitching, the white flag twitching, catches the backstop, rolls down towards the pin. Oh, it's superb from Jon Rahm, and it's getting better and better. It's not going to go inside the ball of JJ Spawn, but he's still only 6 feet away. Ian.
So here we are on the 16th. We can hear the songs of Ole, Ole, Ole. It's European voices that are reverberating around Bethpage Black after wins for McIlroy and Lowry, Fleetwood and Rose. Rahm and Straka one up with 2 to play, and this bottom match all square. The players marching forward here as they head towards the green. 2 American balls on the green, 1 European. That was Tyrrell Hatton's approach, and an awkward chip coming from the rough to the right of the 16th green for Matt Fitzpatrick.
I know Andrew McGee has been so impressed by the camaraderie of some of the European pairs. Rose and Fleetwood in their 4 balls yesterday and today, Andrew, have played 34 holes and registered 19 birdies.
I mean, that's just incredible to figure out the greens. We were just talking, Sean and I, about how many times they were pin high. The Euros were pin high, close to the hole. Americans were 30 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, maybe 20 feet. Just very, very few times they had tap-ins. Uncanny feel to learn the greens fast and make so many nice putts from distance, from short. Shane Lowry finishing up with 2 beautiful putts to actually win that match. Rory played well, but I mean Lowry kind of finished it off nicely. Amazing birdie fest, 19 birdies. Sean, how about that?
And
is that a record? It's got to be.
Well, I tell you what is a record. Tommy Fleetwood has gone 4-0 in 2 Ryder Cups now, in foursomes and fourballs. 2018 was the other, wasn't it? 2018 in Versailles, yeah. So he's done it in Versailles, and now he's done it in New York, and nobody has ever done that in Versailles and in it. So he's gone successive 4-0. Well, not successive, because there are a couple in between, but he's the first one to do 2 4-0s in 4 sessions. Got there in the end? Yeah, got there in the end. Let's go up to the 17th green, because it is raucous up there as we wait for the putts here on 16.
And there's a lovely celebration party amongst the European team here. Shane Lowry and Rory McIlroy are here with Justin Rose. Tommy Fleetwood. There's been an awful lot of backslapping and hugging and high-fiving. And Scotty Scheffler, world number 1, Justin Thomas, Bryson DeChambeau, Cam Young all here as well. And Scotty Scheffler just peeled away from the American contingent to go and congratulate Rory McIlroy, the 2 of them sharing a special moment, the world's number 1 and 2 players, with a respectful pat on the back and a shake of the hands between the 2 of them. But the Europeans off to the right of the green here, and this is the focus for all those players. The Americans standing a little bit closer to me towards the back of the green, the Europeans on the front edge. Rory McIlroy with his hat off as we focus on these birdie putts on the par 3 17th. Jon Rahm is about 8 feet or so from the pin. JJ Spawn is 3 feet away. Sepp Straka just places his ball on the surface of the green. He's got about
20 feet or so, but he's been rolling these ones in, hasn't he, Ollie?
He has. He's been warming up the blade. He's got about 15, 18 feet right to left. Really good look at it. He knows it's going to break. He can just commit to it with his partner the other side. Must make putt for one of these European teams.
And this could be, of course, the moment that Europe clinch the match, although JJ Spawn in very close indeed. It's almost a gimme for JJ Spawn, so likely to go down the last. Sepp Straka's putt stays above ground, so it'll be over to Jon Rahm to try and get the birdie here on the 17th. Ian.
Unbelievable. Tyrrell Hatton has just slotted his birdie putt across the green on 16. Muted cheers. There aren't so many European voices here, but my goodness me, the celebration from Matt Fitzpatrick, his partner. Exaggerated low fives. Birdie in the bank for the Europeans, Cap.
Birdie in the bank for the Europeans here, but there's still work to do on the 17th. Jon Rahm pacing round his putt, but first of all it's going to be Xander Schauffele from the front edge of the green. His putt inside that of Sepp Straka, so I'd say it's about 18 feet or so, Ollie.
Yeah, exactly, 18 feet straight up the hill, and whilst it was a must-make for the Europeans, they were all fighting for this match, but this is absolutely must-make to try and have a chance to get red on the board.
Just paddling into the green here, Ian, what with you?
Play has to hold. Burns has missed. Sam Burns has missed, so it comes down to Patrick Cantlay from about 8 feet to try and get the half on 16. Cap.
Xander Schauffele has missed, but I'm sure he won't be too concerned about that because JJ Spawn's tee shot was an absolute peach and he's inside 3 feet, so really, really good chance of birdie for the US Open champion, and that means that this putt for Jon Rahm of 6 feet or so has enormous pressure on it if they're to hold off an American fight back going down the last hole. Ian.
So Patrick Cantlay, 16th green, has to hold this from 8 feet to avoid going one down with 2 to play. The American over this after that brilliant birdie from Tyrrell Hatton. The ball heads towards the hole and in. Nerveless stuff. The hole is halved in birdies. We remain all square. 2 to go. Cap.
6 feet then for Jon Rahm. He's walked up behind it, he's put the putter behind it, but he's just backed off again. He's down on his haunches once again, looking along every inch of the line of this 6-footer. JJ Spawn has a 3-footer to come for a birdie that would win the hole if Jon Rahm's ball does not disappear in the next few seconds. Everyone still. European fingers stroking chins, the tension palpable. As Jon Rahm prepares to send the ball across the green, and he dips his knees. It's not gone in for Jon Rahm. So JJ Spawn, what have you got? This 3-footer must suddenly look like a 10-footer.
Yeah, this is not any ordinary 3-footer. Downhill, left to right, with the weight of the Americans on his shoulders. He's got to hold his nerve here. He's bringing in Xander to help him read it, but he's going to be feeling the nerves right now.
European fans raise their voices around this 17th green to try and encourage Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka down the last. The European caddies have just gone past us to get their preparations underway on the final tee. But it all comes down to this putt for JJ Spawn on the 17th. This to level the match, to take it to a shootout down the last. The US Open champion from 3 feet. Bryson DeChambeau just rocking slightly. The pressure coursing through his body, and it goes in for JJ Spawn. That's the birdie that the Americans needed. That's the birdie they needed to take it down the last and to give themselves a sniff of grabbing something from this third match out on the course. It's all square as we head to the 18th tee.
So it was very difficult to hear anything given the cheers that are ringing around this 17th as we head towards the 17th green as Rahm and Straka head to the 18th, now brought back to all square. So Europe have won 2 and the final 2 4 balls here on the course are all square. One going down 18 and one here on 17. Ian.
Yes, here we are on the last of the par 3s. And it's the Americans to tee off first. The taller figure of Sam Burns as he fires his ball up into the grey skies, the flag located on the front of the green. He flies it over, spins it back, and the ball goes down towards the whole side, and that is brilliant. That's brilliant. He's put it to 3.5 feet. Katrina Matthews with me.
Oh, that was just a fantastic shot there from Sam Burns, and we're just being treated to some amazing golf here. The atmosphere is just quite unbelievable.
It's electric, and the crowds here know. They know that the Americans have to get something out of this match, which is all square. Hatton and Fitzpatrick against Burns, and this man, Patrick Cantlay, and my goodness me, I've seen him 3 times in the course of this Ryder Cup over the first 2 days. What a competitor.
Oh, he is. He's not called Patty Ice for a reason. He's played some great golf.
Well, here he is now. Those white trousers, the navy blue shirt with the white collar on that tee. And he looks to try and get it in close, just like his partner has done. This match has just got better and better. Started pretty mundane, it's now hitting the heights. And here comes the tee shot of Patrick Cantlay. Lands on the front portion of the green, spins back down towards the front edge of the green, and he's going to have around about 15-16 feet.
We say they need to get something out of these final 2. If they won both, I'm just giving some historical context here, and took it to 10.5, 5.5, the most that's ever been got by a team in the singles since 1979 was 8.5, which would take them to 14 all.
Yeah.
If. Just giving the historical context.
No, and very, very appropriate too. Now, Matt Fitzpatrick, what have you got? Here he comes with his tee shot. The man from Sheffield, high trajectory to this flag hanging limp on the front of the green. Oh, and it nearly lands in the hole, and it dances around the hole, and he's put it to 4 feet. Brilliant.
Yeah, we've really been treated to some great shots in this hole, and to stand up there and do that after the Americans have hit such a good shot in, quite unbelievable.
Puts me in mind of Medina, Luke Donald following in after Tiger Woods had put it in close on 17 on that epic Saturday late on, which just suddenly gave Europe the hope that they could mount a comeback. And of course we saw the miracle of Medina. That was the last time we had an away win in the Ryder Cup there. A rare beast. It looks like we're getting one here, given the way that Europe have dominated so far. Now Tyrrell Hatton ready with his tee shot, sends it on its way up towards the green. Can he find the putting surface? The ball lands on the green at the top level, but now it finds the slope, which will bring it to the lower level. That's where the flag is, trundling down, and it's a good shot. It is a good shot. He'll be putting downhill, but he'll only have 8-9 feet for birdie. So all 4 balls will have a realistic shot at a birdie here, but it's Sam Burns and Matt Fitzpatrick who are in closest.
Tell you what, Katrina, we talked about support and crowd and how it would spread around the course, what was needed where or what was happening elsewhere. The Europeans have basically gone, we are staying and we are flocking to where we are needed, because the noise around this 17th green for the Europeans is on a par with the Americans.
It is. I've never heard so many ole-oles over here in the US. I mean, we're not hearing any American cheers at the moment, but here at 17, it's quite unbelievable.
And you can hear the Europeans with their "is there a fire drill" as some of the Americans start to leave. We shall go to the John Murray has been very keen to get in for a while on 18. John.
Well, I was just going to report, Mark, that in the aftermath of the end of the McIlroy-Lowry, Justin Thomas, Cameron Young match, when there were so many people around the green, I've actually been speaking to Tom Carey from the Daily Telegraph, who said in the aftermath of that, actually a scuffle broke out in the stands here at the 18. So that was what was spotted by Tom Carey from the Daily Telegraph, and he said that the police scrambled, got themselves into the stands and calmed everything down. So that puts the tin lid on it, doesn't it?
Let's get the tee shots on 18. Spawn, Schauffele, Rahm and Straka. Cat.
JJ Spawn's ball in the right rough, but just the shorter stuff, not in any of the thick truffle down the right hand side of 18, and Xander Schauffele's ball in the centre of the fairway, and it's pretty much the same for the Europeans as well, with Sepp Straka's ball safely in the fairway and Jon Rahm a little bit further advanced towards the green, but he's found the rough on the left hand side.
And here on 17, I don't know if you spotted this, Ian, Lowry and McIlroy have arrived. They've got a huge bear hug off Luke Donald, who is here watching Hatton and Fitzpatrick. But they have not gone in after everything that has gone on. They have stayed here, and the rest of the European team are here as well. Ian.
Yes, and the fans from Europe are the ones that are singing here. And Keegan Bradley is here, and he's getting a rendition of "You're Getting Sacked in the Morning." We've had Yorkshire as well, and it is the European fans who are cock-a-hoop at the moment with such a dominant position on the leaderboard, and that is why Patrick Cantlay is really grinding on this birdie putt, the longest of the 4 attempts that we may well see here on the 17th. He wants to spare his partner the effort, Sam Burns, who's in very close, but so too is Matt Fitzpatrick. All square, 17th green, ball travelling towards the hole from Cantlay's putter, and in! Oh, he's a competitor. Boy, he's a competitor. And that bearded figure that never, ever shows any emotion whatsoever strolls up, takes the ball from the hole, birdie in the pocket, little modest touch knuckles with Sam Burns, and it's over to you, Hatton and Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, it's definitely over to them. What a great putt there from Patrick Cantlay. We've seen him do that numerous times over the first 2 days.
Well, the 14th was won with a chip-in birdie by Sam Burns. Since then, we've had birdies to settle the 15th and the 16th, both in halves, and that will be 3 in a row if Hatton or Fitzpatrick hole their putt.
And just when you need to do it in match play, isn't it? Just when the holes start running out, if you can make birdies, get up in the lead, it just makes it so much harder for the opposition.
So the match in front of the Spawn and Schauffele against Rahm and Straka is going down the last all square. This match is all square, but the Americans have a birdie because Patty Ice has holed it. Cantlay from the front of the green, now delicately down the hill for Hatton.
Yeah, down the hill, just a little bit left to right. You can saw this tee shot just came back down the hill, so he's just got to tickle this one down the hill.
Put ahead behind the ball now. Sends it delicately down that slope, tracking towards the hole and in! Wow, didn't you know it? Another hole halved in birdies. This has turned into a brilliant contest, and it's gone the distance. We're going to the 18th all square. Birdie from Cantlay, birdie from Hatton. What a match. Never been more than a hole in it. The Europeans have never been behind in it, and it's going the distance. Great stuff.
And a wry smile from Keegan Bradley as that putt was holed by Tyrrell Hatton, and there was a lovely little touch as well. The Europeans giving Patrick Cantlay some stick. The hat's off for Cantlay, and after he sunk that putt, he walked in front of the Europeans, took his hat off and did a little bow. Let's go down 18. Goodness me, Catherine Downs.
Where the European fans are dancing in the giant grandstand here behind the 18th green. They've seen that halved hole on the 17th on the big screen here, and they are celebrating in the stands. They've got their hands in the air, wearing the colours on their chests of all the different nations of Europe. I have to say there's a lot of American fans who are all seated and just taking in the scene, but tense times in these bottom 2 matches. Sepp Straka sending his ball high into the sky, up onto this elevated green. Second shot into the 18th, needs to grip here. It's put on some fairly serious backspin and spun off into the collar of rough around the front edge of the green, but his ball coming to a rest, just resting against the thicker stuff on the front edge, 20 feet or so from the pin. Second shot's in. Xander Schauffele is in the fairway. JJ Spawn in the rough down the right hand side. What do you think is lining to the flag from there?
I think it's actually the other way. But I think it's only got like 80, 90 yards from the middle of the fairway here. he's just got to control the spin. We've seen quite a few groups today rip it back off the front against that fringe, so really just got to throw it past the hole, try and take the spin off it and give himself a good chance.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Ollie. It is Xander Schauffele in the rough down the right-hand side. JJ Spaun in the centre of the fairway. And boy, didn't he produce a moment on the 17th green not so very long ago. That little birdie putt after a stunning shot of about this length into the green on 17 to take this match all square. Oh my goodness me, this is another peach from JJ Spaun. Wonderful stuff under intense pressure. He's gone right at the flag. He's spun it back to 3 feet once again. How about that?
Well, just like that. Absolutely beautiful spin control. Tail follow through just to control it and putting the pressure on the Europeans right here.
And that has got the American fans singing in the stands, the chants of USA ringing out once again. There is hope in this gloomy Saturday evening for Keegan Bradley's men as they battle to take something from the Saturday 4 balls. And now it's Xander Schauffele from the rough down the right-hand side, swinging this one up. The sky is grey, the ball lost against it, now down onto the green. Skips and jumps and just rolls 20 feet or so to the left of the flag, but the shot of the 3 so far has come from JJ Spaun. It's over to Jon Rahm.
Yeah, this is a really awkward shot for Jon Rahm. He's in the rough, but a little bit further down the fairway, and he's got to throw it way up high into the sky, and he's not going to get any spin on it, so he's got to be like absolutely perfect shot here.
Jon Rahm is below the surface of the green, and that big roar will tell you that his ball has not reached the green. It's fallen short, and Jon Rahm has failed to make the green. Sepp Straka's ball clinging onto the front edge. JJ Spaun just 3 feet away. It could be a late American win here on the 18th.
Goodness me, the drama. I was maybe 50 yards behind Jon Rahm as he hit that, and then he just held his arms out once he saw where his ball ended up, and he's just slammed his wedge into the turf as he heads towards that bunker, which is where I think actually the ball eventually bounced. It is in that green side bunker, and all of a sudden in this match where they haven't had red on the board for so long, on 18 America have the chance of getting their first point of this afternoon's 4 balls, and that would take it to 10.5, 4.5, with the final match, which is on the 18th tee, all square. Ian.
Sam Burns to tee off for the United States, and he's watching a little anxiously as this one flies down this gun barrel straight 18th hole, and it just goes into the right semi-rough. No problem at all there. That's a good shot, especially with the hole located on the left side. Nice angle to come in there.
Yeah, lovely drive there. You could just see we've got a fantastic view of that. Looking right down the hill, you could just see it, towering height, straight down the middle on this very straight 18th hole.
And so to Patrick Cantlay, who didn't even need to take his birdie attempt. Well, no, he took the birdie attempt, made the birdie, and made sure that Burns didn't have to take his birdie attempt on the 17th. So Cantlay on the tee now, and looking to try and emulate his playing partner, and he will fire away with his tee shot, and the ball is on its way, heading down towards the fairway and landing in the fairway. Excellent tee shot from Cantlay as we go up to the green. And Kat,
Jon Rahm has played his ball out of the bunker on the front edge of the green here on the last hole. He's put it to 3 feet or so, about the same distance as JJ Spaun, but Spaun has that for a birdie, Rahm has that for a par. This rests on Sepp Straka's shoulders from a European point of view, Ian.
OK, Kat, we'll be back with you very, very shortly. Let's see what Matt Fitzpatrick can do with his tee shot from that elevated tee on the 18th, sharply downhill to a valley that is a fairway, and then uphill to that elevated green. And Fitzpatrick's ball has flown right and found sand, a bunker down the right-hand side of this 18th hole. Kat.
Sepp Straka has chosen to chip the ball from the front edge of the green, and that could prove to be a serious mistake from a European point of view. He has caught that, and it has bounced through and beyond the hole, and it's run on by 20-25 feet. He's further away now than he was before, and now the door is open for the Americans to take the win here on the final green. Ian.
Tyrrell Hatton needs to find the fairway here. His partner in the sand down the right-hand side. So Hatton has all the pressure on him. Made the birdie on the 17th, and this one comes down towards the right-hand side, finds the fairway on the right-hand side. He's done the important stuff there. Now, Kat, what's going to happen?
Well, Sepp Straka actually has not lost his turn. That's how clumsy that chip was. Ollie, right decision to chip, or should he just have putted it up?
No, he had absolutely had to chip it. It was right up against the collar, horrible lie. He'd spun it back and just had no option to get to the back of the ball, so he had to lean down, back in the stance and stab it forward, and just committed to getting it to the hole, and it just came out way too hot.
So par putt then for Sepp Straka from 25 feet. This one on its way towards the hole, and it's not going to go in. It's going to be a drop shot for the Austrian here. It's going to be a bogey for Sepp Straka, and that means that these birdie putts for Xander Schauffele and for JJ Spawn, well, the pressure has lifted somewhat. Jon Rahm still has a putt from about 4 feet for par, but both Xander Schauffele and JJ Spawn can win the match here in the gathering gloom on this Saturday evening at Bethpage Black. Xander Schauffele, the first to go. His putt from 18 feet on its way, and he has left that short. He knew it from the moment he let it go from the face of the putter. Hadn't put enough on it. Now it's over to Jon Rahm for his par, and then it'll be JJ Spawn.
Yeah, this is, some people would think this is not worth doing, but it absolutely is. You've got to put the pressure, you've got to keep the pressure on the Americans and make JJ earn everything he can. So if he can put this in, that 3 foot for JJ becomes a lot longer.
Final group gathering on the 18th fairway as the drama plays out up here on the 18th green. Sam Burns, Patrick Cantlay, Tyrrell Hatton, Matt Fitzpatrick, the final group out. They are all square as well as they play the 18th. That match could go either way, but Jon Rahm needs to make sure that this goes in the hole for a par for the European team in this penultimate match. On it goes towards the hole, and it's in for Jon Rahm. It's in for a par, but there'll be no celebration. He scratches his thick black beard and he picks the ball out of the hole, and he slumps off towards his caddy. He's running his fingers through his hair. And there's a look on the face of Jon Rahm that suggests, do you know what? We think we may have let this slip through our fingers at the very last gasp, because it's over to the US Open champion, to JJ Spawn, who's played some really solid golf when he's needed it, and spectacular golf as well when that has been required. A putt of about 3-4 feet, and in it goes for the birdie, and the hat comes off the heads of JJ Spawn, and the US have snatched a win on the last.
Well, the Europeans are going to be absolutely devastated about that. I'm not really sure who deserved to win that game. It was a fantastic game to watch, but the Americans, you've got to give them credit for that finish. That was absolutely top draw stuff.
Yep, they were knocking on the door the whole way around, and it was some clutch putting from Sepp Straka that held off the challenge. But on the final roll of the dice, it's JJ Spawn who comes up trumps, and they've avoided the whitewash in this Saturday four balls. There is a shred of hope as we go into the Sunday singles for Keegan Bradley's American side. The Americans grab the win on the 18th, and it sends the big grandstand here into raptures.
Well, Ollie Wilson, they won it, didn't they? They won it. JJ Spawn won that, 17 and 18.
They did. I mean, it was phenomenal golf that he's played, and he held a clutch putt on the back nine to get things going in the right direction for the Americans and finished it off in style. But I got a feel for the Europeans, because that was right there for the taking, and they just let it slip on those last two holes.
And that noise, that atmosphere, maybe that opportunity for the Americans just rolls back down 18 for the final group, who are all square. Hatton and Fitzpatrick, Burns and Cantlay with their seconds to 18 on the way.
And from the fairway bunker, Fitzpatrick all the way over the flag. If this spins back, it's going to go very close, very, very close. Oh, what a shot from Matt Fitzpatrick. And this is a man who specialises in fairway bunker shots when they count the most. Remember the one at Brookline when he won the US Open? That one was even better.
Send sensational. I mean, just a kick in, that's going to be a gimme. What a shot from Matt Fitzpatrick.
Incredible stuff, absolutely incredible. From the fairway bunker, probably 130 yards, something like that, from deep below the green. He flew it over the flag, and then the ball sucked back to the hole side, very nearly went in, and it's only a couple of feet, if that, from the hole. Now Tyrrell Hatton is from the fairway, and he's next to play. Over it now. There's the sound of club on ball, and the ball landing on the front of the green. This will spin back towards the hole, oh, and it hits Fitzpatrick's ball and stops. So there are two balls 2 feet from the hole, and they're both European.
I think we can say there's going to be a European birdie on 18.
It's just incredible.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I've had such a fun day today watching this golf. It's been first class from both sides.
It really has, but my word, 10.5, 4.5 to Europe, and it's going to be very hard for them to lose this match now. And Sam Burns isn't going to give up. He's next to play from the rough down the right-hand side. Semi-rough, good lie. Sends the ball up towards the elevated green. Lands, and will it spin? No, because he was coming from the rough, so he is 20 feet from the cup.
Just finished just without being on the fairway, just didn't get any spin on that at all. Played it probably how he wanted, just behind the hole, but didn't get any spin.
Now Cantlay has got to get this close, otherwise this could be a full point for Europe. They're both in tight, and well, Cantlay has to be able to use the spin, but control the spin. That's the difficult thing. As he plays his wedge in here, sends it up onto the green. The ball goes beyond the flag, now sucked back, but at a rate of knots. Oh, and it's gone all the way back and into the collar of rough at the front of the green. He didn't control the spin in the way that the Europeans did, and especially Fitzpatrick from the bunker.
No, he didn't. He landed it just past the hole, but it had so much spin on it, it sucked all the way back off, and it's right up against the fringe, as you said, so that's going to be a tricky shot. Definitely advantage Europe.
Very much so, and if they were to win this, then they will have won the session 3-1, like they won the morning session 3-1, a 6-2 day. That is devastating.
Absolutely devastating. I mean, we thought they had done spectacularly well the first day, but they've done even better today, 6-2. And really watching some of the European team and that, they're nearly, you can just see that, nearly thinking this is it.
And Tyrrell Hatton and Matt Fitzpatrick have just emerged onto the green, and Luke Donald is just walking over because he's going to explain that Fitzpatrick's ball has been knocked back 3 or 4 inches by Hatton's ball, and so Fitzpatrick should be able to putt from basically the same spot as Hatton's, which makes it a much shorter putt.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick just has to move his back, probably, as you say, just the 3 or 4 inches, and they are just about going to be in the same spot now. I mean, they both look as though they're about 2.5 feet.
And Fitzpatrick, I think it's been conceded. Both of them been conceded, so it's a birdie in the bank for the Europeans. Putters are going back into the bag. Wow, incredible stuff with those approach shots. So either Cantlay has to chip in, and wouldn't put it past him, or Burns will have to make his birdie putt from 20 feet. Cantlay is just 15.5 feet away. The flag is only 5 paces on to this green, so he has to hold this, and if he does, then the last 4 holes will all have been halved in birdies in this extraordinary match, which is all square as it stands at the moment. But either Cantlay or Burns have to hold for birdie to grab an unlikely half for the Americans. Cantlay over it now. Little collar of rough behind the ball. Bumps it forward towards the hole. Whoa, way past the hole. So it's down to Sam Burns.
Yeah, he went for that. He's knocked it a good... Well, he just needs to pick it up now. The Europeans have the 3. Up to Sam Burns now. He's got, 20 feet back down the hill. It's a do or die. This for half a point.
And without it, there is no chance for the Americans tomorrow. Let's be realistic.
Even with it, if we're being realistic.
Well, it's 10.5, 4.5.
it would go to 11.5 if this putt goes in. If it misses, it's 11.5 to 4.5, which means that from 12 matches, Europe would need only 2 points to get to 14 to retain the trophy, and 3 points to win the Ryder Cup for the second match running and the first away win for 13 years. So, Sam Burns, who has the reputation of being arguably the best putter in the world, his stats are superb. He's got 20 feet here. This, for a birdie to tie what has been an absorbing match. This to make it finish all square. The ball is heading towards the hole now. Heading towards the hole and not dropping, and out of nowhere. The tightest and most tense contest has gone the way of Europe. It's gone the way of Tyrrell Hatton and Matt Fitzpatrick with their birdies at the last. They've won it one up, and Europe celebrate another extraordinary session. They've won it by 3 points to 1. They've won the day by 6 points to 2, and they're only 3 points away now from winning the Ryder Cup for the second match running and posting the first away win in 13 years. What a day for Luke Donald's team.
Sensational day. I mean, there's not, what more can you say about it? I mean, they've won this they've won it 6-2 today, and as you say, they only need 3 points to win tomorrow. 3 points out of 12. It's just monumental for the US to try and mount a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. The words there of two-time winning Solheim Cup captain Katrina Matthew. Mark, I'm going to go off and see if I can grab a word with the victors here at the end of this extraordinary day for Europe, and it's just European voices you can hear.
It is Katrina. If she leaves you and comes over to the other side of the green, myself and John Murray are on this side of the green. I was in the throng of the European support staff when Matt Fitzpatrick hit his shot into 18, and some of the support staff were high-fiving and celebrating that shot so much that the buggy nearly tipped over. Shane Lowry walked past me and said, "What a shot." There was another word in there after the Matt Fitzpatrick one, and then Tyrrell Hatton did the same thing. I mean, when you consider, Andrew McGee, what the Americans did in the penultimate match and JJ Spornham putting in the red on the board, it would have been very easy for it to feel flat for Europe. And all of a sudden, with those two shots from Hatton and Fitzpatrick, as you can hear round 18 with the European fans, the energy is off the scale.
It's all with the European team. You can hear the energy, the ole is going on in New York here, and yeah, a tiny bit of hope. JJ Spawn gives us a tiny bit of hope, but then gone on the next match. It's you have to give the credit to Europe today. That's one of the best ball striking, putting exhibitions, chipping in. It's one of the best I've ever seen. Just absolute dominance by the blue. They totally deserve this day.
It was a slow burner, Sean, at times, wasn't it? There was a period where it was all grey on the board. But boy, that last couple of hours, 2.5 hours, maybe even 3 hours, I think a McIlroy roaring with a birdie around. What hole was that, John Murray? When did McIlroy roar with the birdie? 15, 14?
He got the birdie at the 14.
At the 14. I tell you what, we'll keep guessing holes. The two final European pair are with Ian.
Well, the smiles, I haven't seen smiles like this, especially from you, Tyrrell, but I'm only joking. What a result that was, and what a match it was, and what a day it was for Europe.
Yeah, it was a very tight match. Both sides just weren't holding putts, and then it came alive the last 5 holes, and really happy with how I played under pressure there. Fitzy holds some nice putts in the middle, and then what a shot he's hitting there on the last. So for us to finish, was it 4 birdies? The last 4 was just amazing.
Big time moment, fairway bunker on 18. Who do you turn to? Matt Fitzpatrick.
I have done it once before.
Yeah, I did say that to Dan after I'd hit it. It was, it was obviously special, and to hit a shot like when it matters, like Tyrrell says, obviously just clinging on to his coattails 15, 16 and 17 is, was really helpful for what he did. I didn't fancy the one on 17, but to finish like that, it doesn't get better.
And Tyrrell, you came off the bench real last minute, didn't you?
I mean, Luke said to me when I finished my match with John this morning that, just be ready. I was warming up on the range. I thought Victor would be probably going out, and then he turned to me and said, "T, you're up." So all of a sudden it was like a complete switch in my mental state, and I feel like I struggled at periods out there today, but to play like that at the end is really pleasing, and what an atmosphere it is now.
I mean, everyone said it was going to be a bear pit for America, but you can hear those cheers in the background. Just give us an idea of what this day, 6-2 to Europe, feels like, Matt.
I really feel like I've got to cut you short, Ian, because I got to go and celebrate with them. The atmosphere is out of this world.
You thoroughly deserve it. Off you go. Matt, well done, Tyrrell. Thank you very much indeed for joining us live on 5 Live. Well done.
He's got a special knack to him, John Murray, hasn't he? I haven't seen smiles like that, especially on YouTube.
Listen, for Matt Fitzpatrick, we know that he didn't have the best of Ryder Cup records coming into this, and in fact it was wretched. And so there'll be an immense personal pride, won't there, that he's been able to turn that around and make it look much more presentable, which is what he deserves, a player of his standard.
This is astonishing, Alan, here actually. An 18th green in America on a Saturday night. Maybe they'll use this as motivation tomorrow, I don't know. But there will have not been celebrations and parties like this before on a Saturday night at an American Ryder Cup from the European fans.
No, this is what we would think it would be like on a Sunday night. I mean, the American fans have all gone. The crowd here, you can just see it. The whole middle bit of the stand is just packed with European fans, all shouting "Ole, ole, ole." You would honestly think it was Sunday night and the Europeans had won.
Is there any part of you that feels slightly about the celebrations?
No, I mean...
Good, okay, right. I could let loose then.
They only need 3 points, and the way they're playing, I mean, you cannot see the Americans coming back.
Maybe it would have been, and I'm not clutching at straws on behalf of the Americans, maybe it would have been slightly different if that had been a half, and all of a sudden out of the last 2 matches today they got 1.5, when at one stage it was all blue on that board. It looked like they were going to be crushed 4-0, but those 2 final approach shots from Hatton and Fitzpatrick looked like they were the final nail.
They kind of snuffed out any chance I think the Americans maybe had. Like you said, when they won that point on the third one, got their first point of the afternoon, and then they had a chance. I mean, there was tied, all square coming down the last, but the Europeans hit the crucial shots at the right time.
Sean McKeel, can you come up with an adjective to describe this European performance this afternoon?
I don't know if I'd really describe the great play of the Europeans or the bad play of the Americans. It's been quite phenomenal. I was looking back at the match that I was calling today, and it was really great to see that we're going to be talking about the way that they played versus all of the ugliness that we saw in the front 9. But it's quite. I'm wondering how many people are going to show up tomorrow from the United States to cheer the team on whenever the first match goes off tomorrow.
You mean literally how many spectators will turn up?
I wonder. I truly, I really wonder. I mean, there's always a chance, but I'm just wondering if they're going to come tomorrow. It's a defeat already for the most part. So, are they going to come and show up and support the Americans? I just have no idea.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
Well, let's think about NFL football Sunday also. And I think you're a Giants fan. I'm not sure.
I'm a Chicago fan.
You don't make any sense to me. But, you're all over the map. I think people will show up. I don't think this is New York City. This is New York. They really care about their $700 ticket. These people are making a lot of money around here, what it looks like to me. I'm excited about tomorrow just to see, how bad they want to beat the Americans. I think they're talking about that now in the team room. I think Rory's like, let's just kill them, and he's going to want to just take scalps. That's the attitude I think they came in with, and I think they're going to finish with that same attitude and try to set a record for the biggest margin of victory.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Ian, that could very well be a motivation, particularly for those who were on the end of certain things today on that European team?
Yes, for those who were on the end of the unsavoury stuff that happened today, but also for those who played in Whistling Straits. There's about half the team who played at Whistling Straits, and they got hammered 19-9. No European fans there on that occasion, and it was seen then as a victory that would, yield a period of huge domination for the Americans. Well, as we know, that hasn't transpired. So I think the target is get to 19 and a half and set a new record for the 28-point scoring system in the Ryder Cup. And, well, what a motivator that would be.
Justin Rose was incredible this afternoon as he and Tommy Fleetwood won 3-2 against Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau, and Tommy Fleetwood has the opportunity to go 5-0 at an away Ryder Cup tomorrow. Let's hear from the two of them with Sarah Mulkerrins.
Congratulations, another point for Europe. Tommy, quite testing and tough conditions out there with the crowd, but you combined brilliantly to secure another point. How did you feel out there?
Well, I actually played pretty good, but I honestly, watching Justin Rose today on the golf course is some of my proudest few hours on a golf course. I absolutely loved it. So blessed to be by his side there today. It was absolutely amazing. What a golfer, what a human being, and to get another point on the board for the team obviously feels massive. And yeah, Justin, I can't speak highly enough about him.
You've combined really well, Justin, at this one. I did want to ask about that incident up from the 15th to the 16th, just to get your perspective on it, on how that played out.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed that this has to be a talking point at the end of a really cool match. The level of golf was incredible. I was ready to hit my putt. I didn't feel like that space was being honoured. I maybe made my feelings known, asked him to move, maybe not as politely as I could have done, but in this scenario, honestly, it's coming down the stretch. We've all got a lot in our minds, and it's intense out there. And I said to them, if I should have done it a different way, then I apologise. But other than that, I had to step up and hit a huge putt with a lot going on. So, from my point of view, I was just trying to protect my own environment to execute. So, that's all part of it. It's up to them if they want to take it the wrong way. But from my point of view, there was no sort of malintent, and happy to bury the putt and happy to win the match because Tommy and I were unbelievable today, and huge match against Bryson and Scotty. We were kind of aware of what that meant, not just to us, but to the whole place here today.
Well done today. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose with Sarah Mulkerrins. It just added a little bit of spice to it at the end, didn't it? The Alistair Bruce Ball, the little altercation.
Yeah, it did, and I think at the end, they shook hands and made up. And I think in the Ryder Cup, Mark, we want these players to push it to the edge. We want the passion, the drama. We put them in that sort of atmosphere, and the Europeans obviously felt the American fans were getting on their backs. It's not surprising that kind of thing happens. These are high-level competitive sportsmen, and that is real high-pressure golf. But it sounds like, Justin Rose didn't want to make too much of a big deal of it. And also listening to John Murray out with that top match this afternoon, the sportsmanship from the likes of Justin Thomas and Cam Young when Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry were trying to deal with what they had to deal with. Another couple of interesting stats, Mark, that came out of it. I mean, Justin Rose today, I think he must have had 10 or 11 birdies himself in 16 holes. I genuinely think of all the Ryder Cup golf I've covered, that is one of the best individual displays I've seen within team golf ever. Tommy Fleetwood, you've rattled out a couple of stats. He's the first European ever to win all of his first 4 points in a Ryder Cup on American soil. And you think of the fabulous players that have played for Europe in America in great performances. No one has ever done that before. 12 points out of 16 total for Tommy Fleetwood in his career. You were talking about his win percentage earlier on today. That is now up to 75%, which is quite remarkable. And on the other side of the coin, and it won't be pleasant for Scotty Scheffler, and it's the team sport, it's not just down to him, but he today has become the first American to be involved in a defeat in each of the first 4 sessions of any Ryder Cup in the history of the event. It's happened to a couple of Europeans before. Happened to Peter Alliss, actually, all the way back in the day. But for Scotty Scheffler, the first American to be involved in a defeat in each of the first 4 sessions, first 4 matches of a Ryder Cup. That'll sting.
I'm just walking around the back of the 18th green with Katrina. Do you want me to pick your jaw up off the floor?
I know that's quite an unbelievable stat for how dominant a world number one he is, how dominant he's been the last 3 years. To him to have lost all 4 games, I mean, you wouldn't have got any odds on that, I don't think, at the start of the week.
Will he get heat for that, Sean McKeel?
Yes, he'll get heat. I'll just jump in here and definitely get heat. We were talking about it a few minutes ago with ABB and Sean. Keegan Bradley is going to get a ton of heat, and I think Scheffler is going to take a lot of heat. I mean, the leader of the team should be Scheffler, number 1 in the world. It's obvious who the leader of the European team is, Rory McIlroy. He's boisterous. He stands up for his guys. He hugs better than anybody else. There's a lot of love in that group, and it all comes, I think, from Rory's leadership. And Scheffler's just not that guy. He's going to take a beating, especially the way. I mean, he has had partners, and that doesn't help. But I mean, like Rose, 11 birdies, I think, today. So if you're a Scotty Scheffler, you can carry a team to victory by yourself, and he didn't.
Well, let's just see if maybe tomorrow during the singles match, if he finds a way to redeem himself a little bit. You know, you are paired with somebody, you're playing different formats, and you're playing against these teams, these formidable teams have just put on this really kind of masterful performance. I mean, it's just something we've never seen before. So I think
Sean, unless they produce one of the most astonishing Ryder Cup comeback of all time, how can any American golfer redeem themselves tomorrow?
I mean, I think, again, like you've referenced it today, you know, I think everybody's playing for a bit of pride. Do I think they can win? Do they think they can win? I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I just don't see there's any way to make any type of comeback. But I think you just go out and you just play for pride. You know, you play for your country, you play for yourself, you play for your family. I mean, you don't have much choice. If you don't feel like going out there competing, then I guess you tell Captain Bradley you're out.
Ian Carter, another astonishing day, probably one of the most astonishing at a Ryder Cup, given we're in New York.
Yes.
Given the crowd at times.
Yeah.
And given the performance of a real special group of European golfers.
And a specially prepared group as well. You know, I've spent probably the most part of the last 6 months, along with all the other golf journalists, talking about how hostile it could be for Europe in New York at Bethpage. And Luke Donald, I've asked him so many times, and he said, we've just got to prepare ourselves the best we can to deal with it. And whether or not it was the VR headsets that helped today, but it did get nasty out there, and Europe stood firm. They were gladiators out there. And they won the session 3-1, they won 6-2 on the day, with all the incidents, all the controversy, all of the action, all of the great play. This will go down as one of the great Ryder Cup days in the history of European golf, but also one of the most dramatic days in the history of the entire competition.
Is it over?
Yes.
Okay. 4.5, 11.5. Europe lead here in New York. We are on air with our golf coverage from 4:15 tomorrow. 5 Live Sports on air from midday with 5 Live's Premier League Sunday. We've got Arsenal Newcastle tomorrow, which you'll be able to listen to on Sports Extra. We'll be here on 5 Live from 4:15. The singles get underway at 5 o'clock. 2.5 points needed by Europe to retain it. Another 3 in total to win it. They have crushed the Americans here today. And let's not forget, this has also been a day where England's women have won the Rugby Union World Cup against Canada. I don't think sporting days get much better than this, really. Here's Stuart Clarkson with the news. It's 7:15.